Su-ying crosses over and becomes a small county magistrate who has just graduated from high school. He had wanted to be a green master who loved the people like a son. Nay, in his own land there are demons outside to cause trouble and cults inside to bewitch the people. Luckily, Su-ying's system was on the side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the first day of the year and obtaining the North Underworld Divine Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at 15 and obtaining the innate level guards, the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the end of the month and obtaining the Vajra Unbreakable Divine Power. Chapter 1, Newbie's Gift. Da Xia, Qingzhou, Ningyang County, County Office, Council Hall. Su-ying sat at the top and looked at the 3 classes of constables on his left and right sides, and couldn't help but rub his temples. Crossing over happens every year, and this year it's coming to my house. Originally, he was playing the game wildly high, did not expect to just use the Savage King to get 5 kills, but overexcited sudden death. When you wake up, you find yourself in this world. Become a minor magistrate who just took office. 7th grade Sesame officer. Daxia has 36 counties in 9 states, and Ningyang County belongs to Qingzhou Prefecture. Nanyang County. It's just a sesame seed pop-up. Su-ying's predecessor studied hard for 10 years and was finally awarded a bachelor's degree, and then he was sent to Ningyang County, a remote place, as a 7th grade county magistrate. Your Excellency is tired from running all the way. Please go inside and rest. It's not too late to handle the case again. Li Shan, the constable of Ningyang County Yamen, looked at Su-ying's worried face behind the desk, and couldn't help but slightly arch his hand and go forward. On the case? Su-ying raised his eyes and ran a fart case. Do you know how to work a case yourself? Either the cults and demons are bewitching the people, or the demons are causing trouble. There are also remnants of the former dynasty that storm local townships from time to time. What's the difference between letting yourself work on this kind of case and the former magistrate? You came here looking for death? This official is indeed a little tired. So let's rest for half a day and talk about the rest first thing in the morning. After saying that, Su-ying stood up, waved his hand, and walked towards the inner mansion at the back. The whole county office looked cold and quiet, because the former magistrate had just died half a month ago, so there wasn't even a single figure. Returning to the compartment, Su-ying looked at the newly packed everything and couldn't help but sigh. This county magistrate himself, his hands are unarmed. In case he encounters any more evil demons and devils, it is estimated that he and his predecessor will be a downfall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine signing system. Due to the host's first fusion, congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack. May I ask whether to open it immediately? Right at this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly came from Su-ying's mind. Immediately after that, an attribute panel simultaneously floated in front of him. Host, Su-ying. Cultivation, none. Skills, none. Cultivation value, 0. Mandate, none. It's simply crude. At a glance. Newbie bundle? As a senior reading saint who had read countless metaphysical novels, this was not unfamiliar to Su-ying, and without hesitation, he directly chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the newbie gift pack. Ding! A soft thud. Congratulations to the host for obtaining North Underworld Divine Power *1, Dragon Tiger Great Restorative Pill *1, and Powerful Vajra Finger *1. Immediately afterward, a system space interface directly surfaced before Su-ying's eyes. There are 991 frames across, and in the first 3 compartments of the first row, there were 3 flowing items. North Underworld Divine Power, the supreme mastery of the school of the free and easy. After completion, every acupoint in the body can suck people's internal energy and turn it into North Underworld True Spirit, which is both yin and yang. Masculine North Underworld True Spirit is tormented like a furnace, and feminine North Underworld True Spirit is cold several times colder than ice, and compatible with the world's martial arts. The poison is not invasive, strong and ferocious and overbearing. Casual attacks will have great power. True Chi protection body defense greatly increased. When attacked by the enemy counterattack. Attached skill, Lingbo Weibu. Does the host practice? Good lord. The opening round is the Northern Darkness Divine Power? Su-ying's eyes were overjoyed, never expecting it to be the legendary Northern Darkness Divine Power. Practice, 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 without the slightest hesitation. Ding! A soft thud. Congratulations to the host for cultivating North Underworld Divine Power. The current realm is the first level. The host can spend cultivation value to enhance the current realm. Cultivation value? Su-ying frowned slightly. Too bad it's 0. Not a single bit of cultivation value. Shaking his head, Su-ying began to feel the sudden Northern Darkness True Chi in his body. At this moment, within Su-ying's dantian, a thumb-sized True Chi was slowly running. In his mind, he was familiar with the Heart Dharma Upanishad about the North Underworld divine power, not as if he was a beginner, but as if he had been practicing for 3 to 5 years. I wonder what realm I'm in. Suing thought about it, only to feel that wherever his true chi passed through, his body was warm, as if he was soaking in the warmth. There's also the Dragon Tiger Great Restorative Pill. Thinking of this, he moved his mind and landed directly on it. Dragon Tiger Great Restoration Pill, Shaolin Temple's secret elixir. After taking it, it can cut down the hair and wash the marrow, transform the bones, and gain 20 years of power. This one's not bad either. Su Ying's mind moved, and instantly a pill fell directly onto his palm, only to see in front of the body of the Dragon Tiger Great Restoration Dan golden yellow. Medicinal aroma. Smell a little surprisingly let the body of True Chi are running 3 times faster. Gollum. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ying directly swallowed it in one gulp. The elixir was transformed into a huge medicinal power dispersed into one's limbs and bones in one's mouth. Immediately afterward, Su Ying felt his body creaking around him, and then, the whole body was hot, and the skin around his body was red, like a boiled prawn. At the same time, the true chi in his body felt like it had been suddenly injected with a flood. In an instant, Su Ying's limbs and bones were completely filled with. He did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly sat down on his knees, running the North Underworld divine power, refining this huge medicinal power. It was only after a full half hour, feeling that the huge medicinal power in his body slowly calmed down, that Su Ying slowly opened his eyes. Not much pain, though. What the hell? It stinks. Su Ying's nostrils twitched as he suddenly smelled a sickening stench. He looked down and saw that on his skin, a layer of dark dirt had appeared at some point, and that's where the stench in the room comes from. Could it be that this is the legendary felling of the hair and marrow? It's really powerful. Came to the courtyard, directly raised a few buckets of water will be cleaned all over, and went back to the room to change into clean clothes. Su Ying this is to open his attribute interface again. Host, Su Ying. Cultivation, 1st level of the innate realm. Mental technique, North Underworld divine power, 5th level. Cannot be upgraded. Cultivation value, 0. Mandate, none. The first, innate realm? Looking at the information on his attribute interface, Su Ying directly opened his mouth in shock. Hotian 9th level, innate 9th level, followed by Tongxian realm. This was Su Ying's currently known cultivation realm. However, in a place like Ningyang City, with 500,000 to 600,000 people, there could not be many innate realms combined, and many of them were masters of the great clans. But now, he had directly become an expert of the innate realm. Could it be the Dragon Tiger Great Restorative Pill? Su Ying frowned slightly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The Dragon Tiger Great Restoring Pill could allow a person to cut down his hair and wash his marrow, transform his bones, and increase his power for 20 years. It was not surprising to directly achieve innate. Cultivate the powerful Vajra finger. After thinking about it, Su Ying directly used the last treasure of the newbie gift pack. That's right, it's the power Vajra finger. Ding! A soft thud. Congratulations to the host for cultivating the powerful Vajra fingers. The current realm is the 1st level. The host can spend cultivation value to improve the current realm, along with a stream of golden true chi being swallowed by the Northern Underworld divine power. Su Ying directly learned the powerful Vajra finger. Power Vajra finger, Shaolin Temple unique hard work, both internal and external method. Out of the finger can break gold and stone, broken people all over the body bones, and at the same time can be in the air finger force. 3 zhang within the hole in the human body. Click. Su Ying slightly moved his own fingers, and there came a toothsome sound of bones colliding. With that, he came to the outside of the courtyard, and with a thought, he pointed a finger in the air. Zip! The true chi transformed into a meter-long chi arrow that shot into the distance, and then it instantly landed on the far wall. Pust! A soft thud came from the wall built of lapis lazuli, leaving a thumb-sized hole as if it had been shot through by a strong crossbow. Seeing this, Su Ying was inwardly delighted. His Lingbo Weibu was like a ghost, and his figure instantly came to the stone table not far away. 5 fingers became claws and fell straight down. Click! The hard stone table was clawed right into rubble. Sure is awesome. Looking at his white jade-like palm, a hint of surprise appeared under Su Ying's eyes. Until now, he had some self-preservation within him, not to be left to the mercy of this dangerous world. For the next few days, Su Ying had been seriously cultivating within his room. He kept raising his cultivation to the 3rd level of the innate realm before stopping. Early this morning, Su Ying had just woken up when a sharp knock came from outside. My lord, it's bad. The Zhang family on East Gate Street. Something's happened. Chapter 2, First Signing, 4 Ghosts of Western Hunan. County Office, Council Hall. Su-ying sat at the top and looked at the three classes of constables on the left and right sides, and couldn't help but rub his temples. I wanted to live in peace and not have any accidents, but who knew that on the second day of his office, there was a tragedy of extermination in his district. Li Shan, you're the head constable. You speak first. Su-ying's gaze turned and landed on Li Shan. Li Shan slightly contemplated, before stepping forward and arching his hand. Back to the words of the Lord. Just now my subordinates have gone to the scene to investigate. The Zhang family is full of 15 mouths. All were killed by demons. The bodies are in pieces. The scene is horrible to see. Su-ying's heart sank as he frowned. What makes you think it was done by a demon? Back to my lord. The county office has a compass ready to detect demons, and when my subordinate brought it forward, the compass spun wildly. So it is. Su-ying nodded, his eyes probing over the many magistrates and constables for a moment before frowning. Why are there a few people missing today? Did they go on patrol? When Li Shan heard this, his face was a bit embarrassed, and he immediately said, Back to your lordship. Those several constables took leave today. Said they are sick. Taking a vacation? Su-ying sniffed and snorted coldly. The entire county office, a total of 20 constables. Now once they took their leave, most of them are gone. What's the matter with them? And to whom did they give their leave of absence? To this official? The crowd couldn't help but look at each other. At the same time, there was some doubt inside. What was wrong with the magistrate today? Like a different person. You know it wasn't this mean yesterday when it came in. Li Shan, subordinate. Later, I will send people one by one to inform the constables who are on leave. Whoever dares to come again tomorrow will be directly dismissed on the spot. In addition, the case of the extermination of the door as soon as possible to investigate. If you find the murderer, notify this official. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Su-ying directly got up and left. Returning to the small courtyard, Su-ying sat at the table, drinking thin porridge, his mind combing through the relationships within the entire county office. First of all, the magistrate himself is a loner for the moment. After all, it's only the second day in office, so it's unlikely that he has his own inner circle. The second is Li Shan. Li Shan is the county office chief constable, equivalent to the public security bureau chief in the previous life. Under the constable plus yamen there are 70 to 80 people. And then there is the prefectural lieutenant Lu Wu and the prefectural minister Zhang Liang. Lu Wu and Zhang Liang don't deal with each other. Naturally look at me as the magistrate is also not good. Plus the Lu family is powerful in Ningyan County, so the previous magistrates did not dare to mess with. Su-ying cupped his chin. He had inquired before he came. Li Shan and Lu Wu were directly related though, but there is a lot of disconnect that exists in the middle. As the head constable, Li Shan should be my first candidate for pulling the strings, if he doesn't know what to do. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Su-ying's eyes. He has just taken office now, plus the previous magistrate has just died, so everything is in a state of flux. One doesn't want someone to trip up and stick a knife in the back later. Ding! The first day of signing in has begun. May I ask if the host is signing in at the county office? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Xiangxi 4 ghosts, experts at the second level of the innate realm, practicing phantom shadow, coming without a shadow and going without a trace, as fast as lightning. The 4 ghosts of Western Hunan? Su-ying sniffed and thought he had heard wrong. You should know that the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi are as good as a thunderbolt to yourself, especially the phantom Shinggong they practiced, this mastery of defense as a strike. Anyone who gave it entanglement, no matter what kind of kung fu, will disappear into thin air. That's why they are known as the undefeatable 4 ghosts of Western Hunan. Where? Su-ying looked around and realized that no one was around. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he only saw a strange fluctuation in the space behind him. Subordinates and others see the master. 4 voices rang out. Su-ying turned to look, only to see that indeed 4 figures dressed in green clothes with black veils covering their faces were kneeling behind him with a respectful face. You are the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi? Get up. Thank you, master. Su-ying sat down and looked at the 4 people in front of him, simply becoming more and more satisfied the more he looked at them. I didn't expect them to be in the innate realm the moment they appeared, and they were still at the second level of cultivation. Of course, if the 4 of them were to join forces, I'm afraid that the 4th and 5th levels of the innate would be no match for them. If he were to forcefully transport his energy, the end result would probably be to be consumed alive by the 4 ghosts. What are your names? Back to master. My name is Ghost 1, this is Ghost 2. Ghost 3, and Ghost 4, we are 4 brothers from the same mother. So it is. Su-ying nodded and smiled. From now on, you guys will be my personal guards. The 2 compartments over there you guys will live by yourselves. Thank you, Master. They were usually cold in nature and hardly dealt with people in the Jianghu, and there was only endless cultivation in their weekdays, so for Su Ying, having them as his personal guards would be more than appropriate. The four ghosts of Western Hunan. Together with me, there are 5 experts of the innate realm. The Lu family, and the Li family are all veteran family forces in Ningyang City. I wonder how many innate realm experts they actually have. When they went back to cultivate, Su Ying also came to the room, running the Northern Darkness divine power without stopping for a moment. On the other side, drunken immortal house, inside the private room, a dozen or so constables from the Ningyan County Magistrate's office were pushing cups around a middle-aged man with an 8-bearded face. Lord Lu, what virtue and ability does that boy have to come to our Ningyan County to be the county magistrate? In my opinion, since the last county magistrate died, the most suitable person would be you. Not bad. Can a brat whose hair is not even full-grown govern our Ningyan County well? Humph. As I see it, let's just dismiss him jointly and let's jointly elect Lord Lu to the post. Several constables were talking, and one of them was full of respect for Lu Wu. Gentlemen. Lu Wu gently raised his hand, and the crowd suddenly quieted down, and he took a sip of wine before he said with a smile on his face, County Magistrate Su is a positive 7th grade magistrate selected by the court. We are all under his subordinates, and in the future, we still have to do things in honor of Lord Magistrate. Although he said this, he did not have the slightest bit of respect for Su Ying, the new county magistrate. In his tone, Lu Wu had been a county lieutenant at the Ningyan County office for 10 years, and over the past 10 years, he had wanted to go further and become a county magistrate at every turn. For this reason, the Lu family didn't miss out on sending gifts to the county. Unfortunately, just when the former magistrate was dead and Lu Wu thought his chance had come, Su Ying came. What Lord Lu said is true, but we are all constables. In the future, we still have to do our best to work under the Lord's command. Oh, well said. Without Lord Lu, where would the brothers have a good life? Humph. I heard people say that boy in the county court today also said that tomorrow if we do not go again, we will be directly dismissed and investigated. Oh, is that true? When Lu Wu heard this, he immediately became interested, and a hint of a different color flashed under his eyes. Only after a long time did he laugh and say, let's eat and drink well and have fun tonight, and tomorrow we'll get up later and go back at noon. Ha ha, your honor is right. Let's do it. As they spoke, the crowd continued to push and drink. Chapter 3, Making an Example Out of Someone. On the following day, just as the sky dawned, a burst of hooting and hollering resounded within the courtyard. As he approached, he saw that 4 ghost-like figures were flickering and moving around, surrounding a figure dressed in blue. It was none other than the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan and Su Ying. Although he had only been practicing for a few days and was equipped with the North Underworld divine power and powerful Vajra fingers, his real-world combat experience pressed on. It just so happened that the 4 ghosts of Shanxi were around, so he directly fought with the 4 to sharpen his practical combat experience. At first, the 4 ghosts were still slightly holding back, but as time passed, they realized that they were actually gradually not Su Ying's opponent. Ding 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 ding. The 4 ghosts only felt a strong force coming at them as they backed up. Well. Su Ying waved his hand, slightly gasped for breath, and said helplessly, the 4 of you teaming up to dissolve your internal force is truly breathtaking. Coupled with the extreme speed, if I were to go all out, I wouldn't be a match for you guys. Forgive me, master. Get up. Su Ying raised his hand and got up to sit in front of the stone table. Just now, it seemed that he had one, but in reality, the 4 ghosts had only exerted 5 or 6 points of their power. Alone, he was naturally not Su Ying's opponent, but with the 4 of them combined, their minds were one, and he himself was unable to break through their offensive and defensive positions. Of course, Su Ying's main thing is still the actual combat experience, otherwise empty of a strong strength, but as white as a blank piece of paper. Encountering a master is also a waste of time. Follow me to the outer hall later. You will be needed less today. When he had enough to eat and drink, Su Ying exchanged a few more words with the 4 ghosts of Shanxi until noon. Then he got up and walked towards the public hall of the county government office. He had already stated yesterday that if the absent constable did not come again today, then he would be dismissed on the spot. It's natural to do what you say you're going to do. County office, public hall. On both sides stood 3 shifts of constables, with Li Shan at the left head and the county minister Zhang Liang standing at the right head. Zhang Liang, is everyone here? In front of the case table, Su Ying was sitting upright, looking at the constable Yaman below, and asked knowingly, back to my lord, it's the same men from yesterday, who didn't come in time. As the county minister, the second in command of Ningyang County, One glance swept through and knew who had come and who hadn't. Is Lu Wu here yet? Suing swept a glance and continued to ask. Back to my lord. No. Good. Pass on this official's order to dismiss Lu Wu and the constable Yaman who have not yet come today on the spot. After saying that, Suing prepared the long-prepared official document and directly stamped his own county magistrate's seal. Wait. Just at this moment, a middle-heavy majestic voice suddenly came from outside the door. The crowd followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man in a brocade robe striding towards them. Behind him, there were a dozen or so constables from the Ningyan County Magistrate's office, only to see him come straight to the public hall, casually scanning the crowd a glance, which is no respect toward Suing Archhand, Ningyan County Lieutenant Lu Wu. See the magistrate adults. As he spoke, he yawned carelessly, his mouth full of alcohol, including the many constables behind him. All of them were sleepy, drenched in the odor of lipstick mixed with the smell of alcohol. Obviously last night's hangover has not yet woken up. County Lieutenant Lu, although this official is new to the city, but also know the word rules. Yesterday's dawning point, you are not in. Today, you are late. In your eyes there is no magistrate in this official? When the crowd heard this, they were all aghast, knowing that this new magistrate was going to be furious. So each one of them watched his eyes and nose for fear of drawing fire. Lord Su, this official led a night patrol yesterday and didn't return home until 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm a little late today, but it's in the middle of the scenario. Yeah? Suing narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Wu. Then do you know that yesterday, the tragic extermination of the 16 members of the Zheng family occurred in the territory you were patrolling, and you favorably said that you were on patrol? What? Could it be that you know who the murderer is? Or is it that Lieutenant Lu that you clearly saw the murderer when you were patrolling but deliberately turned a blind eye to it? According to this official, you're very suspicious. Prefect Lu, the last sentence, then, is a bit of a killer. This is clearly saying that Lu Wu and the demons have collusion. If this crime is realized, not to mention him, the entire Lu family will have to follow the funeral. In Daxia, collusion with demons and evil cults, regardless of the severity of the case, will be punished according to the punishment of 9 clans. So when Suing said this, even Lu Wu could not help but feel his heart and soul tremble. Your Excellency is wrong. The Zhang family extermination tragedy, I also heard about it, but it happened late at night, and it was still in the south of the city, belonging to the scope of Li Shan's patrol. So what you're saying is that as a lieutenant of Ningyan County, you turned a blind eye to the extermination and murder case? If it's not in your patrol area, it's out of your hands? Then why does the court need you? What's the point of spending so much money on you every year? It's better to keep a dog. At the end of his words, Suing slammed the tabletop, a majestic aura enveloping the entire room. Lu Wu's face was a shade of green and a shade of red, in front of so many people being reprimanded by Suing. Of course he couldn't hang his face. Lu Wu was about to open his mouth, only to hear Suing continue to sneer. Before this official came here, he still didn't believe. Ningyang County is in a remote part of the country. How could a tragic case of extermination happen? But now, I believe it. Bang! A shocking sound fell like thunder, shaking the hearts and minds of the crowd. Lu Wu, as a lieutenant of Ningyan County, you are in charge of the county's security and arrests, but you have failed to fulfill your duties and neglected your duties. So much so that on the first day of this official's tenure there was a tragedy in which a family was exterminated. In addition, as a lieutenant, he slept with a group of constables in a brothel. What's wrong with that? Come on, dismiss Lu Wu from his post and press him into the prison to be sentenced. At this time, Lu Wu finally reacted. His brain violently cleared, and he angrily shouted, "How dare you, a milquetoast brat, dismiss my old man? Who gave you the courage? Good. Insulting the superior officer is an additional offense. Men, take them down for me. Who dares?" Lu Wu shouted angrily, his eyes red as a maddened beast, his ferocious gaze sweeping to the left and right. He was an innate realm expert. Not to mention these constables and magistrates, even Li Shan was not his opponent. As a county lieutenant, he naturally has a few strengths. Seek death. Suing coldly grunted. As soon as his words fell, 2 of the 4 Shangxi ghosts standing behind him flickered and immediately appeared in front of Lu Wu like ghosts. Looking at the cold eyes of the 2, Lu Wu was alarmed, and without saying a word, he blasted out a fist. Wow! As the fist fell, the figure in front of him dissipated like a firework, while Lu Wu's true chi unexpectedly weakened by 1 point directly. How? He looked at his fist, knowing that he was in the innate realm. That punch he had just thrown, an elephant could have been blown to death, but when it fell on this man, it was useless. However, as soon as Lu Wu's words left his mouth, before he had time to think about it more, A sharp pain came from his left and right shoulders, only to see that those two had appeared behind him at an unknown time, and their 5 fingers formed claws that were like steel bars to clasp his arms. At the same time, a strange and incomparable true chi was like a poisonous snake drilling into his body, devouring most of his true chi in an instant. At the same time, Su Yu, who was directly in front of him, also flew up and appeared in front of Lu Wu with a flash. Immediately after, only a soft sound of boing could be heard as the golden finger instantly landed on Lu Wu's chest. Aha! Accompanied by a pig-killing scream, Lu Wu's entire face directly distorted, and then his body was like a deflated ball of leather, instantly paralyzed on the ground. It was at this time that Li Shan and Zhang Liang's eyes snapped shut. It turns out that this newly appointed county magistrate is also an expert in the innate realm. Chapter 4, The Way of an Official, Dismissal and Investigation. You, damn it, how dare you waste me? I want you to die. I want you to die. My Lu family will definitely not let you go. Inside the public hall, Lu Wu's face was twisted as he hissed and growled. He never expected that the 4 people behind Suing were innate experts, and even he himself was actually an innate expert. The hall was full of silence. Suing stepped out and directly subdued the entire room completely. Where are the magistrates? Regarding Lu Wu's angry scolding, Suing turned a deaf ear and only spoke faintly. I am here. Li Shan was the first to arch his hand out. Take down the prisoner Lu Wu. Escorted into the prison under strict guard. If there is any slightest lapse, this official will only ask you. I am in command. Magistrate Zhang. Suing turned around and smiled faintly, his gaze falling on Zhang Liang. The corporal is in. As the county minister, you must be an excellent writer. You immediately prepare a letter, explaining what happened today. Let all the constables in Yamen sign and draw a pledge. And when this official stamps the big seal, truthfully report to the county governor. After all, Lu Wu is still an 8th grade county lieutenant. I take orders. In addition, just now that a cadre of magistrates, all dismissed to investigate, with Lu Wu together escorted into the prison, waiting for sentencing. After saying that, he directly whisked his sleeves away. Li Shan and Zhang Liang glanced at each other. The former sighed, and then waved his hand impatiently. Gentlemen, don't force me to do it. If you yourselves obediently tied your hands, perhaps Lord Su will still be lenient. After all, you are all instigated by Lu Wu. After saying that, he looked deeply at the half-dead Lu Wu on the ground. When the crowd heard this, their hearts and minds trembled, especially when they thought of Su Ying's thunderous tactics just now. They didn't dare to make too much of a fuss. Even Lu Wu was ambushed, not to mention ordinary constables like them. At that moment, all of them took off their parka constable uniforms and consciously followed Li Shan down to the middle of the prison. In the backyard, Suing sat on a recliner, squinting his eyes and leisurely basking in the sun. Despite the cold weather, he was now an expert of the innate realm, and with his true chi running, his body was warm. My lord, the paperwork has been written. Please look at it. Zhang Liang stood to the side, his head slightly hanging down, holding the paperwork he had just written in his hand. Don't look at it. Just get a hold of yourself. Has everyone signed? It's all signed and sealed as your honor ordered. That's good. This official was wondering if he was going to get a few more disobedient ones killed. Suing smiled faintly and spoke faintly. When he said this, Zhang Liang's body unconsciously trembled, and immediately laughed sarcastically. Your Excellency's divine might is overpowering, and my humble servant and others are convinced. And Ningyang County has an adult sitting in the town, so I understand that those petty people would not dare to make a fuss. How's the investigation into the Zheng family's extermination case going? As his words turned, Suing once again looked at Li Shan, who was on the side. Back to my lord. It was initially concluded that it was the work of a demon, but demons are naturally cunning, and my subordinate led a long tracking effort, but did not find the slightest trace of it. This way, Su Ying's eyes were slightly deep in thought, turning the ink jade trigger on his thumb for a moment before asking, what about those corpses? Back to my lord. In order to prevent the demonic chi from escaping and harming people, my subordinate has ordered people to burn it on the spot. Suing sniffed and nodded. Demon gas, ghost gas, evil gas. As long as the invasion of the human body, the light is a serious illness, the heavy is directly violent death. Generally speaking, the best way to deal with people victimized by demons is to burn them on the spot. Demons aside, how exactly did the former magistrate die? You guys should know better than me in your hearts. I'll give one of you a chance to tell the truth. When Zhang Liang heard this, he immediately exchanged a glance with Li Shan, his face somewhat complicated. Seeing this, Suing frowned and grunted coldly. What? Is there something difficult to say? Back to your excellency. The former magistrate went out on an inspection and came to the Falling Stone Town at the foot of the Falling Cloud Mountain range just in time to encounter the mountain bandits in the Falling Cloud Mountain. Oh, how could it be such a coincidence? I didn't meet him earlier. I didn't meet him later, and I had to wait until he was out inspecting to Falling Stone Town. Suing narrowed his eyes. My lord, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with my humble servant. Zhang Liang's body trembled as he hurriedly explained. Ever since the death of the previous magistrate, my humble servant has heard in the streets that Lu Wu has already gotten through the joints and that the current magistrate will soon be him. Not bad. My humble servant has also heard such rumors. Li Shan, who was on the side, also arched his hand. It seems that it was Lu Wu who bribed the bandits within Lakha Mountain and tipped off the former magistrate when he went down to inspect and killed him. As Suing spoke, his fingers slightly tapped on the armrest. The sound was not loud, but without a single stroke. It was as if they were all knocking on top of the hearts of the two. Li Shan, you personally lead people to check out Falling Stone Town. Ignore the demonic matter for now and see if there are any clues about the bandits in Falling Cloud Mountain. Yes, my humble servant leads the way. After saying that, Li Shan didn't dare to stay any longer, and the moment he turned around, he let out a long breath of relief. Zhang Liang, go and bring all the case files of the last 3 years in this county. This official wants to check them one by one. Yes, I'll get on with it. After that, and with a sigh of relief, he turned and walked out. He had just gone out the door when he saw Li Shan with slow steps, seemingly waiting for him. Zheng Lingling was moved and hurriedly sped up his pace to follow. Something on Sheriff Li's mind? And you didn't? Li Shan paused in his steps and looked at Zhang Liang and asked. When Zhang Liang heard this, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile as he faintly said, Sheriff Li, it's not that I'm talking about you, although you know how to seize and investigate cases, but the way to be a government official. You're much worse than me, not even close. Oh, please also ask Lord Zhang to solve the problem? Li Shan would smile and arch his hand. Lord Zhang has a penetrating mind and is exquisite on all sides. My humble position is definitely far inferior in this aspect. As the chief arresting officer of Ningyang, you seem to have a lot of power, but there are at least 2 other people above you. 1. The county magistrate lord. As he spoke, Zhang Liang lifted his chin and indicated the courtyard behind him where Suing lived. Secondly, the county lieutenant. Unfortunately, the county lieutenant is now in a precarious position, and according to Lord Su's nature, his end can be imagined. So what Sheriff Li has to do next is simple. Please, Your Honor. First, find a backer. Second, follow orders. Third, learn to be a dog. Speaking here, and seeing Zhang Liang's face look a bit hesitant, he immediately explained, Lord Su and his 4 mysterious henchmen are all innate experts, now that Lu Wu is out of prison. Next, it's time for you to perform well. After saying that, he patted Li Shan's shoulder for fear and directly got up to leave. Finding a backer, being obedient, learning to be a dog? Li Shan stood in place, a look of contemplation appearing under his eyes. In the middle of the day, he seemed to have figured something out, and his brow relaxed as he left with a brisk face. Chapter 5. For the next few days, Suing battled and exchanged blows with the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi every day, frantically improving his martial arts experience, meanwhile waiting for the 15th to arrive, because you can do a second check-in at that point. In just a few days, his strength had soared, and he had already reached the 6th level of the innate realm. Now he practiced the powerful Vajra finger, plus the North Underworld divine power and Lingbo Weibu. Xiangxi 4 ghosts even hand is not his opponent. My lord, Lu Wen, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, seeks an audience. Suddenly, the sound of a magistrate's breathing came from outside. Suing collected himself and stood up, frowning as he asked, What's the relationship with Lu Wu? Back to your excellency, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, Lu Wen, is Lu Wu's own brother. He controls half of the industrial streets in the northern part of Ningyang County. Zhang Liang, who was at the side, took the towel that Suing had wiped off and explained in a low voice. Lu Wu. No wonder. It turns out that there is a fucking umbrella. Go and take a look. As he spoke, Suing changed into civilian clothes and walked towards the council hall with his hands behind his back. Gu, this must be Lord Su, right? My name is Lu Wen. Tim is the leader of the Green Wolf Gang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lord Su is really just like the legend. A young talent. Suing had just stepped into the council hall when a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a brocade robe immediately greeted him with a smiling face. Behind him, there were 4 servants, 2 each, carrying a half-meter-sized tin box. Looking for me for something? Coming to the upper head, Suing sat down, sipped his tea and asked without lifting his head. Lord Su has just taken office. and those of us must surely come to honor His Excellency. Lu Wen rubbed his hands together, not like the head of a gang, but rather like a shrewd mercenary businessman, with a glint in his eyes. Lu Wu is your real brother? When Lu Wen heard this, his face froze, but as soon as he thought of Su Ying opening the door like this, he immediately laughed and said, "What Lord Su said is true. Lu Wu is indeed my own brother." After a pause, he signaled with his eyes, and then the four men directly carried the box over. "My brother was unintelligent and bumped into your excellency, so I have brought some gifts to make amends to your excellency, and I hope that you, Lord Su, will be generous enough to spare his dog's life." After saying that, he directly opened the first box himself. In an instant, the dazzling golden light illuminated the entire council hall. Su Ying looked at it without moving, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. "Nice guy. All gold. A full case of gold bricks. Lord Su has been working day and night for the people of Ningyan County, and I feel uneasy and have trouble sleeping day and night. Thinking about it, I wanted to get some tonic for your excellency, but thought that your excellency might not like it, so I just discounted it. I also ask for your honor's smile." And, as Lu Wen spoke, he opened another tin box. "Knowing that your excellency also has a martial arts background, I personally went to the spiritual treasure pavilion to purchase a batch of pills." Su Ying looked at it without moving. "Inside when it's really good guys, 1,000 taels of gold, plus 20,000 taels worth of bear bile power pills." Even if Lu Wen was the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, this time, he had definitely put in his blood. "Leave the stuff." Su Ying placed the tea in his hand on the table, stood up and smiled. "Since Master Lu is so polite, if this official refuses, won't it be chilling? As for your brother Lu Wu's matter, don't worry, this official will definitely handle the case impartially. Never wrongly accuse a good person, but will never let a bad person off the hook either." The moment he said this, a hint of haze flashed under Lu Wen's eyes. However, he still smiled and said, "In that case, thank you, Your Excellency. In the future, I will still need more care from Lord Su. Don't worry, this official has it in his heart. Then I will retire." After saying that, he directly turned around and left with his men. When they left, Su Ying waved his hand, and the four Xiangxi ghosts directly put away the box. Then he turned to look at Li Shan and Zhang Liang and smiled. "How is it? Witnessing this deal with your own eyes, doesn't it make you think that this official isn't much different from the previous magistrates?" The two looked at each other with somewhat complicated eyes. After a pause, Zhang Liang then tentatively asked, "Lu Wu is in the eyes of your honor. That is certain death. Why does your honor still want to receive his things? Is that a contradiction?" Su Ying smiled faintly and asked rhetorically. "This official took his money, but did not say that I would do his business. Besides, these are the people's fat and cream. As the parent official of Ningyan County, this official takes from the people and uses for the people. When these tumors of Ningyan County are removed, the people of Ningyan County will still be grateful to me." Li Shan, Zhang Liang, you just took someone's money, and then you turn around and want to get them killed. To say it's a smiley face would be an understatement. The two of them glanced at each other. Both of them could see the slightest hint of chilling color in the bottom of each other's eyes. "Let's go. Follow me to the prison. It's just the right time to ask Lu Wu a few things first." With these words, Su Ying carried his hands behind his back and walked forward first. In front of the large prison, Su Ying looked at the dilapidated tiger head prison door in front of him and couldn't help but frown. "How long has it been since you fixed it?" Li Shan sniffed, his face slightly embarrassed. "Back to your excellency, 15 or 16 years. Su should. Okay. Although the walls were cast in obsidian and could block the bombardment of gunpowder and innate realm experts, but the walls and fences around it are fucking rotting. Okay? And the ones guarding the dungeon are ordinary magistrates and constables. There's a real prison robbery. And this place is as good as empty. Greetings, my lord." Several jailers saw Su Ying coming over and directly bowed their hands in obeisance. No need to be polite. Su Ying waved his hand and walked straight into the prison. Entering into the cell, a damp and moldy, mixed with all sorts of unpleasant stench hit his face. It felt like walking into a sewer running through sewage. The lights were dim and the bars on either side were filled with a variety of prisoners. As soon as he saw Su Ying and the others coming over, he immediately yelled madly, "My lord, I am wrongly accused. Please be a lord, too. We are all unjustly accused. My lord, I am also wronged. What are you screaming for? If you disturb his excellency, all of you will drink the northwest wind tonight." The jailer's surname is Zhang, name Tiger, is the only Hotian 7th level expert present, not very old, long bladder and waist, extremely majestic. "Well, take me directly to Lu Wu." Su Ying frowned. He naturally knew that there was definitely a wrongdoing here, but now is not the time to think about that. The first order of business is still Lu Wu. Deep in the cell, Su-ying sat on the tie-shirt chair. In front of him was Lu Wu, who was wearing a prison uniform, shackled and cloaked. In just a few days, he went from a famous county minister of Ningyan County to a prisoner. Lu Wu's entire person looked as if he had aged a few years. Tell me, how did you collude with the mountain bandits to murder the former magistrate? Su-ying looked at him and asked lightly. Chapter 6. I never need evidence in my cases. Inside the dimly lit cell, Lu Wu stared at Su-ying in death. He tried to resist that day, but was directly restrained by the four ghosts of Xiangxi. However, he was broken by Su-ying's finger in the Dantian Qi, directly making him an invalid. Su-ying, you planted evidence to frame a court official. I will definitely go to the county governor to sue you, and to the sacred capital to sue you. Lu Wu shouted frantically, itching to skin and bone Su-ying. Go to the holy capital and sue me? Let's see if you can get out of the cell alive. Su-ying stared at him coldly, his gaze like a knife. As soon as Lu Wu heard this, a glint of fear flashed in his eyes. Just now, your own brother, Lu Wan, personally came to give me 1,000 taels of gold, plus 20 bear bile power pills, so this official is giving you a chance. How you colluded with the mountain bandits to kill the former county magistrate, and the origin of those mountain bandits, the specific location. Tell me everything one by one, otherwise. At the end of his words, Su-ying's mouth directly revealed a silky, oozing cold smile. Su-ying, you're spitting blood. I didn't collude with the bandits, much less kill the former magistrate. If you dare to touch me, not only my brother, but also my Lu family will definitely not let you go, and will make you be buried with them. Tough talk? Su-ying smiled coldly and got up. This official likes tough-talking ones like you. Come on, put him on the job. First play the pipa and put on the embroidered shoes. Dare I ask your honor, what is playing the lute and wearing embroidered shoes? Zhang Hu, who was on the side, had a blank look on his face and hurriedly arched his hand and asked. Even Zhang Liang and Li Shan had puzzled looks on their faces. The so-called playing the pipa. Very simple. First it will be pressed down on the ground with a rope tied, and then stripped off its body clothes, and then the sharp knife into his ribs inside, and finally like plucking the strings of the piano, back and forth non-stop plucking the blade, see the flesh a little bit of bloom, and itchy and painful, bloody forest of meat out of the shocking, so that it is worse than life and death. If you still don't recruit, it's simple, just wear embroidered shoes. After a pause, Su-ying continued to explain with an expressionless face. This is even simpler. Put a pair of red-hot iron shoes onto his feet, hold him up, stand up, and take 2 steps. Zhang Hu, Zhang Liang, Li Shan and a group of jailers all changed their faces at the words. Good guy. I didn't expect this Lord Su to look as gentle as a scholar. It's surprising how dark the hand is. And these punishments are unheard of. Did Lord Su figure them out on his own? What's this? What's this darkness inside? If you don't confess yet, just lynch me. This, dare I ask your honor, what about the lingering death? The dimly lit cell was already a bit chilly, but at this point the crowd felt sweaty. Zhang Hu subconsciously wiped his forehead and inquired in a low voice. Please also show me your honor. It's very simple. Use a special fishing net to wrap his circumference, and then use a sharp knife to cut the flesh on his body one by one. Remember, it must be 3,357 cuts, and it must be stabbed to death in the last cut, that is, the 3,357th cut, in order to succeed in the lynching. Otherwise, it is a failure. Ha, Elder Zhang, what's wrong with you? Are your legs weak? Su-ying looked at Zhang Liang with a smile on his face and frowned. Come on, lift a chair for Senior Zhang. No, thank you, Your Honor. The next official can still stand. These 3 punishments they asked as if they had never heard of them, but they sounded cruel. Although those who practiced martial arts had strong bodies and were not afraid of ordinary punishment, but these 3, pressed, are not common, because no martial artist can resist these 3 kinds of torture with his body. They are also considered to have seen the world, but now and Su should be compared to, but also, it is really small which Su-ying, you shall not die. You said I colluded with bandits. What proof do you have? You say I killed the former magistrate. What proof do you have? Even Lu Wu was directly confused when he heard these 3 punishments, although he was in the innate realm, but now that all his cultivation had been wasted, there was nothing to say about lingering and wearing embroidered shoes. The first one played the lute and he couldn't carry it. If you've got the balls, give it to me. Painful? Su-ying narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Offending this official is a luxury even if you want to die. This official will give you one more chance to tell us how you colluded with the mountain bandits to kill the former county magistrate. You have no proof. You're bloodthirsty. Lu Wu was shocked and furious, screaming as if he was crazy. Evidence? Suing snorted coldly and said disdainfully, this official never needs evidence to handle a case. Say you are, and you are not. You. Lu Wu looked at Suing and gritted his teeth. The crowd on the sidelines were also directly dumbfounded. This Lord Su really is a hot face and a black heart, strong and fierce and overbearing. Lu Wu, you know in your heart what will happen to yourself. This official doesn't want to bother with more words either. If you don't confess, next, this official will definitely let you know that falling into my hands is your 18 lifetimes of bad luck. Dog officer, you planted evidence, you shall not die. Come on, slap. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Hu's gaze turned cold, and his blade flipped over, directly toward Lu Wu's side face and viciously swiped it. Snap! With a crunching sound, Lu Wu's entire body was smacked and most of his teeth fell out. Dog! Officer! You! Fight again! Snap! Fight again! Snap! A full 7 or 8 strokes only caused Lu Wu to spit blood out of his mouth, and half of the side of his face was almost turned into mush. When the crowd saw this, they glanced at each other and only felt chills around their bodies. Zhang Hu, it's up to you next. This official is a bit tired. First go back to rest and rest. Oh yes, those who are not yet recruited, start with wearing embroidered shoes first. Yes, my lord. As he spoke, Zhang Hu directly trotted all the way towards the place where the torture instruments were placed. Halfway through the day, it came straight back with 2 large, red-hot pieces of iron. My lord, iron shoes is not available at the moment. Do you think this is a good idea? Su Ying's gaze was slightly surprised as he glanced at him and smiled. It's not bad. Take off his shoes first, hold him up and let him stand up. Okay Lu, your honor, wait a moment. After saying that, Zhang Hu put the 2 reddish iron pieces directly on the ground, and then ordered people to help Lu Wu up and take off his shoes. Lu Wu didn't expect that Su Ying would do what he said he would do, and immediately turned pale with fear. Not to mention that he is now a wasted person. Even if he is really in the innate realm, he can't fucking carry it. Do it, Su Ying said with a cold face. Yes, my lord. As they spoke, several people clamped Lu Wu up, secured his legs, and forcibly dragged and released him towards the iron piece. Slow down. Lu Wu's face was pale, and bean-sized sweat kept sliding down his face. It was only after a long time that he gritted his teeth and whispered, I beckon. Chapter 7, Signing in again. Realm-breaking pill. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other. All of them marveled at the skillfulness of Su Ying's tactics, and before he was completely tortured, Lu Wu could not bear it directly. The way to use an army is to attack the heart. In fact, the same is true of criminal law confessions. That's good. Su Ying smiled faintly and looked at Zhang Liang. Prefect Zhang, you know what to do next, don't you? I understand. Please don't worry, Your Excellency. Well, in addition to this, but also the other cases on his body one by one, everything in detail rake out, as well as these prisoners in the cell, what are wrongly accused, what are intentionally planted to frame, all to figure out. If there is any concealment of false reports, do not hesitate to directly give him a set of playing the lute, wearing embroidered shoes and lynching the trifecta. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Su Ying directly got up and left without looking back. Early the next morning, Su Ying had just woken up when a mechanical beep sounded in his head. 15 signing in is open. May I ask if the host will sign in immediately at the county office? Check in. Su Ying didn't hesitate and directly recited silently in his heart. Ding! A soft thud. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Ningyan County Magistrate's office and obtaining 10 realm-breaking pills. Realm-breaking pill, Pill King Valley's secret elixir. Refined with 108 kinds of heavenly treasures. After taking it, it can raise the current realm. Good baby. Looking at the 10 golden realm-breaking pills within the system space, a touch of joy surfaced under Su Ying's eyes. He was now at the 6th level of the innate realm, and if he took one, he would be at the 7th level. In this way, it was not far from the Tongxian realm, the 4 ghosts of western Hunan. Su Ying gently drank, and in the next moment, a breaking sound came from the air. See master. There's no need to be polite. Get up. Thank you, master. What realm are you 4 brothers in now? Su Ying asked. Ghost one, back to your excellency. The 4 of us are ourselves at the 2nd layer of the innate realm, but this world has an abundance of yuan qi to the extreme, and in half a month, we broke through the 6th layer of the charmed shadow divine skill and reached the 4th layer of the innate realm. Very good. Su Ying smiled faintly and suddenly flexed his fingers. 4 golden rays of light fell into the hands of the 4 Xiangxi ghosts. This is the realm-breaking pill. If you each take one, you will definitely be able to reach the 5th layer of the innate realm. Thank you, my lord. When the four of them heard this, a smile of excitement finally surfaced on their cold faces. They were summoned by Suing, so naturally they were 100% loyal to Suing, and would never betray him in the slightest. However, as a bodyguard, the necessary cultivation realm should still be raised up. Unfortunately, the realm-breaking pill could only be taken one per person. Any more would be a waste. But even so, the cultivation level of the 5th layer of the innate realm was enough. My lord, the dossier has been written. Please read it. Just then, Zhang Liang's voice came from outside, holding the fresh confession that Lu Wu had recruited last night. Let's see. After Suing took it, he immediately sat down in front of the stone table and carefully looked at it. There were many confessions, all of which were cases Lu Wu had committed in Ningyan County over the years, piece by piece, everything. Grandma, as a county lieutenant, you are even more detestable than a gangster. Suing read a few pages and couldn't help but angrily marvel. Forcibly robbing people's daughters, condoning the Green Wolf Gang's oppression of the good and the good, kidnapping for ransom, and murdering people for money. Not long ago, Lu Wu and the bandits in the Lixia Mountain alone collaborated to victimize a foreign merchant, and made a profit of 10,000 taels. There are even cases of encroachment on other people's homes and fields, and so on, which are simply too numerous to mention. The worst thing is that this guy even does kidnapping from time to time, collaborating with the Green Wolf Gang. He looks at the rich families in the city and kidnaps them one after another for ransom, 73% after the finish, each time a few hundred taels or thousands of taels. In just a few years, Lu Wu hands are and he directly and indirectly involved in the lives of less than 50 or 60. After Lu Wu confessed, the former county magistrate was indeed killed by him in collusion with the mountain bandits in the Lakha Mountain. He wanted to be the county magistrate himself. The mountain bandits were led by a total of 3 people, 2 innate realm and 1 Hotian 8th stage. In addition to that, there were 100 or 10 minions under their command. Their lair is at Bear Paw Peak, 50 miles away from Lakha Mountain, Zhang Liang explained. Bear Paw Peak? Suing sniffed and frowned slightly. Bear's Paw Peak has 3 peaks, just like a bear's paw, and if you want to go up, there is only one goat path, which can be easily defended and difficult to attack. According to what Lu Wu said, he also only went up once, and met with the Great Walled City Lord Thousand Handman Butcher Peng Qinyun a few times. By the way, the second stronghold master is named Life-Snatching Scholar, and the third stronghold master is called Little King Kong. All of them are ruthless and murderous. Suing was about to open his mouth when suddenly there was a soft ding and a beeping sound came from his mind. Quest opened. Eliminate the bandits of the Falling Hills. Falling Cloud Mountain bandits, ferocious and tyrannical, bloodthirsty, often coming down the mountain to plague the villagers, killing without blinking an eye. Please host to quickly eliminate them. Quest reward, Eye of Tony. Eye of the Spectre, tracking demons and devils, exploring falsehoods and delusions, checking the 9 heavens above and the netherworld below. A series of beeps rang out, and Suing quickly realized. One wondered why the attribute interface hadn't been posting quests, but it turned out to be waiting here. Alright, I know about this matter. You go down first. Yes, my humble servant excuses himself. When Zhang Liang left, Suing slightly sensed and found that the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi were all in the process of refining the elixir in seclusion. Despite the release of the mission, he was in no hurry. Anyway, the bandits in the Rocky Mountains won't run away. Let them live for one more day for the time being. Meanwhile, the Green Wolf Gang, inside the hall, Lu Wen sat at the top. At this moment, he has long been less in the body of the groveling in front of Suing, but instead, the breath of a person in power. Gang Master, we've sent so much to that Suing kid. Why hasn't the Grand Master released it yet? Obviously, this kid is a little uneducated. Lu Wen's face was grim as his fingers gently tapped the desktop. 1,000 taels of gold, plus 20 bear bile power pills, enough to buy a life. It's a pity that. Speaking here, a cold color surfaced under Lu Wen's eyes. What next? I've heard that the Grand Master has been deprived of his cultivation and is staying inside the prison. There is no hurry at this time. I've already sent someone to the county, so we'll make a decision when we inquire about this kid's origins. Lu Wen had long heard that Suing had 4 experts beside him, which was why he didn't act immediately. Otherwise Suing would have died long ago, just like the last magistrate. Wise helpers. Go on. Yes. When he left, a man in a black robe once again stepped out from behind the screen behind Lu Wen. It's just a small magistrate in the district. If Master Lu wants to, I can just step in and make him disappear without God knowing. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, and he couldn't see his face, but between his words, his body was permeated with a sinister aura. It's not time for you to make your move. Lu Wen waved his hand, and seemed to think of something else. directly coldly hummed, "Next time, pay attention. Don't directly exterminate the door. Otherwise it's not good to attract the attention of the Jinfu division. Hey, hey, say it. Undying door, undying door." Chapter 8, Sneak Attacks Without Martial Virtue. For 3 days in a row, Suing and the 4 Western Hunan ghosts were in closed-door cultivation. During that time, the Green Wolf Gang leader Lu Wen came once, but Suing directly ordered him to send him away. Lu Wu has already confessed, and at the same time the hand-drawn confession has also been sent to the Nanyang County Governor, just waiting for the county governor to confirm. Suing could then execute him directly. Suing had never been merciful to such criminals who were comparable to gangsters. Early this morning, along with the 4 flashes of powerful auras, Suing inside the room also slowly opened his eyes. The 4 ghosts of Western Hunan. As soon as the words fell, the 4 of them transformed into a green-colored residual shadow and directly appeared outside the door of the room. Very good. It seems that your cultivation level has risen once again. Just in time. Follow me to go to Mount Laksha to fight the bandits. Yes, Master. The 4 of them worshipped at the same time, and then 2 of them set up Su Ying's shoulders, while the other 2 grabbed his back, and directly rushed up into the sky. One of the main characteristics of phantom power is that it is as fast as lightning. Even the Saint of Thieves is not as fast as him. Cultivate to the extreme. A day will be able to drive thousands of miles. The end is a home trip to kill essential. Unfortunately, in order to cultivate this jutsu, one had to abolish what they had learned before. After Suing heard this, he directly dismissed this unrealistic idea. After all, his own North Underworld divine power was uniquely strong to the extreme, not much worse than the Phantom divine power. Moreover, with the North Underworld divine power, one could draw on the internal energy of others and turn it into one's own, so that one's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. That's why the bandits didn't bring those county constables this time. First, the county magistrate constable in addition to Li Shan is basically a goon. Let them fox fake tiger to catch a vermin still into. Really come out to fight the bandits, that is purely for nothing. Secondly, Suing was prepared to take advantage of the banditry to properly enhance his cultivation, so naturally outsiders could not be present except for the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Master, Bear Paw Peak has arrived. In a matter of moments, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi led Suing to the bottom of the Bear's Paw Peak. The reason why I didn't ride a horse was because there were quite a few mountain bandits and darkies on the way to Bear Paw Peak, and the Phantom divine skill was performed like a ghost. These people couldn't detect it at all. The 4 of you split up and go straight up, and I myself will go up from the other side. Kill all but those 3 walled city lords. Yes, Master. Those who practiced the Phantom divine skill were born as peerless assassins. Suing had been considering, when this matter was over, to have the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi recruit a group of talented young men for training. In this way, it is also good to use it for yourself later. Bear's Paw Peak has 3 peaks that are inverted into the clouds, and from a distance, they look like erected bear's paws, hence the name Bear's Paw Peak. Suing found the right direction, and with the point of his foot, the whole person rushed up to the sky like a harrier eagle. Then he began to borrow strength halfway up the mountain, grabbed the vines on the mountain wall, and directly helped himself up. At the same time, at the top of the Bear's Paw Peak, inside the mountain fortress, Peng Qianyun was sitting with his head in his hands, flanked by the white-faced, beardless, Confucian-like life-snatcher scholar, and the Iron Tower-like, bare-chested, ferocious third leader, Little King Kong. There are dozens of minions at the bottom, calling around, drinking and eating meat. Big brother, there isn't enough food for winter this year. Are we going down the mountain to buy some? The life-snatcher played with the dagger in his hand and laughed softly. Hey, it's been a few days since I've been down there to have some fun. Those plundered pussies were too weak. Not even a few days, and they were dead to me. The third leader, Little Diamond, licked his thick lips as a lecherous glint surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Don't go down for these few days first. The wind has been a bit tight lately. The secret agent in the city has just come back to report that new magistrate has already put Lu Wu in jail. I've already notified Lu Wan. Let him send enough things first in the last few days, for our winter use. Big brother, Lu Wan, that guy is insidious and cunning to the extreme. Cooperating with him is like seeking skin with a tiger. The life snatcher on the side reminded. No harm done. Peng Qianyun waved his hand and laughed coldly. Lu Wan thinks he's a tiger, but in fact, in my eyes, he's nothing more than a thieving cat. Report. Suddenly, there was an urgent sound of a pass-through from outside. The trio's eyes were startled and they hurriedly looked over, only to see that a minion was running in with a face full of panic. What is it? Peng Qianyun's face was somber as he frowned. Have the officials and soldiers come to fight the bandits again? Back to the big boss. Not the official soldiers. Come, came 4 of the same people. After coming up to the mountain without saying anything directly to kill, has died more than a dozen brothers. The same people? Good guts. How dare you come to my bear's paw peak to act recklessly? Brothers, go to see who has eaten ambition and leopard gall. Big brother wait. Just at this moment, the life snatcher scholar on the side suddenly spoke out. What is it? Big brother imagine. Bear paw peak is surrounded by 10,000 feet of cliffs. Birds cannot fly. Only we control the guarded that a dangerous way. So how those 4 people are deep unaware of the ghost up. Life snatcher has always been suspicious. The reason why the mountain bandits on the bear's paw peak have been entrenched for so long and may not be eliminated, which life snatcher is a credit to him. So when he spoke, even big boss Peng Qianyun had to seriously consider it. Mad. People are fighting up. What the hell is there to think about? In my opinion, don't we just kill them and ask them alive? The third leader, Little Diamond, was a reckless man, and at this moment, when he heard it, he directly moved his 10 fingers against each other, and a bloodthirsty light appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Let's go. Go out and take a look first. We can't let our brothers die in vain. Good thing too. With these words, the 3 of them each picked up their own weapons and directly walked out with a furious attitude. However, just as he was about to walk out of the cave, he saw a flash of a figure in front of him, followed by an icy blue palm landing directly in front of Big Boss Peng Qianyun's chest. Bei Emotion Shi surged and erupted, and the raging Jinshi shook the life snatcher scholar and Little Diamond and several others, all of whom flew out backwards. Peng Qianyun dead stared at the figure in front of him wearing a blue shirt, only to feel that the body's true chi is an open flood, a brain along the arms of the person in front of him into his dantian. Ho, you, who are you? How dare? Surprisingly sneak attack. No martial arts. Peng Qianyun was sucked in by suing with the North Underworld divine power. His body was unable to move. His skin rolled over like there were small snakes wriggling underneath. A surge of true chi came within the dantian, and Su Ying's cultivation rose. 7th level of the innate realm, 8th level of the innate realm. In just a few moments, Peng Qianyun's body was empty, and he only felt as if his dantian chi had been torn into pieces. The tendons and veins around his body dried up, his essence and blood chi were lost, and the whole person instantly aged more than 30 years. The originally black hair had turned gray and withered, and the skin was like tree bark. When the crowd saw this, they looked directly dumbfounded. Didn't you say there were 4 of them out there killing people? And when did this man in front of me appear? Wudu? A murderous bandit like you is worthy of mentioning Wudu? Suing laughed coldly, his index finger pointed, and a golden finger power directly pierced through the eyebrow of the Great Walled City Lord Thousand-Handed Human Slaughterer Peng Qianyun. Who are you? How dare you kill my big brother? I want you dead. As soon as the words fell, the third leader, Little Diamond, immediately roared and charged towards Suing. Chapter 9, A Good Harvest. At the same time, the life-snatching scholar on the side also drew the long sword in his hand and surrounded towards Suing with Little Diamond on the left and right. Between Little King Kong's roars, his true chi revolved around his body, and his skin immediately turned a metaphysical golden color, coupled with his majestic and upright figure. The entire person looked like a golden-bodied Lohan who had come out of a temple in the ancient past. Good timing. Suing laughed coldly. His Lingbo Weibo operated. His entire person instantly appeared in front of Little King Kong like a ghost. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ice blue palm once again landed on Little King Kong's chest. In an instant, the raging northern darkness true chi broke through his protective true chi and instantly invaded his body. Golden Bell Protector. Little King Kong was shocked and furious, and with a furious cry, a golden bell shape in a semi-transparent state flashed up around his body. Golden bell? Unfortunately, not good enough. Suing smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and shook his head slightly. The next moment, only to hear a loud bang, Suing spewed out true chi from his palm, directly shocking Little Kong Kong and sending him flying backwards. When the person was in mid-air, he sprayed blood from his mouth. At the same time, the life-snatching scholar's long sword also stabbed towards Su Ying's back like a viper. Seek death. Suing laughed coldly, seeing that the incomparably sharp sword blade was about to come in front of him, only to see him flexing his finger and flicking it. With a ding of a crunching sound, the long sword in the hands of the life-snatching scholar was directly flicked to break by inches. How? The life-snatcher scholar looked at the half-hilt of the sword in his hand, and his entire body was shocked and furious. Yet in the next moment, he felt his body involuntarily and slowly rise up, only to see Su Ying's 5 fingers slightly open, and a terrifying and extreme sucking power came from his palm through the air. In an instant, the life-snatcher scholar felt the true chi in his body like a dike flood. A leak. At the same time, Little King Kong was about to get up, only to see Su Ying's other hand once again emitting a terrifying suction force, directly controlling him. The golden white true chi visible to the naked eye spaced out and followed Su Ying's arm into his meridian dantian. His strength was also increasing by leaps and bounds. The 8th level of the innate, 9th level of the innate realm, innate perfection. Unfortunately, there was no breakthrough to the Tongxian realm, but even that was enough for Su Ying. Bang bang! As two muffled sounds came, Little Kong and the Life Snatcher scholar were directly shaken in midair and flew backwards. The figure slammed hard on top of the mountain wall, falling and dying directly afterward. Su Ying stood in place, feeling the skyrocketing power within his body. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in comfort. No wonder the evil devils and foreigners are most likely to fall. This kind of huge enhancement without the need for diligent cultivation is something that no one else could resist. A few moments later, after completely refining the Fey True Chi in his body with the Northern Darkness True Chi, Su Ying slowly opened his eyes. As far as he could see, he could only see the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan standing beside him in 4 directions. As for the other mountain bandits, they had long been killed. Congratulations, Master, on your divine achievement. Ghost One's heart sensed it and was the first to open his mouth to congratulate him. Are they all killed? Finished killing. Very well. Search the cave once and take away all that is worth money. Oh yeah, and the heads of these 3 people. Cut them off and enter the city to hang them. Yes, Master. After saying that, Su Ying directly walked towards the outside of the cottage. With 10,000 blades high up in a sea of clouds, Su Ying stood on top of the cliff, looking at the undulating sea of clouds in the distance, and couldn't help but feel empty in his mind. After coming to this world for less than half a month, he had become a great master of innate perfection from a powerless scholar. No one else could believe such a thing. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the bandits. Ding! There was another soft thud. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Tawny. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 points of cultivation value. A series of beeps came, pulling Su Ying's thoughts back from the distance. He hurriedly pulled up his attribute screen to check. Host, Su Ying. Realm, perfection of the innate realm. Skills, North Underworld Divine Power, 7th level. Can be upgraded. Powerful Vajra Fingers, 5th level. Can be upgraded. Cultivation value, 30 points. Quest, Bandits of the Falling Hills, completed. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. Looking at the newly acquired Earth Passing Eye talent on the panel, Su Ying couldn't help but have a touch of joy appear under his eyes. With this talent, already tracking down suspected demons will only get better. As for the cultivation value, Su Ying thought about it. It should be that killing an innate realm gave 10 points. I wonder how much cultivation value can be gained from killing demons. Master, the entire cottage has been searched and filled with 3 large boxes. Oh, how much did you find out? Su Ying asked with interest. Back to Master. 3,000 taels of gold, 16,500 taels of silver, and all kinds of ordinary pills and jewelry, etc. The jewelry goes back and is liquidated, and all the rest is deposited in my little vault. Yes, Master. Not expecting to harvest so much from a single bandit raid, Su Ying really wanted to ask if there were any other bandits within this Lakha mountain. After a few more campaigns, even if he was only a 7th grade magistrate, he could still save a little money, right? Well, billion dots. Master, here are a few more letters. Please take a look at them. Letters? Su Ying glanced at Ghost 3, and after taking it, he realized that it was all unwrapped. After opening it, Su Ying took a closer look at it and was instantly delighted. Surprisingly, they are all letters exchanged between this Pun Chenyun and Luwen Lu Wu. In these letters, in addition to the number of silver transactions per year, there are also Lu Wu's private purchase of weapons, bows and crossbows for them. On top of that, there are various kidnappings for ransom and other gold and silver share. Of course, the main thing is that there is even more ironclad evidence that Luwen Lu Wu and Peng Chenyun conspired to kill the former magistrate. According to the letter, when Lu Wu became the county magistrate, he would give Peng Chenyun and the others a whitewashed identity to settle down. Alright, take the case and go back. Next, the fun really begins. As he spoke, Su should run wildly towards the bottom of the mountain first. The next morning, when the sky just dawned, Zhang San, who had entered the city to prepare for selling sweet potatoes, saw 3 bloody human heads hanging above the city. There was also an updated piece of paperwork posted on the bulletin board by the gates. A literate person watched and immediately exclaimed with great joy, "Oh my god, it's even the bandits in the Laksha mountain. These scourge our townspeople for so many years, but was killed. The great Lord of Heaven." As soon as he took office, Lord Su eliminated the mountain bandits. He is truly a good official who is dedicated to the people. Lord Su is above. Please accept our obeisance. From now on, when we go out, We will never have to worry about these goddamned bandits again. You see, doing good is still useful. As long as it's for the people, it will win the hearts of the people. When the people's hearts are united in me, what Green Wolf Gang, what Lu family, all of them are just dirt and dogs. On top of the city wall, Suing looked at the townspeople below with his hands behind his back, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your Excellency is wise. I didn't expect to eliminate the Lakha mountain bandits in one night. Li Shan and Zhang Liang glanced at each other, and both could see the look of shock in the other's eyes. They were wondering yesterday how Suing suddenly disappeared. Who would have thought that early this morning only to find out that he actually took 4 bodyguards to go to Lakha mountain to fight bandits? And it even worked? It's really incredible. Li Shan, my humble servant. Hearing the inquiry, Li Shan directly arched his hand. Suing glanced at him and asked indifferently, what is your cultivation level nowadays? Back to your Excellency, my humble qualifications are dull. Only 1 layer of the innate realm. This is the Third Lord's Golden Bell Shield. I took a look at it. There are 12 layers in total. You won't have a problem cultivating the first 3 layers. After a pause, Suing flexed his fingers and a realm-breaking pill fell directly into Li Shan's arms. I'm satisfied with your recent performance. This is the realm-breaking pill. After taking it you can enhance 1 realm. It's still not up to par, but as a constable, it's enough. After saying that, Su Ying's gaze fell on Li Shan and gave him a sly look. I hope you won't let this official down. As soon as the words fell, he left behind Li Shan, who was filled with dumbfounded shock, and directly led the people away. Chapter 10 Deterrence. Inside the county government office, Suing was sitting on a recliner, squinting his eyes as the northern underworld divine power in his body was running nonstop for a moment. At the same time, his golden bell shield was in the middle of cultivation. In just a few days, it reached the 6th level. It is already possible to initially condense the shape of a golden bell outside the body. The third head of the small diamond is a traitor of the northern domain of the Great Forest Temple. Although the Golden Bell Shroud is one of the Great Forest Temple's divine skills, but this thing since ancient times to date only a handful of people who have been cultivated. 12 layers of heavenly passes. The passes are difficult. I do not know how many layers I can cultivate, since the last time when he had absorbed the power of the 3 great masters. After returning, Suing did not hesitate and directly took a realm-breaking pill. The cultivation level had reached the Tongshan realm without any surprises. At this realm, the 5 senses skyrocketed and the power increased more than tenfold. Unfortunately, apart from the North Underworld divine power and the powerful Vajra fingers, the only thing Suing was interested in was the golden bell shield of the 3rd leader of the bandits of the Falling Cloud Mountain. This guy was a traitor among the outer disciples of the Great Forest Temple in the northern region, who was expelled from the division because he spied on the secret book of the Golden Bell Masked Jedi. Moreover, with his qualifications, he had only managed to reach the 4th layer of the Golden Bell Mask after 10 years of bitter cultivation. After Suing obtained it, he practiced diligently every day and had already broken through the 6th layer. However, the Golden Bell Mask is easy to cultivate at the beginning, but from the 7th layer onwards, it is more difficult than the next level. Even with his current qualifications in cultivation, it would be difficult to continue to break through. 30 points of cultivation value were added to the North Underworld divine skill, but unfortunately, it only raised 1 level. That is to say, although the cultivation value can raise the martial arts realm, the way to obtain it. Shaking his head, Suing stood up just as Zhang Liang came in, and immediately handed him several letters on the stone table to read. The matter can already be determined. Lu Wen and Lu Wu not only colluded with the mountain bandits to murder the former county magistrate. At the same time, this official also suspects that they have colluded with evil demons and crooked paths. You write a document and hand it over to the Nanyang County Magistrate. Their crimes, one by one. In the book, there shall be no omission. Yes, my lord, I will obey. Lord Zhang, although you are the county minister, this official remembers that your Zhang family also has a considerable amount of power in Ningyan County, right? Suing glanced at him and smiled faintly. Zhang Liang sniffed. His face showed fear. Directly kneeled down, Your Excellency, although the Zhang family holds some business, but it is absolutely not as good as the Lu family. The Lu family. If your lord needs, all the business can be allotted to your lord's name. You're overthinking it. Suing glanced at Zhang Liang with a slightly deeper meaning. Get up. This official does not mean that. Although you are a civil official, you also have cultivation in your body. This official knows that you interrogated Lu Wu in these few days, and since you gave Li Shan the realm-breaking pill, naturally, I won't treat you poorly. As soon as the words fell, an elixir directly landed in Zhang Liang's arms. With your cultivation at the 9th level of the Hotian, you can definitely step into the innate realm with this Dan. I hope you can make good use of it and don't let down this official's expectations of you. Zhang Liang's face was complicated as he sniffed. Since the death of the previous magistrate, all he had to do was to make friends on both sides, and he didn't want to offend anyone. But now that Suing directly gave him a realm-breaking pill, he was forcing him to make a choice, whether it is to favor the two or to serve only Suing alone. It's impossible to have a right and a left. The realm-breaking pill was precious and incomparable. A single one cost 10,000 taels, yet Suing directly gave it to him without hesitation, which was already an ultimatum. Senior Zhang, you are a smart man. This official does not want you to be compelled by others. If you work under me, you can only listen to my words. If Lu Wu doesn't listen, he will end up dead. If he colludes with the mountain bandits in the Lakha mountain, those mountain bandits will also die. This official hopes you can understand. My humble servant thanks Lord Su for the reward, and I promise that as long as there is Lord Su around for a day, my humble servant will not have the slightest second thoughts. Very well. This officer trusts you to make the proper choice. Saying this, Suing waved his hand, and Zhang Liang sensibly turned around and left directly. Meanwhile, the Nanyang County Governor's mansion. County Governor Li Feng was sitting in his study. At his lower head, several people were seated in separate rows. My lord, someone has reported that Nanyang County Magistrate Suing is corrupt and has been working with his party for personal gain, and the evidence is overwhelming. I wonder what your lordship is going to do about it. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in brocade clothes, with thieving eyebrows and an 8-character beard. What do you all think? Li Feng put the brush in his hand aside and looked at the people present indifferently. Back to your lordship. As far as my subordinate knows, that Nanyang County Magistrate Suing, who just became the magistrate, put the county lieutenant Lu Wu in jail. Such a person who excludes dissidents can never be a party's parental official. Not bad. My official also heard that Suing just took office. His jurisdiction within the tragedy of the extermination of the family. He is a county magistrate, but do not care about it. It is really chilling. Li Feng sniffed and raised his hand. He pressed the topmost paperwork down, while at the bottom, there were several more letters. These letters, which he had viewed long ago, were reports on the matter of Lu Wen and Lu Wu. Every single one. Everything, every single one. The evidence is overwhelming. This official has already read the report about County Magistrate Suing. There is no need for you to say more. That Lu Wu was evil and preys on the people. How dare you all plead for him? What? Do you think this official is blind? After a pause, Li Feng, the county governor of Nanyang, continued. Not only that, the reason why the former county magistrate of Nanyang died was because this guy joined forces with the bandits in the Lisha mountain. Now that the evidence is clear, you guys are even thinking of defending him. What kind of behavior is this? When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, while inwardly cursing Lu Wen for not knowing anything. People have already filed a lawsuit against you, but you still want to overturn the case. This is not to take the face to others to give a hard whip? Now that the county governor has spoken, what can they people say? It can only be done. The townships under your jurisdiction are not well managed, and you have the heart to ask about the idle affairs of others. Li Feng coldly swept his eyes and looked at the people within the county governor's mansion. He couldn't help but sneer. Since Suing became the orderer of Nanyang County, he has reported everything to this official without any details. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the Lakha Mountain Bandits, the Green Wolf Gang and the several big clans within Nanyang County. This official knows it all in his heart, especially Lu Wu, colluding with the mountain bandits and plotting to kill the superior officer. It's simply an unforgivable crime. What? Are you guys still thinking of pleading for him? My lord, we have no intention whatsoever of doing so. No is best. Li Feng snorted coldly and said indifferently, although you guys didn't report on the affairs of the county offices around the country, this official knows everything. Do you guys think that the Imperial Court's Xinfu division is a dry meal? When he said this, the crowd's faces sank slightly. The Xinfu division inspects all the officials and pacifies all the clans, while tracking down the demons and cults. As governors and magistrates of various places, which of them has clean and pure hands? Alright, all stand down. The matter of Nanyang County will be handled by this official. When everyone heard this, they all glanced at each other, and then without further ado, they directly got up and left. Chapter 11, Tracking the Demon. Nanyang County, County Office. Suing was sitting on a recliner with his eyes closed when Zhang Liang walked in with a document. My lord, the county governor, Lord Li, sent an official letter of commendation. In addition to the imperial rewards regarding the bandits of Lakha Mountain. How much silver? Suing raised his eyes and asked. Back to your excellency. The three people together totaled 3,452 taels. When I heard that the bandits within Lakha Mountain were eliminated by His Excellency, Lord Li was extremely pleased and reprimanded the magistrates of the other counties for it. Zhang Liang's eyes were filled with joy as he spoke. After following Su Ying for this period of time, he could see more and more that the future was bright, especially the tactics that Su Ying had exerted when he encountered things. He should know that even before this, he had already sent 1,000 taels of gold to the county governor Li Feng. In other words, Lu Wen sent the gold in the front foot, and Su Ying sent someone to the county governor's residence in the back foot. In this way, no matter who impeaches Su Ying, it will not help at all. Your Honor, there is still one thing that my humble servant does not understand. We already have enough evidence in our hands. Why don't we just uproot the Lu family? Zhang Liang asked in a low voice. The correspondence in the hands of those mountain bandits he had read long ago, coupled with the monstrous evil that Lu Wu had committed over the years, it would not be too much to kill his entire family. Not yet. Su Ying waved his hand and stood up, turning the jade trigger on his thumb. Lu Wu is bound to die, only it's not the best time for them to die. Take out a portion of the bounty silver, and for those who did not follow Lu Wu, issue 10 taels each. What is to be done with those that Your Honor has put in the brig? Once Lu Wu is dead, all of them will be dismissed and investigated. Those who are innocent of minor offenses will be released directly, and those who have felony murder cases under their command will be beheaded on the spot. Yes, my lord. Well, there you go. Zhang Liang had just left when Li Shan hurried over. There was also a foil invitation in his hand. My lord, the 3 great clans and the county's dignified squires and magnates as well as the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, Lu Wen, have jointly given an invitation to your lord, and have prepared a banquet at the drunken immortal house to receive your lord. A pick-me-up? Su Ying took the hot gold invitation, lifted it up and looked at it, casually threw it on the stone table, and laughed coldly. This official is about to take office for a month, and only now do they want to get up to receive the dust. Are they afraid that this official's 3 fires will burn them directly to death? Usually when a new magistrate takes office, all the local dignitaries will band together. During the banquet, we talked and laughed, summarized the past and looked forward to the future. Hello to me and everyone. If the next one is better, I guess there are some special programs for entertainment and amusement. In short, everything is for the pleasure of the magistrate. And what does the lord mean? To go or not to go? Li Shan asked. No go. Su Ying directly waved his hand and refused. As a county magistrate, I'll go when they ask me to. What's wrong with that? However, it is not necessary for them to give this official a reception. Can this official also give them a reception? You go and spread the word. 3 days later this official will treat them to dinner at Drunken Immortal House. Yes, my lord. In this way, passivity can be turned into initiative, and at the same time, the majesty of the magistrate is enhanced. Ha, Sheriff Li, you broke through? Su Ying looked at Li Shan and asked in surprise. I would also like to thank your excellency for rewarding me with the elixir. Without that elixir, with my humble qualifications, I wouldn't be able to go any further in this life. Although it was only a small layer of the realm, it allowed Li Shan to be imbued with the innate chi once again. In this way, it would be equivalent to a felling of the hair and marrow to enhance one's potential. So Li Shan's gratitude towards Su Ying was definitely from the bottom of his heart. By the way, are there any clues about the last time the Zhang family was exterminated? Back to your excellency, that demon is really cunning to the extreme. My humble servant has tracked it down for a long time and has not found any trace of it. Please atone for your sins. Although Li Shan was in the innate realm, he only had the means of a martial artist. Demons are good at hiding, especially those with high levels of cultivation, but also hidden in the crowd. I'll check it out myself later, and you bring the men with me. Yes, my lord. Afternoon. After eating and drinking, Su Ying directly called on the 4 Xiangxi ghosts as well as Li Shan and others to go out of the county office. In a short while, the crowd arrived at where the Zhang family was. At this moment, the door had already been pasted with a seal. Li Shan signaled, and a constable came forward to remove the seal, and only then did Su Ying stride in with his hands behind his back. Your Honor, please see, everyone in the Zhang family died in the courtyard that day, and we burned the bodies on the spot. They were all buried under this jujube tree, Li Shan said as he led the way. Su Ying couldn't help but nod his head as he sniffed. Unfortunately, when he first came here he was still a bookworm with no hands, so how could he care about the demons? Together with the matter of Lu Wu and the bandits of Lakha Mountain, the Zhang family extermination case has dragged on for such a long time. What have you found, my lord? Seeing Su Ying squatting on the ground, crushing an almost faded blood mark, Li Shan asked in a low voice. It is indeed the work of demons. Suing looked at the bloody soil in his hand and said in a deep voice, "This guy is still in the city now." Li Shan's face froze, somewhat unable to understand what Suing meant. Clapping his hands, Suing directly stood up and looked at the Zhang family compound. With 3 in and out yards, it was considered a big family. Unfortunately, it died out overnight. The eye of Tongi probed that this place is indeed the work of a demon, and although half a month has passed, there is still a trace of the strong demonic and evil chi that was there in the beginning. But where did this demonic evil chi go? Suing secretly said in his heart. At the same time, his mind moved, and a touch of green spirit chi appeared in his eyes. Then his eyes turned and scanned the surrounding area. Sure enough, the demonic and evil chi that remained in the Zhang family was surprisingly clear and unmistakable as it stayed in the middle of midair. However, many have been impacted by the raw human yang chi and are about to dissipate, while the remaining ones are intermittently extending from the Zhang family into the distance. Ding! Mission release, the Zhang family extermination case. Mission requirement, kill the demon murderer and return justice to the Zhang family of 15. Quest reward, Black Clothes Arrow Squad, 100 people. Listening to the sudden prompt in his mind, Su Ying's face froze, followed by great joy in his eyes. The Black Clothes Arrow Squad is the ace army under Eunuch Chao, and every one of them is an expert. They were black-clad and masked, with long swords across their waists and bows at their backs, and although their exact strength was unknown for the moment, these 100 men mounted on horses could impact 1,000 infantrymen. Beyond that, off their horses they were light infantry, fighting 1 against 10. No matter what, Li Shan, my humble servant, you take the people back for now. This official has something to do first. My humble servant leads the way. As he spoke, Suing led the 4 ghosts of Shangxi and tracked them directly towards the direction where the demonic evil chi extended. Although Li Shan was uncertain, he did as he was told and returned directly to the county office with the other constables. At the same time, within the slums in the southwest of Ningyang City, a middle-aged man in a black robe was sitting on his knees, and around him lingered an eerie ghostly aura, among which even some twisted and miserable faces could be seen. Suddenly, the black-robed middle-aged man's eyes snapped open, and his gaze saw the scene outside through the lightly covered door of the room. He only saw a young man in a blue shirt with an extraordinary temperament, who was looking towards him with his hands behind his back. Behind him, there followed 4 others dressed in green, masked by black veils, with almost identical looks and figures. The black-robed man's face snapped at this, and then his body moved, directly rushing up into the sky. Chapter 12, The Transformation of the Snake Devil. You guys stand here and don't move around, and pillage the formation for me. Yes, master. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying's feet pointed, and his entire body shot up into the sky like a harrier eagle. Before the person arrived, a Vajra finger force shot out in the air. Su Ying, Lord Su, the black-robed man was forced down by Su Ying's finger, and his figure stood on top of the roof, looking at Su Ying with a gloomy expression. How did you find this place? Su Ying looked at him lightly and laughed. It's very simple. I have special means of solving the case, although half a month has passed, but it doesn't mean you can run away. Of course, the most stupid thing about you is that you actually didn't run away. He had all but given up because so much time had passed. Even if they could find where the Zhang family's demonic energy was, there was no guarantee that they had already run away. But who knows? This guy didn't run. Jia. So what? You think it's just you and those 4 guards under you? Just a few innate realms? The black-robed man laughed coldly, his gaze like a snake staring at Su Ying. I don't know. Su Ying shook his head slightly, and between cold smiles, his figure crossed in mid-air, directly rushing towards the black-robed man. Thumbs up, a soft sound came out, and all of a sudden, a red-gold stream of light shot out from Su Ying's fingertips. The golden Vajra finger force, which was the most masculine and rigid, slightly distorted the void wherever it passed. The great hand seal of the underworld. The black-robed man coldly grunted. His palm's true chi erupted, and a large hand like a ghostly claw directly collided with the Vajra finger. Immediately afterward, a blue and a black figure directly collided together. Su Ying performed the power Vajra fingers and pointed his fingers like a sword, while the black-robed man formed his 5 fingers into claws, bringing out a path of sinister and evil aura. Boom! The black-robed man violently slapped out his palm, and the huge palm print pierced through the void, instantly arriving in front of Su Ying. He didn't dare to be careless. His mind moved, and with a buzzing sound, a layer of golden bells rose around him. Bam! A loud sound came from the golden bell shield, which was directly blown to pieces by the black palm. At the same time, Su Ying's fingertips were pointing out one after another, and the reddish-golden adamantine finger power was like meteors, falling around the black-robed man in a matter of moments. Immediately after, the black-robed man's eyes flashed, only to see countless Su Ying's residual shadow appearing in front of him. His feet stepped on the I Ching Baghua's position, and his body shape fluttered like a ghost, completely unable to lock exactly where it was. The black-robed man's incomparably sharp true chi only pierced through the road of residual shadows as he executed his Lingbo Wei steps. What a subtle body technique! Simply unheard of. Even the black-robed man was marveling at this moment. You're so young, but you're also at the Tongshan realm. You're really hiding deep. It seems that I can't keep you. A hideous color flashed under the black-robed man's eyes. In the next moment, the black true chi around him rotated, instantly breaking apart all the remnants. The palm of his hand was as cold as ice, and the sinister and incomparable palm power instantly slapped towards Su Ying's dantian. Ding! Powerful Vajra finger directly pointed at the heart of the black-robed man's palm, and in an instant, a wave of violent true chi accompanied by a drilling pain made the black-robed man's face almost twist up. The black-robed man was shocked and furious. His true chi revolved around his body and he once again slapped his palm out. Spectral ghost hand. This palm is extremely insidious. The person who is struck by it has a decaying blood and chi, as if he is being devoured by an evil spirit. Su Ying laughed coldly and dodged sideways as the power Vajra finger landed on his shoulder with a click, and then the 5 fingers pushed hard. Click! With a crunching sound, the black-robed man's arm was directly crushed by Su Ying. Ding! With another soft sound, Su Ying's left hand merged his fingers like a sword, directly pointing at his ribs. Click! 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 In a matter of moments, the ribs were broken by inches. In a flash of lightning, the black-robed man was severely injured and flew out backwards. His body smashed an earthen wall to smithereens, and after the dust passed, the black-robed man got up, his gaze grim and deadly, staring at Su Ying. Kid, you're good. I can't believe I'm not your opponent. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With his cultivation, he never expected that he would not be a match for the young man in front of him. One must know that he himself was at the Tongshan realm, but now that he was facing Su Ying, he was actually powerless to fight back. Golden Bell Shroud, finger techniques, and a strange internal martial art. What exactly is your origin? That's out of your hands. Su Ying shook his head slightly and looked at him with a face full of indifference. Are you going to tie your hands? Or are you going to be killed alive by me? But I'm wondering, you're obviously a human. Why do you have the aura of a demon on your body? Could it be that you are a demon? As he spoke, Su Ying looked him up and down, curiosity showing in his eyes. This guy was clearly a human who practiced evil kung fu, but under the probing of his eye of penetrating specter, he was surrounded by an extremely large and evil chi, just like a demon. Jie, I didn't expect to be seen by you. Aren't you curious? Then I'll show you the terror of my everlasting sky mysteries. As he spoke, the black-robed man's arms spread out, and black chi surged out around him like a tidal wave. Beneath his skin, a small snake seemed to be writhing. A moment later, a clicking sound came, and the black-robed man's entire figure suddenly began to change completely. His skin and face gave birth to a piece of fine scales like a snake. His body became soft to the extreme, and his 5 fingers became claws like a fierce beast. Barbs and a stubby tail also develop on the back. Sure enough, it's a demon. Su Ying looked at him coldly, only to see that at this moment, the black-robed man's face had long changed like a python. The hideous maw drooped filaments of green liquid, corroding the ground with a nuisance sound. Kid, next I'll let you see my everlasting heaven snake demon reincarnation technique. As soon as the words fell, the black-robed man's feet slammed down, and his entire body roared like a wild beast as he rushed towards Su Ying. Isn't it just a hybrid? Su Ying laughed coldly, his fingertips pointed repeatedly, and in an instant, dozens of reddish-golden adamantine finger forces landed in front of the black-robed man's chest. Tinkerbell! A crisp sound came out, and the adamantine finger power that could pierce through gold and crackstone was unexpectedly unable to penetrate the scales on the black-robed man's body. It's useless. After I transformed, although my cultivation has not been enhanced, my body has increased by more than 10 times. Although your finger technique is powerful, it cannot break through my defense. Suffer to die. Brat! The berserk true chi instantly smashed towards Su Ying's chest, yet it encountered an invisible barrier of true chi 3 inches from his chest. Northern Lights Protector. True chi surged, and an ice blue palm pressed directly onto the black-robed man's chest. The most and cold true chi was like a wild horse rushing directly into his body, and in an instant, the black-robed man only felt that his entire body was like falling into the cold ice, and his chi and blood were going to stagnate. Sculpture. The black-robed man laughed harshly and was about to strike when he suddenly only felt a violent suction force surging into his body, absorbing all the true chi in his body. Like a sky-swallowing python, it flew and devoured the true chi in his body. The northern darkness swallowed the sky, sucking in the internal energy of others to moisturize one's own meridians. Ho, how is it possible? Bloodthirsty demon technique. Why do you know bloodthirsty demon technique? The black-robed man was shocked and angry, only to feel that his body was becoming uncontrollable. The cold and overbearing true chi in his body kept resisting, but in the end, it was useless and couldn't defeat the North Sea Koanpang. Lesser seen. What bloodthirsty demonic gong? This is the northern darkness divine skill of this official. Suing showed his teeth and smiled, but in the eyes of the black-robed man it was like a demon. In a short period of time, the true chi in his body was rapidly losing most of it, and his entire body also lived up to its transformed demonic form, gradually transforming into human form. Bang! Immediately after that, Su Ying's palm of true chi shook, and the black-robed man immediately flew out backwards. He landed on the ground. His entire body aged more than a few dozen years, and a difficult sound came out of his mouth. At this time, however, he had already lost all his internal strength and had become an invalid. Take him away and stuff an iron ball in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Then hand him over to Zhang Hu for proper interrogation. If he does not talk, directly give him a set of 3 consecutive. Yes, master. With the 4 ghosts from Western Hunan restraining the black-robed man, Su Ying's foot pointed, and the whole person directly shot up into the sky, speeding towards the county office. He had absorbed the entire body of a Tongxian realm expert's true chi, and at the moment, the true chi in his body was vaguely a bit suppressed. What we need to do now is to return to the county office to refine it completely. Chapter 13, The Black Clothes Arrow Squad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the Zheng family extermination case. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the black arrows, 100. Does the host choose to place immediately? Listening to the beeps in his head, Suing also slowly opened his eyes. The black-robed man's true chi was extremely powerful, but don't he absorbed a trickle of it. However, his true chi was so mean and evil that Suing had only obtained about 50 to 60% of it after refining it with his northern darkness true chi. However, even so, it allowed Su Ying's cultivation to reach the 3rd level of the Tongxian realm. Host, Suing. Realm, 3rd level of the Tongxian realm. Skills, North Underworld Divine Kung Fu, 8th level. Can be upgraded. Powerful Vajra Fingers, 6th level. Can be upgraded. Golden Bell Shield, 7th level. Can be upgraded. Cultivation value, 50 points. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. Looking at his attribute interface, Suing thought for a moment, and with a single movement of his mind, he directly skimmed over the 3 Jedi disciplines one by one. It took 30 points to raise a level of North Underworld Divine Power, and 20 points for powerful Vajra Fingers. It adds up to exactly 50 points. However, he also had a golden bell clasp that he had gotten from the 3rd leader of the Falling Cloud Mountain Range. This thing is one of the 4 divine masterpieces of the Great Forest Temple. Jin Zhong Hao is a set of martial arts for hard external strength, belonging to the world's masculine strength and internal strength, in order to cultivate the essence of the martial artist, and then can be materialized. The formation of the golden bell shaped to protect the body. When the 12 heavenly passes are perfected, not only is the Vajra indestructible, but also water and fire do not invade, and the power is even more unceasing. Back then, Little Vajra was a small monk sweeping the floor of the Great Forest Monastery's book depository, an outer disciple. This guy unintentionally peeked at the secret book of the Golden Bell and secretly practiced in secret. Shortly afterward, when the Great Forest Temple selected inner disciples, he competed with others in martial arts and accidentally revealed his Golden Bell cultivation, which led to his expulsion from the master's school. Later, this guy came to Lixia Mountain, directly fall into the grass as a bandit, burning and looting simply no evil. System, how much cultivation value is needed to raise the Golden Bell shield by 1 level? 30 points. Is it also 30 points? When Suing heard this, a thoughtful look appeared under his eyes. The North Underworld divine power is okay, but the Golden Bell shield is really hard to sustain when practiced at a later stage. Therefore, he could only enhance this mastery first for now. Spend 30 cultivation points to enhance the Golden Bell. Ding! A soft thud. Consumes 30 points of luck. Raise the 8th level of the Golden Bell, accompanied by the prompts one after another. Su Ying's surroundings emitted a flood of loud ringing sounds. Immediately afterward, a layer of arcane gold-colored Golden Bell shields violently surfaced, and then it rotated slightly around him, bringing up a huge sucking force that sent things in the room toppling. The 8th level of the Golden Bell shield. I guess the black-robed man won't be able to break it, right? Su Ying's eyes were happy. Then he got up and went out. Looking at the sky, it was already evening, and immediately performed the Lingbo Weibu, and unknowingly went out of the county office, and traveled towards the distant Bear Paw Peak at a fast pace. In about half an hour, Suing once again went up on top of Bear Paw Peak, looking at the ground full of corpses and bones that had already been almost gnawed clean by the wild beasts. Suing entered within the cave with his face as normal. Then, opening his system space, his mind moved and directly dropped out 100 black-clothed arrows. In an instant, from within and without, the steeds neigh and the crowd surges. In a few moments, however, everyone was neatly organized. "We greet our master." The loud and clear voice resounded within the cave. Suing looked at the black-clothed arrow team in front of him and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. They were dressed in cold clothes, with long waists, masks over their faces, black scarves over their heads, showing only their eyes, and long black cloaks over their outer bodies, with riding boots, which were equipped with daggers. In addition to the bows and arrows on their backs, each of them also had a broken crossbow on their arms. On top of that, each person had a black stallion, and all of them stood there, giving off a sluggish and austere aura. "Who's the chief?" Suing asked. "See, master, my subordinate, Black One, is the leader of these people." "Very good." Suing nodded slightly. "In the future, this mountain fortress will be your residence. Tomorrow morning, I will send people to send the needed supplies up the mountain. You will cultivate well here in the future. Without my order, no one is allowed to step out of the boundaries of Mount Lok-Ha. We take orders." After settling down this 100-man black-clothed arrow team, Suing descended Bear Paw Peak in a good mood. With these 100 people, he could destroy whoever he wanted in Ningyang City. Of these 100 people, Black One was an expert of the 5th level of the innate realm. The remaining 9 squad leaders were at the 1st level of the innate realm. The remaining crowd, the least of which was around the 8th level of the Hotian. Suing believed that as long as they were properly cultivated, these people could definitely increase their strength by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. When that happens, one will have a kind of hidden trump card in one's hand. When he returned to the county office again, he saw Zhang Liang hurrying over from the prison. As soon as he saw Suing, he immediately shouted, "Your Excellency, you've gotten a tricky big fish this time." "How tricky?" Suing smiled faintly and asked. "What? A set of 3 companies didn't even open their mouths? That's some tough talk, but I still have flaying, waist beheading, car cracking, all 5 punishments, dunking silver and so on here." Zhang Liang's face darkened and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before he smiled sarcastically and said, "No one can carry that set of 3 in a row from your lord." Zhang, who only used the Peepa flick, and introduced him to the other 2, and this guy recanted straight away. "Oh, tell me about it." When Suing heard this, his body straightened up, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. "This guy's name is Ghost Yuanhua, and he is an expert under the 12 venerable snake devil of the everlasting sky. He practiced the snake demon turning technique and the underworld ghost hands. And his cultivation level? Tongxian realm 1st level. The Zhang family extermination tragedy was committed by him in order to cultivate the snake demon transmutation technique. Because the cultivation of this evil technique requires the blood of a living person to pour out the snake demon evil nature, or else it is easy to go overboard and lose control of one's mind and spirit. On top of that, this guy joined forces with Luan of the Green Wolf Gang and gave promises of favors with him to subvert the county courthouse and replace it with one of their everlasting sky people. In this way, the refugees from the western state can be put into the city and cause a great chaos, and then use Ningyang City as a springboard to enter Nanyang County and Qinzhou Prefecture. What Zhang Liang said was very simple, but it caused Su Ying's heart to tremble. He had naturally heard of the great name of the everlasting sky. It is said to be a cult created by the remnants of the previous dynasty. Not long ago, there was a great drought in the western state and the earth's dragon turned over. The people had no harvest, so that the starving corpses were everywhere. Millions of refugees have been displaced, and this has given rise to cults like Everlasting Heaven. Later, the imperial court sent people from the Zhenfu division to suppress the situation, but unfortunately, there were too many refugees, and those evil demons mixed among the refugees, instigating the officials to force the people to rebel. Later, the court had no choice but to close the entrance to Qinzhou, which was connected to the western state. By the way, there is one more thing. According to what he said, in the Falling Cloud Mountain outside Ningyang City, there will be treasures coming out soon. However, no one knows exactly what kind of treasure it is, and he has come here to find out where the treasure is. Treasure? Looking at the confession paperwork in his hand, Suing couldn't help but frown. Demons, cults, and the remnants of the past. The small Ningyang County felt like it was about to turn upside down. Organize it and send it to the county governor on a fast horse and wait for his decision. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Zhang Liang directly turned around and left. The signs of chaos have been revealed. It seems I still need to cultivate harder. Tomorrow is the end of the month. I wonder what treasures I can sign up for. Thinking like this, Suing put his hands behind his back, his eyes looking through the window to the night sky, that round of broken moon, quietly waiting up. Chapter 14, Dragon Falling 18 Poems. Ding! A soft thud. End of the month check-in begins. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the end of the month and obtaining the 18 poems of Dragonfall. Is it cultivated immediately? Dragonfall 18 Poems, the Beggars Association's top secret, the world's first to young and rigid poem. The introduction is simple, yet the power is infinite. As expected, a protagonist who has traveled across the world has no weakness in his chi throughout his life. Surprisingly, it's the legendary dragon subduing 18 poems. Looking at the introduction, Suing was delighted in his heart. Although the dragon subduing 18 poems is simple, however, each move is powerful. The essence of the whole in the transportation of energy and power. By virtue of the poem power to win, every poem are out of the mountains and seas of power. And this poem specializes in fancy martial arts moves, regardless of the enemy's moves true or false. Fancy, thousands of variations, only to give the enemy a move. Dragonfall 18 poems, the enemy to see the power of the poem. Non-return to defend the stance cannot be, that the enemy's moves naturally also cracked. The main thing is that this poem is not bound to grade. The strong use can hold it to walk across the world, and the weak will not be able to exert the power at all. Cultivate. Without the slightest hesitation, Suing directly chose to cultivate. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Falling 18 poems, the first level of the current realm. You can spend 20 cultivation value to enhance the current realm. First floor? Suing frowned slightly, not understanding exactly how the system was divided. However, he himself was already proficient in the mysteries of the Dragonfall 18 poems. With a thought, only a roaring dragon's roar was heard. At the same time, the true chi condensed and transformed into a twisted and swimming golden dragon shape in Su Ying's poem. However, it was in the room at the moment, so it wasn't cast, but rather withdrew its true chi. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, the wall would be shattered under one poem. After cultivating in the courtyard for a few more moments, Suing returned to his room and took out the box Lu Wen had given him. The gold had already been given to Li Feng, the Nanyang County governor, and Suing believed that he naturally knew what to do. In this way, Li Feng was equivalent to a backer he had never met. Others, no matter how much more impeachment they may have, will press on to no avail. Of course, the bear bile power pills are still around, distributing one to each of the 4 Shangxi ghosts. There are now 16 left. Good stuff. One is 1,000 taels. It can enhance the strength of a martial artist's body, while washing the surrounding chi and blood, making the body more pure. Gollum. Without hesitation, Suing directly swallowed one. Feeling the huge medicinal power in his body, Suing directly operated the North Underworld divine energy to start slowly refining it. Meanwhile, inside the Green Wolf Gang, Lu Wen looked at the returning scouts, his face grim to the core. According to my subordinates' inquiries, the Grand Master has confessed to all of them inside the prison, and the few in the Laka Mountain were also eliminated by Suing himself with his men. What about the slum thing? Back to the Gangmaster. On that day, Suing took his men to the Zhang family compound. Then after staying for a few moments, he directly asked Li Shan to return, and then took 4 guards and went directly to the slums. So it is. You go down. Lu Wen waved his hand, his eyes filled with doubt. Ghost Yuenoa's whereabouts have always been secret, and the real hiding place is not even known to himself. How did Su find it? Damn it, I had wanted to keep you for a few days, but I didn't expect you to push me to this point. Give me no face. As he spoke, the teacup on the side was slammed hard on the ground by Lu Wen. What's going on? Gang leader? A yellow-shirted beautiful woman twisted her plump waist and walked over in a graceful manner, stepping forward to directly pinch Lu Wen's shoulders. Still bothered by that little magistrate Suing? Her voice was soft, but it was so charming that it made one's body go soft. Mrs. Huang, why do you think that brat Suing invited us instead of coming to our banquet? Between the words, the slave does not know, but for this banquet, helpers must be careful. That's natural. Lu Wen rubbed his eyebrows, then leaned back and narrowed his eyes. The Green Wolf Gang is the family business I built with my own hands, and now that punk of a boss has been sent to jail, and a few of the punks in the Laka Mountain have died. All of this is caused by that brat Suing. Gang Master is overly worried. Weren't the previous county magistrates also ambitious and were all eventually subdued by Gang Master? This kid isn't very old and isn't very deep in the world. The Gang Master only needs to give him a few more sweeteners, and it should be done. It's not that easy. Lu Wen waved his hand, stood up and sneered. This kid is not a mediocrity. He doesn't look very old, but he has a lot of heart. You have to realize that he is someone who has studied properly and graduated as a high school genius. Do you think this kind of person can be a fool? Mrs. Huang's face froze at the words. At the same time, his heart was secretly surprised. Lu Wen has always been ruthless and resourceful, and did not expect to be somewhat afraid of this new magistrate at this time. Alas, old age does not have the heart it once did. Lu Wen shook his head, thinking of his own 20 years old still in the gambling stalls and brothels to hang out. But people have already high school scholar, become the dignity of a county. Why are you so presumptuous, gang master? With your skills, you are more than capable of being the guardian of a county. Why should you be afraid of a brat? When Lu Wen heard this, his face froze, then he laughed loudly. Mrs. Huang, your mouth is really first class, blowing people away. Then the slave will give you a good talk to the gangmaster at night to talk about it. Ha ha, good. It's a rare day when I'm in a good mood. Why bother with the evening? Just take advantage of it now. After saying that, he directly picked up the voluptuous Mrs. Huang across the waist and walked towards the back hall. It wasn't long before bursts of laughter came from inside. The next day, early in the morning, just as the sky dawned, Suing woke up from his cultivation. Looking at the 3 remaining bear bile vigor pills, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After a night of cultivation and taking a full 13 bear gallbladder power pills, he had only raised 1 level of the realm, and taking too much of this stuff has created resistance in the body. At this time, these several bear gallbladder power pills that were extremely precious to ordinary martial artists were no longer useful to Suing. The 4 ghosts of Western Hunan. Subordinate. As soon as the words fell, 4 figures appeared at the same time. Catch my palm. Anon roars. A golden dragon shape flew away from Su Ying's palm along with an earth-shattering dragon roar. Hyperion. The golden dragon-shaped true chi grew against the wind, instantly transforming into the size of several zheng, roaring with its head held high and twisting its body towards the 4 people. When the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi saw this, a hint of shock flashed across their eyes. A palm came out, and they unexpectedly felt that there was not the slightest possibility of dodging, because under this palm, the space around the 4 people was instantly blocked. Hop! Ghost 1 bellowed angrily as the 4 of them stood in a straight line, their hands against the former's back. The powers instantly merged into one. Boom! A loud sound came as the green destiny true chi collided with the golden dragon form. The true chi fluctuated like a tidal wave, spreading out in all directions and shaking the walls as they rumbled and cracked. Thump stomp! The 4 Xiangxi ghosts directly fell back, being shocked into 4 by the rigid to the extreme palm force. Not bad. It seems that your strength has risen once again, and you were actually able to receive a slap from me at the 5th level of power. Suing marveled. Just now, if he had struck out with his full strength, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi would have been seriously injured if not killed. Master's divine power is overwhelming. We are not as good as him. Alright, you are all my beloved guards. The stronger you are the happier I am. Suing waved his hand, came to the stone table and sat down, placing a stack of silver tickets on the tabletop. Ghost 1, you take these silver tickets and buy a batch of winter supplies in disguise to send to Bear Paw Peak. Yes, there is no need to be suspicious. There are 100 black-clad archery teams on Bear Paw Peak. Also, take them down the mountain and into the city tonight with my warrant. Yes, master. Go on. Only when the 4 people disappeared did Suing stand up, twirling the black jade trigger on his thumb, squinting his eyes and sneering. Lu Wen, I hope you won't let me down tonight. Chapter 15. Night, Drunken Immortal House. Inside the largest private room on the top floor, Lu Wen, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, Lu Lifeng, the head of the Lu family, as well as the Zhang family, the Li family, and the dignified gentry and wealthy merchants from all over the world. Almost all of them who could come had come. The people were seated around, facing a large table of mountains of food, but all of them were silent. They feasted on Suing, who didn't show up. Yet again, they are scheduled for tonight. 3 days later, there is no such thing as a good feast. Da 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 da. A sound of hoofbeats sailed in, only to see Suing with 3 personal guards were rolling off their horses. He held a folding fan and wore a white coat. If it wasn't for the magistrate, the face alone would definitely be a first-class beautiful man. I have met Lord Su. Please go upstairs. Your Excellency has been waiting for a long time. Suing was about to stride in, when he saw Lu Wen and the crowd slowly descending the stairs, out the door, and coming to him before he arched his hand and said, I haven't seen you in a few days. Lord Su is really handsome and godly to the core. Gang leader Lu is polite. Lord Su, gang leader Lu, please come inside. The wine and food are ready, and we will certainly not let you all down. The drunken immortal mansion shopkeeper bowed and smiled. All the people present were big names in Ningyan County, and he could not afford to offend even a single shopkeeper in his district. With that, at the invitation of the shopkeeper, the crowd went up the stairs with Suing at the head. After some excuses, Suing took the main seat. Next to each of the maids poured wine. Luwen was the first to say, "Come on, gentlemen, let's raise our glasses together and toast Lord Su." Suing nodded and took a symbolic sip. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Suing couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This table, at least 110 taels of silver, enough to feed an ordinary family of 5 for a year. But when it comes down to it, it's just a district meal. Unfortunately, the drinks in this world were ultimately bland and tasteless, not as sweet and fierce as they had been in the previous world. It's a blessing from a previous life for us to be able to work under Lord Su's governance. Nice. Lord Su is young and promising. In the future he will surely make his way straight into the state capital. In the future we still need Lord Su to take care of more. The crowd came out and toasted Suing, while Suing came to the rescue. After about half an hour, when everyone had finished exchanging pleasantries, that's when Suing opened his mouth. The year is drawing to a close, and all of you are local dignitaries and have your own businesses. You should have earned a lot this year, right? As soon as he said this, the hearts of the crowd thumped, silently glancing at each other with a bad premonition. Luwen laughed and slightly arched his hand upwards. Thanks to the blessings of His Majesty, the people are living in peace and working happily, coupled with the fact that Lord Su has put Ningyan County in good order, which is naturally good business-wise. Yes. If Lord Su hadn't stepped in to fight the bandits, we wouldn't have dared to go out with confidence. Lord Su is so young that he eliminated the bandits in the Lakha Mountain as soon as he took office. It's really a great piece of heart. Gentlemen, right at this moment, Suing will be set aside, gently turning the ink jade trigger in his hand, and then laughed. Gentlemen, nowadays, the county office is so poor that it can't even afford to pay the salaries of the constables. The Ningyang jail, in particular, has not been repaired for 15 years. The reason why this official is inviting you all to this banquet is, firstly, for you all to get to know each other a bit, in case any unnecessary disputes occur in the future. Secondly, I have a small proposal. I would like to ask all of you to contribute money, labor, and people to help me repair the county office dungeon. I wonder what you all think. The crowd heard. So that's what this is about? There was an inward sigh of relief. However, without waiting for them to finish their thoughts, they heard Suing continue to laugh. Of course, the project of repairing the county office's prison has a certain degree of confidentiality, so this official has considered it again and again, and all of you just need to pay for it. When he said this, the crowd laughed coldly in their hearts. Sure enough, it's the same as the previous magistrates. Cornered requests for money are the norm. And repairing the prison? You're burning grass paper at the grave. Fooling the ghosts? Mr. Su, I'm not ashamed to say, this year, although the business is good, but the profit is really too low, coupled with the fact that before your future that Lakha Mountain is often robbed by mountain bandits. So, yes, Lord Su, this year was smoother, but it's true that we didn't earn any money. The people were all talking to each other. All of them were sorrowful. Encountering Suing was like encountering a living god, and each of them were pouring out their grievances. When Suing saw this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What the hell? Are you playing tricks on me? Immediately, he clapped his hands and his gaze turned to land on Luwen. Lu Gang Master, your Green Wolf Gang name of the street has a whole 13. Gambling tube brothel hooker. At the same time you also have to collect protection fee for all the stores every month. 3 streets have a total of 145 stores, each one of them 10 taels of silver every month. A month is 1,450 taels, plus your other industries, a year not to say more, 8,000 taels of gold, is there. Click. Luwen sniffed, his hand shook, and the wineglass directly crushed. His face was suddenly as gloomy as water. 8,000 taels of gold. Say less. The other few people were even more shocked when they heard this. I didn't realize that Sutu knew the business of the Green Wolf Gang like the back of his hand. How long has he been here? Did the investigation start on the first day here? And family Lord Lu, your family's mine. The jade business is also good, right? A few thousand taels of gold a year to say the least. Oh yeah, there's also human trafficking and kidnapping for ransom. This official probably checked. This year Ningyang County, the number of cases are countless. Well, add up to a year to earn tens of thousands of taels. This business. This official looks at it, all eyes red awe. At the end of his words, Su Ying's gaze was ghostly, scanning over the crowd. So, what exactly does Lord Su mean? How much money do you want? At this time, Luwen took a deep breath. looked at Suing with a gloomy face and slowly said, "How much?" "I don't know how much Master Lu thinks it will take to repair the county courthouse." The crowd sniffed and looked at each other. This kid looks harmless and like a scholar, but I didn't realize that in private he was a big lion, a mouthful of big ones. I don't care about the others. The Green Wolf Gang, will pay Lord Su 100 taels every month from now on. Gold. I don't know, my lord. What do you think? 100 taels? Suing sniffed and smiled coldly. Gangmaster Lu, you earn 10,000 taels in a month. Yet you only give this official 100 taels. Do you think this official is a beggar? Besides, repairing the prison is a public matter, so that those bandits can be caught without them escaping. Don't you want to pay for the safety of your life and property? Also, this official is not asking for your money, but using your money to do your business. Luan, crowd, good guy. The thickness of this guy's face can be seen. It was comparable to a city wall. I'm afraid an expert of the Tongshan realm can't blast it to pieces. Then I wonder what Lord Su means. 100 taels is never enough. As Suing spoke, he gently tapped on the desktop. Each stroke seemed to strike on their hearts. This official sent someone to do some calculations. Not only does the prison need to be repaired, but also the county government office. All of them are in a dangerous condition. Full count, at least 10,000 taels a year is needed. So, gotta add money. Extra money? In an instant, the crowd's expression froze and they looked at Suing with some disbelief. 10,000 taels a year, and it's still gold. You are truly a peer of ours. It's more of a robbery than those vicious bandits. How? Gentlemen? Speaking here, Suing slowly got up and looked at the crowd with a smile on his face. Reluctant? Or won't? Just won't give it, right? 10,000 taels a year, and it's still gold. It's just too much even if we spread it out evenly. It's better for Lord Su to find someone else to repair the dungeon. Not bad. How much do we make in a year? The opening is 10,000 taels. Absolutely not. Can't give that much. Good. Not giving, right? Then this official can only take all of you down and go plagiarize your family. Speaking of this, Suing smiled coldly and clapped his hands, and the ghost 2 behind him directly pulled out a letter arrow. Come to the window and pull it open with a whoosh. Accompanying this sharp sound like an eagle's cry, a dazzling firework rose brilliantly into the sky. Lord Su, are you calling those loser constables in the county office? Luan slowly got up and looked at Suing with a grim smile on his face. My Green Wolf Gang 50 good men are all around at the moment. If your honor doesn't want to break the net of fish death, fish out of water? Suing glanced at him disdainfully. You deserve it too. The words fell. Tap, tap, tap. The ground shook slightly, and the sound of horses' hooves rushed like rain from afar. The crowd followed the sound and saw that a group of 100 people, dressed in black and riding black horses, were coming from far and near. At the head of the group was none other than the guard that was missing from Su Ying's side. These 100 people were raging and murderous, and in an instant, they completely surrounded the entire drunken immortal building. This is the black-clothed archery team under this official's command, and each of them is an expert at the 9th level of the Hotian, with the leader having a cultivation at the 4th or 5th level of the innate. Each of them is equipped with a long sword and holds a broken astral crossbow. All of them are experts who can fight 1 against 10. Speaking here, Suing smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he opened his mouth. Gentlemen, can we sit down and talk now? Chapter 16. Who didn't send money? The atmosphere, quiet to a fault. The crowd had never expected that Suing would not follow the rules, directly send people to surround the entire drunken immortal house. Take it or leave it. Lord Su, isn't this a bit excessive? Luan asked slowly with a gloomy face. Excessive? Suing coldly smiled. This official is no more excessive than you all are. Kidnapping for ransom, encroaching on fields and homes, colluding with mountain bandits, murdering people for money, opening underground boxing halls, loan sharking. Which one? All of you present have not dabbled in? Since this official is here, I'm going to set the rules for this official. Lord Su, if you want so much and eat so much, are you not afraid of chipping your own teeth? Humph. Lu 1, I am an official and you are a citizen. Just like a tiger and a sheep, the tiger will always eat the sheep. This official wants to see your sincerity first thing in the morning. Otherwise, one by one, you will be copied. After saying that, he directly got up and left. Gangmaster Lu, you are the backbone of everyone. What to do next? You give the crowd an idea. Right, right. Gang leader Lu, we all listen to you. Not bad. Lu Gangmaster is very powerful. Surely there is a way. Lu 1, on the other hand, sat in place, his face as gloomy as water. Silent. Su Ying's meaning was clear enough. That's 2 words, asking for money, pay up or cop out. He definitely has enough evidence in his hands, and it's definitely all deadly. otherwise it wouldn't be so and so. This matter will be discussed later. Lu Wen rubbed his brow, his face full of worry. As for Su Ying, he had long since returned to the county office with the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, while the black-clothed archery team had once again returned to Bear Paw Peak. Master, if you've struck out, why don't you do it all at once? Ghost 1 asked curiously. Su Ying had obviously called all of them over, and called in the black-clothed archery team, so why not take the opportunity to completely wipe them out in one fell swoop? It's not time yet. Of course, it's not far off. Tomorrow morning, you will record one by one who came to send money, and those who didn't, also one by one, and then directly plagiarize the family. Yes, Master. Ghost 1 thought for a moment and then asked, what about the ones who gave away money? According to the severity of the crime, start searching from the Green Wolf Gang, and as for the name, well, the remnants of the former dynasty and the everlasting heaven-cult demons. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Green Wolf Gang, Lu Wen looked at the many hall masters below. Su Ying wants us to hand over 10,000 taels of gold every year. I've done some math and spread it out. We'll have to hand over 3,000 taels a year. Gang Master, you promise? A hall master asked tentatively. If they agreed, it would be equivalent to the Green Wolf Gang all working for Su Ying from now on. They naturally don't want to. No. Lu Wen took a deep breath and slowly said, but he's only given us one morning tomorrow, so if the money isn't in place, he'll probably make a move on us. Damn. Bully too much. Just give him a fight. Well said. Isn't it just a district magistrate? Kill it. Right. The big deal is to directly escape to the western state. Anyway, there's a big mess in the western state now, so maybe it's better there than now. The people spoke out, one after the other, all of them aggressive. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Su Ying was no longer asking for money, but directly robbing it. How can they, those who have traded their lives for it and who lick blood from the edge of the knife daily, stand it? Gang Master, are we going to deliver the money tomorrow or not? No sending. Lu Wen smiled coldly. I don't believe Su Ying really dares to do anything to me. The big deal is to die with him. One more death of his magistrate is nothing. Good. Let's do it. No sending. The crowd made a decision, and when everyone left, Lu Wen directly came to a room in the inner hall. Mr. Messenger, according to you, is it really alright? Originally, Lu Wen wanted to just use money to quell the matter, but now it seemed that Su Ying was determined to take them on. However, just now, the third disciple of the Eldritch Heavenly Serpent Demon Venerable One who sat down came to trace the death of the Ghost Yuan incarnation. Then he directly asked Lu Wen not to send any money. It's already certain that my senior brother, Ghost Yuan Hua, should be within the county court's prison. If he dares to touch my everlasting heavens people, he, as a county magistrate, is at the end of his rope. The person who spoke was dressed in a black robe, with a slim figure and a greenish-colored face, just like a severe ghost. It was the third disciple of the snake demon venerable among the 12 venerable masters of the everlasting sky, named Ghost Yung. Then what is your lordship going to do next? Should we just rob the prison? You don't have to care much about this matter. You just need to deal with that brat in these few days. As for the matter of saving my senior brother, this ambassador will decide for himself. Yes, my lord, I understand. Go ahead. I need 10 martial artists. You personally pick 10 and send them to me. I'm on my way. The next day, early morning, at the dawn of the day, many carriages were coming and going at the gate of the county office. Some people carried small boxes, others pulled large tin boxes directly from wagons. One by one, after informing their names, they were carried directly into the middle of the county office, and at the door, after Ghost 1 inquired and checked, they were recorded one by one. It was not until noon that it was completely finished. My lord, all that can come have already come. Who didn't send money? Back to your excellency, the Green Wolf Gang, the Lu family. As Ghost 1 spoke, he flipped through the booklet in his hand again to confirm. There are only 2 of them. Surprisingly so little. This official still wants to plunge him into 10 or 8 families today. According to Su Ying's conception, these people should not send money to themselves as agreed. Of course, if you don't send it, then the result is that you're going to be copied. Who would have thought that all of them, except for the Green Wolf Gang, would have given it away? Su Ying smashed his mouth, cupped his chin, and asked, has the Black Clothes Arrow team returned? Back to Master, already standing by outside the city. Well, signal it. Li Shan, the corporal is in. Summon all the constables and prepare the shackles and chains. I wonder where your honor is going. Of course it's going to be a copycat. A raid? Whose house is being copied? Is it the Lu family? Li Shan reacted and directly arched his hand and ran out wildly. All hands, gather round. All together. As Li Shan drank, all the constables assembled in no time, while some of the government officials brought chains, shackles and other instruments of torture. At the entrance of the yamen, Suing looked at the black-clothed arrow team and 110 constables and magistrates that had already assembled, and without turning his head, he asked towards Zhang Liang, "Did you get the word out that you were told to spread?" "Back to my lord. It was dispersed early in the morning." Zhang Liang's eyes were filled with admiration as he spoke. Early this morning, Suing found him and asked him to spread the evidence within the city that had confirmed the collusion between the Green Wolf Gang and the remnants of the former dynasty. Start taking people in the afternoon. At that time, Zhang Liang was still a bit confused, but now he understands. As soon as the news came out, the people of the Green Wolf Gang and the Lu family must have suspicions in their hearts, and if they escaped, then the fact that they were remnants of the former dynasty would be confirmed. But if you don't run, you're in a jar. In short, Zhang Liang was considered to have thoroughly seen Su Ying's means of planting evidence and turning black and white upside down this time. Of course, with Lu Wu's confession and the letter from the bandits of the Falling Sun Mountain, the Green Wolf Gang and the Lu family this time were considered to be in a fix. Mission release: eliminate the Green Wolf Gang and capture the former dynasty's lustful criminals. Quest reward: the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan and the Black Clothes Arrow Team's collective cultivation level is raised by 1 level. Good lord, this golden finger of mine, it's really horrible as hell. Listening to the beeps in his head, Suing directly waved his hand. All of you split into 2 teams. One team will head to the Lu family to arrest them, and the other team will head to the headquarters of the Green Wolf Gang. Anyone who resists will be killed on sight. Depart. As soon as the words fell, all the black-clothed arrow teams and constables and magistrates, led by Suing, directly split into 2 places to arrest people. Chapter 17, You're dead. I tell you, the headquarters of the Green Wolf Gang is on East Main Street near the Wu River. The reason why Ningyang County is located in the southwestern borderland, yet is exceptionally prosperous, is because the city relies on the Lisha mountain range outside the city, and the Wujiang River passes through the city, all the way north along the Wu River. You can take the waterway straight to the state capital. For this reason, Ningyang City was considered to be a relatively affluent place. The Green Wolf Gang's mansion was built on the Wujiang River, with a large courtyard with 5 entrances and exits, vermilion red gate at the entrance, stone lions placed on both sides, left and right a total of 8 gang members, sharp eyes watching the passers-by. Compare this to the shabby county offices, which are really a far cry from each other. My lord, this is where Luwen is. Zhang Liang pointed at the compound. County Minister Zhang, how many times has the county office moved in the history of Ningyang County? Suing looked at the large courtyard not far away and faintly asked, moving? When Zhang Liang heard this, his face froze, and after thinking about it, he directly said, my humble servant has read the local county records. Ningyang City was built by the Great Zhou in the previous dynasty to defend against the southwestern demonic barbarians. It has been around 300 years since then, but the county office moving that your honor mentioned has never been done. Well then, from tomorrow onwards, this mansion will be the new county office. Go call the door. Suing sneered, and at once a constable stepped forward and shouted, where is Lu Wen, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang? The county honors have arrived. Why don't you quickly come out to greet them? As soon as he said this, a member of the gang at the entrance immediately jogged over with a compensatory smile. I see Lord Su. My home gangmaster is not here. May I ask what is so important to you that you have raised such a large crowd? No? Suing rode on his horse, condescendingly said, then it seems to have escaped. This official has definite evidence that Lu Wen, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang, colluded with the bandits and plotted to kill the former county magistrate. At the same time, this official suspects that there are remnants of the former dynasty within the Green Wolf Gang. Come on, give me directly go in to take people. Those who dare to resist will be punished for the crime of plotting against the government. Directly kill without amnesty. Yes. As he spoke, all the constables completely surrounded the entire Green Wolf Gang headquarters. Not a single one was left at the back door of the front yard. And as for the black-clothed archery team, they drew their long swords and headed towards the mansion aggressively. You can't go in there. You can't. Ah! Before the words were finished, accompanied by a scream, the big good man's head rolled straight to the ground. Inner mansion, lobby, Luwen was sitting in front of the round table having his meal. Suddenly a figure rushed in with a roll. Gangmaster, it's a big deal. Lord Su is charging in with his men. What? Damn it! Luwen's face froze and he stood up with a mischievous sound. He was never expecting Suing to be so quick, saying that he would plunge his family. Men, gather all the gang. Kill for me. 10 taels bounty for anyone who kills one. Yes. As he spoke, Lu Wen lifted the tiger-headed greatsword hanging behind him and charged straight out. Lord Su, what do you mean by this? Just because I didn't send you any money, so you're just going to come straight to my door to rob me? When he exited the lobby, he happened to see Lu Wen walking out with a knife in his hand with a gloomy face. Robbery? Gangmaster Lu, you're overthinking it. This official is clean and honest, loves the people like a son, and never does anything illegal. As he spoke, Su Ying's tone changed and sneered. It is you who colluded with the mountain bandits and plotted to kill the former county magistrate. This official now suspects that you are a remnant of the previous dynasty. Come with me back to the county office. As soon as Lu Wen heard this, his face changed. According to the law of this dynasty, anyone who colludes with the remnants of the former dynasty can be executed before reporting. There is no sin in overstepping. But there is one more thing, most of the remnants of the former dynasty are from the everlasting heaven cult, and collusion with a cult is no less important when caught. All of them will be copied and exterminated. What? You're not convinced? Su Ying smiled at the corner of his mouth. Gangmaster Lu, this official has reminded you again and again. Unfortunately, give you the opportunity, you are not useful. Lu Wu, Ghost Yuanhua have already been explained clearly. At the same time, this official hand there is also your collusion with the bandits to kill the former magistrate's letters. You are dead. I said, no one can protect you. At that moment, Lu Wen gritted his teeth and became enraged. Su Ying, don't spit blood. Do you mean there is evidence when you say there is evidence? Maybe you forged it. Forgery? Su Ying smiled disdainfully, his gaze cold. So what if it's a forgery? If this official says you are, and if you are not, you are. Come on, arrest me. Anyone who defies this will be considered an accomplice of the remnants of the former dynasty and will be directly executed on the spot. The voice was clear and strong, and the invisible killing aura shocked the entire audience. Su Ying, you forced me to do this. You made me die. Then I will make you die too. Kill for me. 10 taels of bounty for killing one person. Lu Wen angrily shouted, immediately drew out the long knife in his hand. His feet stepped down. The whole person rushed to the sky and flew up. Without saying a word, a knife toward Su should head chop. At the same time, the black-clothed arrow team also fought with the Green Wolf Gang. The scene, for a moment, was chaotic. Brat, I cultivate the tiger's whistling divine kung fu, and today I'll let you know why I've been able to dominate Ningyan for 20 years without falling. When a loud sound came from Lu Wen's long blade directly slashing on top of Su Ying's golden bell shield, the blade chi and the golden bell collapsed at the same time. A frog in the bottom of a well, not knowing what to say. Today, I'll let you know that offending me is your 18 lifetimes of bad luck. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying slapped his horse's back, and his entire body rushed straight up into the sky. When the person was in mid-air, a dozen or so Xuanjin-colored adamantine finger forces shot out. Lu Wen coldly grunted, his long sword waved, and the tiger-like sword chi knocked down the Vajra finger power one by one. At the same time, Su Ying executed Lingbo Weibo. The whole person was like a ghost, splitting into dozens of residual shadows, one by one, charging towards Lu Wen. Barely, dozens of adamantine finger forces poured out like torrential rain, completely blocking Lu Wen's circumference. Kid, is that all you got? Lu Wen laughed coldly. The tiger's whistle divine power was in motion. His true chi transformed into a fierce tiger silhouette behind his back. His head held high and roaring. His aura was extraordinary. Hey, is that so? A mere innate 5th level. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of this official? I don't know what to say. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying raised his palm. Anon roars. The crowd only felt their eardrums shake. And immediately afterward, a heaven-shaking dragon's roar rang out. Then a golden dragon shape was seen condensing behind Su Ying. The first stance of the dragon falling 18 palms. Hyper Dragon. The world's #1 rigid palm technique was now being utilized by Su Ying with all his might. And the slightest hint of horrifying dragon might envelop the entire arena. Even the fierce tiger silhouette behind Lu Wen gave a lurch for it. Even space? It was as if there was a trace of stagnation. What? Tongxian realm? How is that possible? Lu Wen was shocked and angry, never expecting Su Ying to be at the Tongxian realm. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering, not putting anyone in his eyes. A Tongxian realm at such an age would be a supreme genius anywhere. Roar! The golden dragon roared and flew out, colliding with the fierce tiger with a loud bang. In an instant, the fierce tiger hissed sadly and directly collapsed in midair. The extremely strong palm force directly crushed the long knife in Lu Wen's hand with a click. Immediately after that, his body lurched, his chest was struck, and his entire body spat blood and flew backwards. Is that all you've got? Su Ying laughed coldly and flew up, blasting his palm at Lu Wen once again. Flying Dragon. Boom! Despite Lu Wen's all-out burst of true chi around his body, he was still crushed straight away by the overbearing and incomparable palm force of the dragon falling 18 palms. His entire chest bone collapsed, blood spurting from his mouth, and his body smashed the wall below directly into pieces. Die! Su Ying laughed coldly, and without waiting for him to get up, he once again blasted out with a palm. However, right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, followed by an incomparably black handprint colliding violently with Su Yingxuan's golden palm. The two palms faced each other, and the berserk true chi suddenly spread outward like a dike-breaking flood, and wherever it passed, the verdant stone ground was hardened and lifted up a layer. What a powerful palm technique! The black-robed man only felt unbeatable under one palm, and a hint of shock flashed under his eyes. The figure thumped backward. Each step fell, trampling the ground to pieces. Immediately, he utilized this force to grab Lu Wen, and with a single point of his foot, he shot up into the sky, and flew towards the outside of the city to try and get there. Trying to run? Su Ying laughed coldly. His Ling Bo Wei steps were executed. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he directly chased after him. Chapter 18 Rapid Improvement. Lu Wen was lifted in his hands by the black-robed man, Ghost Yung, and kept spitting blood from his mouth. He suffered from Su Ying's two rigid and incomparable palms, and the tendons and veins around his body had long been broken by inches. In the future, even if you don't die, you'll be an invalid. Lu Wen, you're about to die. Quickly tell me, where exactly are your Lu family's treasures in the Loki Mountain? Ghost Yung lifted Lu Wen and flew towards Mount Lixia in a whirlwind. Ho ho! Save me, or I won't say. Lu Wen's face was incredibly pale, and blood kept spilling from his mouth. Fine, I'll save you. If you don't tell me, I'll personally extract your divine soul. Ghost Yung sniffed and shoved a blood-red ammunition into Lu Wen's mouth. A few moments later, the pale as a ghost Lu Wen's face turned slightly rosy. This is the underworld blood pill, which can keep you from dying for 3 days. If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. As Ghost Yung spoke, he also took a pill for himself. He had just dealt with Su Shi with a palm, so much so that the true chi in his body nearly collapsed, and as a result, he had suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries. At this moment, although Ghost Yung was carrying Lu Wen, his speed was not slow at all. The entire person transformed into a residual shadow and dashed furiously towards Mount Falling Cloud. Not good. That kid is actually catching up. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a ghost-like figure unexpectedly appearing behind him, and his face changed drastically. It was none other than Su Ying who had come after him. If Lu Wen was allowed to escape, his system mission would be considered a failure, and the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi and the 100 black-clothed archery team would not be able to obtain an overall upgrade. Coupled with the fact that Lu Wen had done many evil deeds, since he had struck out, he would have to be killed in one blow, and would definitely not let him escape. The two of them went forward and back, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Falling Cloud mountain range. At this time the mountain forest is already snow-covered, withered branches and leaves all over the ground. The two flew across, but did not leave the slightest trace on the snow surface. You can't get away. Gird your loins. Behind him, Su Ying laughed coldly. Although Lingbo Weibu was not known for its speed, it was more than enough to chase the two. In a moment, Su Ying was only a dozen feet away from Ghost Yung. Die! Suddenly, Su Ying let out a furious cry, and with a stamp of his feet, his entire body shot up into the sky. The berserk force splashed the snow on the ground as if a curtain had risen, and then, his entire body broke through the curtain and shot violently towards Ghost Yung like lightning. Anon roars. A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded again, only to see the flying snow in the sky directly transform into a snow dragon several feet long under the condensation of true chi. Roaring with his head high, he twisted his body and charged towards the Ghost Yuan pole. Wherever the snow dragon passed through, a sky-high tree was directly shattered. The berserk force squeezed all the snow on the ground directly to the sides. Underworld Ghost Hand. Ghost Yung was shocked and furious, directly throwing Lu Wen aside. Without saying a word he turned around and slapped his palm. A half-meter square cyan-colored ghost hand collided with the snow dragon, directly leveling the mountain forest in a 10-meter radius. Ghost Yung's figure lurched and his face turned flushed. He forced a mouthful of blood in his throat not to spurt out, and after a moment, he directly swallowed a blood-red elixir. Proly High? Su Ying laughed coldly. His Lingbo Wei steps once again crossed, and between the flashes of lightning and fire, a channel of adamantine finger force landed on the surroundings of Ghost Yuan-ji. Lingbo Weiqi, invincible in melee combat. Its axiom is one word. Quick! The Ghost Yung couldn't block it at all. and was a complete living target in the face of Su Ying's attack. Originally, as an expert at the third level of the Tanshan realm, even if he was undefeated, it would not be so bad. Unfortunately, just now, in order to save Lu Wen, he had actually received a hard slap from Su Ying. Although this slap was not a heavy injury, it affected the flow of true qi in his body, so under dozens of moves, he was somewhat unable to support himself. Not good. Ghost Yung struggled to support himself, his face becoming increasingly ugly. If it continued like this, even if it was consumed, it would be consumed by Su Ying. With this in mind, Ghost Yung revolved his body's power and tried his best to take a hard slap from Su Ying. At the same time, he gathered all the true qi around his body into his right hand, the great hand seal of the underworld. Ghost Yung let out a loud shout. His body's true qi completely erupted, only to see the huge green palm slapping towards Su Ying's face like a huge wave. The rushing baleful aura enveloped a few feet in a radius, hardening the snow on the ground and lifting it backward. Su Ying coldly grunted. His body slightly retreated, and before his palm power could reach him, he directly slapped out his palm, with a dragon's roar ringing out. The two of them exchanged palms. The two overbearing and incomparable true qi clashed and collided, and the powerful qi that was enough to split gold and crackstones spread outwards, shattering a large tree that was hugged by 3 or 5 people on the spot. Ghost Yung sprayed blood from his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. You, my kung fu. Suddenly, he felt that his internal energy was actually surging towards Su Ying's body in a desperate manner. In a matter of moments, about a third of it was lost. He was shocked and angry, but when he saw Su Ying with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, he could not help but see the color of 10,000 shock in his eyes. Bloodthirsty demon technique. What you cultivate is actually bloodthirsty demon technique. That terrifying power of absorption scared Ghost Yung to the core. Are we evil or are you evil? We don't have this kind of evil demonic skill in everlasting heaven either. Aren't you the fucking magistrate? How could the magistrate know magic power? This is the northern darkness divine power of this official. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying once again moved his mind, crazily ingesting the true qi of the Ghost Yung to supplement himself. His body gradually went limp, his skin dried up like the bark of a pale pine tree, and his hair turned white. In a moment, Su Ying sucked it straight dry and casually threw it out like trash. 5th level of the Tanshan realm. Rocket speed of improvement. Su Ying stood in place, slowly calming the agitated true qi in his body. A few moments later, when the northern underworld true qi completely devoured the Ghost Yung's underworld true qi, he finally slowly opened his eyes. The north underworld divine power is indeed powerful, and it seems to be even more powerful than the legends. Could it be because of this world? Su Ying pondered in his mind, whether it was the dragon subduing 18 palms or the north underworld divine power. Su Ying felt that it was even more powerful than the legends. As he thought about it, he felt that it should be due to the incomparable abundance of Yuan Qi in this world. Who the hell are you? Ghost Yung was paralyzed on the ground, and his entire body aged more than tens of years. He stared at Su Ying with a deadpan expression of horror. This official, Ningyang County Magistrate, is known as Su Ying, with the character Gakken, and is known as the copyist Jusher. Oh yes, there's no need to wonder if you haven't heard of it before, because it's a name that this official has just given himself. Tell me, are there any more everlasting heaven demons in Ningyang City? What exactly are you plotting here? Speak up, and this official can follow the humanitarian agenda and symbolically give you a hard time. As Ghost Yung spoke, black blood suddenly spilled from the corner of his mouth. Su Ying was violently startled, and by the time he rushed to him, he had already died of gas and blood. Geez, I forgot to put the iron ball in my mouth. Shaking his head and kicking Ghost Yung's corpse away, Su Ying turned his gaze and slowly came to the half-dead Lu Wen. Chapter 19, The Joy of Copying a Family. You don't understand. Within the mountain forest, Lu Wen leaned against a large tree with a pale face. Su Ying stood in front of him and said expressionlessly, Lu Wen, you should know what will happen to you yourself. I hope you can tell me what you know, and I will give you a hard time. Painful? Lu Wen smiled miserably at his words. If it wasn't for you, I would still be the leader of the Green Wolf Gang and the underground talker of Ningyang City, and your arrival has ruined it all. After a pause, he suddenly raised his head, a rueful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Now that it's come to this, I think that you and I can make a deal. What deal? What qualifications do you have to make a deal with me? A man who is about to die? Ahem. I know that I must die, but I also have the desire to live. I am willing to use the secret of the treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation of my Lu family in exchange for a way to live. Treasure? Su Ying's heart stirred when he heard this. when he recaptured Ghost Yuanhua that day. After some questioning in the prison, he also did have something about the treasure. However, Suing did not expect that this so-called treasure was related to the Lu family. You tell me. Legend has it that Lu's family ancestor was a great inner guard within the palace of the previous dynasty, and was also the personal guard of Emperor Yu's favorite concubine at the time. Later on, the great ancestor broke the sacred capital and overthrew the great Zhou, and that concubine was martyred along with Emperor Yu, and before she died, she handed over a treasure to my family's ancestor. That treasure is said to be where the clues about one of the three great Zhou's great Jingguo Gongs are located. Speaking here, Lu Wen forced himself to take a few breaths. The 10,000 Tribulation Indestructible Golden Body, the Great Perpetual Astral Dipper Refining Technique, and the 10,000 Spirits Returning to the Origin Technique. It is said that what my ancestor brought out is the clue to the 10,000 Jihad Indestructible Golden Body. The 10,000 Evil Indestructible Golden Body? Suing frowned. Regarding this name, he had heard of it in the mouth of Mr. Storyteller, as one of the three great divine kung fu masterpieces of the former Great Zhou dynasty. It is known as the world's first supreme body refining mastery. That's good. The 10,000 Evil Indestructible Golden Body. Speaking of this, even the dying Lu Wen's eyes revealed a color of longing. The 10,000 Tribulations Indestructible Golden Body is the world's #1 supreme body refining jutsu, belonging to the top tier of heavenly rank jutsu, and after practicing it, the astral energy is majestic, long, and endless. In addition to this, each layer can increase the power of a dragon. Cultivated to the extreme, one can be reborn by dripping blood, with an immortal body that can break the world's divine weapons with an empty hand. Ahem. Lu Wen continued to spill blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had run out of gas. So what? Where exactly is the clue? That's one of the reasons why the everlasting heaven found your Lu family, isn't it? Nice. Lu Wen nodded. After his ancestor faked his death and got out of the imperial palace, he traveled all the way south to Ningyang City. He changed his name in order to keep his identity from being exposed, and at the same time, he hid that clue in Mount Lixia. Falling hills? Suing frowned slightly. Good. Specific directions. No one knows, but there is a map in the middle of the Lu family. The ancestor left a motto before dying that year, behind closed doors. Loyalty and righteousness are always too difficult to complete. The tiger whistles in the sky. Whether the next life is not 10,000 robberies? Is there any more? No more. What I know. I've said it all. I hope Lord Su will let me off. However, before he could finish his words, his brow was penetrated by a mysterious golden finger force. Sending you down a ghost road is the real deal. Shaking his head, Suing turned around and came to Ghost Yuanji's body. A few moments later, a gold silk bag appeared in his hand. Grandma, are all the cult demons so rich? The gold silk bag was only the size of a palm, and it was bulging with Dasha Tanbao first-class gold tickets. Each one is 100 taels, a full 5,000 taels of gold. Simply an overnight success. Too bad it doesn't come with a secret book or something. The Lu family has stood in Ningyang City for 130 years, which is when the previous dynasty, the Great Zhou, broke up, but his words can't be trusted in their entirety. Why didn't that guard personally take it and cultivate it since he had a clue to the 10,000 searches indestructible golden body? Shaking his head, Suing looked towards the surroundings, and after realizing that there were no abnormalities, he directly pointed his foot and turned into a residual shadow to leave. However, not long after he had left, a stunning woman with an extremely cold face, holding a long sword and wearing a black gauze skirt slowly walked out. She looked at the two corpses on the ground and Su Ying's back as he left, her eyebrows knitted slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu family, inner courtyard. Suing leisurely leaned back on his recliner and watched the coming and going of the constables. They were either carrying all sorts of tin boxes or carrying all sorts of strange things. Led by Zhang Liang's record, it was incredibly busy. You don't understand the joy of copying a home. Boxes of gold, jewelry, valuable antiques and paintings, all kinds of pills and heavenly treasures. All of them were scavenged and placed in the courtyard before Suing. Beside him, Zhang Liang held a book in his hand, keeping a record of what had been carried out. About half an hour. My lord, please take a look. The items copied out by the Lu family and the Green Wolf Gang are all here. As Zhang Liang spoke, he respectfully handed the booklet in his hand to Suing. Suing nodded his head and began to look through them one by one after receiving them. Look no further. The Green Wolf Gang and the Lu family alone have copied out 180,000 taels of gold, 320,000 taels of silver, and the rest of the jewelry, valuable antiques and paintings, plus various pills and treasures, estimated by Zhang Liang to be worth 100,000 000 taels. That is to say, this time the family copied out a full 2,220,000 taels of silver. Sir, in addition to this, there are some real estate land deeds field chiseling. The next official has not yet estimated, but estimated, can also have tens of thousands of taels. Hey, the people's money, it's all the people's money. These assholes of Ningyang County. Trash. This official hates these people the most in his life. Even more detestable than corrupt officials. When there's an opportunity, this official must petition His Majesty to give all these corrupt officials and people's livelihood assholes a set of 3 consecutive moves. Suing held the account book tightly in his hand and said in pain, Your Excellency is absolutely right. If it weren't for you, these assholes still don't know how much of the people's fat and wealth they would have to scrape. How many people would have been victimized? Well, you're right. Suing nodded slightly, and looked at the account book in his hand again, and then suddenly his words changed, and he looked up and asked, But this official is also considered to be roughly versed in arithmetic. How do I look? How do I feel that this account book of yours? Something is not right? No? Zhang Liang was shocked inwardly, and quickly showed his fear. Your Honor, I have counted 3 times in total, and I have absolutely not counted a penny wrongly. No, you're wrong. Su Ying's face straightened, took the brush in his hand, and then drew a few strokes on the ledger. Zhang Liang took a look and the corner of his mouth twitched. Only see the total number of 2,222,000 taels of 200 directly by Su should be classified as total. County Minister Zhang. Now that's the right number. Suing glanced at him and faintly said. Zhang conscientiously head shocked, eyes wide as a bull's eye, the whole person as demented. Finally, slowly bowing his head, he answered, Yes, Your Excellency, my humble servant has been a bit sleep deprived lately, and I did indeed misread it. Then, the finger slightly trembles a bit. In the account book wrote, after checking and accounting income, the Liu family and the Green Wolfgang family property combined, a total of 220,002. Well, count it and report it immediately. After Suing finished speaking, he got up and stretched comfortably, and suddenly his body crackled and popped around him. Are all the arrests due to be made? Back to your lordship. Sheriff Li with his constables and black-clothed arrows team have arrested all the people connected with the Green Wolfgang and the Liu family. But because there are too many people, the prison is a bit too big to fit. More than 200 people were arrested at one time, plus the county jail already held many prisoners. In this way, it becomes quite crowded. So that's how it is. It's this official who was out of the loop. It seems like it's time to repair and expand the county jail. Suing frowned slightly as he stood in place, a color of contemplation surfacing under his eyes. A moment later, he once again took the ledger in Zhang Liang's hand and again scratched. Well, 1,220,000 taels. Now that's really right. After saying that, leaving behind a dumbfounded Zhang Liang, he directly got up and left. Until this moment, he can be considered to truly understand why Suing so liked to copy other people's homes. Chapter 20, Ancestral Clues. The Liu family's mansion was huge, and Suing had already decided that when he was done with things, he would move the county office directly here. However, the county office specifications and various configurations have to be remodeled one by one, and this is not a matter of urgency. Of course, there was no money in the past, so much so that the dungeon had not been repaired for 15 years. Now that I have the money, I'll just get a new fucking one. My lord, just now my humble servant was leading those black-clad arrows, and as they were walking, they suddenly paused. And guess what? Li Shan followed Suing and said with a shocked face, they actually all broke through. Just thinking about this, Li Shan felt as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime. Genius was not unheard of, and Li Shan had seen it before. For example, Suing, Lord Su, in front of me. But who the hell has ever seen a whole 100 people collectively break through at the same time? Li Shan had never dreamed such a glorious dream. Sheriff Li, there's no need to be surprised. In a few days, when you become a county lieutenant, won't it be more like a dream? Suing turned around and looked at Li Shan, smiling faintly. Your Honor is joking. Prefect. What? County lieutenant? Li Shan was stunned in place, a look of shock and incredulity on his face as he pointed at himself. My lord, you're promoting me to be a county lieutenant? No? Suing carried his hands behind his back and turned his body to look him up and down. Although Li Shan had a few more hard eyes for people, he himself was a constable after all. However, he was not a bad person, and overall, in Su Ying's judgment, was considered a good person. Many thanks for your cultivation, Your Excellency. From now on my humble servant. However, before Li Shan could finish his words of loyalty, he was interrupted by Suing raising his hand. All right, there is no need for such words. In the future, this official will only look at what you have done. Yes, my lord. My humble servant will not let your excellency down. Well, tomorrow morning this official will send people to the county to send a copy of the paperwork. The proceeds of gold and silver you personally escort. I will let the 4 ghosts among the 2 with you. In addition, your promotion to the county lieutenant of the recommendation of the paperwork I have let Zhang Liang go back to write, and so on the seal of the Great Seal. You by the way to bring to the Nanyang County Governor Li Fengli adults. Remember, no one can open the paperwork until it's in Lord Li's hands. Yes, my lord, I will do it. Let's go. Come with me and see. By the way, is there anything strange about the Lu family? Suing asked as he walked, without looking back towards Li Shan. Li Shan sniffed, shook his head slightly, showing a puzzled look. Strange place? This humble position is not too clear. Lu family humble position has come twice, all in the outer courtyard. However, I have heard that the Lu family has a loyalty hall, which may have the Lu family's family martial arts tiger whistling divine power. That is a Xian rank upper grade internal martial arts heart method. Loyalty hall? Let's go. Go check it out. After saying that, Suing directly found a subordinate of the Lu family to lead the way towards the inner mansion. A few moments later, it came to the heel of a shrine-like building, opening the rusty iron lock. Suing and Li Shan stepped inside. The entire Zhangyi Hall looks extremely dilapidated. The courtyard is paved with ancient green bricks, weeds everywhere, seems to be unattended for a long time. The walls were mottled and in many places even cracked. Your honor, please, Li Shan in front of the lead. Not long before the 2 came to the front of the hall, approached, only to see that there is only one opposite door of the tiger tsunami figure. Beyond that, it was empty, nothing else. Suing used the eye of Tongyi to watch, but surprisingly, he didn't find the slightest abnormality either. It is said that the ancestors of the Lu family were guards among the imperial palace in the previous dynasty, but as I see it, this is also putting gold on their own faces. Li Shan snorted, showing disdain. Emperor Yu was dim, listening to the sycophant's slander, causing the people of the world to be in deep water and suffering. Taizu, who was a reckless person, rose from the bottom of the heap to overthrow the great Zhou and save the people of the world. Unfortunately, only after a mere 130 years of good times, those remnants of the former dynasty can't help but try to pop up again. He stood in front of the Hall of Loyalty and Justice, remembering the past, and could not help but sigh a few words. Suing nodded slightly, his eyes slightly surprised, glanced at Li Shan and laughed lightly. I didn't expect you to know about this. Li Shan scratched his head in some embarrassment. He, your honor is laughing. This is all what my precious daughter came back to tell me. You have a daughter? Su Ying's face froze as he sniffed. I thought you were a bachelor like me. Had. I'm not hiding it from your excellency. I married my wife and had a child at the age of 17, but unfortunately my wife later died in childbirth. Only left my father and daughter. 2 people rely on each other for life. My humble position will be hard to raise my girl. Fortunately this girl is also competitive. Currently studying in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. A few days ago sent a letter. Said that it is about to break through the innate realmate. By the way, she might be back in a few days. Speaking of his own daughter, Li Shan's old face showed a rare look of joy and satisfaction. The Li family was considered a big family in Ningyan City, but unfortunately, Li Shan had always been at odds with them, so it went straight to its own independent portal. His only concern was his precious daughter, Li Tsushang. Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy? Suing nodded slightly. The Academy of Letters and the Academy of Martial Arts were set up in each state. The Academy of Letters practiced literature, and the students who came out of it were mostly talented people, and some of the top ones could be recommended to join the government as officials. Martial Arts Academy is a place to train martial artists, and any qualified young girl or boy who reaches a certain age and passes the test can enter it. However, most of these people became constables in various places after graduation, and of course, some were selected to join the Jinfu division, or directly joined the military. Su should have been a student of the Academy of Letters at the beginning, and then the court opened the examination, and he directly passed the high school entrance examination. Of course, the reason why he was able to become the magistrate of Ningyan County was also the result of the weighing of all parties in the dynasty. Otherwise, based on the fact that he had no family and was alone, it would be tantamount to a fool's dream for him to become a county magistrate. So it is. How old? Suing smiled and asked, is it pretty? When Li Shan heard this, he immediately showed a wary look. What is your honor asking for? Ha, don't ask no questions. Well, there's nothing here, so let's go. Suing waved his hand and was about to get up and leave, when suddenly, his footsteps lurched and his body slowly turned around. What was found, my lord? Seeing this, Li Shan couldn't help but ask strangely. Behind closed doors, loyalty and righteousness can't be fulfilled in the end. The tiger's roar frightens the sky. Will it be immortalized in the next life? Since it's a couplet, where's the crossword? Suing muttered and looked at a plaque directly above his head, only to see that the plaque, through the erosion of the years, has long become mottled, and the words on it are also a little hard to see. God bless. Great week? Li Shan also raised his head to look, and when he looked closely at the 4 big words, his face froze, and then he laughed coldly. Grandma, it turns out that the Lu family has long been wolves. Based on these 4 words alone, it's not surprising that the family would be copied and exterminated. Nowadays it is the world of Disya. Lu family. This ancestral hall even wrote what heavenly blessing great show. On a casual theory, it's also the cardinal sin of treason. Good point. Suing smiled faintly, suddenly figuring out the mystery of that aphorism. Originally, these 2 sentences were supposed to go on both sides of this plaque. However, the ancestors of the Lu family did not do so, but only passed it down by word of mouth, because no one can imagine what the meaning of those 2 sentences really means. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying's feet pointed and directly flew up to the place where the plaque was hung, taking a closer look toward the back. Sure enough, behind the plaque a yellow silk-wrapped object. He didn't move, and he directly stored it in the system space before floating down. What have you found, my lord? Li Shan asked with an expectant face. I thought that the tiger's whistle divine power was behind this, but unfortunately, there is nothing. Well, it's getting late. Let's go back first. After saying that, he directly left without looking back. Li Shan didn't think much about it and remained immersed in the joy of his upcoming promotion to county lieutenant. Just arrived at the door of the county government office, Suing politely declined Li Shan's invitation to go to 100 Flowers House to investigate the case overnight, and then returned to his own yard alone. After closing the door of the room, Suing then took out the things behind the plaque from the system space. Could this be the clue left by the ancestors of the Lu family? After thinking about it, Suing no longer hesitated and directly opened the yellow silk. Chapter 21. Obtaining the treasure. Mysterious woman. The yellow silk had been stored for more than 100 years, and I don't know what it was made of, but apart from some slightly grayish color, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Suing carefully opened it, and when he saw what was in it, his face froze. It was surprisingly a palm-sized jade tablet. He placed it in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully, but he saw that one side of the jade tablet was engraved with densely packed small characters, each only the size of a needle's eye. If it wasn't for Su Deng's eye of penetrating specter that could discern the slightest detail, he wouldn't have been able to see what was written on it at all. Even so, it consumed a great deal of concentration to read the whole thing. Tiger's whistle divine power. I didn't realize it was engraved on the jade tablet. I see. When Suing memorized the scriptures of the tiger's whistle divine power, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. This jutsu was given by the Lu family's ancestor when he made a merit by that noble princess. It is a jutsu of the lower grade of the Earth Order. The method practiced by the Lu family, somehow, only had the first 5 layers, missing the 4 most crucial layers of the heart at the back. That was why it could only be ranked at the top of the Xian rank. This jutsu cultivated the supremely yang and rigid true qi. The internal force was majestic and domineering, and it also came with a tiger fury blade technique. Rather, I can pass it on to Li Shan, as well as my Black Clothes Arrow Squad also needs some Jedi to enhance their strength. Suing cupped his chin in thought. Although Tiger's whistling divine kung fu was good, it was not as good as his North Underworld divine kung fu and Dragonfall 18 Palms, and in terms of vastness and virility, it's not as good as the golden bell of the 12 heavenly gates. Suing naturally knew the truth that greed could not be chewed, so he did not choose to cultivate. On the back of the jade tablet, there was no text, only a strange figure inscribed. Suing took a closer look, and the more he looked, the more familiar he felt. A moment later, he turned the jade token around, and suddenly his face froze. Isn't this the Bear's Paw Peak? Could it be that the ancestor of the Lu family placed the clues to the 10,000 Searches' undying golden body on top of the Bear Paw Peak back then? Thinking of this, Suing continued to watch that graphic. Only 3 peaks that rose up to the sky were visible, and in the shortest one, there was a star symbol. Yes, whether it's that group of mountain bandits or my black-clothed archery team, entering Bear Paw Peak along that road, they can only enter the highest peak. As for the other 2, because they are too short, no one goes there at all, because standing at the highest, you can take in the scene of the other 2 peaks at a glance. After thinking about it, Suing put away the jade card, changed his clothes, and directly took advantage of the night color to transform into a ghostly figure speeding towards Bear Paw Peak. The dark night did not affect Su Ying's vision. He followed the path in his memory and soon came under the Bear's Paw Peak. At the moment, The black-clothed archery teams were all in the city guarding the dungeon, so the entire mountain peak was extremely quiet. Without entering from the small path, Suing directly came to the shortest one, and by using the vines on the cliff face, he took several consecutive vertical leaps and arrived on top of the peak. This is a small space, and when you look up, the stars seem to be within reach. Suing looked around, only to see that the space here was extremely small, with nothing but some rubble. Luckily I have the eye of the spectre, accompanied by a flash of cyan fluorescence flowing in the middle of the dark night. Su Ying's eyes were like scanning instruments, taking in everything on the mountaintop. There's something else. As the eye of Tongyi kept scanning, Suing finally saw a pitch-black box under a large tree not far away. He was so happy that he rushed forward, and in 3 tries, he lifted the rubble and took out the black box. Is this the clue buried by the ancestors of the Lu family? It's really secretive. Unfortunately, it's cheap for me now. Suing was overjoyed in his heart and was about to open the box when suddenly his ears twitched and a cracking sound came from the air. Who? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze alert, while his true chi ran through his body. As soon as the words fell, a figure dressed in a black gauze skirt, holding a long sword, cold as an ice mountain, slowly fell directly from mid-air. She was about 24 or 25 years old, with a clear and elegant appearance, and a heavenly color, just like a fairy descending from the broad cold immortal palace to the mortal world. Give me the box. The voice is clear and cold to the extreme. In an instant, the temperature of the space in a circle of more than 10 feet dropped instantly, and even the void is slightly drifting down snowflakes. Suing stood in place. Even though he was running his true chi, he actually felt the bone-chilling cold. Who are you? He was shocked in his heart, but his face was as normal as he looked at the stunning woman in front of him, who was like a moon palace fairy, and asked out loud, "Give me the box." She spoke again, her voice as clear as a jade pearl. What if I don't give it? Su Ying's face was expressionless. The northern darkness true chi was running, and the 18 palms of the descending dragon were ready to be launched. It was the first time since he had become successful in his cultivation that he felt real danger enveloping his entire body. Whether it was Ghost Yuanji, Ghost Yuanhua, or Lu Wen and Lu Wu, to Su Ying, they were all just dirt, unbeatable. But facing this stunning woman in front of him, Su Ying felt that he did not have the slightest hope of defeating her. This was not an illusion, but a solid all-around suppression of realm cultivation. But it had never been Su Ying's style to let people slaughter him. Though she was a beautiful cold beauty, Su Ying looked at her eyes that were devoid of any semblance of emotion and cold enough to make people afraid, and couldn't bring up any interest at all. Instead, a fierce sense of crisis raged. Give me the box. The cold beauty spoke again, and there was an unquestionable, unrefusable aura among her tone. What if I don't give it? Su Ying spoke again. However, as soon as the words fell, a terrifying and incomparable aura completely descended. Boom! With a loud sound, Su Ying's shoulders seemed to be pressed by 2 huge mountains, and his legs directly plunged into the hard ground. The entire person's chest was stuffy, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth between the chi and blood. What a horrible woman! What is this realm? Tian Yuan realm? Su Ying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned equally cold. Immediately after that, he raised his palm. Anon roars. A heaven-shattering dragon roar resounded once again, and then a golden dragon silhouette rose behind Su Ying, the 8th stance of the 18 palms of the descending dragon. Shocking 100 miles, the golden dragon roared behind Su Ying, and the violent and rigid true chi looked like it was struggling and twisting, as if it was trying to break through some kind of bondage. Ha! Is it the world-shaking dragon fist? It looks like a palm technique. Unfortunately, the cultivation is not up to par. Cold Beauty's beautiful face was slightly knitted, and the long sword in her hand was gently pointed. In an instant, Su Ying could only feel thousands of incomparably terrifying sword chi falling in front of him across space and time. The golden dragon-shaped true chi instantly collapsed, and the golden bell shield that he had been running with all his might did not even last a breath. And then, Su Ying felt as if his entire body was viciously hit by an ancient giant elephant. The body was like a meteor, flying backwards uncontrollably. Boom! With a loud bang, his entire body was directly embedded in the mountain wall, and beneath his feet was a 10,000 feet cliff. Ouch! Huge pain. At this moment, Su Ying only felt that the whole person was like being ruthlessly crushed once again. The bones around his body cracked, the muscles were torn, the true chi collapsed, and the chi and blood collapsed. Good dog, woman. Su Ying at this point finally realized the villain character's powerlessness before death. He was inwardly shocked and angry, yet he was powerless to fight back. At this moment, he realized how weak he really was. In front of this woman, one was like an ant. Whoosh! Cold Beauty flew to Su Ying's front, and without the help of anything, she just quietly hovered in front of Su-ying. Strange, I clearly saw you put a box on your body, why not? As she spoke, her indifferent and godless eyes once again surveyed Su-ying. Still, you're a good man, I won't kill you. After saying this, his body flashed and directly disappeared into the sky. Good people? You're the good guy. Your whole family is the good guy. Su-ying's face froze, then he inwardly cracked. Damn you, I've messed with you. Come up here and get your ass kicked? Dog woman, don't let me see you again. When I break through the heavenly Yuan realm, I will definitely take you 100 times. Hiss. Thinking of this, Su-ying suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Without hesitation, he directly operated the North Underworld divine power on top of the mountain wall and began to repair the damage in his body. This dog woman's strength is horrible. Simply based on the momentum will be pressed by their own inability to move. Just a little bit of the scabbard. They are close to bursting body and death. Chapter 22, Cracking the Mechanisms, Practicing Divine Kung Fu. It wasn't until the night was over that Su-ying, who was embedded within the wall, let out a long sigh of relief. His body had already recovered after a night of running his energy to heal his wounds. This was still due to the fact that he had cultivated the Golden Bell Mask himself. Otherwise, such a heavy internal injury would definitely not be healed without 10 days and half a month. Mad Dog Woman, when this official finds out where you come from, I'll make sure you know why the flowers are so red. Ka-chow. With a crunching sound, Su-ying's body broke free from the mountain wall. With that, his feet stepped down and his body shot up into the sky, and in a short while, he arrived on top of the Bear's Paw Peak. At this moment, the sun was rising. The first ray of pure sunlight between heaven and earth shone down. Su-ying sat on his knees. The northern underworld divine energy was running, greedily drawing on the endless yuan qi between heaven and earth. It was not until noon, when the true qi in his body was completely filled, that Su-ying slowly opened his eyes. Host, Su-ying. Realm, 5th level of the Tongxian realm. Skills, North Underworld Divine Kung Fu, 8th level. Can be upgraded. Powerful Vajra Fingers, 6th level. Can be upgraded. Golden Bell Shield, 8th level. Can be upgraded. 18 Palms of the Descending Dragon, can be upgraded. Cultivation value, 60 points. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. Killing the ghost UNG only gave 40 points of cultivation value. Su-ying slightly shook his head and directly added all 60 points of cultivation value to the golden bell. Dang it! Accompanied by a burst of clear and crisp sound of a flooding bell. Immediately afterward, Su-ying only felt that his body was like soaking in a hot spring. The sound of the bell shook and strengthened his muscles, bones, flesh and even epidermis once again, making Su-ying look like a golden-bodied Luohan. And outside of his body, a huge golden bell slowly rotated, while at the same time, infinite masculine chi erupted from Su-ying's body. It made his entire body like a sleeping Vajra divine elephant, his chi and blood so majestic that it even melted the snow around him. A moment later, Su-ying slowly opened his eyes, in which a touch of delight flowed out. The 10th layer of the golden bell shroud is really good. Unfortunately, there is still the lower Ina hood. Su-ying shook his head slightly and stood up, stretching his arms and legs as his body crackled and popped. When the golden bell shroud has completed the 12th level, the whole body will be complete, and there will no longer be any shroud. At that point, it will be truly Vajra. I don't know if that bitch is gone. It's just a matter of getting back. With this thought, Su-ying directly leapt down from the top of the mountain, and when he was about to land, he took advantage of a large sky-high tree to travel towards Ningyang City at a fast pace. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared into the sky. Back at the county office, Su-ying ate and drank his fill, read the confession about the Lu family and the Green Wolf Gang, and immediately ordered to report it to the county governor. Kill what should be killed. Sentence what should be sentenced. Right, you personally go to the slums to recruit some workers. First repair and reinforce the county office dungeon. In addition, all those who were persecuted and wronged by Lu Wu are released. Summon Zhang Hu, give him a set of 3 companies and let him go on his way. Yes, my lord, my humble servant will go and do it now. By the way, when you go to the slums, tell them that this official will open a warehouse at the city gate early tomorrow morning to release grain. Of course, using my private money to purchase the grain, and then you go and find a few people to cook porridge and give it out to relieve the poor. Hearing these words, Zhang Liang was in awe. He had thought that Su-ying was a corrupt official who loved the people as much as his own son and didn't have a penny to spare, but he didn't realize that there was such a great side to him. Ningyang City originally didn't have slums, but ever since the great chaos in the western state, more than 100,000 poor people had fled from there. Now that the weather was cold, if Su-ying could give out congee and rice, these people could probably have a winter without going hungry. Your Excellency's good deed. My humble servant admires it to the utmost. When I go home, I will take out a portion of my family's grain to cook porridge for charity as well. Well, go ahead. If there isn't enough food, you can use the eagle to send a message to Li Shan to buy food in the county, then escort it back directly. Yes, my lord. Zhang Liang turned to leave as he spoke. After waiting for a few moments, eating and drinking, looking at the plates on the table, Su Ying cupped his chin, a color of contemplation surfacing in the bottom of his eyes. There isn't even a cook in this county office, so it seems like it's time to get a few cooks to cook specifically for me. With this thought, Su Ying withdrew his thoughts, and with a single movement of his mind, the box that he had brought from Bear Paw Peak directly appeared in his hands. The box was not large, it was made of sandalwood, and it was engraved with exquisite patterns around it. On the surface of the box is a picture of a tiger with growing wings. The flying divine tiger was the totem of the former dynasty, Great Zhou, while the totem of the current dynasty, Great Xia, was the Xian bird. Legend has it that when the great ancestor was born, a mysterious bird descended from the sky and delivered supreme divine power and divine weapons. This is also why Taizhou was able to rise from his humble beginnings. Gently opened, only to see inside the sandalwood box was a thumb-sized six-sided dice. Why is there a dice? Could this be a clue to the 10,000 evil undying golden body? Su Ying frowned slightly and pinched the dice up for a closer look. The dice were small, with 6 sides, black and gold in color, each side engraved with a mysterious symbol. Knocked on it, which appeared to be hollow, Su Ying wanted to directly crush it, but once he thought of the possibility of destroying what was inside, he immediately put away this impractical idea. If this is really one of the 3 great divine powers of the former Great Zhou dynasty, there must be a mechanism present in it. If it was violently broken, I'm afraid that even the contents would be directly destroyed. How do you crack this thing? Will the eye of the specter work? With this thought, Su Ying's mind moved, and a touch of green spirit color immediately appeared in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he gazed towards the dice, only to see that inside the dice, there was a crystal the size of a glistening white soybean, and around the dice, each mysterious symbol is connected to an extremely delicate and subtle mechanism. So it is. Seeing the joints, Su Ying's mind moved, and a trace of true qi carefully entered the inside of the dice. Activate the symbols on each of the 6 sides in order. A moment later, only a click was heard, and the 6-sided dice directly shattered, and one of the glistening white crystals directly shot out a fan-shaped light, and on it, there were lines and lines of small, densely packed words. Indeed, Su Ying was overjoyed in his heart, and then he began to carefully examine the small golden characters among the fluorescent light. It was about half an hour before he finally finished reading it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10,000 evil indestructible golden body. Is it to be cultivated immediately? 10,000 Thunder's indestructible golden body, one of the 3 great Zhou royal families and clans' absolute science. The world's first supreme body refining method. After practicing, the physical body is like a god, immortal, and can rival the world's godly weapons. Cultivation. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ying directly chose to cultivate. Immediately after that, the first layer of the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body's mind technique slowly operated, and Su Ying's skin around his body directly carried a faint layer of metaphysical gold color. So easy? Wasn't the world's #1 body refining method promised? Su Ying's face was stunned, then his mind immersed, and when he saw the operation of the true qi in his body, he directly froze. One could only see the strong and domineering true qi within the dantian directly slowly devouring the true qi cultivated by the golden bell mask. In the blink of an eye, this true qi grew completely large, and then it began to devour the exclusive true qi of the North Underworld divine power, the 18 palms of the descending dragon and the powerful Vajra fingers. This is worthy of being the #1 body refining mastery in the world, overbearing and terrifying as it is. Su Ying's mind shook and his eyes widened, waiting for this true qi to completely calm down. He moved his mind and directly looked at his attribute interface. Chapter 23 Pole Gangs, Missing Persons. Host, Su Ying. Realm, 5th level of the Tongxian realm. Skills, 10,000 Karmic Immortal Golden Body, 1st level. Cannot be upgraded. North Underworld Divine Power, 8th level. Cannot be upgraded. Powerful Vajra Fingers, 6th level. Cannot be upgraded. 18 Palms of the Descending Dragon, 7th level. Cannot be upgraded. Cultivation value, none. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. The Golden Bell, surprisingly, simply disappeared. It was thought that it should have been directly swallowed and fused by the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body, but strangely enough, Su Ying could still feel that he could cast Golden Bell. Ha! That true chi in the body is actually still devouring and transforming? Su-ying frowned slightly, and suddenly, a raging burning heat erupted within him. No good, he suddenly shrieked, only to feel a powerful and majestic masculine blood chi erupt from him like a volcano erupting. The whole room was suddenly hot as an oven. Su-ying didn't dare to be careless and directly operated the heart technique of the 10,000 evil undying golden body. A moment later, as this true chi slowly subsided, it was only seen that the true chi in Su-ying's body had completely transformed into a Shinjin color. At the same time, his skin everywhere around his body took on a white jade glass-like color, with a tough and imperishable sense of metaphysics. Su-ying once again looked at his panel, only to see that the original 10,000 evil unbreakable golden body had directly reached the second layer. Ding! A soft thud. Congratulations to the host for having cultivated the 10,000 evil indestructible golden body, the second level of the current realm, and may spend 5,000 points of cultivation value to raise the current realm. 5,000 cultivation points? Su-ying's face darkened. It's just that, after all, it's a legendary supreme heavenly ranked mastery. 5,000 points isn't too much. With this thought, Su-ying slightly clenched his fist, and immediately, a violent and extreme power surged out from the depths of his flesh and blood. It was fully dozens of times more than what he had before. At least 100,000 pounds of huge strength. With a movement of his palm, the long sword hanging on the wall directly fell into Su-ying's hand, and then he directly drew it out and slashed it violently towards his arm. When, ka-chow, there was a crunching sound, fire splashed everywhere, and the longsword shattered in response as if it had slashed on an incredibly hard Shinjing stone. The divine power is infinite, and the Vajra is unbreakable, worthy of being a legendary supreme mastery. It's a pity that the Lu family held it for over 100 years, but in the end, it was cheap for me. The ancestor of the Lu family at the time was afraid that he only thought that the dice contained clues about the divine power, but he himself had no idea how to open it. He was also afraid that forcing it open would destroy what was in it, so he had no choice but to place it on the Bear's Paw Peak on Falling Cloud Mountain. Su-ying was delighted in his heart, looked at the sky outside. It was already evening, immediately changed his clothes and walked towards the outside of the county office. As for the six-sided dice, they were directly crushed by Su-ying. I'm not a remnant of the previous dynasty. I didn't cultivate any 10,000 evil imperishable golden body. What I practiced was the golden bell that opens the 12 heavenly gates. Where is your honor planning to go? A constable watched Su-ying leave with a folding fan in hand and immediately bowed and asked, what are the fun places in Ningyang City? Folding his fan and clapping his hands, Su-ying laughed. The constable blinked and laughed. Back to your lordship, 100 Flower House, Wojiang Flower Boat, but the flower boat hasn't arrived yet, so there's only 100 Flower House. Most of the flower boats travel down the river from Qingzhou all the way to Ningyang City. At each place, one stays for as many as 10 days and a half, or as few as 3 or 5. The ship is full of warblers and talented men and women, and it's an annual event. 100 Flower House was the largest flower house in Ningyang City, and it was once held by the Green Wolf Gang, but now that the Green Wolf Gang and the Lu family were overthrown, along with it, the 100 Flower House was completely relieved. Well, this officer knows. Su-ying nodded and went straight out of the county office. Sure enough, just ask if there's a fun place to go and all the answers are based on men in general. 100 Flowers building Su-ying naturally will not go. He is a hall magistrate, but night sleeps in the flower building. If it spreads out, it will certainly be harmful to his reputation. There is no curfew at this time of day, so pedestrians can be seen coming and going on the streets from time to time. Ha, my lord, why are you out here alone? Su-ying had just turned a street when he saw Li Shan walking head-on with a few inspecting constables. Anything unusual tonight? Su-ying asked. Li Shan went to the county, but returned this afternoon with 1,000 quintals of grain. Although the transportation in this world is not very convenient, there are trained Suntian divine eagles in the government, which can support people to fly, and 1,000 miles in a day is no big deal, so it didn't take much time to go back and forth. Li Shan shook his head and frowned. Back to your excellency, everything is as usual, but just now, my humble servant patrolled and found a strange thing in the slums. I was about to go back to the county office to ask your excellency to make a decision. Oh, what is it? Su-ying asked. I have just been inspecting the slums and found that people have been going missing from time to time in recent times, mainly teenagers and young girls. My humble servant felt strange in his heart, so he asked around and found that in the recent month, there were as many as 20 to 30 missing people. Many of them have surprisingly disappeared into thin air. Missing? Su-ying frowned slightly, feeling that there was something unusual about this matter. In today's world, demons were rampant, so if a few people were missing perhaps no one would even care. But there is definitely something fishy about 20 to 30 people going missing in a month. Not bad. I have secretly investigated. And recently a gang called the Pole Gang has risen in the slums. Most of these people are ruffians in the slums, but the leader has yet to be found. After a pause, Li Shan continued. This Pole Gang's people don't enter the inner city, specializing in oppressing the good and good in the slums. And many people were directly driven into the city with broken legs and feet to beg. And the disappearance of population started when this Pole Gang was established. The Pole Gang? As Suing sniffed, a picture of dawning realization couldn't help but flash through his mind. A moment later, he said in a cold voice, according to this official, those missing people are definitely abducted and sold away by this what beggar gang. Tomorrow morning, you directly go to catch a few people to come and inquire. Yes, my lord. Li Shan hurriedly arched his hand, and after a pause, smiled again and said, Your Excellency, my humble servant has another request. I wonder if Your Excellency can grant it? Suing raised his eyebrows and smiled. You say, what is it? He. It's not that big of a deal. My daughter Li Qiushang is about to graduate from the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, and I thought to myself that there are constable vacancies at the county office lately, so I wanted to beg Your Excellency to give her a constable position, so that she can work out more in the local area. Suing smiled faintly and asked with interest, Oh, when will you be back? Year's end, I think, probably less than half a month away. Suing nodded slightly and smiled. No problem, just come back and report directly. You are the county lieutenant and your daughter is the chief arrestee. It's simply the best of both worlds. Thank you, my lord. Aha, keep patrolling. Waiting for Li Shan to leave, Suing turned around and his feet came to the bank of the Wujiang River at some point. He stood on the bank and looked at the sparkling river. It's been more than a month since he came to this world, and nowadays he is considered to be thoroughly adapted to the life of this world. In just 1 month, it reached heights that others could never reach in a lifetime. The changes in life are truly fantastic. Suddenly, he was alerted in his heart and turned around violently, and he saw that not far behind him, a woman holding a long sword, black veil covering her face, and with a wonderful to the core figure was standing quietly. Su Ying's face froze, and when he took a closer look, he was immediately shocked. I can't believe it's you. Chapter 24, Princess Sunrise. Click, click, click. The moment the woman in black appeared, the center of her feet extended to the surface of the Wujiang River dozens of meters away. Surprisingly, they had all formed thick ice crystals. A bone-chilling coldness rose from within his body, and Suing only felt that his qi and blood around his body were frozen and condensed. The 10,000 Thunder's indestructible golden body operated, melting the frost on his clothes, which made him feel better. Your Excellency, you and I have no grievances. Why are you clinging to me? Su Ying's face was grim, and he was on guard inside, ready to storm out at any time. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, the woman in black unexpectedly transformed directly into a residual shadow, appearing in front of Su Ying in an instant. The scabbard of the sword was like thunderbolt lightning, pointing towards Su Ying's chest. The speed was appalling. With no other choice, Su Ying could only operate the 10,000 evil undying golden body. In an instant, a layer of golden bells rose outside the body. However, in the next moment, the sword sheath directly shattered the golden bell with a point, landing directly in front of Su Ying's chest. Berserk power erupted like a volcano, and Su Ying only felt a huge force like a star attacking him. His entire body was sent flying backwards at the direct point, and his legs viciously plowed 2 hideous grooves in the ground. Looking down, he only saw that the golden body on the surface of his skin had been directly punctured. The second layer of the 10,000 Thunder's indestructible golden body was like rags and paper. And surprisingly, it didn't work in the slightest. Who the hell are you? Su Ying's eyes narrowed slightly, waiting for his body's qi and blood to calm down, before he asked in a deep voice, still saying that the stuff isn't on you. The 10,000 evil indestructible golden body. In just one night, you actually cultivated it? The voice that was so cold that it came out like a jade pearl hitting a jade plate, together with the black-clothed woman's worldly face, it gave people a feeling of being in a natural state of mind. What 10,000 evil unbreakable golden body? This is my golden bell shield, from the Great Forest Temple. Su Ying smiled coldly. Of course he wouldn't admit it. Just kidding. What if you are recognized as a remaining member of the Great Zhou? The golden bell shroud doesn't have this kind of power. You're the 10,000 evil imperishable golden body. The woman in black continued to speak, her gaze indifferent, without any semblance of emotion present in it. She was as cold as a machine. Alright, big sister, what do you want to do? If you wanted to kill me, 100 of me wouldn't be a match for you. but you showed mercy both times. I'm a little confused. Su-ying sighed helplessly and looked at her and asked with a bitter smile. The first time at Bear's Paw Peak, he nearly got himself blown up by her. The second time was now. Another close call. In front of the woman in black. Su-ying's cultivation that he was proud of was a fart. My surname is Win. My name is Taiyu. And I want that heart technique on you that can suck others' essence and chi and blood. Of course, I can give you other treasures in exchange. The 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body is nothing to me. I'm not too interested. Without waiting for Su-ying to open his mouth, the woman in front of him named Win Taiyu paused and continued. I'll give you the world-shaking dragon fist in exchange for. Win Taiyu? Shaking dragon fist? Why is it so familiar? Su-ying's brows furrowed, and a moment later, he looked up sharply, a wave of shock rising within him. Only after a long time did the party stare at the woman in black, a sweep of the body, directly arching his hand and bowing to meet the salute. So it's the third princess arriving. Ningyang County Magistrate Su-ying. Pay a visit to the third princess. Please forgive my humble servant for having no eyes. You know me? Win Taiyu froze slightly, her embroidered eyebrows stretched, but her face remained ancient. So, change or not? Change, or not to change? For a while, Su-ying froze in place, somewhat hesitant. Win Taiyu, the only daughter of the present Majesty Win Tianji, and favorite daughter. At the age of 26, she was given the title Princess Chaoyang. Win Taiyu grew up with exceptional talent and was known as a one-in-a-million genius in practicing martial arts. 7 years old Hotian perfection, 12 years old innate perfection, 18 years old Tongshan realm perfection. At the age of 21, he achieved Tian Yuan, condensed the astral energy, and penetrated all the orifices around his body. Now 26, it was said to be extremely likely to step into the legendary Dharma realm. At the age of 26 at the Dharma phase realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the first genius of the Great Xia. It is said that at the age of 15, he went to the Eastern Wasteland Army to defend against the Demon Clan, and in less than 4 or 5 years, he killed the Demon Clan with fear. Phew! Thinking of this, Su-ying couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Well, 2 defeats at the hands of this pussy is not an injustice. Compared to others, one's own opening was surprisingly only at the 5th level of the Tongshan realm. What a fucking loser. The world-shaking dragon fist was created by my father when he was young, and it is similar to your palm technique. It is the upper grade of the earth rank. Win Taiyu continued to speak, her cool face under the black veil taking in the heart. I'm sorry, third princess, please forgive me for not being able to exchange with you. Oh, why? Her beautiful eyes were slightly surprised as she looked at Su-ying. I have other treasures that I can give you. I have a drop of Jiaolong essence blood that can help cultivate the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body. Sorry, there really is no exchange. No matter what treasures are available, it is impossible for my humble servant to exchange them, because this mastery is a family heirloom. My father cautioned me from before he died that this technique should never be spread out. So it is. Win Taiyu nodded and faintly said, actually, I don't have to. It's just that not long ago I also obtained a similar mastery, which is different from yours, and I want to borrow it to watch and confirm each other. As he spoke, Win Taiyu flipped his palm and pulled out a thumb-sized crystal. In the middle of the crystal, there was actually a drop of gold and red like a water droplet. Even though he was sealed in it, Su-ying sensed a domineering and incomparable scorching aura coming from it. What is it? This is the blood of the Jiao dragon essence that I killed in the Eastern Wasteland. I used some of it and only have this one drop left. It's worth 1,000,000 gold. I can help you refine it, so that your 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body will be further advanced. I'm sorry, third princess, even if it's the blood of a scaly dragon's essence, my humble servant won't exchange it. Just kidding, not to mention your mere dragon's blood, even if it's the blood of a real dragon, I won't exchange it. You are an official of the Great Xia Imperial Court. The stronger you are, the happier I am. This drop of Jiao dragon essence blood is considered compensation for me injuring you last time. As for that mastery of yours, I don't have to take it. As the third princess with the strongest talent in the dynasty, Win Taiyu naturally had her pride within her heart, so if Su-ying didn't want it, she wouldn't force it. So that's how it is. In that case, then my humble servant thanks the princess for her love. My humble servant will definitely bow and die for the Great Xia. Win Taiyu looked at Su-ying with interest. Oh, how do you bow and die? Tell me about it. Oh, Su-ying sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. This bitch is really unforgiving. After thinking about it, his face straightened and he slowly said, I will live and die to do my duty. I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the wall. I am the flame against the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers. the shield that guards the kingdom. I dedicate my life and honor to Daxia. It's like that tonight, and it's like that night after night. Then, Suing stood still and silent, quietly waiting for Win Taiyue's next words. Finished? Win Taiyue's stunningly beautiful face unexpectedly revealed a hint of frustration. Only after a long time did she nod slightly. Let's go. Go back to the county office. Find me a secluded room. I want to close my eyes and cultivate. After saying that, he flexed his fingers and a torrent of information fell into Su Ying's brow. Su Ying's mind moved and watched it slightly. Surprisingly, it's a scriptural move of the shaking dragon fist. Chapter 25, Upside Down. No one in the entire county office knew about Princess Chaoyan's arrival except for Su Ying, and at the moment, she was in the room behind herself. Well, it's Su Ying's own room. As for Su Ying, he came directly to the courtyard and sat in front of the round table, his hand resting on his chin, sighing. It's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. Princess Chaoyan was like a time bomb. If one was satisfied, he or she was expected to be directly blown up again. First of all, one merely blew a gasket. However, it was exchanged for the world-shaking dragon fist and a drop of augur essence blood, especially the blood of the dragon essence. As the saying goes, a snake becomes a python becomes a boa becomes a jiao, and a jiao becomes a dragon. The jiao dragon was the king amongst the demons, with infinite strength, comparable to the legendary Taiku savage elephants, terrifying beyond compare. An adult-bodied jiaolong was comparable to the Dharma realm amongst humans. One could imagine how precious a drop of its essence blood was. Princess Chaoyang felt that she had earned a lot, but Su Ying was definitely not at a loss. This thing might not be anything to her, but to the current Su Ying, it was an absolute treasure. And I don't know how long he's going to be in seclusion. Su Ying sighed and first learned the world-shaking dragon fist. The shaking dragon fist is a masterpiece created by His Majesty, Emperor Shenwu, by combining all the classics, with a total of 9 styles, and when practiced to the extreme, a single punch can strike 100 feet of golden dragons, tearing apart and crushing everything in its path. A proper top-grade earth-ranked jutsu, terrifying to the extreme. This fist technique alone was extremely valuable. My lord, there's news about the pole gang. Right at this moment, Li Shan hurriedly came from outside, looked at Su Ying, and said in a deep voice, "Oh, tell me about it." The leader of the pole gang is named Pierce the Mountain Leopard. I have already investigated. This person used to be a raping and pillaging bandit, and then disappeared out of thin air for a few years. I didn't expect to come to Ningyang City. Not only that, according to my investigation, all the missing homes were almost always patronized by people from the pole gang. Some people came to the door to beg, others came to the door to steal chickens and dogs, etc. It should be the first to lay a secret, and then find the right opportunity to act. This way, Su Ying cupped his chin and pondered slightly, then looked up and said, "Has Zhang Liang begun to give kanji and release grain?" Back to my lord. It started early this morning. Go on, check it out. Yes, out of the magistrate's office. He rolled over and mounted his horse. Soon, Su Ying was led by Li Shan to the slums in the southwest. Broken walls and tiles, overgrown with weeds. There are still pedestrian wild dogs conveniently located along the wall. And there are even more piles of garbage. A gust of wind immediately smelled a sour and rancid odor. Dirty and smelly doesn't begin to describe this place. Su Ying frowned slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Most of these people were refugees from the western state, and many of them had no home to go back to, so they just settled down here. After you go back, you and Zhang Liang will discuss with each other, selecting strong youths and reliable people from among these refugees, and taking out 100,000 taels to build residential houses here in lieu of food. It doesn't have to be too good, just enough to keep out the wind and rain. Your Excellency truly loves the people. As soon as Li Shan heard this, a few moments of respect arose in his heart, and he praised from the bottom of his heart. Not only did Su Ying pay for the food himself, but now he was even going to continue to pay for the cultivation of the people's dwellings. This is no longer something the average official can do. It's nothing. If you're not an official, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Also, there is not enough food. Continue to buy from the state capital and county. Su Ying continued. Although it costs a lot of money to give out kanji and rice to build residential buildings, but now that the Green Wolf Gang and the Lu family have been copied, plus what others have turned in, there is plenty of money, so Su Ying didn't really care. Yes, my lord, where is the gathering place for the pole gang? A few moments after the two inspected, Zhang Liang built 10 kanji shacks early in the slums, and early this morning, they were filled with long lines like dragons. After my humble servant's investigation, it's just far away from the mountain god temple. Because it's near the corner of the falling hills, There are fierce beasts from time to time, so there's almost no one else in that area except for the pole gang's people. Go, just go there. As he spoke, with his legs clamped to the back of his horse, Suing Lishan took a dozen constables and galloped directly toward the mountain god temple. The mountain god temple was a broken temple, and it was rumored that many years ago, a mountain god came out of Lakha mountain. From time to time, it blessed the hunters who went into the mountains to hunt, and over time, they cultivated a mountain god temple at the corner of Lakha mountain. But now the math is already in the former Great Zhou dynasty. Nowadays, the wind of martial arts is flourishing, and after the great ancestors settled the central plains, he abolished obscene sacrifices, cut down mountains and broke down temples. And I don't know how many mountain spirits and wild monsters that confuse the people and claim to be the gods of the mountains and the land have been rooted out. At this moment, inside the mountain god temple, most 30 to 50 people had gathered. At the head of the group was a big man who was bare-chested and majestic to the core. Chief, the constables from the Ningyang County Magistrate's office have been a little off lately, and they seem to have discovered us, a small leader reported archly. I know. The big man opened his mouth, and his face skin shook, making the scars on his face look like hideous centipedes. If we get 3 or 5 more, our mission for this year will be completed. Now that the year is drawing to a close, we'll just wait to complete the mission and we'll leave this place. Cluck, cluck, sigh. Suddenly, there was the sound of horses honking and trampling snow outside. Chief, it's a big deal. The county office is coming. What? The county constables? Why are they here? At once, the entire mountain god temple was in an uproar, and the others even rushed out in unison. However, just as he went out, he was fended back by a group of constables with knives. All of you, don't move. All of you crouch down on the ground. Who is your leader? Get down, get down. Lord Su, the county magistrate of Ningyang County, is here. You fools, why don't you quickly move out of the way? Where is the chief? As the crowd spoke, Suing slowly walked in with his hands behind his back and a cold face. Chief, that's Constable Li Shan, and County Magistrate Suing. A small leader came to Pierce Mountain Leopard and whispered, his gaze filled with vigilance. Since ancient times, thieves have been afraid of the officials, and these people have already been regarded as mobbing as bandits, and they are also engaged in human trafficking behind their backs. At this moment, seeing the county magistrate constable came directly, naturally inwardly alarmed, rising a strong uneasiness. Sheriff Li, these people are armed with weapons and have surrounded this official with the intent to commit treason. Take them down directly. Rebellion? Weapons? The crowd sniffed and immediately looked at the bamboo, about thumb-thin, dog-beating stick in their hands. When the mountain-piercing leopard heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he hurriedly said, My lord, a misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. We just thought that someone had come to steal the territory, so we were more vigilant. What? How dare you want to attack the county office? Become the magistrate yourself? How outrageous. Come on, take it down for me. Invincible. Even Li Shan, who was on the side, had a slight side eye. It was like knowing Suing for the first day. This planted evidence to frame. Inverted black and white play simply perfect. Ah, my lord, we are just ordinary beggars begging for food. Please be clear. The mountain-piercing leopard gritted its teeth, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept falling. This official has already made a clear inspection. After this official checked, you and others are hiding weapons and gathering as bandits. So this official has enough reasons to suspect that you are the remnants of the former dynasty and intend to plot against the government. Sheriff Li, take them down directly for me. If there is any resistance, kill them on the spot. Yes. Li Shan sniffed and directly waved his hand. Come on, take everyone down for me. Yes. The constables roared in response. When the mountain-piercing leopard saw this, his eyes immediately flashed with a hint of sinister color, and then with a stomp of his feet, the whole person directly rushed up into the sky. The dilapidated mountain god temple had a large hole knocked out by him, and then he scurried towards the falling cloud mountain. Unfortunately, just as he left, a green-colored figure came behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he pinched his shoulder bones and crushed his spine. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the mountain-piercing leopard fell heavily to the ground. Ghost 1. Remove his jaw to prevent him from biting his tongue and swallowing the poison to kill himself, and the others, all of them will be put in the prison. Yes. After saying that, Suing directly turned around and left. Chapter 26, Instructing the Martial Way, Taking Food from the Tiger's Mouth. What Suing practiced had always been that it was better to catch a mistake than to let it go. Catch the wrong can be released, but if let go, according to the vastness of this world, the information of the closed backward, want to catch again that will be difficult. After all, A leopard wearer can get away with just changing his identity and going into hiding for years. After wiping out the people of the mountain god temple pole gang, Suing took Li Shan on another patrol for a while and did not return to the county office until noon. Princess Chaoyang had not yet emerged from the gate, and Suing did not dare to go forward to disturb her. After all, the bitch had already busted herself twice. He's not cheap enough to volunteer to get busted a third time. My lord, a letter has just come from the county. Please take a look at it. When Zhang Liang returned from administering the kanji and food, he pinched a piece of paperwork and came to the courtyard where Suing was. After receiving it, he glanced at it and threw it directly to Zhang Liang. You see it first. Zhang Liang nodded, and then unfolded it for a closer look. And when he finished, his face couldn't help but look a little strange. How? Suing tapped his finger on the desktop and asked with a smile. Back to your excellency. It is said that when the paperwork was sent out, the people from the Jinfu division came straight away. And at the same time, the Lu Dahue mentioned in the paperwork, my humble servant knows a thing or two about it. He is 100 of the county town's department. He is a man of great joy, the most flattering, since he knows that we have captured the everlasting heavens demon. According to my humble opinion, this guy must have come to snatch the credit. You're right. Suing nodded, smiled coldly. Ghost Yuanhua is still in the Ningyang prison. This guy has been abolished, but for the Jinfu division is a meat and potatoes. As long as you get away to the county and then interrogated and then reported to the state government, that is a great work. His 100 households are 6th grade, and I'm 7th grade. Naturally, I want to take the tiger's mouth. And what is your honor going to do next? Zhang Liang frowned. What Luwen Luwu Green Wolfgang is not enough to worry about. The important thing is the demon person Ghost Yuanhua of the everlasting sky. As long as he survives one day in his hands, it will be a great achievement. This was also the reason why Ghost Yuanhua was slow to die. But now, there is a Jinfu division to blatantly grab the credit, which is really hard to accept. 2 words, don't think about it. I won't give it to anyone. Not to mention that he is just 100 tenants. Even if the commanders of the state capitals come, they will not want to take the person away from my hands. Suing sneered. My lord, I'm afraid this will not directly offend the Jinfu division? Zhang Liang had been an official for many years, and he deeply knew what was frightening about the Jinfu division. Ever since His Majesty founded the Jinfu division, this department has been independent of the 6 ministries and is not subject to moderation. The Jinfu division, after more than 20 years of development, has grown in power to such an extent that it takes one's breath away. Apprehending demons, picketing officials, suppressing sects, and so on. That's why the general local authorities don't want to have too much to do with. Offended? Su Ying's mouth was disdainful as he sneered. So what? This official has someone above him. Anyone? Zhang Liang's face froze, a little puzzled. Su Ying had said more than once that there was someone above him, but no one knew exactly who it was. However, since he came to Ningyang as a county magistrate, he has acted out of the ordinary, and in the eyes of others that is arrogant and domineering, without fear. So Zhang Liang sometimes wondered if this lord of his house was, perhaps, really, someone? You go to the prison to see how Li Shan interrogation. As soon as there is news, immediately report to me. This official always feels that what pole gang is a bit unusual. How could they be trafficking people for no reason? Let's see if we can interrogate their boss. In addition, tell Zhang Hu, there is one that does not confess. Directly give him a set of 3 consecutive moves. Yes, my lord, I will go now. When he thought of the interrogation trifecta invented by Su Ying, Zhang Liang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That set down. Not to mention the innate realm. The Tongxian realm would have to account for all 18 generations of their ancestors. You're really a lightning rod when it comes to cases. This is my token. It may be of use to you. Whoosh! A breaking sound came from the air, followed by a golden stream of light falling into Su Ying's hands. He unfolded it and saw that it was a delicate token slightly smaller than a palm. The whole side was engraved with 2 ancient seals of the rising sun, and on the back was the dragon sparrow, the totem of the Daxia imperial clan. Protect the master. As soon as the words fell, 4 figures directly rushed out, thinking that Su Ying was in danger, and directly surrounded him in the center. Okay, Xiangxi, 4 ghosts, not enemies, go down. Yes, master. Only when the 4 Xiangxi ghosts left did Princess Chaoyang slowly walk out. At this moment, she did not hold a long sword, still black veil masked. If alone on the figure, is absolutely Su Ying seen first-class existence. Although half of her face was covered, she was so clear and stunning that she was simply rare in the world. There is a beautiful woman in the north, absolutely worldly and independent. Once she looks at a human city, then she looks at a human country. One day's absence, The princess's cultivation is surprisingly changing day by day. My humble servant admires it to the core. Suing this was a heartfelt exclamation. Genius. It's not like he hasn't seen it before, like the open-minded self. However, it was really the first time he had seen a supreme genius like Princess Chaoyang. I've already taught you the world-shaking dragon fist, and this is the Jiao Dragon's essence blood. Although I can help you refine it, there is another option. Wen Taiyue gave Suing an expressionless look and said indifferently, if I were to help you refine it, although you can raise your cultivation level by leaps and bounds, it will result in an unstable foundation in the future. My suggestion is to wait until you have attained Tongxian perfection, and use the Jiao Dragon's essence blood to refine your body and break through the heavenly Yuan realm. In this way, you will be able to build your body to be incomparably strong, and your future accomplishments will be much higher as well. Make your own choice. Su Ying's face was livid at his words. With Princess Chaoyang, a great expert, the Jiaolong essence blood could naturally be easily refined, but she also said that it would be best to refine this thing when she was through and through, and she would definitely get better results. After thinking about it, Suing raised his head and asked, I wonder if the princess is further along in her seclusion. You're right. Wen Taiyue gave him a rather profound look and said faintly, your gong method is marvelous, although I don't know the full text, but just by sensing the chi of your strikes, I know that it's similar to the Haotian Taiyue true scripture that I've been practicing. Yesterday, I was still only a half-step Dharma phase, but today, it's a done deal. Suing, oh, Qigong, Dharma realm, that's okay? When he heard this, his inner horror was simply like a monstrous wave without words. Wen Taiyue was only 26, yet she had already achieved the Dharma phase realm. This is unbelievable. This is simply a one-in-a-million martial arts practicing genius. It's a good thing I didn't give you the North Underworld divine power. If you knew the scriptures, wouldn't you go straight to heaven? Ho Tian, innate, Tongxian, Tian Yuan, Dharma phase. I wonder what realm is after the Dharma phase realm. Suing thought for a moment and asked about his inner doubts. Martial saint, human immortal. One suggestion. It would be best for your 10,000 tribulations indestructible golden body to break through the fourth layer before choosing to pass through the 100 orifices and step into the heavenly Yuan. As soon as the words fell, Wen Taiyue took a step forward, and his entire body unexpectedly drilled directly into the void in front of him, before completely disappearing. Martial saints, human immortals. Suing stood still and muttered, feeling like he had obtained a heavenly wonder. Unfortunately, Wen Taiyue was gone, leaving behind the Jiaolong essence blood and a token that was exclusive to her, and he left himself with the most pertinent martial arts advice. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this official is a hanging ratio. Although I'm at the Tongxian realm now, I may not be unable to achieve the Dharma phase in the future. No, it's the martial sage. It's the human immortal. At that time, Suing clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a resolute gaze. The path of martial arts has been opened as much as possible. If he doesn't take it head on and be brave, wouldn't he be sorry for his golden thighs? Suing had just retrieved his thoughts and was about to get up to eat, when suddenly a loud and clear voice like a flood bell came, shaking one's eardrums. Where is Suing, the magistrate of Ningyang County? Why don't you come and greet my lord quickly? Chapter 27, a tit for tat. No laws at all. Suing sniffed and his face turned cold. Then he got up and walked quickly towards the lobby. My lord, this is Lord Liu, the 100th household of the county's Jinfu division. Suing sniffed and raised his eyes, only to see that the visitor was a man wearing silver armor, a black cloak, and a long sword across his waist, with a big waist, with an 8-pointed beard. He was condescending and looked thievish. Suing, the magistrate of Ningyang County, meet Lord 100 households. Suing came to the front and solemnly arched his hand. There was no way. The people of the Jinfu division had a special status, plus the other party was one level higher than his own official, so naturally he couldn't be too neglectful. Lord Su, this official has heard about you before coming here. I didn't expect these subordinates of yours to be so ungentlemanly. Not only did they not salute this official when they saw him, they even dared to block him. What kind of behavior is this? Lu Dahue narrowed his eyes and sneered. He had sent someone to inquire about Suing before he came. As soon as he took office, he took down the county lieutenant, Lu Wu, and subsequently eliminated the Green Wolf Gang, the Lu family. Immediately afterward, he forced the county's gentry and big families to send money, and also beautifully said that the repair of the prison. Forgive me, Lord Liu, this county has been a bit uneventful lately. Not only did we just capture a few everlasting heaven demons, but early this morning we captured the river bandit Pangshan Leopard, who has been on the run for a few years. So what? Lu Dahue sneered. Humph, this official is wearing the official uniform of the Jinfu division. Don't these men of yours recognize it? Really have eyes but no pearls. Naturally, my men have seen the official uniforms of the Jinfu division, but they have not seen any that look as strangely ugly as those worn by your excellency. Su Ying's face was calm, and he said lightly, besides, the remnants of the former dynasty often impersonate the Jinfu division to fish for law enforcement, so this official has just taken office, so it's good to be cautious, right? What? You dare to slander this official as a remnant of the former dynasty? And call me ugly? Lu Dehui was directly furious when he heard this. Lord Lu misunderstood. It's the first time this official has seen one as ugly as you. I don't think the remnants of the previous dynasty are like you. This official is just giving an example to illustrate the truthfulness. What? You dare to scold me? Lu Dehui's eyes glared in anger. Who wouldn't be respectful to him? This kid is just a 7th grade magistrate. How dare he insult himself in public? Lord Lu misunderstood again. This official is not scolding you. Just a personal attack on you. Like you so ugly and no brain is really rare. When your mother gave birth to you, did she not give you milk? You grew up eating pig brain, right? Su Ying continued to say with an expressionless face. As soon as he said this, everyone else turned around with a stifled smile on their faces. You, Su Ying, how dare you insult the superior officer? Do you believe that this official will take you down right now and escort you directly back to the Jinfu division? Lu Dehui's anger spewed out, staring at Su Ying dead on. If not in the county office, he was afraid that he would directly have to kill him with a slap. Lord Lu, are you joking? This official is the 7th grade magistrate of the hall. His Majesty's handpicked. You ran into my territory to be arrogant. Believe it or not, this official will now punish you for the crime of roaring the public hall? Su Ying was fearless and directly disliked him. When Zhang Liang and Li Shan, who were on the side, saw this, the trace of doubt within them disappeared. Su Ying is so tough. I'm afraid there's someone up there. Lord Su, this official is not going to talk too much nonsense with you. This is a document from the Jinfu division, so once you receive it, immediately hand over the ghost Yuanhua for me to take away. Lu Dehui smiled coldly and directly threw Su Ying a paperwork with hot gold sealing clay. The demons of the everlasting sky have been arrogant for a long time. It's not something you can grasp with a county magistrate in your district. It just so happens that the Jinfu division captured a group of demons of the everlasting sky in other places a few days ago. So, before Lu Dehui could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Su Ying, who raised his hand. I can't give you the person. This official suspects that this man has accomplices, so he needs to continue to be interrogated closely. On top of that, this official also got a message from him that the everlasting heavens demons intend to compel the refugees of Shizhou to storm the county office, so this official will keep him and wait for a rabbit. Ridiculous. Lu Dehui was shocked and furious, not expecting Su Ying to not give the slightest bit of face. You're just a county magistrate, and with all of you losers, how dare you want to fight against the everlasting heaven? It's simply stupid to the extreme. You don't know what you're talking about. Lord Lu, you've really eaten too much pig brain and are talking like a stupid pig. If your Jinfu division was really as brave as you say, would there still be everlasting heavens demons running around now? Does His Majesty spend tens of millions of taels every year to raise a bunch of corpses like you? What? Daring. You dare to insult the superior officer for attacking the Jinfu division. Believe it or not, this officer will put you on the spot. As soon as the words fell, Lu Dehui's green-colored true qi exploded around his body, and the few people behind him also drew their long swords with a brush. Joke. With just a few of you losers? Su Ying coldly smiled, and with a single movement of the true qi around his body, he shocked Lu Dehui back and forth. He trampled the floor with every step he took. You, Tongxian realm. Lu Dehui's eyes shrank. His heart shocked. I didn't expect Su Ying to be at the Tongxian realm even at his young age. Plus he was so arrogant and domineering. Could it be that he really had some kind of backer behind him? Humph. Lord Su, this official also do not talk to you more nonsense. You have to give today. Do not give also have to give. This case has a great relationship. If you do not give, when the town ambassador adults come, not like I am now so good to talk, the head of the Jinfu division, a first-ranking official of the dynasty, is a sworn brother of Emperor Shenwu. Legend has it that it is a half-step martial saint. There are 9 young masters under the banner of the second rank of the dynasty. Each one is in the realm of the Dharma. Then the 9 commanders, the 3 ranks of the dynasty, each of them commanding a state. Their status was comparable to that of a governor, and at the very least, they were all in the Tian Yuan realm, condensing the astral energy and penetrating the 100 orifices. Even the governors of the states have to be courteous when they see them. Lastly, there are the local county towns and cities, which have the 4th rank. This was followed by thousands of households, hundreds of households, general banners, small banners, and so on, in various parts of the country. The 4th grade Jinfu envoy is 3 grades and 9 grades bigger than Suing. If he really comes, he, the district 7th grade county magistrate, will have to obediently hand over his people. Of course, this is talking about 3 days ago. As for now, oh, Lord Liu, I advise you not to waste your efforts. This official tells you that it is always this official who takes food from other people's mouths. If you want to take it from me, it's as hard as heaven, not to mention you. Even if Lord Commander comes, I won't give it to you. What? Suing, you are simply arrogant and lawless. God damn you, get a grip and get out. Su Ying's face turned cold and he said impatiently, what? How dare you scold my old mother? You old mother. Mother. Damn it. How dare you insult this official? Lu Dahue was furious. He hadn't even burned incense for a while when he came here. Tea wasn't drunk. Chairs weren't sat on. Meals weren't eaten. But he was abused by Suing 3 times. Swish. The Truchi-wrapped long knife was directly drawn out and instantly landed on top of Su Ying's shoulder. Suing, you're dead. No one can protect you. I said so. Yes? Suing smiled coldly as he heard this, and with a flip of his palm, he directly took out the token given by Win Taiyu and placed it in front of Lu Dahue's eyes. Lord Lu, open your doggy eyes and see what this is? Chapter 28. This backer. Big enough. Lu Dahue's face froze when he heard this, and then his eyes widened as he carefully looked towards the token in Su Ying's hand. In the next moment, his body shook and his eyes were horrified. Immediately afterward, it seemed as if he rubbed his eyes again as if it were unbelievable, and then continued to watch. Just see that the token is the best Xinhuang Jade to build. Palm size, the front is engraved with sunrise 2 ancient words. Recruiting the sun? What? This. Flutter. Then, Lu Dahue directly fell to his knees. Next, my humble servant Lu Dahue, see your highness the 3rd princess. As he spoke, Lu Dahue couldn't help but tremble around his body, as if he had encountered something incomparably terrifying. It seems that eating pig brains had some effect, and didn't make you completely stupid. Suing put away his token, put his hands behind his back, and laughed coldly. This official was honored by the 3rd princess not long ago, and specially gave me a personal token, in order to govern Ningyang County properly. Since this official has the ability to arrest the demons of the everlasting sky, he naturally has the ability to investigate the case. So, Lord Lu, get lost. You're so ugly that even one more glance at you would be a very cruel thing for you. Yes. Su, Lord Su is right. It's my humble servant who has been a mangwang. Lu Dahue nodded repeatedly, his face compensating for the smile. No longer the arrogant and domineering at the beginning. There was only the slightest hint of scorn and uneasiness in his eyes. I had thought that Suing was a person with no background who could be taken at will. I didn't expect him to be under the 3rd princess door. Not to mention him, even the commander, or even the young master of the division, would have to respectfully salute the 3rd princess when they met. Win Taiyue's talent was unrivaled, and she grew up following the grand master of the department, even as his majesty intended for the 3rd princess to take over the Jinfu department in the future. So as soon as he saw the 3rd princess's token, giving Lu Dahue 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit disruptive. Get lost. Suing waved his hand impatiently. Yes, I'll go now. As he spoke, Lu Dahue waved his hand and directly led the people to leave in ashes. My lord didn't expect you to know the 3rd princess. After Lu Dahue left, Li Shan and Zhang Liang said with a face of admiration. They thought that Su Ying's backer was at most an official of the 6 ministries when he passed the entrance examination. At the end of the day, it's just the minister of 6 ministries. Who would have thought it would be the 3rd princess? The god of murder, the first genius of Daxia, the most favored daughter of today's majesty, Emperor Shenwu. This backer, big enough, well, sort of know each other. Suing nodded faintly. This was one of his king bombs that he wanted to use at a critical moment, but he didn't expect to be forced out by the stupid pig Lu Dahue. And how do you know the 3rd princess? Li Shan and Zhang Liang asked with curious faces. It was on a bright day. Well, the time when spring blossoms and everything revives. I had just been appointed as a scholar by His Majesty, and my chest was full of pride, so I couldn't wait to see the flowers of the sacred capital in a single day. But I didn't expect to meet the 3rd princess. She appreciated my character, talent. I was surprised at her beauty, cultivation, well, and body. And so, Suing didn't continue. He just carried his hands behind his back and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with an inscrutable and evocative face. So that's how it is. Your Excellency is truly a model for my generation. Admire. Li Shan and the two of them simultaneously extended their thumbs and exclaimed in admiration. Their faces full of envy. He thought he wasn't bad looking either. So how come he hadn't met a backer of the third princess caliber back then? Lord Su is a 7th-ranked magistrate, a sesquipedalian figure. How could he have hooked up with the third princess? What do you mean by soft food? That's it. Sending Lu Dahui away. Suing brought his men to the county office jail once again. The dungeon had already begun to be repaired, and those recruited by Zhang Liang were refugees from the slums to work for food. So as long as they worked, they would be paid for their work in addition to having a full meal. Hundreds of people were recruited in just a few days. When Suing walked in, he was seeing Zhang Hu interrogating those beggars from the pole gang. My humble servant has met your honor. Putting down the whip in his hand that was stained with salt water, Zhang Hu came to Suing and bowed and smiled. Since Suing had taught them the trifecta, many of the tough talkers were simply like grandchildren. Some of the hard-boned ones, after only one pass, would hate to confess all their ancestors. The results were surprisingly good. How did the interrogation go? Back to my lord. The mountain-piercing leopard has not yet confessed. The trifecta invented by my lord has not yet taken its turn, and the ones that my humble servant is interrogating now are the 4 small leaders under him. They are dog eat dog, and almost all of them have confessed if they can. After saying that, he handed Suing the confession that he had prepared long ago to watch. Suing took it, glanced at it briefly, and said in a deep voice, that is to say, they have abducted more than 32 people, or even more. Back to the adults. After the humble servant tortured, oh no, is a friendly exchange. Most of them, these people are the Western state fled to the refugees. Many of them themselves is more some criminals, because the Western state chaos gave them the opportunity to flee, and later by the Were Mountain leopard enlisted. So it is in the city of Ningyang to do a human trafficking hooks. Zhang Hu paused, marking the names of each missing person in the book. Please see, my lord, these people, almost all of them are young boys and girls of 15 or 16 years old. These are the people they are targeting. Where's the mountain-piercing leopard? It's in the front cell. Go and see. This official is going to ask him something in person. My lord, please. As they spoke, several people came to a cell at the innermost part of the prison. Suing lifted his eyes to look, only to see the Were Mountain leopard has long been not living up to its former appearance, covered with bruises and blood. Hand and foot tendons around the body joints have been picked off and knocked to pieces, and even the Dantian Chi Si is also directly broken. At the same time, for him to bite his tongue and take poison to kill himself, with an iron ball directly in his mouth. What is this man's crime? When Li Shan heard this, he immediately arched his hand and stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, back to your honor. After reviewing the case files, the mountain-penetrating leopard has committed a total of 32 major crimes in 5 years, raping and pillaging, murdering and destroying, robbing and stealing, and the list simply goes on and on. In Nanyang County alone, he murdered 13 young girls. Play the lute for him first. Yes, my lord. When Zhang Hu heard this, he rubbed his hands together in excitement, and then beckoned a jailer to open the cell door, while handing him a thin, sharp knife. The two jailers had long memorized the triple move invented by Suing by heart, and when they heard about playing the pipa, their eyes were filled with excitement, only to see them prepare the rope, and then stripped off the clothes on the mountain-piercing leopard. And then Zhang Hu stepped forward with a sly smile, and without saying a word directly inserted the sharp knife inside his ribs. Woohoo! The mountain-piercing leopard's eyes were wide and full of pain, but because of the iron ball stuffed inside his mouth, he was unable to make a sound and could only stare dryly. What's he talking about? Su Ying's face was as usual as he looked at Zhang Hu and asked, back to your excellency. He said that he was a mountain-piercing leopard, and that he had abducted and trafficked about 50 or 60 people, and had committed a number of major crimes. Zhang Hu said. Aside, Zhang Liang looked strange, but still under the gaze of Suing pulled out the paperwork and recorded it directly in the book. Well, good, keep interrogating. Suing nodded in satisfaction. Holler, my lord, wait a moment. Zhang Hu responded, pressing his finger on the hilt of the blade and flicking it. In an instant, the flesh and blood between the ribs of the mountain-piercing leopard blossomed directly. Woohoo! What did he say again? Suing asked with an expressionless face. Back to your excellency. This guy said that the reason why he set up the pole gang was because he wanted to traffic people in the slums of Ningyang City, and I suspect that he's colluding with the everlasting sky with the intention of plotting a rebellion. When the mountain-piercing leopard heard this, its eyes immediately revealed a color of fear and anger, and its mouth once again whimpered. Suing turned his gaze and Zhang Hu automatically translated. Back to my lord. Wearing mountain leopard, he said that you are planting evidence, and also said that if he can get out of the prison, He will team up with the everlasting sky demons to attack the county office. Humph, how outrageous. Su Ying's gaze was icy cold as he looked at the mountain-piercing leopard and smiled coldly. To think that you still want to capture the county office with the intention of attacking and killing this official. It seems that you are really a remnant of the previous dynasty. Come on, remove the iron ball from his mouth and give him embroidered shoes. Yes, my lord. Zhang Hu sniffed and pulled the sharp knife out from between his ribs, followed by a jailer who brought over the red-hot iron shoes. My lord, I confessed everything. I just beg you to give me a good time. The iron ball was taken out, and the mountain-piercing leopard hissed at once. Su Ying sniffed and slightly raised his hand, and the two jailers stopped at once. Very well, if I had known this, why did I bother? This official has always been merciful to obedient prisoners. Say, this official promises you to burn 1,000 or 8 million for you in the coming year. Chapter 29, Trial, Miles of Smoke and Clouds. Pangolin, male, 42 years old, cultivation, 6th level of the innate realm. 4 years ago, this person in Nanyang County committed numerous cases, raping and pillaging more than 10 people, robbing and stealing and killing nearly 20 people. It can be a great offense. Subsequently, the Jinfu division pursued him and beat him to death. However, at the critical moment, the mountain-piercing leopard surprisingly encountered the disciples of the Acacia sect. After hearing about his glorious deeds, the Acacia sect people were immediately delighted, and even saved him directly and brought him back to the sect to cultivate for several years, and then released him to Ningyang City, specializing in abducting and selling young girls and teenage girls for the Acacia sect disciples to cultivate. The Acacia sect? When Su Ying heard this, he frowned and subconsciously looked at Li Shan, who was at the side. Back to my lord. The Acacia sect, Maitreya sect, and the Flower Room sect are one of the 3 major evil sects in the western state at one time, and later on, His Majesty sent out people from the Jinfu division to suppress them, and although these 3 major evil sects were wiped out, there were still out-and-out leaks, coupled with the later chaos in the western state. It just gave these evil sect demons the opportunity to take advantage of the rise. So it is. Su Ying pondered slightly. The western state pandemonium had been going on for several years, and he still couldn't figure out what had happened in the western state. With the state power and strength of Disya nowadays, why can't it be suppressed and pacified? Shaking his head, Su Ying retrieved his thoughts and said towards Zhang Hu, interrogate properly and report directly if there are any clues. Yes, my lord. My lord, what about the rest of these men? Li Shan followed Su Ying and asked in a low voice. Aside from the mountain-piercing leopard, all the rest are to be beheaded without interrogation. In addition, report to the county and ask Lord Li to set a date. It's your honor. 3 days later, Ningyang County's paperwork regarding the arrest of the remaining members of the Acacia sect was once again sent to County Governor Li Fengtai. In addition to this, there was the matter of promoting and elevating Li Shan to the position of county lieutenant. My lord, this Lord Su is simply thunderous. Now that he has arrested the disciples of the Acacia sect, he is going to behead them all after only interrogating them. In that case, isn't it a bit too abrupt? Beside him, a middle-aged man in a scribe's costume whispered, literature although you say good, but you have to know, Su should be the reason why so vigorous. The implementation of is the policy of quick and easy. He will return to the capital in June next year to report to his duties, if not to seize the time to rectify. Seize the person will be layer by layer progressive interrogation. In this way, I do not know how much time is wasted. After a pause, Li Feng continued. The reason why there are so many demons rebelling nowadays is because the efforts are not enough, and the Jinfu division has been a bit too arrogant over the years, or else it wouldn't have been unable to quell the chaos in the western state by now. Hearing the chaos in the western state, Lu Wenwen bowed slightly and said in a low voice, my humble servant heard that the one from the Eastern Palace has already discussed with the 6 ministries to ask the 9 young masters of the Jinfu division to go to suppress the situation. No way. Just listen to such rumors. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Feng. His Majesty is in seclusion to impact the human immortal, and the legendary Great Division Masters are guarding him. The 9 young division lords are not allowed to leave the capital without orders, and nowadays all the commanders from all over the 9 states are sitting on the town, except for the western state of course. So it is. Lu Literature sniffed, and a trace of dawning realization appeared in his gaze. And what about Su Ying? Approved. Let's set it for 3 days from now. At the same time, issue the paperwork, and this official also approves the matter of Li Shan being the lieutenant of Ningyang County. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Lu Wenwen directly retreated out. Li Feng sat in front of the desk, his fingers gently tapping the desktop. A moment later, he gently lifted the paperwork on the table. only to see a stack of shiny golden tickets pressed underneath. Each one, 100 taels. This kid, he's so smart it's endearing. Pinching out the golden ticket and flicking it, Li Feng couldn't help but crack a smile. The first time he copied the house, Suing sent 1,000 taels of gold tickets, and this time it was directly 3,000 taels. Li Feng had been an official for many years, but it was the first time he had seen such a smart subordinate. Ningyang County. Since the last arrest of a group of people from the pole gang, for the next few days, Suing did not leave the door, and has been harboring in the county government office to meditate and cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Tongxian realm, one step closer to consummation, just waiting for the Tongxian realm to be complete. He could refine the Jiao Dragon's essence blood and break through the heavenly yuan. Soon it was time for the first day of check-in. Ding! The first day of signing in has begun. May I ask if the host will sign in immediately? Sign in! Without the slightest hesitation, Suing began to wait in place with a face full of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the county office and obtaining the BMW, miles of smoke and cloud cover. Oh, Su Ying's face froze when he heard this. BMW? How come it's not a Mercedes? With a heartbeat, he immediately looked at the enhancement interface. Miles of smoke and cloud cover, born from the intersection of the Jiaolong and the Black Prison Horse, with a back height of 9 feet, covered in ink, with infinite strength, running like electricity, carrying 1,000 kilograms on his back as if he were carrying a goose feather. He can travel 5,000 in a day, and 3,000 at night. Looking at the introduction, Suing cupped his chin in his hand and muttered, "If you give me another pair of beating drums and ending hammers, won't I directly become Li Yuanba, the king of Zhao of the Western Province?" Thinking in this way, Suing did not choose to put in directly, but was prepared to talk about it after leaving the county office. Before he could just leave, a constable hurriedly came outside. "My lord, there is a report of a crime, and the magistrate has come to ask you to ascend to the court." "Well, go." As he spoke, Suing straightened his clothes and walked directly towards the public hall outside. A few moments later, Suing came to the public hall, sat behind the iron case, shocked the wood and directly drank. "Who is in the hall? What is his name? And where does he live? What is your grievance?" Suing didn't talk nonsense and asked directly. Mighty. At the same time, the yamen on both sides were banging their killing sticks in unison. "Grassman's son Airdog, see Lord Su, family lives in the west of the city 100 Herb Street. Not long ago the grassman picked 100 years of red fire grass from the Laka mountain. Want to get to the 100 Herb Pavilion for sale. Who thought that the shopkeeper, Fang San Yuan, even said that the grassman this is an ordinary 10 years of red fire grass, and forcibly gave the grassman a couple of silver." Sun Erga knelt on the ground, his face full of grievances, and said in a mournful voice, "I beg the adults to do the right thing for the grassroots. Fang San Yuan, that treacherous merchant, forced to buy and sell, is really black-hearted to the extreme. Red fireweed?" Suing sniffed and nodded slightly. "This stuff contains pure yang true qi. 10 years worth is not worth much, but 100 years worth is worth 1,000 taels. How can you be sure that what you have picked is the 100-year red flame grass?" Back to the Lord. Red fire grass 10 years to produce a leaf. The grass picked by the grass is 10 leaves of red fire grass. At that time, the grass thought to see a mistake. Before and after counting a dozen times to see clearly, so full of joy to get the 100 Herb Pavilion to sell. I didn't expect him to directly say that this is a 10-year portion. "I beg you to be the lord for the grass. The grass family 3 generations are medicine picker. Red fire grass picked dozens of roots. Million will not look at the wrong. Suing slightly pondered, looked at Li Shan, and said, "Sheriff Li, you immediately go to the 100 Herb Pavilion and bring the shopkeeper, Fang San Yuan, and in addition, go through the red flame grass that the 100 Herb Pavilion has received today, as well as checking the original items." "Yes, my lord." The next step is to wait slowly. Generally speaking, at this time, the county magistrate will simply withdraw from the court. But Suing didn't want to waste time and directly picked up a cup of tea on the iron case and gently sipped it. In about less than an incense stick of time, Li Shan returned again, while behind him the constable escorted a middle-aged man in brocade clothes with a big belly. "Who is in the hall, and what is his name?" "Herborist Fang San Yuan, shopkeeper of the 100 Herb Pavilion. See Lord Su." Suing nodded slightly and asked, "Well, San Yuan Fang, Sun Ergo said that you swindled him out of his 100 years of red flame grass. Is that true?" "Back to your honor." "Absolutely not." Fang San Yuan sniffed and directly denied it with a mouthful of words, and then said with conviction, "When I do business, I've always been a good boy and a good girl, but this Sun Erdog is holding a 10-year-old red flame grass and claiming that it's a 100-year-old. It's just as well." The grasshopper also wants to sue this Sun Air Dog today for cheating the grasshopper's silver by substituting it for the best. Li Shan, how's your investigation going? Suing ignored Fong Sanyuan and instead looked directly at Li Shan and asked, back to your excellency, I checked the 100 Herb Pavilion's account of the medicines received today, and there is indeed a 10-year-old red firegrass in it. However, when humble servant raised the desire to check it out, shopkeeper Fong said that it had already been purchased. When Suing heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, oh, bought it away so quickly? Who bought it away and how much was it sold for? Li Shan sniffed and arched his hand. Back to your lordship. After my humble servant checked the account book, this 10-year portion of red flame grass was sold for 1,230 taels, and my humble servant sensed that something was not right, so he brought it back directly. Fong Sanyuan, what else do you have to say? Suing looked at him, not waiting for him to open his mouth, directly sneered, it seems that you do not know much about the laws of this dynasty. The provisions of this dynasty, where there is a fraud, based on the amount of the size of the conviction, 1,002 is enough to give you a set of caning and abandonment of the market. You don't understand this official directly to give you some publicity. The so-called canes to kill is to you this kind of swindler stick alive. As for the abandonment of the city, is the fraudster in the downtown area to death. Boss Fong, why don't you pick one? Chapter 30, Late Night Prison Robbery. Pick one? How do I choose? Either one of them is dead, isn't it? My lord, it's unjust. I have never cheated others out of their money. This Sun Ergu was a completely false accusation. When Boss Fong heard this, his face froze directly. Then he knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Injustice? Snap. Su Ying's face was cold, and the shocking wood was clacking. You said you were wrongly accused, and that Sun Erdog also said he was wrongly accused. This official has ordered Sheriff Li to check your 100 Herb Pavilion's accounts, and you received a 10-year portion of red flame grass today. So why were you able to sell it for 1,000 taels? Don't tell me you have the right plant in your store. Come on, the big punishment is waiting. The first 30 big planks. If you don't confess, another 30 big planks. Yes. As he spoke, two Yaman directly stepped forward, simultaneously lifting a bench and pressing down on Boss Fong's shoulders. My lord, have mercy, have mercy. The grasshopper confessed and confessed. Suing smiled at the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, signaling the two to retreat. Confessed is good. Will red fire grassland price compensation? In addition, deceiving this official. The crime is very evil. Do not want to be downtown alive. Then pay 1,000 taels deposit. Retreat. After saying that, Suing directly got up and left. It was not until late afternoon, when Suing had just finished a full meal, that he received the paperwork from the county. After opening it, he informed Zhang Liang that he would behead all of the pole gang in 3 days. After the command was completed, Su Ying's mind moved to check his attribute panel once again. Host, Suing. Realm, 7th level of the Tongshan realm. Skills, North Underworld Divine Power, 8th level. Cannot be upgraded. Powerful Vajra Fingers, complete. 10,000 searches of Indestructible Golden Body, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. Shaking Dragon Fist, 1st level. Cannot be upgraded. 18 Palms of the Descending Dragon, 5th level. Cannot be upgraded. Cultivation value, none. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. The system didn't continue to release quests. Otherwise it would have been possible to get some cultivation value. The main thing I need to do nowadays is to enhance the 10,000 Evil Undying Golden Body. But unfortunately, one layer costs 5,000 points. Suing cupped his chin, the bottom of his eyes full of thought. The Tongshan realm was complete, and the next step was the Tianyuan realm, passing through the 100 orifices and condensing the astral body. If true chi was water, then astral chi was steel bars condensed to the extreme. Only by condensing the astral chi and penetrating the 100 orifices, so that the inside and outside of the body are mixed as one, can one be considered to have truly stepped into the door of martial arts. At that time, ordinary punches and kicks also have great power. When I have time to ask if there are any realm-raising pills, the realm-breaking pill is no longer of any use to me. Suing was thoughtful. A few moments later, the scrubbing was complete. Suing went on a trip to the horse guy and put out his BMW miles of smoke and cloud cover. This horse was pitch black, with muscles like a dragon, and a layer of armor like that of a dragon covered under its fur. The limbs were thick and strong, and while ordinary horses had hooves, he was surprisingly clawed. As soon as he appeared, his body blossomed with a ferocious and incomparable aura, scaring the other steeds into avoiding and even crouching on the ground. I'll call you Lightning from now on. Suing touched the head of the miles of smoke cloud cover and smiled faintly. It seemed to be able to understand human language quite well, and actually snorted happily. A few moments later, Su Ying once again returned to the study, organizing and checking some volumes before he was ready to go to bed. Boom! Just then, there was a loud bang that rang out suddenly, like ammunition breaking through a mountain. What's the situation? Su Ying flinched. In the next moment, a loud cry of fury rang out. Someone is robbing the prison. Ring the bell! Ring the bell! It was Zheng whose voice. Su Ying's face suddenly changed, and he directly rushed out of the room. And immediately afterward, he heard the sound of bells coming from dang 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 one after another. Boom! One of the walls of the county jail was directly blasted open by the raging true chi. With that, a jailer flew out and his body fell to the ground, directly dying. His entire chest was slapped with a palm, and half of his body was thinned out. I don't know how to die. How dare you intercept this seat? Accompanied by a disdainful cold laugh, a silver-haired old man walked out of the broken hole and stood under the wall. When the surrounding constables and jailers saw this, each of them showed fear and did not dare to approach. This person was too strong. It was simply not something they could deal with. As he spoke, the silver-haired old man stepped forward, and wherever he passed, there was no one who was a match for him. Bold thieves, how dare you rob the prison? Accompanied by a furious shout, Li Shan held a long sword and slashed a silver-white pike across 10 feet. Gale Divine Blade? Humph, a small sculpture. The silver-haired old man's face floor was disdainful, and the side of his body directly dodged it. The saber chi fell, splitting the ground directly into a hideous fissure that was several meters long. A mere innate realm. How dare you intercept this seat? Really don't know how to die. As soon as the words fell, the silver-haired old man stepped on his feet as if he had shrunk into the ground and instantly appeared in front of Li Shan. Without saying anything, he directly slapped his palm towards him. The great hand seal of Acacia. A huge handprint 1 person high came out of his hand, and wherever it passed, the ground clicked and cracked. Seeing this, Li Shan's eyes were filled with gravity as his long sword shook and slashed out again. The 9th style of the Gale Divine Blade. Gale Divine Chop. Vast saber chi was like a line of tidal wave, setting off shocking waves, colliding with the large handprint. The two true chi fiercely clashed. Instantly the powerful chi shot out in all directions, and the sky was filled with debris dancing wildly. Li Shan fell back 5 steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, suffering from internal injuries. Shoot you first. The silver-haired old man's mouth smiled maliciously. His body slid, like a swimming fish instantly appeared in front of Li Shan, and with a raised hand, he slapped his palm towards his face. Right at this moment, a ghost-like figure came out of nowhere. Anon roars. A golden palm print instantly collided with the silver-haired old man, accompanied by a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Boom! True chi erupted, hardening the surrounding magistrates and constables and toppling them to the ground. Thump stomp. The silver-haired old man's face was startled, only to feel a force as violent as a flood surging towards him. He retreated on his feet, taking several steps in a row before he managed to stop. Who are you? The silver-haired old man shouted angrily. Never thought that this young man in front of him would be so strong. This officer, Su Ying, is the magistrate of Ningyang County. How dare you rob the prison? Don't you know how to write the word death? Su Ying looked at him and coldly said, Oh, you're Ningyang County Magistrate Su Ying. You're really a young talent, but you've spoiled my good deed. Today I'll take your life. So it's the remaining members of the Acacia sect, really looking for death. The silver-haired old man snorted coldly, stepped on his feet, and once again performed an exquisite and incomparable body technique to come to Su Ying's front. When his palm fell and slapped directly on top of Su Ying's chest, and a loud bell-like sound rang out. Unfortunately, like a furious slap, it didn't even qualify Su Ying to move a bit. Is that all the strength you have? Such a loser. How dare you come to rob the prison? You're stupid as a joke. As soon as the words fell, a golden fist directly fell. When a huge fist blasted, ruthlessly smashing into the silver-haired old man's chest, and a crisp sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out, spreading through the night sky, like a heavenly bell ringing loudly. Amazing power, surging and surging as if it was a huge wave, blasted at the silver-haired old man. Bang, bang, bang. The silver-haired old man's light around his body suddenly flashed. His true chi instantly collapsed, and he took 4 steps backward, and with each step, he stepped on a 3-inch deep footprint on the stone slab on the ground. The stone slabs in a 3-foot radius were all shattered. That's what unloaded all the power. No way! The silver-haired old man was shocked and angry, knowing that he was a great expert at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. But surprisingly, Su Ying was directly blown back by a punch. What's impossible? As soon as the words fell, Su Ying once again struck out. The Ling Bo Wei steps were performed. His feet stepped on the position of the 8 trigrams, and his figure was as fast as a ghost. A heaven-shattering dragon roar resounded as the 18 dragon-subduing palms were utilized by Su Ying to the fullest, colliding with the great hand seal of Acacia one after another. After a dozen moves, the silver-haired old man could no longer suffer and blood began to spill from the corners of his mouth. Why is this kid getting fiercer and fiercer the more he fights? He clearly hasn't condensed his astral energy. No good. Heavenly rank divine gong. He's actually practicing heavenly rank divine gong. When the thought came together, the silver-haired old man was shocked inwardly, and immediately summoned his entire body's true chi, shaking Su Ying away with a palm, and then with a single step of his foot, the whole person was like a harrier eagle soaring into the sky, flying towards the distance. Trying to run? How is that possible? Shinshi four ghosts, keep a good eye on the dungeon. I'll go after this fawn. Yes, my lord, Su Ying commanded, and with a little bit of footwork, he then chased after them as well. Chapter 31, Fei Soars, Perfection of Tongxian. At the same time, Su Ying nodded his feet in succession, his figure as erratic as an ape or monkey ghost. Die! Looking at the silver-haired old man's figure, Su Ying let out a fierce roar. Anon roars. A heaven-shaking dragon's roar rang out, and a piercing golden light completely illuminated the dark night. Flying dragon. Immediately afterward, a golden dragon tens of feet long roared and twisted as it charged towards the silver-haired old man. Terrifying dragon might filled the four directions, causing the surrounding space and time to stagnate slightly. How? The silver-haired old man turned around, shocked and angry. The great hand seal of Acacia. He roared in his heart and blasted out with the same palm. The berserk palm print instantly collided with the golden dragon form. Boom! Pity! What palm imprints? True chi! Were all useless in the face of absolute power. The great hand seal of Acacia was shattered, and the silver-haired old man's protective true chi directly collapsed, and his mind was shocked as he flew backward. Again! Anon roars, shocked for 100 miles. Another slap. As the earth-shattering dragon roar fell, the silver-haired old man was directly knocked into the ground. After a popping sound, the area centered on him cracked open inch by inch. It was simply miserable. A moment later, the silver-haired old man stood up, looking at his left wrist that was broken to reveal the white bones. A look of shock and fear appeared under his eyes. How dare you come to rob this official's prison with such little strength? Did you grow up eating shit? Su Ying's figure slowly fell down from mid-air. His gaze was like a knife, staring at the silver-haired old man with a cold stare as he opened his mouth. You! The silver-haired old man was furious. His chest was like a volcano erupting. His feet stepped down and exploded the stone slabs, instantly rushing to Su Ying's heels. The large palm was like a bushel, ruthlessly slapping towards Su Ying's forehead. This palm was not a harmony sex mastery, but instead, it was the mile-high sex mastery, the powerful tablet opening hand. That's it? Su Ying laughed coldly. Let you see the world-shaking dragon fist that I just refined. In the next moment, Su Ying transformed his palm into a fist and blasted out without saying a word. His arm, which seemed to have transformed into a giant dragon, collided fiercely with the powerful monument opening hand. Boo! A loud bang came. The golden-colored true chi collided with the green-colored true chi. The silver-haired old man only felt a huge force coming from his palm. His body protection true chi directly collapsed, and his right arm was directly broken. The entire person was unsteady and was blown backwards by Su Ying. The silver-haired old man rolled over and stood up, only to feel a wildly explosive fist energy raging within his body. However, he didn't wait for him to react, but he saw Su Ying take a step forward, and his large hand descended from the sky, instantly landing on the heavenly spirit above his head. You! The silver-haired old man was shocked and angry, but felt that a strong and incomparable absorbing force fixed his figure, and the true chi in his body was like a flood that had opened the gates, pouring out in torrents. It flowed down Su Ying's arm into his body. The northern darkness swallowed the sky, drawing on the internal energy of others to moisturize one's own tendons and veins. Gollum! The silver-haired old man's entire body looked as if he had been soaked in boiling hot water, his skin rolling and his hair turning snow white. In no time at all, the entire person aged dozens of years. Bang! In the middle of the day, Su Ying's palm shook, and the silver-haired old man directly fell to the ground, never able to get up again. Tongxian realm, perfection. Slightly calming the surging true chi in his body, Su Ying couldn't help but squint his eyes comfortably. This feeling of a rapid increase in power was truly mesmerizing. Many thanks. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long this official would have to cultivate if he wanted the Tongxian realm to be complete. Ho ho! You! The silver-haired old man was shocked and angry, his cloudy gaze staring at Su Ying in death. Who the hell is the cult? Carrying the silver-haired old man to the county office, Su Ying directly entered the broken county office jail. Just as he walked in, he saw Li Shan and Zhang Hu and the others walking over in a hurry. My lord, the pole gang has been silenced. All dead? Suing frowned slightly, looked at the half-dead silver-haired old man in his hands, and said in a deep voice, it seems that this guy didn't come to rob the prison, he came to silence him. Where are the other casualties? Back to your excellency, by my officials' count, 5 jailers, 3 constables, and 7 workers repairing the dungeon are dead, Li Shan said, looking a bit gloomy. The surrounding jailers and constables, too, at the same time looked as well as heart-stricken and fearful, facing a Tongshan realm expert like the silver-haired old man. These people of theirs were just giving away food. Luckily, Li Shan and Suing came in time, otherwise I don't know how many people would have to die. Jailers and constables, notify their families and issue 10 times the pension. In addition, those workers, those who can find their families are issued 50 taels, and those who can't find a good burial. My lord, Li Shan responded and turned to leave. Inside the study, the lights were brightly lit, and the 10,000 evil indestructible golden body was running, and in a moment or 3, the true chi drawn from the body was completely refined. At the end of the night, Suing slowly woke up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Luckily, I have refined the 10,000 thunders indestructible golden body, or else if I keep sucking like this, sooner or later I will not be able to hold it. As the topmost heavenly ranked divine skill, the 10,000 evil undying golden body was the support for Su Ying's body. Only the stronger the body, the more true chi it could draw to withstand. Otherwise the pressure is simply too much to bear. The end result is likely to be a violent outburst of true chi in the body, breaking through the Dantian meridians. If you lose all your martial arts skills and become an invalid, or if you die violently on the spot. Of course, now that he had the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body to rely on, Suing didn't need to worry about this kind of danger at all. Early the next morning, the matter of the Ningyang County Jail being robbed spread throughout Ningyang City. A Tongshan realm expert robbed a prison and a lot of people died. This is the first time in nearly 2 decades. The common people only find it refreshing to hear. Have you heard? Last night, Ningyang County's prison was robbed. A lot of people died. Who doesn't know about something this big? It's like a cannon shot, with one earth-shattering sound after another. What snogging? I still hear dragons? Jing your mother? Have you ever seen a dragon? Gan Lin Nyang. I really saw it last night. Crowds are talking. There are good people to go to the county government office to inquire about the news, but also immediately after the tea house restaurant to sell again. Inside the study, Suing corrected the paperwork in his hands. Most of these are reports from the townships this year. Generally speaking, the county magistrate never goes around the townships below without something heavenly. Townships are generally self-governing by the local extended family, except when there should be a mayor. As long as nothing heavenly has happened, such as harboring demons, colluding with cults, killing people, and so on, usually even these constables don't want to go down there. Li Shan, the approval for your promotion to county lieutenant has already come down. You can take office immediately tomorrow. By the way, is the injury better? Putting the vermilion brush down, Suing looked up and asked, back to your excellency, it's already much better. If not for your lordship's timely arrival that day, my humble servant would have been in danger. Ha, you look a little happy today? Suing looked at Li Shan and asked with a smile. Li Shan hemmed and hawed and said, Had, I won't hide it from your honor. That girl in my house returned from the Qingzhou Martial Academy today, so today is the end of the year. Suing sniffed and showed a dazed look on his face, and a moment later, he split the papers on the desktop one by one and wrote about 100 or 10 paper balls. You find a box with an opening from the top, fill it with these balls of paper, and since it's the end of the year, we'll give out the year-end bonus once today at the county office. Suing laughed. Li Shan's face froze in confusion. Year-end bonus? This county has never been in the habit of giving out year-end prizes. Isn't that right? Those who died were paid 10 times the pension, so naturally there must be some favors for the living as well. Go on. Suing waved his hand. Li Shan turned away. Got a box. Directly then summoned the county magistrate, constable and jailer began to draw prizes one by one in the courtyard. Chapter 32, an opportunity to meet and exchange ideas with this official. Wow. Third prize, 10 taels of silver. Third prize, inside the courtyard. A constable looked at the ball of paper in his hand and exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha, second prize, 30 taels. The other constable had been a little envious, but when he saw the ball of paper in his hand, he shouted with joy. As soon as he said this, the others gathered around. 30 taels, that's a year's salary, and with that money it's enough for a fat year. Ha ha, first prize, I can't believe I'm the first prize. 50 taels. What? The first prize is 50 taels? Wednesday, you have to treat yourself tonight. Yeah, go to the 100 Flowers house. It's a treat. Several constables were up in arms, and the constable named Zhou-san tightly grasped the paper ball in his hand, his face red with excitement. Please, you must, just go to the 100 Flowers house. When everyone had finished drawing, Li Shan and Zhang Liang looked at each other and also unfolded the paper balls in their hands without moving. Lord Li, how much? What about you? Li Shan looked at him. Hey, I'm in luck. Second prize. Zhang Liang shook the ball of paper in his hand and laughed. The second prize is 30 taels, 2 months' salary. Luckily I'm the first prize. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hu, what about you? As they spoke, the two of them looked at Zhang Hu on the side. He was seen looking at the ball of paper in his hand and stood with a sad face. Hearing Li Shan's inquiry, he immediately scratched his head and slowly unfolded. I'm the special prize. What? There's a grand prize? Li Shan and the others were shocked. The first prize is 50 taels of silver. The grand prize is 100 taels? Unfortunately, when he saw the paper ball in Zhang Hu's hand, his face first froze, and then he directly laughed out loud. Grand prize, a chance to meet and interact with this official. Good luck indeed. Tiger, work hard, and you may not be rewarded by Lord Su. Li Shan heartily patted Zhang Hu's shoulder. Work hard. The special prize is very good. I guess Lord Su will reward you something else. After Zhang Liang finished speaking, he shook off the paper ball in his hand and directly left in excitement, leaving behind Zhang Hu, who was full of depression. Next, until noon, all the constables, magistrates, and even jailers, and even the maids and servants who were in the county courthouse, all received their year-end awards. This amount of money was nothing to Suing anyway. Sheriff Li, are there any reclusive masters in this county? Inside the study, Suing looked at the paperwork in his hands and asked without lifting his head. Li Shan was a native of Ningyang and knew this place better. Your Excellency means you want to find a few experts to protect the dungeon? Not bad. Those 4 personal guards under me are still only at the innate realm. I'm afraid it will take some time before they can step into the Tongxian realm. The 4 ghosts of Western Hunan were all in a state of seclusion recently, and all 4 of them had already reached the perfection of the innate realm, and were only half a step away from the Tongxian realm. The leader of the black-clothed arrow team was currently at the 8th level of the innate realm, and they were also all in closed-door cultivation on Bear Paw Peak, only waiting for all the personnel to break through the innate realm. At that time, the strength of the Ningyang County Magistrate's office would increase by leaps and bounds. However, before that, Suing still wanted to recruit a few experts who lived in seclusion here, preferably at the Tongxian realm. Otherwise, if he should have something to leave one day, and there were a few more experts like the silver-haired old man, these people combined would not be enough for them to kill. Does Your Excellency have any requirements, such as cultivation? Li Shan thought for a moment and asked tentatively. My humble servant does know one person, but the other party is eccentric and likes to drink, so he won't necessarily come. What about cultivation? Suing raised an eyebrow and asked. As long as the cultivation is high, other conditions are nothing. It is said that he was at the Tongxian realm 7 or 8 years ago, and my humble servant has not seen his person for a few months, so the exact cultivation level is currently unknown. Where does he live? What's his name? Suing looked up and asked. Back to Your Honor. We all call him Old Man Ghost. Lives just south of the city and owns a coffin store. Good. Let's go check it out. Li Shan nodded his head and the two were about to leave when suddenly a constable jogged all the way from outside. My lord, Lord Pang Qianming, the Jinfu envoy of the Nanyang Jinfu division, is here. Pang Chiming? When Suing heard this, he frowned slightly, and his gaze turned to Li Shan. My lord, Pang Qianming is the Jinfu envoy of Nanyang County, the 4th rank. It is said that he himself just broke through the Tianyuan realm some years ago, and is now the big red man in front of the entire Qingzhou commanding envoy lord. I see. Did you say what you came for? Suing asked. No, only that Your Honor go forth at once, the constable reported. Looks like it's here to take credit for the work. Suing pondered slightly. He had just captured the silver-haired old man and had not yet had the chance to interrogate him personally. When Pang Qianming came, how could this not make people think more? Go on, check it out. After saying that, Suing walked quickly towards the outer mansion lobby with his face. Just after he appeared, he saw a middle-aged man standing in the middle of the main hall who looked like a Confucian scribe. He had a white beardless face, carried his hands behind his back, and wore a green tunic, which did not look like a 4th-ranked commanding officer, but instead looked like a man who had read a lot of poems and books. And Lu Dahue, who had just returned from the wall a few days ago, was carefully standing behind Pang Qianming with a respectful face. Seeing Suing enter, he nodded slightly towards him, his gaze filled with a pleasing smile. Unfortunately, it was directly ignored by Suing. My humble servant, Suing, meet the Lord Jinfu envoy. Arriving before Peng Qianming, Suing arched his hand in salute. Lord Su, don't have to be polite. You're the third princess disciple. This official has to be courteous even when he sees you. Peng Qianming smiled faintly and came up to name the third princess. When Suing heard this, his heart sank. This was to tell himself that he already knew where he came from, which means that the third princess routine has somewhat failed to work. Your Excellency is joking. The third princess and I are just one side of the story. It's not worth your Excellency's attention, Suing faintly said. Peng Qianming waved his hand and laughed. Alright, Lord Su, you are the scholar appointed by His Majesty this year. This official has always had the utmost respect for you scholars, and this time this official has come in person to discuss important matters. In that case, please sit down, Lord Peng. Peng Qianming nodded and sat down, taking a symbolic sip of tea before smiling. This official received news that a remnant of the harmonious sect had come to rob the prison, so I rushed here without stopping, but alas, I was still a step too late. But fortunately, Lord Su's strength is unrivaled, and he even directly took down that chaotic traitor. Hearing this news, this official is also greatly relieved. Suing smiled faintly and arched his hand. Your Excellency is too kind. That guy's cultivation is average, but he is nothing more than an earthworm. Lord Peng, this special trip is not just for this matter, right? Su adults really quick to speak. In that case, then this official will say straight, whether it is the Everlasting Sky or Acacia sect, our Qingzhou Jinfu division has been tracing for a long time. This time Su adults can even catch two people. Is really remarkable, so this official has an unkind request. I hope that Su adults will let this official will be these two people to bring back to the county city to interrogate properly. Suing sniffed and his face sank. It's a clear-cut attempt to take credit for his work. It was a pity that his own move was okay to use on Lu Dahue, but Peng Qianming was a Jinfu envoy of the 4th rank. The third princess's face would definitely be sold, but without her personally present, it was not certain with the token alone. It was only with the identity of the third princess here that she spoke cheerfully and smilingly to herself. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, with the Jinfu sees bullying, he would have taken the person away straight away. Seems to be able to see Su Ying's worry. Peng Qianming suddenly smiled faintly. Lord Su, don't have to worry. The credit that should be yours will not be less at all. When this official interrogates and finds out the other remaining criminals, the reported paperwork about Lord Su's credit will only be more or less. This point, there are 3 princesses in. Su adults can completely rest assured. Yes, Suing heard this and directly responded, smiling, since Lord Peng has already said this, if I don't hand over the person, I would be too insensitive. But before that, this official still has a small request that I hope Lord Peng can grant. When Peng Qianming heard this, his face first froze, then he laughed freely. Lord Su, please. Chapter 33, The 5 Companies of the Jedi. Firstly, recently there have been frequent rebellions by various demons and cultists, so Su should apply to replenish and strengthen the team of constables. 300? Hearing this, Peng Qianming frowned slightly. In a typical larger county courthouse, the 3 shifts of constables had about 200 people, plus the yamen, and at the top of the day there were about 500 or 600 people. It was really unreasonable for Suing to ask for an expansion of 300 as soon as he opened his mouth. You know, a constable is different from an ordinary magistrate. Each constable has to be accompanied by 2 to 3 magistrates, and if Ningyang County expands to 300 official constables, then the corresponding magistrates will need at least 800 to 900 people. In this way, the rated number is greatly exceeded. Suing smiled faintly and said indifferently, Lord Peng, you are a Jinfu envoy of the 4th grade. As long as you drop an official document with a seal, this matter will be accomplished. Besides, in just over a month since this official took office, the Everlasting Heaven came twice, and the Acacia sect came twice. You wouldn't want to come back next time and see my corpse, would you? Is the third princess's token useless? Of course it works, and it's still of great use. For example, at critical moments like now, the town hall wants people, so naturally they have to pay accordingly. Good. This official approves. As he spoke, he directly beckoned, and Lu Dahue hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out a blank pamphlet from his sleeve. Peng Qianming took out an exquisite and incomparable small brush with a flip of his palm, licked it in his mouth, and wrote a few sentences directly on the booklet, and then he took off his own seal from his belt and stamped it directly on it, and, resting the paperwork on the desktop, Peng Qianming continued to look at Suing and asked, furthermore, the remaining members of the Acacia sect came to rob the prison, and the county government office suffered heavy losses, so my humble servant hopes that your excellency can compensate some silver. It's also good to sympathize with those constables and magistrates who died for Dasha. Speaking here, Suing was full of pathos, and Lu Dahui's eyes jumped when he looked at him. How much? Peng Qianming smiled faintly. Is 1,000 taels enough? 1,000 taels? Suing sniffed and his face froze. Lord Peng, the constables alone died several people, as well as the magistrates, jailers and so on. Even the county office jail was shattered by a slap. Look at the floor next to you. This is still the last time Lord Lu came to step on the broken. The reason why delayed for so long is because this county is really difficult to the extreme. How can 1,000 taels be enough? So, have to add money. The corner of Lu Dahui's mouth twitched as he subconsciously looked at the ground. Sure enough, the trampled pieces of floorboards were still sitting there. It was as if he was telling the truth about how hard he had been hit in the face that day. Grandma's leg. This Lord Su is waiting for now, isn't he? How much to add? 5,000 taels. When he said this, even Peng Qianming, who was the Jinfu envoy, had a dark look on his face. Before he came, he heard Li Feng say that this kid was black-hearted and insatiable. I did not expect him to be a 7th-grade county magistrate, but dared to ask himself. A 4th-grade Jinfu envoy amount is 5,000 taels. Lord Su, although this official is a 4th-grade Jinfu envoy, but as an official for many years, I have always loved the people like a son, and both sleeves are clear. You ask me for 5,000 taels. My annual salary is only about 1,000 taels. Besides, this official has an 80-year-old mother on top and an 8-year-old child underneath. Said here, Peng Qianming actually also raised his head to look at the sky, sighed quietly, this official over. Also very difficult. This time, it was Su Ying's turn to look dark. Motherfucking chicken. This is meeting a fellow traveler. 4,500 taels? 3,000 taels. 4,000 taels. No less. 3,500 taels. Deal. Suing clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Your Excellency is truly compassionate to his subordinates and loves the people like a son. Alright, since 3,500 taels, then 3,500 taels it is. Sheriff Li, lead the way in front. Let's go to the prison to hand over to Lord Peng. Li Shan was holding back his laughter, and when he heard this, he hurriedly arched his hand. Yes, my lord. After saying that, he also looked at Peng Qianming, whose mouth was twisted at the corners and whose face was slightly stiff, with a straight face, and reached out his hand and said, Lord Peng, this way please. When the crowd arrived at the dungeon, all the jailers stood on both sides. Not far away, the silver-haired old man was sitting on a tiger bench, suffering inhuman torture, and on the side, a jailer had already written dozens of pages more of the confession. This is the Jinfu Division's Jinfu envoy, Lord Peng Qianming Peng, Zhang Hu. What about the remaining members of the Acacia sect? Arriving at the large prison, Suing asked with an expressionless face. My humble servant and the others refer to Lord Peng. Back to your excellency, this person is Lu Feng, an elder of the Acacia sect, with a cultivation at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. Zhang Hu said respectfully, getting the red-hot iron shoes aside for the time being, and pulling out the sharp knife that had already flicked 18 times from the silver-haired old man's waist. Ha, that's an interesting punishment you have. But what are these iron shoes for? For him to wear? Peng Qianming was slightly surprised and asked with a smile. Back to the Lord. These are the punishments invented by Lord Su. Extremely effective. Since the availability of these things, this county's crime detection rate has greatly increased. Generally come here. There are not many people who can withstand the 3 consecutive strokes of Lord Su. A trifecta? Oh, what trifecta? Tell me. Peng Qianming instantly became interested and looked at Suing with a curious face as he asked. It's not a trifecta of moves, but 5 in a row, which this official calls the 5 consecutive Jedi. They are wearing embroidered shoes, cupping fire, flooding silver, playing pipa and ling chi. Suing said expressionlessly, his gaze slightly signaling, and Zhang Hu hurriedly explained the trifecta of moves at the beginning. When he finished explaining to the death by lynching, Peng Qianming unexpectedly brightened up and stroked his hand in admiration. Wonderful, really wonderful. I didn't realize that Lord Su had such a means. Lu Dahui, have you written it down yet? Back to my lord. It has been recorded one by one. Each of these 3 criminal laws was extremely horrifying. Even Lu Dahui couldn't help but feel chills in his heart and soul as he listened. By the way, Lord Su, what is cupping fire and pouring water and silver? Then, Peng Qianming once again asked with a curious face. It's very simple. The so-called fire cupping is when a red-hot pot is placed directly over the prisoner's back, chest or even any place. As soon as he said this, Zhang Hu and the others on the side instantly tightened their bodies. This penalty, although simple, but incomparable cruelty, The general cupping is just a fire to instantly empty the air inside, and generally can only be pulled for a tea or so, but this fire cupping, where's the mercury? Dig a pit, bury the prisoner's whole body in the ground, then make a cut in his forehead and pour mercury into it along the wound. Lord Lu, guess how the prisoner will feel at this time? As Suing spoke, his gaze fell ghostly on Lu Dahue. This, Lord Su is laughing. My humble servant doesn't know. This time of year, he'll feel sore and itchy all over. Lu Dahue scratched his chest and subconsciously asked, what if it hurts and itches? He would then run his body's true chi to subconsciously find a hole to drill and then leap out of the earth. But when he came out, he realized that his skin was still left in the ground. Lu Dahue heard, immediately trembled. His mind subconsciously associated with that cruel to the extreme scene. Ha ha, wonderful. Su adults really is a second person. No wonder can get the three princesses appreciation. You this set of 5 company under the absolute world. The Iron Man ancestors 18 generations also recruited. Ha ha, Lu Dahue. Will this set of Jedi well recorded? Back to the county prison one by one experiment. Yes. Lu Dahue wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly recorded what Suing said. Lord Peng is really treating himself as an outsider. The 5 company Jedi invented by this official has the intellectual property rights of this official's own land. You can use it if you want to. But, Suing looked at Peng Qinming, his gaze ghostly, and slowly spoke. Gotta add money. Chapter 34, The Hidden Master of the World. In the end, on the basis of Peng Qinming adding another 1500 taels, both sides reached a consensus and all left satisfied. Zhang Hu, next time, this official will teach you a few more moves and ensure that you become the #1 penal officer in Dasha. Thank you, my lord. By the way, Sheriff Li, who is the special prize? Oh, coincidentally, it's none other than Jailer Zhang. Suing sniffed, his face froze, and immediately patted Zhang Hu's shoulder and laughed. Come to my room at night. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. When Zhang Hu sniffed and froze in place, the sharp knife in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp ringing sound. Returning to the compartment and changing into civilian clothes, Suing went out of the county office under the leadership of Li Shan and walked straight to the south street of the city. Li Shan, didn't your daughter come back? Why haven't you seen her today? You are now a titular county lieutenant, and the post of chief constable cannot be left vacant. Suing carried his hands behind his back and walked slowly in front of him while asking without looking back. Back to your excellency, Autumn Frost is resting at home, just waiting for the New Year's Eve to pass, and then she will take up her post. Does she cook? Suing asked. Cooking? Li Shan's face froze, and he immediately nodded. Xiao Frost's cooking skills are not bad. Her mother left early, and in the past at home, I was busy with my official duties, so she was the one who cooked a lot of the time. However, when Li Shan finished speaking he felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, only to hear Suing faintly smile. Just right, you all moved to the county office to live. Otherwise the huge county office is a bit lonely for me to live by myself. When the Green Wolf Gang's residence is repaired, let's move there together. When Li Shan heard this, a bad feeling rose within him, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything after all. Lord Su, after all, is a bloodthirsty, normal man. Looks like we need to take him to the 100 Flowers house more often to investigate cases. The two of them turned around and crossed a few streets, and in no time they arrived at the south street of the city. Suing watched from left to right, only to see that both sides of the street were extremely depressed, obviously not as prosperous as the rest of the place. Many of the stores are sparsely populated and the pedestrians who come and go are ordinary residents. My lord, Old Man Ghost's coffin store is not far ahead. Li Shan led the way ahead, and in a short while the two of them arrived at the door of a store with a white streamer inserted in front of the door. Old Man Ghost, are you there? I'm Li Shan, here to see you. Snap. Then came the sound of Li Shan slamming the door. Unfortunately, after continuously shouting several times, no one answered inside. Suing and Li Shan exchanged glances, and the latter directly pushed the door open with force. A strong aroma of incense and candles hit his face. Suing frowned and realized that there were large and small coffins placed inside. However, not to mention people, there was not even a ghostly figure. Ha, where's Old Man Ghost? Li Shan turned around and after realizing that no one was there, he was puzzled. Is it dead? I didn't hear about it. You're the one who's fucking dead. I'm sleeping, in the middle of the day. Is someone dead in your house? What are you doing hanging around here? An airy voice rang out. Then a sound of wooden boards rubbing together was heard, and the two of them turned to look, only to see an old man with gray hair, dressed in gray clothes, and with a slim figure slowly sitting up from inside a coffin. Damn you, Ghost old man, I thought you were dead. You're the one who's dead. Your whole family is dead. The old man clapped his hands. The whole person flew directly from within the coffin and stood up, stretched his back. His body crackled and popped, looked at Li Shan, and his eyes fell on Suing again, strangely saying, "Who is this kid? This is the magistrate of Ningyang County, Lord Suing Su. Why don't you quickly pay your respects?" The ghost old man glanced at him, took off a wine gourd from the side, and fiercely poured a mouthful of it. "Worship my ass. Come to find old me in broad daylight must have something to ask. Say it, what is it?" "My name is Suing. Tim is the magistrate of Ningyang County, and this time I came to ask Senior to become the guest minister of the county office." Suing bowed slightly between his arches as a sign of courtesy. "Hakim? Don't do it. Don't do it. Go back. The old man is on his last legs and is no longer fit to fight and kill." The ghost old man waved his hand with a face of impatience, while looking at Li Shan with some aversion to martial arts, cursing, "I knew that there was no good thing about you fucking coming." The corner of Li Shan's mouth twitched, and surprisingly, he didn't return the favor. "Old man ghost, Xiao Frost is also back and will also succeed me as the chief arrester of Ningyang. Lord Su means to ask you to become the county office provider, and only need to guard the dungeon at critical moments." A moment later, Li Shan sighed and explained, "This month, the everlasting sky, the remnants of the Acacia sect have come to rebel 3 times, and a dozen or so people died not long ago. Is Autumn Frost back?" At the mention of Li Xiu Shang, Old Man Ghost showed a rare hint of a smile. Senior is a man of the world. Naturally he has the pride of a senior. Li Shan, since this senior is unwilling to agree, forget it, let's go. As he spoke, Suing directly got up and left without looking back. Li Shan looked around and was in a dilemma. He was about to go out when he suddenly only heard Su Ying's voice coming leisurely from outside. "It's a pity. The last time I copied the house to get out 50 jars of 100-year drunken immortal wine. This official doesn't drink wine, so I can only pour it out." Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, the old man ghost's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Suing, blocking his way. "Kid, is that true? Is it really drunken immortal brew?" He looked at Suing with a burning gaze, his face full of anticipation. At the same time, he shook the wine gourd in his hand and put it in front of Su Ying's nose. "Is it this flavor?" "No." Suing shook his head slightly, then under the disappointed gaze of the old man ghost, he once again smiled faintly and spoke, "Better than this." "Better? What? Better?" When the old man ghost heard this, he rubbed his hands together and said to himself, "I think I've drank the world's fine wines, but I haven't tasted anything better than this. Lord Su, as long as you can get something better than this, your matter," old man promised. "Good, it's a deal. 3 days later, this official will send a better one to Senior." After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. "My lord, old man ghost is a mere Tongxian. There's no need to be so respectful, is there?" "Nonetheless, lordly, this old man is more than just Tongxian. You have made a great achievement this time. If he agrees, in the future, no one will be able to break into the county jail unless the Dharma minister himself is present." Suing smiled, turned back to look at the coffin store behind him, and laughed. "Let's go. Go back and get ready. This official wants to make wine." "Brewing wine? Didn't His Excellency say he had 100 years of drunken immortal brew?" "No." Suing shook his head slightly and crossed his arms over his sleeves. "But I can brew better than this." Since there isn't one, how does your excellency know that old man ghost is drinking drunken immortal brew?" Li Shan asked curiously. "Sheriff Li, this you do not know. After all, this official is a person who has been to the capital. When this official was appointed by His Majesty as a new scholar, I had the honor to sit at the end of the Qinming Hall to attend a banquet. The wine I drank was drunken immortal brew, but that wine is 100 years also tasteless. Let's go. Go back first." After saying that, Suing hurriedly got up and left, passed through a street, found a wine shop, and directly offered 100 taels of silver to purchase the store. The shopkeeper had not heard wrong, but after seeing the white silver, immediately happy face full of chrysanthemum-like smile. "Your honor wants to make wine? Not bad. Here, you help me. There's a ready-made one here. We just need to distill it a few more times again and add some herbs." As they spoke, the two began to work feverishly. Chapter 35, Drunken Immortal Brew, Red Iron Taoist. 3 days later, Li Shan looked at the yellowish-colored and fragrant drunken immortal brew in the porcelain bowl in front of him and took a sip with a face full of shock. The wine is sweet and refreshing. The entrance into a warm current, but also led to the body's true qi speed up a few points. "Great, Lord, is this really drunken immortal brew?" "Well, unfortunately, it's not as good as the ones from the Palace Dane in terms of herbs, but the quality of the wine alone is definitely better than theirs. You carry a jug of it and go find Old Man Ghost. There's no need. The old man is coming. With a loud laugh, a ghostly voice suddenly appeared within the wine shop. His eyes squarely glowed as he looked at the several large wine vats in front of him, rubbing his hands together with a wolf-like grin on his face. Drunken Immortal Brew. Surprisingly, it is really Drunken Immortal Brew. Kid, I thought you were lying to me, but I didn't expect you to brew it yourself? Senior, how is my Drunken Immortal Brew? Suing looked at the old man ghost and asked with a smile. The wine is fragrant and the aroma is sweet and biting. Said here, the ghost old man big mouth dry a bowl, wiped his mouth, squinting, long aftertaste, soy sauce prominent, elegant and delicate, mellow body, long aftertaste, deer blood, bear gall bladder, tiger penis, and several kinds of spiritual herbs have been added to it. Good wine, when it's really good wine. Lord Su, the old man ghost still wanted to say, but Suing smiled slightly and raised his hand. As long as Senior is willing to come to the county office to settle in the future, you can drink as much of this wine as you want to drink. This official is next ready to open a restaurant specializing in drunken immortal brews, and Senior can even live there directly. Yeah, old man ghost slapped his thigh and agreed directly. Grandma, in 300 years, you're the first one to make the old man look kinda good. Gollum. The ghost old man once again dried a mouthful, his face slightly red, his mouth full of alcohol. How much silver is this wine Lord Su prepared to sell? What did Elder think? Suing asked with a smile. I don't know anything about it. I'll just drink it. But after thinking about it, old man, 10 taels of silver a caddy. 10 taels? Li Shan secretly smacked his lips and was shocked. 10 taels then. But this is only for 1 year. Next this official will also introduce 10-year portions and 100-year portions. Senior can continue to taste it then. Is there really a 100-year portion? When old man ghost heard this, his eyes lit up. That's natural. This brewing technique of yours is extremely peculiar. Unheard of by the old man. But since I promised you, the old man will definitely not go back on his word. After a pause, the ghost old man's gaze turned and looked at Suing once again. Lord Su, do you still want an expert? Old me still knows one. Following the ghost old man's introduction, Suing brought Li Shan to a blacksmith store. Met a middle-aged man there who was bare-chested and working the iron. This person's name was Red Iron Taoist, and he was a close friend of Old Man Ghost. Originally, Taoist Red Iron was not the least bit interested in Su Ying's invitation, until Su should pass on the forging of Damascus steel. Akatsuki Taoist is full of shock and agrees. Inside the county office, Taoist Red Iron looked at the long sword covered with exquisite patterns in his hand, his face full of admiration. I didn't expect Lord Su to know the method of forging. Your kind of forging method has simply subverted my perception. He followed Su Ying's method and forged a long sword in a short period of time. Sword body silver white. As mercury-plated general, although only ordinary steel ingot casting. But this sword surprisingly one after another chopped dozens of Red Iron Taoist forged 100 forged refined steel weapons. Suing smiled faintly and did not explain. In fact, he knows shit. Except that he has some slight knowledge of how Damascus steel is forged. To truly be able to forge it, it was still just relying on the Red Iron Taoist himself to know more about forging. And the method Suing described is, to put it bluntly, folding forging. You know, a steel bar, folded 8 times, is 256 layers, and Daxia's current forging process still stays at the level of non-stop pounding forging. Of course, the main reason for that fine pattern is the acid wash. Senior is too kind. In fact, this official is only roughly aware of it. What I have given Senior is only the most basic forging method in principle. To forge a real divine soldier, it is still necessary for Senior to continue researching. Lord Su is too modest. Such skill has already brought old man's forging skills to the next level. The Akatsuki Taoist sighed. He inherited the iron sect and practiced the mastery of the iron refining hand. But unfortunately the iron sect has long since been destroyed, and currently there is only one heir to the Red Iron Taoist left. Iron Gate? Suing was slightly stunned when he heard this. Nice. Red Iron Taoist nodded. Lord Su, as the only head of the iron sect, I am shouldering the heavy responsibility of the sect's inheritance, and I have always wanted to find a good disciple to inherit the mantle, and coupled with the fact that Your Excellency has passed on the forging method to me today, the old man is more than grateful, and from now on, the old man will be living in the county courthouse. Good. Since Senior is so forthcoming, then this official won't talk nonsense. In the future, Senior will help this official to build weapons in the county government office, and this official will look for suitable disciples for you. Of course, I don't want the weapons built by Senior for nothing. Let's sell them directly. and the profit earned will be divided into 37. You 7 I 3. How? In an instant, Suing directly stated his innermost thoughts. Kidding aside, the weapons forged from Damascus steel were incredibly sharp. Although it was not comparable to a true divine weapon, it was already a divine weapon for an ordinary expert. And that's still a weapon forged from ordinary steel. As soon as he saw the red iron Taoist, Suing got the idea of replacing the black clothes arrow team's weapons. Imagine 100 people armed with Damascus curved swords, broken crossbows, and then each of them is a master of the innate realm, or cavalry. 37 is too little. Let's go 50-50. Taoist red iron nodded and laughed. I've been a blacksmith all my life, and it's my good fortune to be favored by Lord Su. Good. In that case, tomorrow this official will find a suitable place around the county office for seniors. Resolving the matter of the red iron Taoist and the old man ghost, Suing returned to the county office with Li Shan in a happy mood. Through understanding, he learned that old man ghost was formerly an elder of the Killing Sword sect during the Great Zhou period of the previous dynasty, and the red iron Taoist is an Iron Gate heir. These two large sects were among the 3,000 sects of the Great Zhou. Unfortunately, in the year of the Great Weekend, Emperor Yu was so dim-witted that Taizu rose up and then overthrew the Great Weekend to establish the Great Xia. And then the 3,000 clans were beaten to pieces by the Dutian Forbidden Army that felled the mountains and broke the temples. It was also at that time that Old Man Ghost and Taoist Red Iron came to Ningyang City incognito. The two are both experts in the Tian Yuan realm, which is why they can live for 200 to 300 years. Of course, that's only one of the reasons. The reason why Suing used Drunken Immortal Brew and Folding Forge method to pull the two together. Firstly, because the county court dungeon does need to have a high-level person to sit in the town. And secondly, to make money. Whether it's the Drunken Immortal Brew, or the weapons built by the Red Iron Taoist, it will be a living money printing machine in the future. Ningyang County Suing cannot stay for life. The next is the county, the state capital, and even the sacred capital. There are countless places where money is needed. Besides, being poor in literature and rich in martial arts, now that he had a golden finger to open up, of course his goal could not just be the district Tian Yuan realm. That's why the cultivation in the future is absolutely costly. My lord, I have heard that a flower girl has come to 100 Flower House, and I doubt that there is anything fishy about it. Should we go and check it out? In the evening, when passing by the 100 Flowers building, Li Shan proposed with a righteous face. 100 Flowers House? The flower girl? Suing sniffed and nodded without changing his face. Good thing too. Go see if there are any remnants of the former dynasty inside. Saying so, the two of them walked in, one after the other. Chapter 36, You've lost your salary. The next day, early in the morning, Suing woke up from amongst the soft and silky comforter, gently moving the snow-white jade-like long legs of the flower girl next to him out of the way. He got up and got out of bed to put on his clothes. Flower girl named Lin Xiener, new, first-class superb, appearance and figure than the three princesses is not inferior. The reason why Suing looked at her is because at the first glance, a ghostly silhouette surfaced in Su Ying's mind. Unfortunately, it was only after a night of friendly exchanges that Suing finally confirmed that this was not the remaining elements of the Great Zhou. Is the Lord leaving? The crisp, soft voice came from behind him, causing Su Ying's waist to tremble. Well, this official is busy with his official duties, and he has to go back to continue tracking down the remaining Great Zhou criminals, so I'll come back to you when I have the chance. Your Excellency is dedicated to the people. My slave admires it. When I came last night, the Lord was raging to track down the remaining sins of the Great Zhou, but unfortunately, the slave just left the cabinet and fell into the hands of the Lord. It was also suspected a bit. Of course you are not. Otherwise this official absolutely a plug to the end. For the remaining Great Zhou sins, this official has always preferred to kill the wrong person rather than letting them go. When Miss Xiener heard this, she bit her plump and delicate lips, looking at Su Ying's majestic and incomparable back. Her mind couldn't help but recall the stormy scenes of last night. From now on, I will just wait for you to come to investigate the case. As long as you come, I will prove my innocence. When Suing heard this, his face froze, but he did not explain too much. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had seen a lot of pussies, but one like Lin Xiener was still the second one in this life. Well, the first is the third princess. After exiting the 100 Flowers building, Suing stretched his back. The sky is clear today. The northerly winds weakened considerably, and the temperature warmed up 7 or 8 degrees all at once. Just as he returned to the county office, he saw a woman wearing a strong suit and holding a long sword standing in front of the lobby. At the first sight of her, Suing immediately added inwardly, well, this is the third. My humble servant Li Qiushan has come to report for duty. Meet Lord Su. The body is exquisite. The voice is crisp and sweet. The features are exquisite. The skin is snow white. It's a big beauty. But how in the world was Li Shan born with that look? Lord Su? Seeing that Su Wing was frozen, Li Qiushang once again called out tentatively. So you're Li Shan's daughter. It's true that the father of the tiger. Ahem. That what? Well, since you've come to report for duty, then follow me first. As he spoke, Su should have walked forward, and wherever he passed, Li Qiushan's agitated nose twitched slightly. How is it that Lord Su has a powdery odor on him? Did he go to the flower house last night? He was just wanting to, only to see another yawning figure walking outside the main door. Li Qiushan fixed his eyes on it, and it was his own old man Li Shan. She rushed forward, and just as she approached, her agate nose twitched again. Again, a strong whiff of tartness. At that moment, Li Qiushang frowned and looked at Li Shan coldly. Father, you went to 100 Flower House to investigate the case again last night? Ha? Look into the case. Yes. Last night, Lord Su said that the 100 Flowers House might have remnants of the former dynasty. You know, my father has always abhorred these people, so he carefully searched deeply and inserted some, but in the end, he found nothing. As soon as his words fell, he felt as if he had a mane on his back, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Su Wing hugging his shoulders and looking at him with a cold smile on his face. County Lieutenant Li, slandering the superior officer and spitting blood. Your salary for this month, gone. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Li Shan stood in place with a bitter expression on his face, his gaze looking towards Li Qiusheng, only to see the latter also snort coldly and directly turn around to leave. Zhang Hu waited at the entrance of the study all night last night and did not see Su Wing, so early this morning, he waited at the entrance early. When he saw Li Qiushang and Li Shan and the others come in, he immediately rubbed his hands and laughed. My lord, that special prize thing? Hiya, forgot about this shit, come in together. Su Wing opened the door, and a few people suddenly fishtailed into the room. Sitting at his desk, he made tea and gulped it down. His throat, dry from last night's drinking, feeling only slightly better. My lord, here are my closing papers. Li Qiushang handed Su Wing the paperwork in his hand, like a hot gold fold. Su Wing opened it, only to see that it was written about Li Qiushang's performance in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. Finally, the Great Seal of the President of the Martial Academy, who was also the commander of the Jinfu Division, was stamped. Su Wing roughly glanced at Li Qiushang. Innate realm. During his time in Qingzhou Martial Academy, he was superior in every category. Very well. It is an honor for this county to have you here, and I hope that in the days to come, you will keep your heart and not forget your mission. Su Wing appreciated one sentence, while smiling. In the future, the current Constable Yamen of Ningyang County will be at your disposal, and this official will give you another 100 constable slots, so you can go recruiting and screening on your own. Thank you, my lord. Li Qiushang sniffed, her beautiful eyes moved, not expecting that she had become the chief constable when she first arrived. With hundreds more under her belt, she was already considered to have a bright future compared to the other students who had finished their studies. Go on. Su Wing waved his hand and the two of them, Li Qiushang and Li Shan, simultaneously excused themselves, followed by a turn of his gaze that landed on Zhang Hu. Last night this official was busy with official business and forgot about you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Your Excellency's words are important. My humble servant has never had that kind of mind. Zhang Hu hurriedly said. Well, I've read your resume. Your father was in the army that participated in the conquest of the Eastern Wasteland demons in the second year of the Shenwu era, and made military achievements in it, and then came to this county, relying on his military achievements to enter the Ningyang County government office. What your lordship says is good. What you cultivate is the golden body decision, a military training method created by the great ancestor of this dynasty. I have carefully observed you. You are exceptionally gifted. Your chi and blood are majestic, and your body is more than 1.5 points stronger than a normal person. Since you drew the special prize, this official will naturally not be stingy. As he spoke, he pulled out a small box from the side drawer and gently pushed it in front of Zhang Hu, smilingly saying, This is the realm-breaking Dan. After you take it, you can break through to the innate realm. In addition to that, this official also prepared a book of Golden Bell Mask for you. Practice well and don't let down this official's expectations. Realm-breaking pill, Golden Bell? Flutter, Zhang Hu muttered, and then directly kneeled on the ground. Thank you for your reward. I can't thank you enough, but in the future, there are dispatches. I will go through fire and water. 10,000 deaths. The golden body decision was just the most common horizontal training technique, without a heart method. At the top of the day, it was only the 9th level of the Hotian realm, but the golden bell shield is different. The Golden Bell Shield is one of the great Forest Temple Divine Power Mastery. There is not only the method of horizontal training, there is also the method of internal refining, cultivation to the extreme. Once the 12 heavenly gates are opened, you can achieve the invincible body of Vajra. Go. In a few days, this official will find you a master. And master? Zhang, who sniffed and naively scratched the back of his head, standing in place for a while with some desire to speak. What's wrong? Su-ying frowned and looked at him with some confusion. Zhang, who heatedly smiled and opened his mouth. That what? Da, Lord, can you give my humble servant another woman? Su-ying's face darkened at his words and he said impatiently, fuck off. Chapter 3700 Herb Pavilion, Cooperation. Host, Su-ying. Realm, Tongshan Realm Perfection. Skills, North Underworld Divine Power, Perfection. Powerful Vajra Fingers, Perfection. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, Perfection. 10,000 Karmic Indestructible Golden Body, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. World Shaking Dragon Fist, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. Cultivation value, none. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. Looking at his attribute panel that was again incredibly concise, Su-ying cupped his chin. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the county office on the first day of the Lunar New Year and obtaining the Jedi Instant Prison Shadow Killing Technique. Even this? Looking at the system's introduction prompt, Su-ying's face was dumbfounded, but after thinking about it, he didn't cultivate it. It was good. It just wasn't for him. After all, he himself had the more powerful Lingbo Weibo. Instead, it can be passed on to the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. They were already practicing the Phantom Divine skill, and could be considered the ultimate example of an assassin. Coupled with the instantaneous prison shadow slaying technique, it could be said to be like a tiger with wings. Putting away the attribute panel, Su-ying stood up and stretched. Goosefeather snow was flying outside the window, dressing the entire Ningyang city in silver. The weather has changed suddenly. It was warm for a while in the morning and now it is snowing heavily. With this much snow, it's expected to cause a snowstorm. The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi. Subordinate. Inform Zhang Liang to continue to give kanji and release food, lest those beggars freeze to death. Yes, master. When the 4 Xiangxi ghosts left, Su-ying's qi and blood were running around his body, and his entire body was like an oven. The ice and snow in a radius of more than 10 feet directly melted at a rapid pace. After a while, Su-ying carried his hands behind his back and walked towards the outside of the county office. As soon as he went out, he saw the red-faced Li Qiushan returning from patrol with a few constables. Greetings, my lord. Be excused. How's it going? Did anything happen with the case? Su-ying asked with a smile. After Li Qiushan arrived, she led patrols on time every day, which cleared Li Shan's mind. Back to your excellency, other than a few fights at the docks, there were no other cases. A brawl? Su-ying frowned, thinking that it was probably another land grab. With the Green Wolf gang gone there is the Pole gang, and with the Pole gang gone there is no telling what gangs will appear. In short, as long as there are people, as long as there are interests involved, there is absolutely no avoiding fighting. It's fine if there are no deaths. Today it is snowing, the weather is cold. Notify down. Let Drunken Immortal House set 20 tables of food to the county government office. Tonight have a good new year. Yes, my lord. A constable answered with an arch and directly turned around and trotted out of the county office. Anyway, there was more money than he could spend, so Su-ying naturally wouldn't put it away for nothing. Whether it's giving kanji and releasing food, or repairing the homes in the Big Brother and Southwest slums, it adds up to just a few 100,000 taels. Until now Su-ying's small treasury still had nearly $2 million in white silver. Hey, having a lot of money can be a worry sometimes. Su-ying shook his head, got up and left the county office, walking towards the 100 Herb Pavilion. The last time the case was investigated, the 100 Herb Pavilion was fined 1,000 taels by Su-ying, and it was found that Fong Sanyuan had only done this one sale. Therefore, Su should be merciful to him and did not take his life. Yo, Lord Su, it's cold outside. Quickly come in, quickly come in. As soon as Sanyuan Fong saw Su-ying enter, his eyes jumped and he hurriedly walked out from behind the counter. A warm welcome. Boss Fong is busy? Su-ying looked around and laughed. 100 Herb Pavilion was Ningyang County's largest medicinal herb trafficker, headquartered in the Qingzhou Prefecture, and although Ningyang City was a branch, because of its backing to the Falling Cloud Mountain Range, the medicinal herbs here were still relatively complete. What are you saying, Lord Su? Our store is a small business, and it's our good fortune to be able to open our doors for business under your lordship's governance. Since we are open for business, this official has just the right piece of business to talk to you about this time. Su-ying smiled faintly and came to sit on the chair by himself. Fong Sanyuan beckoned, and within a short while, a small maid came over with fresh tea and pastries. What are you talking about, Lord Su? If you want to do business with us, that would be a blessing for us as well. I don't know what kind of business Lord Su has to cooperate with our 100 Herb Pavilion. Fong Sanyuan rubbed his hands together and sat on Su Ying's side with a respectful face. This official recently got a batch of drunken immortal brew, which requires quite a few precious herbs. That's why this official wants to cooperate with the 100 Herb Pavilion. Drunken immortal brew? Fong Sanyuan was stunned at his words. Drunken immortal brew was the wine of the heavenly immortal house in the capital. How could Su Ying have drunken immortal brew? Boss Fong doesn't believe me? Su Ying smiled faintly and placed the small altar he was carrying in his hand on the tabletop. This is new. Why don't you taste it, Mr. Fong? Once the seal was opened, a tantalizing aroma of wine spread throughout the hall. Fong Sanyuan's face was shocked. This was really drunken immortal brew, and the wine has a strange aroma and smells as if it's better than drunken immortal brew. I'm not hiding from Lord Su. Drunken immortal brew and the next just drank, but do not know the wine. Just in time. My family big boss happened to come here today to inspect. How about letting her out to sea? Big boss? Su Ying's face froze. So you are still just a dick. Immediately, he laughed. Good. Wait a moment, my lord. I will go and invite you. After saying that, Fong Sanyuan directly got up and walked towards the back hall. A moment later, a light footstep came slowly. Su Ying raised his eyes to look, and suddenly his face froze, only to see that the visitor was a gentle and moving woman. At this time, she was wearing a goose-yellow lotus dress and her long hair was coiled up, revealing her white and slender jade neck. With a shapely body, stunningly beautiful appearance, and outstanding temperament, she looked like a neighborly, thrifty little dainty wife. Well, that's number 4, Su Ying secretly said in his heart. My small daughter, Yu Mingxian, meet Lord Su. The voice was crisp and mellow, with a smile and a warm brow. So it's Ms. Koshi, nice to meet you. When Su Ying heard the words Yu Mingxian, his heart immediately stirred. The Yu family was one of the 3 great families of the Qingzhou prefecture, and at the same time, it was also the one with the strongest power base among the 3 great families. It is said that his ancestor followed the king of Qingzhou to pacify the chaos of demons in the eastern wasteland, and the king of Qingzhou was a brother of worship. It was also for this reason that the Yu family had an extraordinary relationship with the Qingzhou royal family. The Yu family was originally a business family, and coupled with the Qingzhou royal family's relationship, their strength had increased rapidly in just a few decades. The 100 Herb Pavilion was one of the many properties under the Yu family. It is indeed drunken immortal brew, to which deer blood, red fire grass, bear gall bladder, and 18 other herbs have been added. The smell alone is different. Yu Mingxian just took a light sniff and immediately identified the herbs in it one by one. I wonder how your honor would like to cooperate. Yu Mingxian blinked and asked with a smile. Su Ying sniffed, and without any nonsense, directly said, you provide me with medicinal materials. I'll brew wine. The wine brewed will be priced and sold by the 100 Herb Pavilion. And as for the profit, I'll be 6 and you'll be 4. How? Not good. Yu Mingxian shook her head slightly. As she spoke she took a few steps forward and picked up the small altar and gently tasted it. Su Ying sat on the side and slightly raised his head. But unfortunately, he was actually blocked from his gaze by 2 towering peaks. Yu Mingxian's body had a clear scent, light, fragrant, making the heart and mind move slightly. The figure was so marvelous and graceful that it was the only one Su Ying had ever seen in his life. Well, maybe Lin Xianer can be compared to that. Thinking of this, Su Ying eyed ahead, only hating that he didn't have a pair of sunglasses to shield his gaze. 50-50, after all, we still have to provide herbs and sales channels. Yu Mingxian smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes looking towards Su Ying. I wonder what Lord Su thinks. Chapter 38, How many wild fathers do you have? Su Ying did not reject Yu Mingxian's proposal. Anyway, he only needed to find someone to brew the wine, which was watched over by Old Man Ghost, and then the 100 Herb Pavilion was responsible for subcontracting and selling it. In this way, the market for drunken immortal brew was not just limited to Ningyang City. You should know that the Yu family's medicinal herb business is spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. Even other state capitals are involved. As long as the drunken immortal brew opens up sales, by then, the silver will still come rolling in like water. Waiting for Su Ying to leave, Yu Mingxian sat down on a chair, her snow-white jade fingers pinching the wine cup and gently tasting a sip once again. Fong Sanyuan stood aside, his body bowing slightly as he looked at Yu Mingxian, not daring to breathe a single breath. Know why I agreed to work with him? My subordinate doesn't know, so I'd like to ask the eldest lady to explain. Of course you don't. Yu Mingxian's voice was clear and cold, spinning the delicate wine cup in her hand, smiling coldly. I already know about what you did last time. From tomorrow onwards, pack up your things and go back to Qingzhou. When San Yuan Fong heard this, his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something else, but after thinking about it, he did not open his mouth after all. He could only look gloomy and say, "Thank you, miss, for your openness." The last time Fong Sanyuan pitted a red firegrass, it was not a big deal and only caused a loss of 1,000 taels of silver. However, it had a great impact on the reputation of the 100 Herb Pavilion. To be able to spare his life was already on account of Fong Sanyuan's 10 years of dedicated service to the Yu family. After exiting the 100 Herb Pavilion, Suing circled around and headed directly towards the Drunken Immortal building. Drunken Immortal House used to be the property of the Green Wolf Gang, but now, the Green Wolf Gang has been extinguished. Along with that, the Drunken Immortal House has become the property of the county government. As soon as the junior at the door saw Suing come in, he hurriedly greeted him with a warm face. "I'll see you, Lord Su. Please come in quickly, my lord. Your compartment has been reserved. You upstairs please." Since the last banquet at the Drunken Immortal building for many of the gentry of Ningyan County, the box where Suing was located had been kept. On weekdays, apart from Suing himself coming, generally that box was not open to the public. No need, just the second floor. Find me a seat by the window, still follow the previous meal and bring it up as soon as possible. Suing waved his hand and walked straight towards the second floor, found a seat by the window on the street and sat down, quietly waiting up. I wonder how good Li Xiushang's cooking skills are. If it's possible, it would be good to have her work as a little cook at the county office in the future. After waiting for a few more moments, all of a sudden a whole table of food was brought up. Ginseng, deer antler, leopard meat, unicorn magic beef, plus various rare herbs. On top of that, there were several large bowls of spirit rice and a jug of tiger bone wine. The spirit rice thing is only available at Drunken Immortal House in the whole of Ningyan County, and often at a price. It was said that this spiritual rice was still cultivated by those ancient clans of the former Great Zhou dynasty. Spiritual rice contains rare heaven and earth spiritual qi. After eating it, it can nourish the body and strengthen the essence and blood. 1 silver or 2 spirit rice, precious to the common man. Alas, it is extravagant to be poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Suing sighed and shook his head, then picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. As large mouthfuls of food were swallowed, Su Ying's body was like a giant food digestion machine. It didn't take long to digest all of his meal, causing him to burp. You know this table is enough food for 7 or 8 people, but at this moment, they all entered Su Ying's body. I didn't realize that there are still such rice buckets in a projectile place like Ningyang City. It's really fun. Suing was about to get up when suddenly a teasing voice came from a short distance beside him. With a cold face, he followed the sound and saw that on the other side, against the window, a brocade-clad male wearing brocade clothes with a pale face as if he had been hollowed out was looking at himself with a sneer on his face. In his arms, he was also surrounded by 2 delicate and beautiful women on the left and right. "Yo, still looking? What are you looking at, hillbilly?" When the brocade-clothed male saw Su Ying's gaze, he immediately sneered. "Go, San, gouge out his eyes, and then cut off his face skin. I don't want to see any more handsome than this Gonzi looks." "Yes, third prince." After saying that, a big man beside that brocade-clothed male with his hands wrapped around his front instantly got up and walked slowly towards Suing. "Kid, scrap your own eyes. Otherwise, if old me makes a move, it won't be this simple and easy." He stood not far away, condescendingly looking at Suing with coldness under his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person, without regard for the law. "In broad daylight, you want to rise up and injure people, and you also want to waste my eyes. Who gave you the guts?" Suing sneered. It wasn't like he hadn't seen arrogance before. For example, the arrogant and domineering ones in Ningyang City were either killed by him or directly wasted. However, it was really the first time that Suing had encountered such a cocky and arrogant one. He had only eaten a good meal and looked at him, and he was going to invalidate himself? It's really outrageous. "Kid, listen up. Even the Nanyang County Guard has to kowtow and salute when he sees my lord. You're a country bumpkin and you dare to talk about the king's law? This eunuch tells you, I am the king's law. Understand?" The brocade-clothed male laughed angrily and looked at Suing coldly. "San, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what this eunuch said?" "Yes, third prince." As soon as the words fell, the majestic man fiercely moved forward. The 2 index and middle fingers separated, like a sword towards Su Ying's eyes. "Seek death." Suing coldly grunted. His body stood in place loftily, and when the big man's finger arrived, He violently raised his hand and grabbed it in one hand. Click! With a crunching sound, his wrist was directly crushed by Su Ying. Under the severe pain, San's pupils widened and he let out a mournful cry of pain. Immediately after, Su Ying kicked out, directly sending San's entire body flying backwards. The body smashed the guardrail to smithereens before falling from the second floor to the ground, smashing a vegetable vendor's stall to pieces. How dare you? Who dares to fight in the street? Downstairs, Li Qiushang's clear and cold voice came out. Her eyes followed the upstairs, just in time to see half of Su Ying's body. Sheriff Li came just in time. There is a thief here who intends to attack and kill this official. This official suspects that this person is a remnant of the former dynasty. You come up and take him. Su Ying's voice came faintly, and when Li Qiushan heard that it was the remnants of the former dynasty, she was immediately shocked inwardly, and then with a point of his foot, his figure rose up in the air and directly fell into the middle of the second floor. The constable behind him also had a blank look on his face, and then he flew up the stairs and directly surrounded the brocade-clothed gentleman. Several people. We greet you, my lord. Be excused. Su Ying waved his hand, his face as cold as a knife. His gaze turned and landed on the brocade-clothed male. Dog thing, how dare you attack and kill a court official in the street? This official would like to see how many wild fathers you have. How dare you be so arrogant and cocky? Come on, take it down for me. If there is any resistance, it will be considered as a desire of the former dynasty, and will be directly chopped to death with a messy knife. Yes, my lord. As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so constables brushed and drew their long knives, staring at the brocade-clothed gentleman. Several people with murderous faces. Chapter 39, The Remnants of the Former Dynasty Who Were Lying in Crisis. The constable that Li Qiushan brought with her was no ordinary constable. Instead, they were organized into the black-clothed arrow squad of the Ningyang County Government Office. The reason why Su should have asked Peng Qianming for the constable establishment was to incorporate his own black-clothed arrow team into it. Otherwise, if one day someone directly refers to himself as a private army, it would be a major crime of rebellion. So it's the Ningyang County magistrate, a mere 7th grade official who dares to be arrogant in front of this gongzi. The brocade-clothed male sniffed and pushed the two beauty queens away, looking at Su Ying with a cold smile on his face. Dog slave, do you know who this eunuch is? Lozi is. Slap. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Ying directly sneered, and as soon as his words fell, a constable flashed and directly used his knife sheath to viciously whip him on the side of his face, accompanied by a miserable scream. His entire body was viciously jerked over onto the ground, smashing the table in front of him to pieces. Break his arms and legs for me. Take him back to the county office. And these guys, take them all back. Yes, my lord. After saying that, several constables quickly walked towards the brocade-clothed male. Wait, stop, kid, do you know who you've offended? Among the other three, a gray-robed middle-aged man saw that the situation was not right and immediately spoke out. Su Ying smiled disdainfully. How do I know who he is? It's not like I'm one of his thousands of wild fathers. When these words came out, the gray-clothed middle-aged man and a few others immediately changed their faces. You, well, you're a 7th grade magistrate. You really have a lot of guts. Then listen carefully now. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was instantly enraged and coldly said, My son's name is Shi Dian. He is the 3rd son of the Shi family of Qingzhou Prefecture. His sister is the imperial consort of the 4th prince of the current dynasty. His older brother is the grand commander of the Jinyuan army, and his 3rd uncle is the servant general of the Ministry of Revenue of the current dynasty. Shi Sifeng. As the voice fell, the hall fell silent, and a pin could be heard. The onlookers all looked at the few people with shocked faces. The 4th prince's brother-in-law, the blood brother of the grand commander of the Jinyuan army, and the great-nephew of the minister of the Ministry of Mandarins? How? Are you scared now? The gray-clothed middle-aged man looked at Su Ying arrogantly. Unfortunately, the picture he imagined of Su Ying hearing this and immediately being filled with horror and kneeling down to beg for forgiveness did not appear. Finished? Su Ying's face was expressionless as he looked at him indifferently. When you're done speaking, come with me to the county court's prison to take a walk. The 4th imperial concubine, the grand commander of the Jinyuan army, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. So what? I don't believe that by involving the remnants of the previous dynasty, they would still dare to come personally to save this dog? What? As soon as he said this, the gray-clothed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. You are slandering. How could we possibly be remnants of the former dynasty? If they were really suspected of being remnants of the previous dynasty, they were afraid that these people would not be able to take it in their stride. Even if they ended up in peace with each other, the impact that would have caused to the Shi family would have been inevitable. Meanwhile, Shi Dian, who had been viciously smacked in the side of the face, stood up with his eyes spitting fire. He stared at Suing dead in the face and said viciously, "Kid, I don't care who you are. You are dead. You are absolutely dead. I will plunge your family into oblivion. I'm going to flay you to the bone. Big, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me. Kill him." The gray-robed middle-aged man sniffed and didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he looked at Suing and coldly said, "Lord Su, I'll make amends to you for today's matter, but please let us go and leave it at that." "Release you?" Suing laughed coldly. "If not for the fact that this official still has some means, today you would have been inserted in both eyes. And you, hurting people on the street, being arrogant and domineering, taking people's lives at the drop of a hat. As Ningyang County Magistrate, this official is now formally arresting you. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot." "You," the gray-robed middle-aged man's face changed. You dog, didn't you hear what I said? Kill him for me. Kill him, or I'll have my brother waste you. Kill him." Shurdian was in a frenzy and kept yelling, "Slap him, break his arms and legs." Suing spoke with a cold demeanor while glancing at the gray-clothed middle-aged man. "Whoever dares to resist, shoot them on the spot for me." "Yes, my lord." A constable stepped forward, drew his sheath, and without saying a word jerked hard towards Shurdian. He tried to dodge, and immediately afterward, his body flashed as two constables directly locked his shoulders. Snap, snap. Immediately afterward, a crisp and unmistakable ringing sound came. In just a few strokes, Shurdian was pumped full of blood. Most of the teeth in his mouth fell out, and half of his face swelled up like a pig's head. "Lord Su, my lord, and you, stop." Seeing that Shurdian was about to be killed alive, the gray-clothed middle-aged man couldn't hold back any longer and fiercely shouted angrily, directly rushing towards Suing. "Good coming." When Suing saw this, he immediately laughed coldly, his true chi running around his body like a flood erupting. At the same time, the gray-clothed middle-aged Ching-colored fist carrying a furious and incomparable direct instantly appeared in front of Suing. Vast ocean of infinite palms. Earth rank lower grade martial arts. The green palm carried a tsunami of true chi as he wanted to slap Suing to death. Anon roars. A heaven-shaking dragon roar rang out. Immediately after that, the golden dragon shape broke through the sea wave curtain and directly impacted on top of the gray-robed middle-aged man's palm. Click. There was a crunch, followed by a deafening explosion. Golden and green true chi collided, scattering in all directions like a tidal wave with the two of them at the center. Wherever they passed, tables, chairs, benches, pots and pans were all shattered. Ada screamed miserably and flew out backwards with blood spurting from his mouth, looking at Suing with a shocked face after landing. "You, Tongxian realm perfection. Impossible. Lock them all up." "Yes, my lord." After saying that, Suing coldly glanced at the several people and directly got up to leave. When he returned to the county office, he happened to meet Zhang Liang and Li Shan and the others, who looked at the expressionless Suing, and then looked at Li Xushang and asked in a low voice, "Lord Su doesn't look too good. Who did you catch back this time?" Li Qiushan sniffed. "Equally expressionless, the brother-in-law of the fourth prince of the dynasty, the blood brother of the grand commander of the Jinyuan army, and the blood nephew of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue." Li Shan and Zhang Liang's bodies trembled when they heard this, and the two of them looked at each other and directly raised their thumbs. "Awesome." In the county jail, Suing sat on a chair with a big horse, coldly looking at several people. On the opposite side, there was the gray-robed middle-aged Ada, who was nearly killed by his punch, as well as Air, the half-dead San and Lao Si, their four brothers, responsible for protecting the third son of the Shur family, Shur Dian. This one of the gray-clothed middle-aged man was an expert at the 7th level of the Tongxian realm, and the other few were at the 1st or 2nd level of the Tongxian realm. To be able to use 4 Tongxian realm as bodyguards, one could imagine how strong and profound the Shur family was. "Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit to Ningyang City this time? What are you doing? Besides you guys, are there any others? Most importantly," speaking here, Suing lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, stared at Ada, and sneered, "Is there any collusion with the remnants of the former dynasty?" Chapter 40. This is the first time I've encountered such a cheap request. In the county jail, Ada and the others looked at Suing and a group of constables who were tigers and leopards. He just couldn't figure it out. How is it that the constables of a bullet-ridden place are all at the innate realm? When did the innate realm become so worthless? It's like cabbage all over the place. "Lord Su, I advise you to let us go, or else the Shur family will get the news and guarantee that you'll be left in the lurch." Decide and said coldly. He had wanted to kill Suing with a single slap, and then let the Shur family step in afterwards to set things right. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen now. Attacking and killing a court official is a death sentence for you, and now you still dare to talk tough? This official's patience is limited. Answer my question, or else. This official will let you know what it means to be truly punished. As he spoke, Zhang Hu, who was on the side, walked over with a brightly shining sharp knife. My lord, which to start with? The embroidered shoes or the loot first? Put on your embroidered shoes. Be careful not to fuck them all up. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, Suing was about to get up and leave. When Ada saw this, his expression tightened. He knew in his heart that when he came to this kind of place, if Suing went straight away, what was waiting for him next was absolutely endless torture. Although he was injured, his cultivation was still intact, but Dian was not so sure. The pressure won't hold. Lord Su, wait. Ada hurriedly called out to Suing. As long as you let us go, I promise, I can give Lord Su a satisfactory answer. You promise? Who are you to guarantee that for a mere unofficial pariah? Suing coldly smiled. This guy just wanted to kill himself directly. The heart of the ruthless, unheard of. Besides, with that guy Dian's virtue, after releasing him, he will definitely take a shot at this official in secret. Don't you think so? As soon as De heard this, he was shocked. He had just had that thought naturally to dawn on him. As long as Suing released himself and the others, he would immediately return to the state capital, and within 3 days, Suing would have his head on the ground. But he didn't expect his mind to be so penetrating, and instantly guessed what he had in mind. You wouldn't have come to Ningyang County for no reason. This official will give you one last chance to speak up obediently, or I'll let you see the 5 consecutive moves invented by this official. After a pause, Suing showed a cold smile on his face and looked at the fainting Dian next to him, saying disdainfully, when I slowly get him and your 3 brothers killed, and then waste you and release you, guess what the Shi family will do to you? Da's pupils shrank. If that were to happen, he himself, his family, and the families of his 3 brothers would all die. Lord Su, although I don't know who your backer is behind you, but at the top of the day it's the Nanyang County Guards or a few people in the court. But I'm telling you, the Shi family is not something you can afford to offend. I advise you to. Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Suing raising his hand, only to see him impatiently say, too much nonsense. This official wants an answer. Not you threaten me. The consciousness of the prisoners are not even learn others as a dog? Zhang Hu, first give him embroidered shoes. Yes, my lord. As he spoke, Zhang Hu directly came to the charcoal stove on the side and picked at it for a while. A few moments later, a pair of burnt red iron shoes were chucked out of them. The iron shoes were just approaching, and the heat wave was so intense that Da's eyes shrank when he saw it. Until now, he didn't know what wearing embroidered shoes was. You're not thinking of resisting hard with your cultivation at the Tongshan realm, are you? As soon as the words fell, Suing lifted his chin, and Ghost One's direct figure flickered, pointing several times on Ada's body, closing off his Dantian Chi Si. Now, you're just a regular guy. You. Ada was shaken, but his body was shackled, his bones and joints were unloaded too, and now his Dantian Chi Si was sealed. He's not even close to an average person. Aha! Accompanied by a pig-killing miserable scream, Ada's feet were directly put on a pair of red and black iron shoes by Zhang Hu. The skin and flesh opened up, the blood was directly vaporized, and the fire poison invaded his body, making his entire body covered in cold sweat, and he couldn't help trembling. You shall not die. You. Ada's eyes were like snakes, staring viciously at Suing. At this moment, he only felt as if his feet had been put into the middle of volcanic lava, the kind of drilling pain that made him want to cut his feet right off. Pour cool water on him. Suing laughed coldly, his eyes were merciless. Without the slightest hint of pity, they followed Dian and took lives at the drop of a hat. Such ferocious people that wearing iron shoes was a great kindness to them. Jabla! A white mist bubbled up and instantly water vapor filled the air, and the fiery red iron shoes were doused with cold water, causing endless pain to Da. The iron shoes have been fused to his feet after cold extraction. Answer my question or I'll have the iron shoe ripped off hard. My lord, I say, please let my big brother go. Air, who was on the side, rolled and wailed in a hurry. Suing raised his eyelids, his gaze fell on Air, and he faintly said, it's just as well. It's the same if you say it. With that, he waved his hand and the 2 jailers dragged Day away like a dead dog. The 4 of us brothers are under Wei, the Grand Commander of the Jinyuan army, and we were ordered to travel this time to protect the 3rd prince. What are you doing in Ningyang City? Back to your excellency. We don't know the specifics. We only know that not long ago, the Shi family received news that a salt mine had been discovered in the Lisha Mountains outside of Ningyang City. So the third duke took the initiative and went ahead and brought people to explore the situation. Salt mines? Suing was shocked in his heart, not expecting it to be this. Throughout the dynasties, trafficking in private salt has been a major offense that has led to the plagiarism of the family and the destruction of the clan. There is no other reason, because salt is a great profiteer and can only be held in the hands of the imperial court. It is said that in the former Great Zhou dynasty, there was a county magistrate of a frontier land who discovered a salt mine in his territory. This person hid from the imperial court and united with several major families in the territory to secretly harvest, and then traffic through the waterways to the eastern wasteland demon race, the southwest barbarians, and the northern grasslands and other countries. It made a profit of 30 million taels of silver in just 1 year. When the court found that this guy through the sale of salt income silver, even half of the bribe to the state capital of a cadre of superior officials. Yet even then, after mining and other one-off expenses, surprisingly, a whole 10 million taels were seized from the basement of his home. In the end, the court of the Great Zhou was enraged and killed people from the top down. Their heads rolled. It was not that there were no salt merchants in Daxia, rather, because of the billions and billions of people in Kyushu, there were many salt merchants, but those are all regular taxpayers, and each of them is recorded in a register with a special approval issued by the government. Only with an authorization can you legitimately sell strategic goods such as salt and iron. The lack of authorization is tantamount to treason. Why is private salt profitable? It's because of not paying taxes. As long as they are mined, they can be sold at any price, provided, of course, that there is some strength. The reason why that magistrate in the previous dynasty was able to sell as much as he wanted was because the year of the Great Weekend had become completely rotten and corrupt from top to bottom. Everyone turns a blind eye as long as they can get money, but the present-day Daxia is clearly different. Where are the salt mines? Suing asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Heir shook his head. Only the third prince knows about this matter. We are only responsible for protecting him. Very good. Suing nodded and waved his hand. Release him. Then, under Heir's puzzled gaze, he sneered. Go back and tell your master that if you want his third duke, you should bring the gold to meet him. Heir sniffed and was relieved. So he wanted money. It's good to ask for money. The last thing the Stone family needs is money. Immediately, he carefully asked, I wonder how much your honor wants. 300,000 taels. Gold. Flutter. Heir sat down directly on the ground. His face was deathly gray. Then you might as well just kill me. Pust. As soon as the words fell, Suing pointed out a finger. A Vajra finger force directly pierced through his brow. Heir stared at Suing with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. A hard sound coming from his throat. Until he died, he couldn't believe that Suing had said he would kill. Looking at his corpse, Suingling couldn't help but snort coldly. This is the first time this official has encountered such a cheap request. Chapter 41 Clues. Drunk and Immortal. After leaving the prison, Suing walked straight towards the Green Wolf Gang's original mansion. Zhang Liang followed beside him and asked with a worried expression, Sir, do we really want to offend the Shi family? That's one of the 3 great families of Qingzhou Prefecture. The forces are intertwined and there are still people in the dynasty. When Suing heard this, he stopped in his tracks, turned around, looked at Zhang Liang, and faintly said, Does this official not have anyone in the court? What about the Shi family? This official was initially torn on whether to get them a charge of colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty. But I didn't expect these fools to come and do just what I wanted. Dare to sell salt? Humph. Really picking a lantern from a thatched pit. Looking for death. Su Ying's intention was to casually teach Shi Dian a lesson. Of course, the main thing he calls a lesson is screwing with money. Aren't you arrogant and bossy? Don't you have no respect for the law? Don't you treat human lives like dirt? Suing didn't believe that the Shi family would really spend 300,000 taels of gold for a waste. If you don't have 300,000 taels, you can bargain. You've got 100,000 taels, right? Unfortunately, he didn't expect that the purpose of Shi Dian's visit this time was because of the salt mines in Laka Mountain. In this way, Suing immediately turned passivity into a heavenly initiative. Zhang Liang heard the words, face slightly stunned. But the thought of Suing play the most furnace pure is to invert black and white to plant evidence. Cannot help but inwardly relieved again. After you go back immediately write an expedited instrument for the 4 ghosts of Shanxi to send to the county Li Taoshi. Will today's happenings one by one report, especially the salt mine, must be made known to everyone. My lord, the salt mine is of great importance. Shouldn't we be more cautious? Zhang Liang said with some concern. He was a bit puzzled as to why Suing was like that. Knowing that the court had a rule that as long as a salt mine was discovered it would be a great merit, What Zhang Liang had originally thought was to force the location of the salt mines out of Shidian and then directly report it to the court. At that time, maybe they could just leave Ningyang and ascend to the county town. Old Zhang you sometimes work quite reliable, but when it comes to big things, the vision is a bit narrow. Although I have the third princess as a backer, but the emperor is far away. The third princess may be 100,000 miles away from the sacred capital. I am in danger and wait for her to come to the rescue if the dishes are cold. But if the salt mine is made known to everyone, the Shi family will immediately become a target. Do you think they will still have the heart to deal with me then? Seeing Zhang Liang's frown, Su Ying continued to laugh. In this way, this official can drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf, while sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, while pocketing the salt mines. Anyway, the salt mines are traditionally mined and sold by the imperial court's designees. If they can, why can't this official do the same? Although salt and iron are prohibited substances, someone has to sell them when they are mined, otherwise they are dead and cannot be realized. Throughout the dynasties, there has never been a shortage of court officials privately selling private salt. As soon as you have made enough money to get promoted, you will immediately call it quits. If others could, why couldn't he? Su Ying? Of course, if you're going to sell it squarely. It's a little less profitable, but it's a fine line. Otherwise, private trafficking, sooner or later will one day paper cannot cover the fire. And at that time even if there is the third princess of this tiger skin cannot protect themselves. After thinking about it, Zhang Liang couldn't help but brighten up and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. Your Excellency is really brilliant. In this way, we can also become official merchants." "No, imperial merchants." "That's right. At that time, Ningyang may not fail to become the next county." After saying that, Su Ying directly got up and left without looking back. The compound of the Green Wolf Gang was almost finished being repaired, and Su Ying reserved a large yard for each of Old Man Ghost and Red Iron Taoist. One was in charge of watching over the brewing, while the other was in charge of building weapons. In a few days, Su Ying was going to move the entire county office over. As for the original county courthouse, it has been remodeled to become a temporary place to hold prisoners for interrogation. It also serves as a place where constables and magistrates usually eat, drink and sleep. Of course, there are other uses. I haven't seen you for a few days. Your kid's cultivation has actually refined quite a bit more. His true chi has condensed and he's about to step into the heavenly Yuan realm. As soon as they saw Su Ying come in, the duo who were drinking immediately looked at him with a surprised expression and said, "Lord Su is not very old, yet he already has such a cultivation level. It's really breathtaking. Even amongst the ancient clans there are very few supreme geniuses like you." Taoist Red Iron and Old Man Ghost marveled as they drank. 23 years old at the perfection of Tongshan realm. This kind of qualification, it was definitely a 1 in a million supreme genius. You two seniors are too kind. How is it? The flavor of this drunken immortal brew? It is indeed good, especially after adding a few more herbs. Old Man Ghost smacked his lips and shook the slightly yellowish mellow liquid in his hand with a mesmerized expression. He was already an alcoholic, was poor in the past, and did not care to do the $0 purchase, so he was often without alcohol. But now he can drink as much as he wants. I have entered into a partnership with the Yu family in Qingzhou. In the future they will provide the medicinal materials and we will brew the wine. And then the 100 herb pavilions all over Qingzhou will be responsible for the sales. Good boy. In that case, isn't the silver rolling in like water for you? The ghost old man couldn't help but marvel and said as he figured out the joints. However, a moment later, he frowned slightly. I've heard that Drunken Immortal Brew is owned by the sacred capital's heavenly immortal mansion. Although our wine is better than theirs, should we change the name? What Senior said is very true. The name should definitely be changed. Drunken Immortal Brew's reputation is too loud. If we call it Drunken Immortal Brew as well, we will definitely be called pirates by others. Su Ying smiled faintly, thought for a moment, and said, how about calling it Immortal Drunk? Heavenly White Jade Capital, 12 floors and 5 cities. The immortal strokes my top and knots my hair to receive longevity. Immortal Drunk, can only pass on my karmic method of cultivation well? Ha ha ha. Immortals touch my top and tie my hair to receive eternal life? When the two of them heard this, a hint of infatuation flashed under their eyes, and in the middle of the day, the ghost old man woke up as if from a dream and looked at Su Ying with a quiet sigh. You're right. Immortals may only be able to impart karma when they're drunk. Nice. The Akatsuki Taoist sipped and dried the bowl, nodding slightly. Let's call it Immortal Drunk. Then, so much so, that the name of the new wine was set straight away. On top of that, after a few days of hard work, the Red Iron Taoist finally replaced the weapons of the Black Clothes Arrow team first for the time being. And of course, Only the machete was replaced. Other bows and crossbows and such are still slowly being built because of the lack of iron ore and various ores of fine gold. Yet even so, the strength of the black-clad arrows doubled. Chatting and farting and drinking and teasing with the ghostly old man Red Iron Taoist for nearly an hour before Suing left in contentment. Not only were these two experts of the heavenly Yuan realm, but they were both old monsters who had lived for 200 or 300 years. As they stand there, they are a living history book. So for Su Ying's questions, he almost knew everything. My lord, there are results. In the evening, Li Xiushan came from the prison to the study with a quick step. Oh, so soon? How? Suing got up and asked with an expectant face. The location of the salt mine is of great importance. If he can find it first, it will definitely be a great achievement. Shi Dian also didn't know the exact location of the salt mine, and before he left the house, someone from the Shi family gave him a dagger. He only said that he would take out the dagger when he arrived at Ningyang City's Laksha Mountain. Daggers? Suing frowned slightly. These worldly families like to engage in these strange things. Look, my lord, this is it. As she spoke, Li Xiushan placed the black-hued dagger in her hand on the tabletop. After Suing picked it up, he only felt that it was heavy in his hand. This dagger was not big, but it weighed 200 to 300 pounds, and it was obviously made from special ores. Li Qiuxing frowned, her slender jade finger pointing at the dagger's grip. My subordinate has checked it out, and it seems to be hollow in this, but with my cultivation, I cannot break it open. Hollow? When Suing heard this, he immediately gave it a gentle tap, and he realized that this dagger actually had something inside. His mind moved, and the eye of Tongyi emerged, only to see a small thumb-sized map rolled together in the grip of the dagger. Click! Thinking of this, Suing slightly exerted his hands, and between the surge of true qi, there was a crunching sound, and the dagger directly snapped in response. Your Excellency is truly gifted, and your body is unexpectedly so strong. When Li Qiuxing saw this, her beautiful eyes lit up and she was filled with admiration. She had seen a lot of high-level experts in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, but it was the first time she had seen one as strong as Suing. The point is, they're still the same age. The finger power of this official who has been single for over 20 years is no joke. Suing smiled and pulled out the small map amongst his grip, then placed it on the tabletop and unfolded it for a closer look. In the middle of the day, when he saw what the map depicted, his face froze. Isn't this still fucking Bear Paw Peak? Chapter 42, Please behave yourself. Miss, when we say Bear Paw Peak, it should be 30 miles south of Bear Paw Peak to be exact. Only the map is marked with Bear Paw Peak as the point. If you find Bear's Paw Peak and then look in the right direction, you can find out where the salt mines are. Strange, how did the Stone family find this place? Could it be that they were idly sending people around to survey the place on weekdays? Suing looked at the small map in his hand and frowned slightly. The bottom of his eyes filled with a puzzled look. Of the three great families in Qingzhou, the Yu family was the strongest and did the elixir business. Next was the Shi family, which mainly dealt in minerals and various weapons and armor needed by martial artists and so on. Finally, there is the Huang family, which monopolizes almost the entire business of escort, dart boards, jade and silk in Qingzhou. Ningyang was at least 3,000 li away from the Qingzhou prefecture, and the Falling Cloud mountain range had long since gone out of the range where Ningyang was located. How did the Stone family know there was a salt mine there? Do they have special exploration techniques? Suing thought about it and directly called the oldest two of the four ghosts of Shangxi and handed them the map. The old four went to the county. Do not know when to return. You immediately go here to investigate. Have any news directly report. In addition, notify the black one. Let him lead 50 people to assist from it. Be sure not to make any mistakes. Yes, master. Ghost one took the map and put it away close to his body. Then the two brothers disappeared directly into the room. For the strength of the four ghosts of Xiangxi, Su should be confident enough. The four of them together could deal with an expert at the 5th level of the Tongxian realm or above. And if they wanted to escape, even Old Man Ghost didn't have full certainty of keeping them. So this kind of view of the task for the four ghosts of Xiangxi is the most suitable. Miss Li, I heard from Lieutenant Li that you can still cook. Waiting for the four Xiangxi ghosts to leave, Suing looked at Li Xiushan on the side and asked with a smile. Back to your honor. Yes. Li Qiushang nodded, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Has your excellency not eaten yet? Suing nodded. Not yet. Why don't you make some and I'll try your handiwork? At the county courthouse? Li Qiushang looked around, always feeling that eating during work was a matter of extremely bad influence. No harm done. Suing smiled faintly and said, at drunken immortal house because of that fool. This official didn't even have enough to eat. I've heard County Lieutenant Li praising your cooking skills many times. It's better to choose a day than a date. So let's do it today. That's fine. but your excellency must have eaten countless delicacies. Don't you mind if my humble servant's cooking is not good? How can? Suing waved his hand slightly, blissfully unconcerned. After eating too much seafood, you occasionally need to change the taste of home cooking. Just like how wildflowers are more fragrant, they are not as gentle and considerate as home flowers. As soon as he said this, Li Qiushang's pretty face immediately blushed. Secretly said Su adults really straight to the mouth. What wildflowers, family flowers? Is I compared to home flowers? Instantly, Li Qiushang's mind floated back to the first time she met Suing and the body smelled the smell of fat and powder. Then, well, when Li Qiushang went into the kitchen, Suing sat up bored within the courtyard. After a few moments, Li Shan walked in with his sword as well. He had just been promoted to second in command of Ningyang County, so he had been socializing more recently. The locations were mainly all at the 100 Flowers house, but Li Shan was still more dedicated. Fucked together day and night. Not in the slightest. Ha, Lord Su, I seem to have just seen Show Frost. How come she's gone in this turn of events? Li Shan looked towards the surroundings and asked with a puzzled expression. In the kitchen. Suing lifted his chin toward the kitchen. Cooking? Since this girl came back, I asked her to cook every time she said that she was busy with her official duties. Now it's good to be able to follow Lord Su to rub a meal. Suing glanced at him and said indifferently, County Lieutenant Li has been working hard these past few days. He should make up for it. After a pause, he added, with a high level of cultivation, you also need to pay more attention to your body. This night is like this, night after night, not to mention that you are only in the innate realm. The waste of the Tongxian realm can't stand it either. Li Shan sniffed, the old face rare red. Nana said, not to hide from adults. In fact, the 100 Flowers house girls know how to wait for people. At the beginning of the humble servant went for half a month in a row. It is true that there is some overworked, but now, almost do not need to pay any too much physical strength. That means they still move on their own? Suing slightly side-eyed and gave a thumbs up towards him. It's true that once people get older, they know how to conserve their strength. From the beginning, girl, please move yourself, to girl, please move automatically, and finally, girl, please move yourself. Well, the path is winding, the cycle is gradual, there are gains and losses, but Suing understood this. Li Shan had only been at the first innate layer before, but now he had stepped into the second innate layer by taking the realm-breaking pill. Although it was only a layer of the realm, it was enough to make his body change qualitatively once again. I used to go to the 100 Flowers house and think twice about being stingy. Now, there is a general sense of grandeur that 1,000 essences have been dispersed. My lord, the food is here. In a short while, Li Qiushang came out of the kitchen with a tray. 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 veggies. Not only is it aromatic, it looks appetizing. Ha, Dad, when did you get here? Seeing Li Shan, Li Qiushang frowned and asked, placing the meal on the stone table. She came to Li Shan, her agitated nose twitching slightly. It was only after a long time that he asked with a strange look on his face. Dad, why do you smell like oranges? Yes? Oh, I remember. Speaking here, Li Shan nodded with a straight face. My father just went on patrol and caught a vermin stealing oranges. In order to thank me, the old man gave me a basket of them. But like Lord Su, my father has always been a clean person who doesn't take a single needle or thread from the masses, but couldn't resist the grandpa's enthusiasm. Well, just ate 10 or 8. So, Li Qiushang actually simply believed it. She nodded and sat aside as well, looking at the odd-faced Suing with an expectant face and asking nervously, how does it taste? My lord, time is running out, so I made these few dishes. I hope your lordship doesn't mind. Miss Li is polite. I'm already satisfied to have these few dishes. Speaking of this, Suing took a bite of the warm rice and nodded his head in appreciation. Indeed not bad. Your craftsmanship is no worse than the chef of Drunken Immortal House. After saying that, his gaze turned to look at Li Shan. I have to say, County Lieutenant Li, your daughter is awesome. Li Shan. Li Qiushang on the side also had her beautiful eyes wide open. Isn't Lord Su praising me? Why do you feel like you're offended? What did I say? My Autumn Frost's craftsmanship is absolutely first class. Li Shan laughed and rounded off, then also lowered his head to pick up. By the time the two of them had eaten and drunk enough, it was already evening. Li Qiushang didn't eat much, and had been chatting with Suing with a smile and a laugh about the things she had done in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. It wasn't until Suing and Li Shan had eaten 13 bowls of white rice each and swept up all 4 dishes in one soup that they got up satisfied. Miss Li, you are really great. In this case, this official won't eat you for nothing. This is the realm-breaking pill. It's a kind of meeting gift for you. After saying that, Suing flexed his fingers and a pill instantly landed in front of Li Qiushang. Ha, boundary-breaking pill? Li Qiushang pretty face true. Inside because of the excitement and chest as waves rise and fall. The realm-breaking pill was worth 10,000 gold, and he had exchanged one meal for a precious realm-breaking pill? It was important to realize that this thing was not common even in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy. I didn't expect Suing to give it away so casually. Silly girl, why don't you quickly thank your lord for the reward? On the side of the Li Shan looked at his silly girl, suddenly anxious to make a series of eyes. Su, Lord Su, I can't have it. It's too expensive. In the end, Li Qiushang shook her head with a face full of difficulties. Keep it. It's no longer useful to me and it's a waste to keep it. Suing smiled faintly and said, Miss Li is smart and clever. She can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen, and she can also be a constable to catch thieves to protect the peace of the party. It is a blessing for this official to have such a capable subordinate as you. Li Shan, Autumn Li, how does that sound wrong again? Ahem, that what? I have things to do. You father and daughter talk first. Suing coughed dryly twice, smiled bashfully, and directly got up and left with his hands behind his back. Lord Su, where are you going? Looking at Su Ying's back, Li Shan asked. Have nothing to do. Go to the 100. Well, this official to patrol a little. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying's back gradually disappeared at the gate. Lord Su really loves the people like a son. After laboring all day, you still have to personally go out to patrol at night. Li Qiushang, who was on the side, exclaimed. When Li Shan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he faintly said, Silly girl, knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. You can't just look at the surface of everything. How do you know that Lord Su didn't go to the 100 Flowers house? Li Qiushang's gaze turned, looked Li Shan up and down, and coldly hummed. Do you think Lord Su loves oranges as much as you do? After saying that, he just got up and left. Chapter 43, Very Moist. Nighttime. Loki Mountain, 30 miles south of Bear's Paw Peak. Ghost 1 and Ghost 2 brought 50 black-clothed arrow teams to look at the black mining hole in front of them, their eyes filled with gravity. Boss, what is this? It looks somewhat familiar. Not like rock salt. Ghost 2 held up a torch, observed the rock wall, and carefully surveyed the ground for a few moments, casually picking up a palm-sized piece of white ore. Didn't we agree on a salt mine? How come it's something like this now? The crowd was a little puzzled. Not rock salt indeed. Ghost 1 nodded with a grave expression and clicked a piece of yellowish white ore from the wall. With that, he gently twisted his fingers to turn the ore into powder and placed it under his nose for a quick sniff. It doesn't taste right. He held up the torch and held the white powder up to the light of the fire for a closer look. I didn't expect to just get close enough to hear a zip. The torch instantly burst into a flame, as if it had been doused with a cloud of hot oil. So it's this thing. Ghost 2, you take the rest and immediately return to the county office to report to His Excellency. And for the rest of you, strengthen your guard, and kill anyone who comes near without amnesty. As soon as the ghost gave the order, the crowd roared in response. Ghost 2 knows that the matter is serious. Immediately nodded his head. His figure flashed, directly disappeared in the middle of the dark night. However, just as he left, a low hiss came from the distance. A cluster of lantern-sized gazes suddenly lit up in the middle of the dark night, and a terrifyingly ferocious might filled the four directions. Een Mountain Monarch, right here. Eek, there seems to be people, those griffins of the human race. What to do? Just right, kill them all, then eat their flesh and drink their blood. With a sardonic laugh, Ghost 1's face was heavy as he hurriedly shouted angrily, Everyone, form up and prepare for battle. As soon as the words fell, the black-clothed arrow team immediately formed a group of 3 or 3, drew their long swords, and formed a formation of 3 talents with their backs to each other. In Ningyang City, Suing had been skulking around after leaving the county office. The darkness of the night was dotted with stars, like night pearls set on top of cotton robes, mesmerizing and fascinating. Suing walked slowly, not in a hurry, savoring his cultivation while looking at the local customs of Ningyang City. There is no curfew in Ningyang. Ever since Suing came here, the law and order of this place has been good. Plus there are many constables and the business is well developed. So even though the darkness is falling at this time, there are still vendors, restaurants and tea houses operating on both sides of the street. Not long after, Suing came all the way to the 100 Flowers building on the banks of the Wujiang River and went up to the top floor under the guidance of a special person. A few moments later, it was once again inside the fairy girl's room. My lord, wait a moment. My lady is bathing and will be here in a moment. No harm done. Suing nodded and waited for the little maid to leave, then sat down in front of the round table and waited quietly. Lin Xianer's boudoir was furnished with extremely simple and quiet elegance. There were only a few pieces of delicate furniture, with paintings of famous people and a long green sword hanging on the walls. In the corner of the wall, There is a copper stove with the head of an animal, and the smoke comes from the curls of cooking. Forgive me, my lord. As soon as my slave heard you were here, she came out halfway through the wash. The sound of beaded curtains crashing resounded, and accompanied by a clear and pleasant voice, Lin Xianer's marvelous and incomparable figure walked out from the back. She was wearing a plain light veil, her hair was half dry, her skin was snow white like congealed fat, although she did not apply any powder, but she had boundless charming flavor. I haven't seen you in a few days, but your lordship is getting more and more handsome. The flower girl smiled as she surveyed Su Ying's figure. There was always an unspeakable aura about him. It's impossible to get addicted. Su Ying smiled slightly and raised his chin. Recently, I've been a bit busy, but I've left you out in the cold. The words of the reply were borderline, but they made the flower girl's heart infinitely happy. Then your lordship will have to love and cherish your slave tonight. I'll try to. Su Ying nodded. With that, the sound of petulant laughter filled the room. A moment or three later, Su Ying leaned on the bed, with Lin Xianer's delicate jade fingers in his arms drawing circles on his chest. The black hair came with a burst of jasmine fragrance, which was refreshing. Miss Xianer is a woman of great beauty and talent. Is there no one to ransom you? Suddenly, Su Ying came to the rescue. Is your honor poking at your slave's heart? Lin Xianer sniffed, her pretty face slightly gloomy. The slave's pricing is 500 gold. Who would be willing to spend such a huge amount for a woman of the wind? Is your excellency willing? I won't. Su Ying shook his head categorically and rejected it outright. Oh, the flower leader's deep color was dark and she sighed slightly. She should have known this outcome. This official has 2 sleeves and is really shy in his pocket. It won't be too late to talk about it later when I have money. Are you serious, my lord? The flower girl sniffed and looked surprised. It seems that Lord Su still pities and loves me to the core inside. But Lord Su is such a good official who isn't corrupt at all. That's naturally true. Su Ying nodded with a straight face. Are you kidding? My salary is 300 taels a year, plus 1,000 taels of pension. It'll take 4 or 5 years without food or drink to pay for your ransom. Besides, even if this official only worked for a month has a billion points of money. But what will people think when they actually redeem it for you? What will my peers think? It's been a long night, so let me tell you a little story. Su Ying smiled faintly, feeling the fullness and warmth coming from his palm. He could not help but say, yeah, slaves love to hear stories. Well, that's good. I thought you didn't like it. That's all. After a pause, Su Ying leisurely said, there is a teenager, named Aben. His high school grades, not ideal. Bang, bang, bang. Su Ying had just finished a sentence when the sound of a slamming door unexpectedly came directly from outside. Miss, Prefect Li has important matters to look for Lord Su. Li Shan? On the bed, Su Ying frowned slightly. This old boy is so insensitive. Why did he come to me in the middle of the night? However, Li Shan is a stable person. Knowing that he is in the 100 Flowers building and still came to find himself must be important. Miss Xianer, this official has something else to do. Wait until next time to tell you a story. After saying that, he directly got up and got out of bed, pushed open the door after getting dressed, and saw Li Shan turning back and forth outside the door with an anxious face. Lieutenant Li, what happened? My lord, just now Ghost Elder came back with an anxious face, saying that he had found a major clue in the Loki Mountain. Please go back, my lord, and report it in person. The second is back? Li Shan said that the ghost Lao Er is the second among the 4 ghosts in western Hunan. For these several bodyguards who are usually like ghosts, Li Shan is full of vigilance in his heart. Good, go back immediately. Ha, isn't this the room of the little flower girl? Su Ying sniffed and glanced at him, narrowing his eyes and raising the corner of his mouth. Very moist. Leaving the 100 Flowers house, Su Ying and Li Shan hoofed it back to the county office. When he entered the lobby, he saw that Ghost 2 was standing there, and it seemed that he heard footsteps. He directly turned around while then walked quickly towards Su Ying. My lord, there is a discovery. It is not a salt mine there. Not a salt mine? Su Ying sniffed and frowned. What's that? My lord, please look. As he spoke, Ghost 2 pulled something out of his pocket wrapped in his freshly torn sleeve. He carefully unfolded it, and when Su Ying saw what was in it, his eyes immediately shook. Chapter 44, Nitrate Mine, Yinshan June. Su Ying had thought that the map brought by Shi Dian was where the salt mines were located. I didn't realize it was saltpeter. Although saltpeter is also a mineral, it is an extremely dangerous thing, because this stuff makes gunpowder. Nitrate ore is a sedimentary deposit with nitrate minerals as the main component. The most common minerals are sodium and potassium saltpeter, and the co-occurring minerals are rock salt, gypsum, and anhydrous mannite. In a previous life, This stuff could be used to make not only nitric acid and explosives, but even pyrotechnics as well as the metallurgy and glass industries, exploding at high temperatures. Suing never expected that this was not a salt mine, but a saltpeter mine. Gunpowder has always been a secret art of the imperial court, but all the formulas and materials related to gunpowder are very strictly controlled by the imperial court. Actually, to be clear, it's mostly saltpeter, because this stuff is necessary for making gunpowder, the raw material. Saltpeter mines have been found and mined in the Loktak Mountains. Thinking about this, Suing did not have a half smile on his face. If it was a salt mine, even if it had been mined, it would only prove that someone was selling illicit salt, but the saltpeter mine is different. That means someone is getting gunpowder, and plotting some amazing thing. Are Ghost One and the others still there? Suing asked in a deep voice. Back to my lord. Ghost One and the 50 black-clad arrows are all present. Pass on my order for the remaining black-clothed arrows to rush to the Falling Cloud Mountain range immediately. Li Shan, you go and inform Old Man Ghost and Old Man Red Iron. Just say that I have something to ask for their help. This official will leave first. After saying that, Su Ying's figure flashed and came directly to the horse guy. The miles of smoking cloud cover was originally sleeping, but when it saw Su Ying coming, it chirped happily. Now is the time to use you. When he finished speaking, he rolled right over and mounted his horse. Sigh. Seemingly knowing that he could run wildly out of the pen, the black horse screamed extremely happily, and then, holding Su Ying, his hooves were like electricity as he ran wildly directly towards the Falling Cloud Mountain range. The miles of smoke cloud cover already had a dragon bloodline in his body. His body was incomparably strong and his endurance was long to the extreme, to 1,000 pounds like a goose feather. At the moment Su Ying sat across it, it did not have any pressure at all, running all the way like a black lightning. In a short while it came to the foot of the Sunset Xia mountain range. Good horse. It really lives up to the name of lightning. Go back and give you meat. The miles of smoking cloud cover sniffed and instantly lifted its forelimbs happily, before hissing and once again dashing wildly towards the middle of the mountain forest. Meanwhile, where the saltpeter mine was located, Ghost One and his group had long been engaged in battle with dozens of strange-looking things. These things have human form, but some have dog heads, some wolf heads, snake heads, rat heads, leopard heads, and so on, the whole zoo. The truth is that these people are demons. It had only just begun to take shape, and had not completely shed its original beastly body, still retaining a portion of its beastly form. The one who fought with Ghost One was a person covered in a black robe. This person was holding a large mountain opening axe, and the black demonic chi around him was steaming like a raging tidal wave. Kid, you are a mere innate. How can you be a match for this seat? After capturing you, this seat is going to skin you and boil your bones for dinner. A sorrowful voice came out, and it was clearly the Een Mountain Monarch who had just taken the lead. Bold demon, how dare you enter Great Xia territory? Are you tired of living? Anon roars. As soon as the words fell, a heaven-shaking dragon roar accompanied by a furious shout came. Immediately after the Black Knight was lit up by a golden light, only to see a silhouette rise up from the back of a horse. At the same time, the golden dragon rushed out, grew against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into the size of tens of feet, roaring towards the Een Mountain Monarch. In an instant, Een Shan Jun's body went numb, and a raging sense of crisis enveloped him like a great mountain in an instant. With a twist of his stance, he shook Ghost One away, and then the mountain opening axe carried 100 feet of black light and slashed directly on top of the golden dragon. The demonic chi and the true chi collided completely, and a huge black wolf silhouette appeared behind Een Shan Jun. Boom boom boom. A berserk sound came from the Een Mountain Monarch, and although the Een Mountain Monarch had cleaved the golden dragon to pieces, his own demonic chi was also in turmoil. Ghost One, go kill the other demons. Leave this Fong to me. Yes, my lord. As the words fell, a golden lightning bolt, tearing out a long wave of air, shot directly over from the distance. With a few rises and falls, he swept across several miles and came to Een Shan Jun's front in a matter of moments. A human expert? Seek death. Een Shan Jun shouted angrily. His body's demonic chi erupted, and the big axe in his hand directly carried the berserk demonic chi instantly slashing towards Su Ying. When, with a loud sound of a flooding bell, the axe landed on top of Su Ying's protective golden bell. Click! The golden bell burst into pieces. However, without waiting for the Een Mountain Monarch to get a chance to be happy, he saw a fist glittering with arcane golden light infinitely enlarging in his pupils. When, the fist was like a meteor, landing directly in front of Een Shan Jun's chest. The demonic aura around him shook, and then instantly collapsed. The entire person was blasted out, and his body ruthlessly slammed into the middle of the distant mountain wall. A mere demon, how dare you take liberties in front of this official? Suing laughed coldly, and suddenly his ears twitched, only to see that in the distance, Ghost 2 and the others had arrived with the remaining black-clothed arrow team. Everyone, kill for me! Don't let a single demon go! Yes! The crowd roared in response, and even the black-clothed archery team that had been surrounded at the beginning had rekindled their fighting spirit at this moment. Kid, who are you? Dare to spoil Ben's good deed? I want you dead! Accompanied by an explosive shout, Een Mountain Monarch transformed into a pitch-black demonic chi and scurried and shot in front of Suing at once. The demonic chi transformed into a human form, and the giant axe fell once again, hitting Suing straight in the chest. In the face of such a ferocious storm, Suing sneered at the corner of his mouth. Golden light flashed around his body, accompanied by a dragon roar, and he blasted his fist forward. When the fist collided with the giant axe, and only a click was heard as the axe in Een Shanjun's hand, which was made of fine gold, was directly shattered by Su Ying's punch. The dragon wars in the wild. Immediately after that, Suing blasted out another palm without saying a word. The golden dragon form roared and landed directly in front of Een Shanjun's chest. Bang! This palm was like a golden dragon crashing into a mountain. In an instant, Een Shanjun's entire body flew backwards with broken tendons. His body once again slammed hard against the mountain wall, and the man was slapped hard into the stone. Pust! The Een Mountain Monarch spewed blood from his mouth, his face showing shock. One must know that he was a condensed Dan realm demon cultivator, comparable to the Tongxian realm perfection among the human race. Plus, the demon race was born with strong bodies, but now it was surprising that he was not even a match for this kid. Demon cultivation, spirit opening, transformation, Dan congealing, merging, Wanxiang, demon saint, demon god. They corresponded to the Hotian, innate, Tongxian, Tian Yuan, Dharma phase, martial sage, and human immortal among the human race. Although the human race's intelligence crushed everything, because their bodies were inherently weak, the demons of the same level could beat up 3 or 5 human races, but the body of this kid in front of him was unbelievable. Een Shanjun struggled up from the pile of rocks, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and looking at the weapon in his hand with only an axe handle left. His eyes were gloomy to the extreme. Dangling, directly dropping the handle, his gaze lifted up and looked at Suing with a hideous color. Kid, you have completely angered me. This seed will chew you bite by bite and make you suffer endless pain. Ow! As soon as the words left his mouth, the Een Mountain Monarch looked up to the sky. A bright moonlight surprisingly hung down from the gloomy sky. As the moonlight fell and fused with Een Shanjun, his body unexpectedly began to undergo bizarre changes. Chapter 45, Ferocious Rage. Ow! Ow! As an oozing voice came out, it was only to see that the Een Shan army had unexpectedly transformed into a huge black wolf that was 3 feet tall and human. Whistling Moon Black Wolf. It is said that the king among the wolf clan is the Tsunami Wolf, with a snow-white body. The Tsunami Wolf was transformed from the cultivation of the Black Wolf, which was extremely powerful. Kid, this seed is going to eat your flesh, drink your blood, and chew your body up a little bit. Su Ying's face was cold and disdainful. Sinful animal, how dare you speak out of turn? Did your mother crossbreed you for a dog when she gave birth to you? What? When the Een Mountain Monarch heard this, anger spewed from his heart. Kid, how dare you insult this seat? You're dead. You are absolutely dead. Cut the crap and die. As the words fell, Suing stomped his feet, directly cracking the ground, and then his entire body was like a golden lightning bolt, instantly rushing towards Een Mountain Monarch. Big words. Today, I'll let you know the strength of my demon race's physique. As soon as the words fell, Een Mountain Monarch also took a step and instantly came to Su Ying's front. The huge wolf fist contrasted sharply with Su Ying's fist. It was like a 3-year-old toddler versus a 30-year-old strongman. Bang! With a muffled sound, golden light flashed around Suing. The black demonic chi collided with the golden true chi, and it was immediately emitted furiously in all directions. Wherever they passed, earth-shattering explosions came from the sky, and all of the sky-high trees were shattered at the waist. At the same time, Suing and Een Shanjun each sensed a huge force of mountain peaks crashing surging in, and the two of them retreated backward unanimously. Bang! 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 Een Shanjun retreated 3 steps in a row, his back smashing a large tree that was hugged by 7 or 8 people to pieces. Suing similarly retreated 3 steps back, and every step that fell, trampled the ground to pieces, like an ancient giant elephant ruthlessly trampling the ground. Ha ha, again! Suing laughed out loud, and the 10,000 evil indestructible golden body revolved, counteracting this huge force in an instant. At the same time, his figure moved and once again came in front of the Een Mountain Monarch. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, he once again blasted towards the Een Mountain Monarch. Aren't you proud of your strong demon body? Then today I will personally crush your pride completely. Dang, dang. Two floods of bells rang out at first. Yin Shanjuan's fist landed on top of Su Ying's head, while Su Ying's fist fiercely blasted his abdomen. Click, click, click. Where one man and one wolf stood, the ground instantly exploded, and countless lapis lazuli were shocked into stone chips as fine as gravel. The Yin Mountain Monarch only felt that his demonic aura was instantly pierced through, and the star-like power directly blasted his body. With that, he stroked once again, and his huge palm slapped directly on top of Su Ying's head. Pust! The ground burst once again, and Su Ying's entire body was like a nail plate being slapped into the ground by Yin Shan. Click, click, click. The ground was hard lifted by Su Ying. His body flashed with piercing golden light around him. His body rushed out violently. His fist blasted out like a cannon, smashing into the opponent's abdomen. Dang 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 dang. Only a series of flood bells exploding could be heard as Su Ying unexpectedly gave up on defense altogether and blasted towards Yin Mountain Monarch with a knot of punches. Boom boom boom. Click, click, click. The ground was cracking, the mountains and rocks were shattering, and a sky-high tree was bursting apart from the shock. Wherever a man and a wolf passed, the mountain forests in a few miles radius seemed as if they had been viciously ravaged and trampled by the ancient beasts. However, the longer the fight went on, the more ugly Yin Shanjuan's face became. He revealed his original form and his strength increased more than tenfold. But surprisingly, he was still being suppressed by Su Ying, and in just a few moments, the two exchanged 1,000 blasts. His demonic body had already been injured by Su Ying's shock, and there was an aura of blood between his large breaths. On the contrary, Su Ying, whose face was as cold as ice, was surprisingly like nobody else. What was even more bizarre was that the demonic chi he blasted into Su Ying's body did not affect him in the slightest. As soon as it entered his body, it directly melted like ice. What kind of weird technique is this? Yin Shanjuan's heart was overwhelmed. Ah, this seed is the Wolf of the Whistling Moon, with an incredibly strong body. I don't believe I can't beat you to death. Thinking of this, the Yin Mountain Monarch roared in his heart and raised his huge claws, directly grabbing towards Su Ying's eyebrows. He was going to split Su Ying's head in two with his sharp claws. Anon roars. Facing this punch, Su Ying had no fear. He smiled coldly, puffed up his surrounding true chi, and directly blasted out with a punch. When Su Ying's arm seemed to transform into a shrunken golden dragon with a hideous head, ruthlessly colliding with Yin Shanjuan's claws. The air was fluctuating in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Click! Yin Mountain Monarch's claws were directly shattered by Su Ying's punch, accompanied by a miserable scream. Yin Shanjuan once again flew out backwards, and moments later, he leapt up from the rubble, looking at Su Ying with a face full of shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why is your body so strong? Could it be that you are a demon? No, that's not right, the Yin Mountain Monarch muttered. He really couldn't figure out why Su Ying's body was so strong. He was unexpectedly unable to suppress it with his demonic body, and was even seriously injured by it. Yes, the 10,000 Tribulation Undying Golden Body. You're practicing the legendary 10,000 Tribulations Indestructible Golden Body. You're a remnant of the great Zhou Imperial family? Su Ying didn't reply. He just coldly looked at Yin Shanjuan. You know too much, so it's better to go to hell. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying executed Ling Bo Wei steps, his feet stepping on the 8 trigrams orientation, and his body was suddenly like a ghost. Dang dang, one after another. Explosions came, and Su Ying surrounded Yin Shanjuan, his body turning into a shadow, directly bombarding Yin Shanjuan's body with punch after punch. The Yin Mountain Monarch was shocked and angry, and at this moment, he was surprisingly suffocating. Although his speed was very fast, at this time, it fell in Su Ying's eyes, and it was too slow. You can only be passive. Click! A toothsome crunching sound came from the thick and powerful lower limbs of the Yin Mountain Monarch, which were directly blasted to pieces by Su Ying. Without waiting for him to adjust his body, Su Ying's figure flashed and his fist was like a rocket, directly hitting Yin Shanjuan's forehead. Click! With a crunching sound, Yin Mountain Monarch's skull was directly blown apart by Su Ying. A tremendous amount of force rushed backward, breaking the spine along with the back of the neck with a single punch. Red and white flowed down from Yinsanity's body. Bang! His huge body fell straight backward. He died on the spot, gasping for breath. What demons! Dirtbags! Looking at the corpse on the ground, Su Ying showed disdain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the condensed Dan Realm demon and gaining cultivation value, 1,000 points. 1,000 points? Listening to the beeps coming from his mind, Su Ying's heart moved slightly, and a hint of joy appeared under his eyes. I see. It turns out that the cultivation value can only be obtained by killing demons and monsters. All this time, he seemed to be going in the wrong direction a bit. At the same time, above the 9 heavens, a stunning silhouette that was as cold as an ice mountain witnessed the scene. Her beautiful eyes were slightly surprised and extremely shocked as she looked at the teenager in the mountain forest. He actually refined it when he really. His cultivation level actually broke through so quickly. Could it be? After thinking about it, the stunning silhouette turned slightly, and the space behind him unexpectedly cracked directly, and then he took a step and disappeared. Chapter 46, Signing and Signing Out. Signing and Signing Out. Deep in the mountain forest, Suing looked at the demonic limbs and corpses all over the ground, his face as gloomy as water. Black 1. What are the casualties? Back to Master. The Black Clothes Arrow team seriously injured 13 people, slightly injured 9 people, not dead. That's good. Those who are injured will be taken back first, and those who are not injured will be stationed here. Suing twisted the yellowish-white powder in his hand, unable to calm his heart for a long time. The oldest 3 and the oldest 4 haven't come back from the county. The oldest 2 of you will be here first. In addition, I will have the Red Iron Taoist and the Old Man Ghost assist from the sidelines. Take away the corpse of the Een Mountain Monarch. Yes, Master. The saltpeter mines are too important to be reported as casually as the salt mines. That's why Suing had his people head directly to the county at the first moment of discovery. Even if he had the 3rd princess behind him again, the matter was not his to decide. Trouble you 2 seniors. Suing turned around and said to Taoist Red Iron and Old Man Ghost, there is no harm. These demons will not stop thieving. The 2 of us naturally can't just stand by and watch. Don't worry, there are the 2 of us here. Unless the Dharma phase comes. Both of them were Tian Yuan realm experts who had passed through 100 orifices to condense the astral deities. When the 2 joined forces, unless a Dharma phase realm or Wanshan realm demonic expert was present in person, even an ordinary heavenly Yuan realm would not be an opponent. Lord Su, what kind of mastery do you cultivate? The body is surprisingly so strong that even the Een Mountain Monarch is no match for you. Old Man Ghost looked Suing up and down and asked with a mouth full of wine. It should be the upper grade of the earth rank. No, heavenly rank. When Taoist Red Iron said this, the 2 of them raised their gazes and coincidentally looked at Suing. Lord Su is so young. How was he able to refine such a divine skill? Suing smiled at his words, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, because this official is a martial arts practicing genius like no other in 10,000. Old Man Ghost, Elder Akatsuki. Inside the county courthouse, Suing looked at Li Shan, Zhang Liang and Li Qiuxing in front of him and could not help but rub his temples. My lord, is it really a saltpeter mine? Not a salt mine? Zhang Liang asked. Good, it is indeed a saltpeter mine. This official has just personally checked it out, and the reserves are extremely large. According to the degree of mining, it should have just started not long ago. Suing thought for a moment and mused. What do you guys think? The 3 of them glanced at each other, and Li Shan said, those demon clans should have gotten the news in advance while we found the clues in the hands of the Sher family. This is definitely not a coincidence. And then what? Suing glanced at him and asked. Li Shan spread his hands. There is no then. Li Qiuxing, who was on the side, glanced at Suing and added, the Sher family wouldn't come to Ningyang City for no reason and send Sher Dian while the demon race arrived at the same time. After a pause, and then said, I suspect that the Stone family, will there be collusion with the demon race? The Stone family or others first discovered the saltpeter mine, and then sold through special channels trafficking sold to the demon race. Saltpeter mines have traditionally been strictly controlled by the imperial court because the stuff can be used to make gunpowder. Suing nodded slightly. You're right, the biggest problem now is, how to determine that the Sher family is colluding with the demon race. After all, we have no direct evidence. Saltpeter ore can be used for many other purposes than making gunpowder, only limited by this era. Suing was not prepared to explain too much to show off his chemistry knowledge. Anyway, he sucked at science in his previous life and was a second-rate level. And what is your honor going to do next? Zhang Liang asked. Continue to report. Report this matter to the county. I guess the Jinfu Si will come then. It is a pity. This official thought it was a real salt mine. Suing shook his head, feeling as if he had missed out on $1 billion. After waiting for the crowd to leave and looking at the sky, Suing once again sat on his knees. After cultivating for a few moments, his mind moved and called up his attribute panel. Host, Suing. Realm, Tongshan Realm Perfection. Skills, North Underworld Divine Power, Perfection. Powerful Vajra Fingers, Perfection. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, Perfection. 10,000 Karmic Indestructible Golden Body, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. World Shaking Dragon Fist, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. Cultivation value, 1,000. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. It's a pity that we only got one mountain monarch killed. If I had known that killing demons could gain so much cultivation value, I would have just captured the rest alive. Suing shook his head. 1,000 points of cultivation value was certainly a lot, but it could be considered a drop in the bucket for one's own. Both the 10,000 Thunder's indestructible golden body and the world-shaking dragon fist were big eaters of cultivation value, now that he himself was at the perfection of the Tongxian realm. However, according to Third Princess Wing Taiyue's advice, it would be best for him or her to cultivate the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body to the 4th layer. In this way, one could once again cleanse the body with the blood of the dragon essence, and then condense the astral energy and reach the 100 orifices. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the county office. Ding, congratulations to the host for doubling his rewards with a stroke of luck. Ding, the 15th moon is 16th full. Congratulations to the host for getting another chance to sign in. Still, listening to the system's prompt, Suing instantly showed a look of surprise. That means you can sign in today at 15 and still sign in tomorrow at 16? By the way, the rewards are doubled. Let's see it first. With this thought, Suing directly opened his system space, only to see a purple package was quietly lying in it. Open up. With a thought, the purple package exploded into a ball of light, and then the light dissipated, dropping 3 items. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an advanced martial arts arena. It can be put to use, doubling the progress of cultivation, doubling the strength of the improved body, and having a certain probability of improving one's qualifications. A high-level martial arts arena? Good stuff. The sudden beep that sounded in his head caused the light in Su Ying's eyes to flash. With the advanced martial arts arena, the Black Clothes Arrow Squad, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, and these characters gained by signing in, can enter them to train. Realm cultivation will also rise faster. After thinking about it, Su Ying's mind moved and looked at the second item once again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Feats Fusion card. After using it, you can perfectly fuse martial arts, martial techniques, and mental techniques of the same nature together. Kung Fu Fusion card? Su Ying's face froze, and then he was ecstatic inside. He was worried that the dragon subduing 18 palms were a bit chicken compared to the world-shaking dragon fist, but he didn't expect that he would directly obtain this kind of treasure. Use the Feat Fusion card. Without the slightest hesitation, Suing directly chose to use it. At the same time, with a thought, he fused the dragon falling 18 palms and the world-shaking dragon fist on the attribute interface together. Ding, fusion has begun. Current progress 1%. Estimated time 3 hours. Please be patient with the host. 3 hours? It's not bad. It's just a nap. Suing nodded slightly inwardly, then his gaze turned and landed on the 3rd treasure. Chapter 47, The Will of the Trap. There is death and no life. Ding, congratulations to the host on his stroke of luck, obtaining 700 Trap Battalion Fierce Soldiers. Listening to the system prompt, Su Ying's face froze, and then he rejoiced inwardly. Trapped Camp. Surprisingly, it's the legendary Trap Camp, and still 700. The Trap Battalion was a unique unit at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, small in number but extremely courageous in battle, and its commander was Gao Shun, a general under Lu Bu. Gao Shun will be more than 800 soldiers, the number of thousands of people. Armor are well trained and neat, every attack is not broken. Called Trap Camp, the entire army consisted of just over 700 men, all of whom were valiant and well equipped and equipped. Even Lu Bu praised the Trapped Battalion extremely. Unfortunately, Feng Xian was brave and fierce, but had no marshalling skills, so that the final result of the trap camp was not satisfactory. First 100 black-clothed arrows, and now 700 trap battalion sluggers. It was simply terrifying. There's death in the trap. 700 trap battalion fierce warriors could block 10,000 troops. Suing had felt that 100 black-clothed arrow teams were a bit insufficient. I didn't expect to see 700 fierce warriors from the trap battalion come straight now. With 700 trap battalion sluggers, it will be convenient to act in the future. Suing thought about it and directly left the county office, and when he came to Bear Paw Peak, he directly placed the advanced martial arts arena on it. Immediately afterward, he threw into it 700 fierce warriors of the trap battalion. At the head of the group was Great General Gao Shun, who came to this world with a strength that was surprisingly innate perfection. This person is clean and dignified, not good at drinking, and coupled with the system, he is 100% loyal to Suing. Gao Shun, you and your men's trap battalion will cultivate well here, and if you need anything you can send someone forward to inform the county office. Yes, my lord. Gao Shun arched his hand and first gave a confused look at the world before leading everyone into the martial arts arena to meditate and cultivate. The saltpeter mine is a big deal, plus it is tainted with the demon race. Those black-clothed arrow squads alone will never be able to defend it. And Bear's Paw Peak is only 30 miles away from the vein, so it can be supported in an instant if there are any changes. So at this time, Suing wasn't too worried. Although the county magistrate is the 7th rank, but there is no right to take charge of the army. It seems that in the future we have to think of a way to put the 700 trap battalions under their own command and name. Back to the county government office, Suing slightly pondered. If he had 700 more men under his command out of nowhere, he would probably be cited for the great crime of keeping private soldiers with the intention of plotting against the government the next day. Ningyang County has a city guard army, but people are a separate system. Only the county governor, military and political control. Unfortunately, that little bitch, the third princess, isn't here, or else we can let her think of something. Ningyang city guards are only a mere 3,000 people, and traditionally they only listen to the orders of the Nanyang County Guards. And even though Suing is the county magistrate, people don't give a damn about him, because the city guards were an independent army. They were usually stationed outside the city and were not allowed to enter the city without special circumstances. It's a pity that the cultivation value is too short, or else I would have been able to cultivate the 10,000 searches indestructible golden body into the 4th layer, and then refine the Jiao Dragon's essence blood to enter the heavenly Yuan realm. Inside the study, Su Ying's mind recalled the battle between himself and Yin Shanjun. The 10,000 killing indestructible golden body, the 18 palms of the descending dragon, and the world-shaking dragon fist. There are also changes in the body. The dragon subduing 18 palms were certainly powerful, but one did not have astral chi and could only utilize the power of this realm at the same realm. However, the shaking dragon fist was different. This fist was indeed powerful, and when practiced to a high degree, it could break the martial artist's protective astral chi. In the Tian Yuan realm, ignoring the degree of astral majesty, one could fight across the ranks. If it wasn't for the fact that Suing had cultivated the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body, and his true chi was so majestic that he wouldn't have been able to strike the Yin Mountain Monarch to death for a while. It's just a matter of taking a step, or going to bed first. Shaking his head, Suing had just turned around and was about to go to bed when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He was shocked in his heart, and his true chi surged around him. No need to be surprised. I came to see you about something. A voice as cold as ice came from the figure that turned out to be the long-unseen third princess Wen Taiwa. Suing took a breath and said with a straight face, "Princess, coming here in the middle of the night, you and I are alone. It's a bit bad to spread the word, isn't it? I'll kill anyone who spreads the word." After saying that, he lightly glanced at Suing. "Su should. You can just say my name. I wonder what is so important about the third princess' sudden visit." The bitch had always been a goddess, and now that she was coming to her room in the middle of the night, she was probably up to no good. "I watched the battle between you and the Yin Mountain Monarch, and it really surprised me that your cultivation progressed so quickly." She was a supreme expert of the Dharma realm, and she could tell at a glance that Suing was different. Coupled with the fact that she had witnessed the scene of Su Ying's battle with the Yin Mountain Monarch that day, she could be said to be extremely surprised at Suing inwardly. All thanks to the princess to point out. If not, the progress of the next official is still turtle speed. You hold my token and are my disciple. Though I instruct you a word, it is nothing to you. After a pause, the third princess added expressionlessly, "You are the first one in Desya to cultivate the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body at the age of 20. If it is spread out, what shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it." Suing knows this very well, so after Yin Shanjun recognized it, Suing directly shot him down without saying a word. "I wonder what the princess means," Suing asked tentatively. "What do you want?" Wen Taiyu glanced at her and suddenly asked, "What do I want? Is this pulling me in?" Also, after all, Lao Zi is a 1 in a million, enlightened supreme genius. Suing thought about it, directly raised his head, his gaze resolute. "Firstly, I want to step up and repay the grace of the third princess pointing out and knowing, and secondly, I want to be in charge of the military power." "Military power?" Wen Taiyu frowned slightly and asked, "Why?" "Because only military power will allow me to fulfill my ambitions without fear." "Retribution. My ass. It's all a lie. I'm just scared to death." Suing thought like this. At the same time, he looked at Wen Taiyu with some anticipation. He wasn't sure if the other party would agree to him, but Suing wanted to give it a try. "Halftime. I know." Wen Taiyu nodded slightly and did not continue to say much. "Does the princess know why I fought furiously with Yin Shanjun?" Suing was a little puzzled by this mother's mind. so he could only push a little harder. You say, she shook her head slightly, because of the saltpeter mine. Immediately, Suing told Win Taiyue the clues of how he met Shi Dian and how he discovered the minerals one by one. After all, the saltpeter mine is a matter of great importance, and Suing cannot be decided by one force. So it is. Win Taiyue sniffed and turned slightly, her face covered by the black veil revealing a rare hint of surprise. I know. After saying that, she was about to get up and leave. You got it? What do you know? Now that you know, why don't you promote me? Suing was slightly anxious inside. Anything else? Seemingly sensing what Suing was thinking inside, Win Taiyue's footsteps lurched and she turned around to ask, where has the princess been these past few days? It's not easy to come here once. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Suing licked a big face and smiled sarcastically. Well, since I left last time, I went to the demon barbarians and killed 3 10,000 elephant realm demons and 2 Dharma phase realm barbarians. By the way, this is for you. After saying that, he flexed his fingers and a red stream of light landed in Su Ying's hand. I will consider your matter. Just wait for a few days for news. As soon as the words fell, Win Taiyu directly broke through space and disappeared. Chapter 48 Black Wind Pirates. 5 Thunder's Divine Machine. Looking at the back of Win Taiyue's departure, Suing couldn't help but have a hint of envy emerge in his eyes. An expert of the Dharma phase realm could tear through space at will to travel through it, to the point where 1,000 miles away was but an instant. It can be said to be divine. At this level, it was already considered a martial arts path. Even the lifespan is dramatically increased, and you can live for as long as 1,000 years. I don't know when I'll get to that level. What's this? Suing looked at the red, gem-like object in his hand, and his heart moved slightly. He lifted it slightly and placed it in the daylight for a closer look, only to see that a small snake-like silhouette was actually swimming in it. Only this little snake has a unicorn head. Surprisingly, it's still an augur. Another dragon's blood? That means the third princess has killed another dragon in the past few days? Does this bitch have a grudge against the dragon? She's being so nice to me. Could it be that she's taken a liking to me? Alas, being too good-looking can be an affliction. Shaking his head, Suing put the essence blood into the system space, and after thinking about it, he directly walked towards the outside. Li Qiushang prepared a few more dishes, and Suing had just sat down when he saw Li Shan walking over with a yawn. My lord, I beg your pardon. Sheriff Li went to eat oranges again? Suing glanced at him, looking at the red mark on his neck collar, and asked indifferently. Li Shan sniffed, his face froze, then smiled sarcastically and said, my official went on patrol last night, and in the morning, I met the boss who sold oranges last time, and my official really couldn't argue with him, so I ate a few more. Alas, Ningyang is really getting better and better under your lordship's governance. The masses are full of good people inside. At the end of his words, Li Shan's face was filled with a sigh of relief. Su should. Father, I think the Sun Widow next door to us is nice. You often chop wood and carry water for others. Why don't my daughter go and tell you about it, and save you the trouble of warming up your own quilt on a cold day? At this time, Li Qiushang walked over with a few plates, took a look at Li Shan, and sneered. Li Shan sniffed, slightly dry cough, rightly said, Qiu Frost, you're wrong. Father, that is with the neighbors to help each other, and besides, for father is a man in the public sector. From time to time to help a small widow, what's wrong with it? Li Qiushang rolled her eyes and ignored him, placing the rice on the table. He looked at Suing and smiled. My lord, the cooking method you mentioned is indeed good, but those several kinds of seasonings I haven't found yet. Su should be talking about peppercorns, mace, anise, cinnamon, coriander, mace, cumin. You're right if you can't find it. Thinking like this, Suing smiled faintly. It's not a problem. Even without those, Miss Li's cooking is still excellent. Li Qiushang sniffed. Her cool face smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Fear that Suing will say again, your daughter is great. A few moments later, a few people had eaten and drunk enough and were about to get up when suddenly a rush of footsteps came from outside. Su Ying's heart stirred and he raised his eyes to see that it was a government servant running with an eager face. My humble servant has met your honor, Prefect Li. What happened? Suing frowned and asked. Back to your excellency. Early this morning someone reported that there was a tragedy of extermination in Qingshi town. All 35 members of the Yang family died, and it was initially concluded that it was the work of the Black Wind bandits. What? When Suing heard this, he stood up with a prancing movement, his face gloomy to the extreme. A family of 35? Not bad. All the bodies have been brought back and examined by the pallbearers. They were all killed by a single stab, except for the fact that their hearts were removed and disappeared. How can you tell it's the Black Wind bandit? Suing asked in a deep voice. Back to your excellency. County Chancellor Zhang checked the dossier from 20 years ago, and only the Black Wind Bandits killed and robbed people. Other than that, the hearts of all the corpses have disappeared. Li Shan, who was beside him, also nodded with a shocked expression. He's right. 20 years ago I was just a small magistrate. Then a big event happened in Ningyang. The Black Wind Bandits. Overnight, they madly plundered the 14 towns of Ningyang, killing hundreds of people and taking countless amounts of money. It is said that among the Black Wind Pirates there are people who cultivate evil techniques and are invulnerable to swords and spears. And even if their heads are cut off, they can still take the form of ghosts and possess others. After that, the Jinfu division sent people to besiege and eliminate once. Everyone thought that the Black Wind Bandit had disappeared, but I didn't expect that it would appear again now. They are godlike, wandering among the falling cloud mountain range on the border between the southern demon barbarians and the Great Xia, and because the falling cloud mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, their lair has not been found for a while. Ding! Mission release. Eliminate the Black Wind Bandits. Reward, 1,000 points of cultivation value. 1 drawing of the 5 Thunders Divine Machine Crafting. Good stuff. Su Ying's heart was slightly moved. The cultivation value was fine, but there were even drawings for making the 5 Thunder God Machine. This stuff is precious. Let's go. Let's check the body first. After saying that, several people directly walked towards the morgue at a fast pace. In a short while, several people arrived in the middle of the morgue. As soon as you enter, you see rows and rows of bodies covered in white cloth. It reeked of blood. My humble servant Husan. See you, my lord. Who 3 stooped, wearing gray clothes. 3 generations of ancestors are pallbearers, similar to the forensic pathologist in the previous world, specializing in inspection to see all kinds of corpses. Be excused. How was it? Any new discoveries? Suing asked in a deep voice. Back to your honor. After my humble servant examined, these corpses were all killed with a knife, and then their hearts were removed from their chests, regardless of whether they were young or old, male or female. The time of death was at 3 minutes past midnight, and the death was similar to that of the Black Wind Bandits 20 years ago, and it is said that they removed their hearts in order to practice evil arts as a means of achieving a body that is impervious to swords and spears. 3 minutes past midnight? That means it was between 1 o'clock and 3 a.m. Last night. With this thought, Suing took a few steps forward and casually lifted a white cloth, only to see an extremely miserable state of death, eyes wide open, in which panic and fear were intertwined. The neck was closed with a knife and there was a hideous bloody hole the size of a fist in the chest. The heart disappeared into thin air. What have you found, my lord? Li Shan came to Suing and asked in a low voice. Suing was silent, and with a movement in his heart, the eye of Tony appeared once again. Only a dark, sinister aura lingered above all the corpses. Not demons, but that sinister deathly aura that comes from the silence of the living. It is indeed the work of practicing evil. Suing turned around. His gaze was clear and ghostly, looking into the distance, only to see that the sinister and evil death gas was still pervasive, transforming into a channel of silk threads that stretched on and on. Dispose of the body well, and I will return as soon as I go. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying's figure flickered and directly disappeared. At the same time, in the Lakha mountain range again, 200 miles deep from Ningyang City, in the middle of the dense forest, a tall horned scale horse was drinking and eating meat with its head down. Around them, on the other hand, sat dozens of fierce-faced, tall, burly men covered in green tattoos. These people were not like the Central Plains race, each with a savage aura. A random person among them was more than half a meter taller than normal people. Aguda, your idea is good. These skinny monkeys must be scared to death right now. They really think of us as the Black Wind Bandits from 20 years ago. A burly man at the head of the group sat down in front of the fire and looked at the fist-sized object wearing on the iron sign and smiled hideously. Hey, the Black Wind Bandits back then just learned a few of our shallow sorcery techniques and then came and went. If we go out at this time and kill dozens of people directly, we will surely make Ningyang's people panic. The one who spoke was a large, slim man, barefoot, with a green tattoo on his face and a palm-sized giant centipede on his shoulder. The centipede was burrowing around in a bloody heart that looked extremely oozy. Tu Lai, I've heard that the magistrate of Ningyang County is a white boy, so when we do it again tonight, we'll have enough food for the next few months. No way. The 12 sacrifices warned us before we came that we can only strike every 5 days, otherwise it will cause those skinny monkeys to be alerted. The chieftain named Tu Lai said in a deep voice, biting hard on the blood-drenched contraption in his hand as he spoke. Blood spilled from his mouth, and he squinted slightly, his face full of sweetness. Pust. However, in the next moment, a long arrow broke through the air like electricity, directly piercing through his brow. Not good. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Aguda bellowed furiously, and the crowd rolled onto their horses, and for a moment, the horn scale horses hissed. At the same time, war horses galloped in the distant mountains and forests, and in a moment, a group of people armed with bows and curved swords, covered in black armor and wearing Shura masks instantly surrounded them. My lord, I found them. That's them. Black One looked at the sky and drank in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying's figure slowly landed on top of a large tree. He looked at the group of barbarian people, his face as cold as a sword. Kill, leave no one behind. Chapter 49, Slaughtered to Death. As soon as the words fell, the black-clothed archery team directly raised the broken crossbow on their arms, and without saying anything, there was a round of unison shooting. Whoosh! Sharp sounds were incessant, and the incomparably powerful gang-breaking crossbows shot out like rain in a frantic manner, accompanied by a miserable scream. Those barbarian people were directly shot into hedgehogs in general. Broken Dipper crossbow. It's actually a Broken Dipper crossbow. Darn it! Darn it! Kill them all! Kill them all! Aguda glanced at Tuli's body and roared under his breath. Immediately afterward, a dense black aura erupted around him, and with a clip on his horse's back, he galloped towards the distance. He never expected that Su Ying would be able to find them directly. This is already almost out of the border of Daxia. As long as another 100 miles deeper, it will be in the territory of the barbarians de Rome. How on earth did Su Ying find them? You should know that they hoofed it all the way after they committed the crime. I didn't expect to be approached just as I was resting. Whoosh! In the second round of flurry, another dozen or so barbarians were shot into a sieve. Although their bodies were strong and powerful, 3 to 5 times more powerful than the human race of the same level. However, they could only be passive in the face of the Big Dipper crossbow. Die for me! Aguda shouted angrily, directly leaping high from his horse, the giant axe in his hand carrying dozens of feet of black light, slashing towards the distant black-clothed arrow team. He wanted to cleave an opening in the black-clad arrow team so that the others could break out. Seek death. Above the giant tree, Su Ying smiled coldly, his body falling like a stream of light. Anon roars. A golden dragon shape roared out directly, instantly blasting the black light to smithereens. And then his figure flickered, coming to Aguda's heels in a moment. Without saying a word, he directly threw a punch. Aguda was furious. His huge axe crossed in front of him. Clang! Deafening sounds of gold and iron clashing. Su Ying's fist landed directly on top of the face of the axe, and with a click, the axe cracked directly. Shocked and angry, Aguda looked at the only axe handle in his hand and bellowed angrily in a broken Daxia language. Who the hell are you? I'm your father. Su Ying laughed coldly. His 5 fingers opened and a long blade was sucked into his hand. It slashed directly toward Aguda. Dang it! Ordinary long knives exploded with unrivaled power under the enchantment of true chi. The tremendous force fell on the axe handle one after another, shocking Aguda's tiger's mouth to crack. Dang it! Another succession of slashes came, and Aguda backed away. It only felt that Su Ying's blade was like a gale. Not only was it strangely powerful, but it was also incredibly fast. When, click, there was another loud bang as the long blade snapped the axe handle and the blade itself snapped in response. Damn it! Why is your body so strong? Aguda was a genius amongst the barbarians, and although he was in a hurry to grow, he was only 26 years old this year. This age could only be considered a teenager before the barbarian race's lifespan, which often started at 200 years. What the barbarians are proud of is their incomparably strong and powerful body, comparable to that of a demon. However, when he faced Su Ying, he was unexpectedly suppressed without any power to fight back and could only be passively beaten. The unrelenting, fierce and furious aura on Su Ying's body made his heart skip a beat. You seek death. Aguda was furious and threw the handle away. His fist came out like a cannon, like a black dragon roaring, and blasted towards Su Ying. Seeing this, Su Ying executed his Ling Boei steps and his figure came behind Aguda like a ghost. The arcane golden palm slapped directly on his back. True chi surged like a tidal wave erupting. All of the berserk power was poured into Aguda's body. In an instant, he then only felt as if he had been viciously hit by a swarming elephant. Put! Aguda suffered a heavy blow and a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. The entire body looked like it had been split into 5 horses, almost cracking open. The hairy blood holes around his body were actually spewing blood. Damn it! Aguda was furious within. And with this palm, not only did it seriously injure him, but even the centipede on his shoulder directly exploded. Poisonous blood splattered and corroded the side of his face with a nourishing sound. Su Ying smiled coldly and was about to strike. Suddenly, quack! A toad roared suddenly, like thunder exploding in his ears. Su Ying was shocked in his heart, only to feel that his true chi was even slightly stagnated by the shock. The blood chi around his body looked like it had been filled with mercury, and the speed at which it was running was instantly slow. Very good, Tihu. Again! Aguda laughed loudly and looked toward a barbarian not far away who was fighting with the black-clad archery team. As soon as the words fell, his huge fist directly blasted towards Su Ying's brow. It was bound to crush his head with a punch. When a loud sound came out, like a morning bell, and the sound traveled for miles, terrifying true chi erupted, shattering the surrounding sky-high trees by inches and bursting them apart. Su Ying's figure lurched, and his entire body was slid back with a hard blast. Both legs were sunk into the ground, and debris shot outward like a torrential downpour. With him at the center, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. How is it possible? Are you a human or a ghost? Aguda looked at his fist and then to Su Ying's intact head. The green tattoos almost twisted, and his gaze was filled with endless shock. This punch of his was 10,000 pounds of tremendous force. Even a black-horned demonic cow could be blown to death with a single punch. But when it fell on Su Ying, he was unexpectedly unharmed. It simply turned his perception upside down. Who the hell is the demon? Who the hell are the barbarians? Quack! Another regal thud came. Su Ying looked at him with cold eyes, only to see the barbarian named Tihu's cheeks bulging as he crouched on the ground like a toad. A thunderous toad roared between the drumming of his neck and side of his face. Each sound fell, taking in people's hearts and minds, causing their true chi to stagnate and their chi and blood to run slowly. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed arrow team was seriously injured one after another. Seek death. Su Ying snorted coldly. The 10,000 tribulations' indestructible golden body revolved, and a heaven-shattering dragon's roar came from within his body. His figure flickered, like a ghost instantly appearing in front of Tihu, and without saying a word a palm blasted towards him. The latter was startled, and his legs stomped violently, using this massive force to rush into the sky. However, he had just gotten up when he was blasted in the back by an overbearing and incomparable palm force. With a miserable scream, Tihu's entire body exploded, spilling blood and flesh all over the ground. Tihu! How dare you kill Tihu? I want you dead! Aguda's eyes erupted with rage, and his entire body was like a furious black dragon as he stomped on the ground and rushed towards Su Ying. Sculpture! Su Ying laughed disdainfully and coldly. His Ling Bo Wei Bu was once again executed. It bypassed the furious Aguda and came directly behind him. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, Su Ying directly blasted his fist behind Aguda. Bang! There was a muffled sound, as if gunpowder had opened a mountain. Aguda's entire body flew forward, and a violent force poured into him like a volcano erupting, shattered all the bones and internal organs of his body. Bang! 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 The tremendous force caused its body to continue, crashing into several giant trees before stopping. Bang! Aguda's body weighing hundreds of pounds slammed to the ground, and his entire body looked miserable as blood spurted out around him, killing the two major experts of the barbarians one after another. Su Ying turned around, once again lifting up a long sword. The whole person was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, charging into the remaining barbarians. The light of the sword was like electricity, and wherever it passed, there was not a single enemy. All of them were split in half by Su Ying's sword. For a while, blood flowed long and hard, and broken limbs and arms were spilled all over the ground. A few moments later, all the barbarians were slaughtered. Cut off their heads, put them in suspension at the gates, search them, and take away their things. Yes, the black-clothed arrow team led the order. Su Ying's feet were a little bit, and he directly got up and left, speeding towards the saltpeter mine. Chapter 50, Frightening Toad Power. When he arrived at the saltpeter mine, Su Ying saw that the crowd was spread around and guarded closely. When Old Man Ghost and Taoist Red Iron saw Su Ying coming, they immediately stepped forward. Ha, you seem to have just been in a bad fight? The ghost old man looked at Su Ying with a face full of amazement and sked. Su Ying nodded slightly. Not bad. Just now, I led the black-clothed arrow team to kill dozens of barbarians. Demon barbarians have always liked to join forces, so I came to take a look for fear of something going wrong. Barbarians? Old Man Ghost frowned slightly. The barbarians are in the middle of the 100,000 mountains to the south of Mount Lisha, and their bravery and warlike behavior. Even at this time there is no shortage of people who drink blood. For the saltpeter mines too? I don't know. Su Ying shook his head slightly and turned his gaze to look at Taoist Red Iron. Senior, I have something, if you would take a look at it. As he spoke, Su Ying took out the manufacturing drawings of the Five Thunder God machine with a flip of his palm. This was the quest reward the system had just given. On top of that, There is a cultivation value of 1,000 points. Ha, what a strange weapon. Taoist Red Iron frowned deeply as he looked at the incomparably fine drawings in his hands. Just see, the drawing of the weapon is divided into several parts. Each part is incredibly fine, assembled together, and became a brand new thing. This is the 5 Thunder God Machine manufacturing drawings. When this is over, Senior will go back and build one. The power is definitely not to be underestimated. Suing didn't explain too much. With the length of the tech tree in this day and age, he really can't explain what it means to have a physical firearm. However, in this world it is already considered to be ahead of its time in terms of technology. The range is long enough, the accuracy is accurate enough, and the power is strong enough. After 5 rounds it was about as good as a normal sniper rifle, although it was a bit of a pain to reload. Compared to the Big Dipper crossbow, this thing works better and is more convenient. After all, the Big Dipper crossbow could only be loaded with 3 arrows at a time. If they could be made in bulk, their own black-clad archery units and trap camps would all be fitted with them. 1 round of flurry fire can even kill 1,000 people. Good, when we get back I'll make it. Suing nodded slightly and put the drawings away, and after talking with a few more people for a few moments, he directly got up and returned to Ningyang City. The black-clothed arrow squad had long ago hung the heads of those barbarian people above the city gates. Some of the people looked at the bloody heads and gathered below to discuss the situation. Didn't we say Black Wind bandits? How come it's these dog barbarians? Didn't you hear what that lord just said? It was these barbarians who posed as Black Wind bandits and entered Greenstone Town to kill people. Grandma, these dog stampedes are abominable. Luckily, there's Lord Su. Yes, having Lord Su in Ningyang County is the greatest blessing for our people. My lord, I preliminary count. That group of barbarians looted a total of 34,000 taels of silver, and 500 taels of gold notes. It should have come to Castle Rocktown from somewhere else. And on top of that, there are a few books and volumes. Black One carried the resulting box to Su Ying's study and respectfully said, "How are the casualties?" Suing looked over and asked, "Back to my lord. 3 brothers dead and 13 seriously injured." Black One looked a bit gloomy. They were summoned as the loneliest group of people in this world. They have no relatives, no family, no siblings, only their own teammates, their own brothers in life and death. Every death is a great loss. Don't worry, in the future, this official will lead you to kill the barbarians and avenge your dead brothers. The vacant Black Clothes Arrow team can be selected from the southwest slums, and this official will give you permission to expand to 1,000 people. You personally gatecrash them yourself and then bring them back to Bear Paw Peak for training. Yes, my lord. Suing waved his hand and Black One turned to leave. He hadn't been gone for long when Li Shan and Zhang Liang hurriedly walked in. My lord, those are actually barbarians pretending to be Black Wind bandits? I didn't expect that your lordship would be able to find them. It's really impressive. Your excellency's bravery is unrivaled, killing dozens of barbarian experts in just half a day. It's really something to be congratulated. Suing waved his hand and said towards Zhang Liang, all right, it's just a small matter. Pass the order to all towns. Let them organize the local township braves to patrol alternately, and come to the county government office directly to report anything, so as to prevent similar things from happening again. Yes, my lord. Zhang Liang nodded slightly, and his gaze turned to look at the several books and volumes on the table, both paper and animal skin. 36 Techniques of the Caveman? As he spoke, Zhang Liang picked up a booklet that he assumed was a stunt to teach people how to blow. I didn't expect to see an old blush at the first page. What? Old Zhang is still interested in musical instruments? I haven't heard of it before. Li Shan glanced at him and smiled. As he spoke, his eyes turned to another book, only to see the title page is written on the wind and moon season, 3 small words. Li Shan slightly flipped through it under curiosity, and immediately his eyes lit up and his mouth sighed in admiration. Great move. What a great move. Why didn't I think of it before? It was as if he had seen some supreme martial arts secret, and his mouth was in continuous admiration as the pages flipped. My lord, here you go. It's enough for my humble servant to memorize 18 styles. Seeing Su Ying's strange face, Li Shan immediately smiled sarcastically and handed the booklet in his hand to Su Ying. These barbarians. I didn't expect to plunder even these books and magazines, when it's really vulgar to the extreme. Zhang Liang placed the 36 Techniques of the Caveman in his hand on the table and said with hatred under his breath, could there be something special about these 2 books? Su Ying took a look at the 2 of them, and immediately picked up the wind and moon season and looked at it. At this look, the pupils shrank. What came to mind was a surprisingly beautiful illustration with color, which are upside down, each in a wonderful position, either forward or backward, up or down. Su Ying thought that he had seen a lot of things, Yet only after reading this book did he feel that he was really a bit one-sided. So your honor likes to read this kind of book too? Li Shan and Zhang Liang looked at each other, the meaning of which was self-evident. Sure enough, men are natural bankers. Sensing the eyes of the two, Su should face a hole, laughed. This official is to read the spring and autumn. This kind of booklet is just to observe a look. As the saying goes, prostitutes more. Oh, more skills do not pressure body well. This book is vulgar, but some of the notes are borrowed from the past to satirize the present. But you can read it with a critical borrowing mentality. I see. Your Excellency deserves to be able to pass the high school jinsher at such a young age, and you can tell at a glance that this book is different. Watching Suing put the two books into his drawer without showing any trace, Li Shan and Zhang Liang were instantly filled with respect and arched their hands in admiration. Well, this is the silver plundered by those barbarians. Fill all of it into the silver vault. Also, continue to purchase grain from the county and state capitals, and apply it for another half month. Your Excellency has a bodhisattva's heart. In this way, those refugees will be able to survive this winter completely. Suing nodded his head slightly. Anyway, it was all the proceeds of the plagiarism, and he himself didn't need the court's appropriation, so there was no pressure at all to spend it. Next, Suing once again inquired about the matters of the cultivation folks' residence and the dungeon. Listened to Li Shan and Zhang Liang's report, and when the two of them had left, his heart moved and once again landed on the only beast skin booklet. The book only had a dozen pages, but it was extremely soft and smooth to the touch because of the animal skin. He lifted the first page and saw only 3 small words written at the top. Suing took a closer look and was overjoyed, because this was surprisingly the jutsu used by the barbarian named Tihu, frightened toad power. With this thought, Suing immediately began to watch carefully and seriously. Chapter 51, Promotion to 1,000 Households. The so-called surprising toad strength, Suing felt more like he should call it toad strength. That's right, it's toadstool. Toadstool kung fu is an extremely powerful kung fu. When the gong squatted on the ground, hands bent in shoulders, the mouth issued a cackle, like a big frog for the momentum of pouncing. This is purely a system of static breaking, the whole body to accumulate strength and contain the potential, not spit, as long as the enemy assure attack. Immediately there will be a fierce and unparalleled strength counterattack out, powerful enough to fight with the Dragon Fall 18 palms. The shock toad strength and toadstool power have the same flavor, are in the body to accumulate compression of internal force, like a spring, usually lead but not hair, waiting to fight against someone. It could instantly explode with a terrifying might 10 times higher than its own. To put it bluntly, the surprising toad power was just a way of using and exerting one's own true chi power. The most subtle part of this mastery is the stunning toad regaining heart recorded in it. When Tihu had first mentioned a croak, it had nearly caused Suing to lose his mind. However, even so, it caused his true chi to stagnate and his chi and blood to run slowly, and he took a hard punch from a Buddha. If he hadn't cultivated the 10,000 evil indestructible golden body, this punch would have taken his life. No wonder, this guy thought he hadn't gotten it for long, and his cultivation is still not good enough. If I were to cast, pressure doesn't need to lie on the ground at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the amazing toad power. Shocking toad power, one of the 5 great sectarian skills of the 5 poison sect. After practicing, one can compress the true chi and explode with unparalleled power. The first level of the current realm. You can spend 100 cultivation values to raise the current realm. Attached Jedi, stunning toad regent. With that, Suing looked at his attribute panel, and on it, there was indeed an additional frightening toad power spell. In addition to the cultivation value rewarded by the quest, more than 1,000 points were gained from beheading Aguda and the others. Now there are less than 3,000 points to go before I can raise the 10,000 evil indestructible golden body to the 3rd layer. There was some urgency within Suing. The 3rd layer, the 4th layer, 2 realms would cost him 10,000 cultivation points. If it wasn't for that, one would have entered the heavenly Yuan realm long ago. Shaking his head, Suing put away his thoughts, ate lunch, and cultivated for a moment before he saw that the oldest 3 of the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi had returned. Master, the secret letter has been personally handed over to Lord Li Feng. The oldest arched his hand. How? Su Ying's heart stirred as he heard this. Lord Li said to let His Excellency have a free hand. On top of that, the Jinfu Division's Jinfu envoy, Yuan Qianming, will be coming over in the evening and will take over the saltpeter mine then. Yuan Qianming? So it is. Suing nodded. It was good that he was able to come. At least he didn't need to send people to keep an eye on him at all times. The Jinfu Division has more than enough experience in dealing with this kind of thing. And as long as the saltpeter mine is handed over to Peng Qianming, the rest will not need to concern itself. You have worked hard. Rest for a few days. Yes, master. When the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 left, Suing directly took a nap. After waking up from his nap, he practiced some boxing in the yard. The fusion of the world-shaking dragon fist and the dragon-subduing 18 palms had already been completed, and after Suing thought about it, he felt that it was still the dragon-subduing 18 palms that was a bit more domineering. Thus the attribute panel was left with only one martial art, Dragon Falling Palm. Of course, the brand new dragon-subduing 18 palms was already a top-grade Earth-ranked martial art. The power was more than 10 times stronger than at the beginning. Moreover, after fusing the world-shaking dragon fist, the dragon falling 18 palms had once again been simplified, leaving only the 9 styles of 1,000 variations. Host, Suing. Realm, Tongxian Realm, Perfection. Skills, 10,000 Killing Unbreakable Golden Body, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, 5th level. Cannot be upgraded. Vigorous Vajra Fingers, complete. North Underworld Divine Power, complete. Surprising Toad Power, 1st level. Can be upgraded. Cultivation value, 2,365 points. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. Suing thought about it, and since he didn't have enough cultivation value right now anyway, he directly raised the surprising Toad power to the 4th level. With the compression of the true chi in his body, he only felt that his dantian was bulging, like it could turn into astral energy at any time. About evening, Zhang Liang came to report. My lord, the Zhenfu envoy, Lord Pang, is here. That fast? Suing sniffed and directly got up and left the courtyard. Soon, he saw Pang Qianming, who was dressed in a brocade coat, in the hall. On top of that, there was Lu Dahui and another middle-aged man. My humble servant, Suing, meet Lord Pang. Suing took a step forward and slightly arched his hand in salute. Ha ha, after not seeing you for a few days, Lord Su's cultivation has actually refined again, worthy of being the talent the 3rd princess has her eye on. According to this official, Lord Su was about to condense his astral chi and reach 100 orifices, right? Pang Qianming looked Suyu up and down with a face full of admiration. He said this sincerely and without any falsehood. There were countless geniuses in the Grand Xiaojin Fu division, yet even the 9 young division masters did not have such cultivation at Su Ying's age. But how old is Su Ying? It's safe to say his future is simply unlimited. Lord Pang is too kind. I wonder who this is. Su Ying's gaze swept past Lu Dahui and landed on the middle-aged man dressed in black. I forgot to introduce. This is Cheng Jin Cheng Qianhu. So it's Lord Chang. I've long heard of Lord Chang's reputation, and when I see him today, he really lives up to his name. The moment Suing said this, the corner of Lu Dahui's mouth at the side suddenly twitched. Thinking to myself that old me seems to have been outright ignored by you. So is Lord Su. I've long heard of Lord Su's great reputation, and today I've seen it, and it's true that heroes come out of youths. I can't wait. Pang Qianming had just ordered Su Ying's cultivation level, which was an unknown amount higher than theirs. In this world where the strongest are honored, even the 100 tenants of the Jinfu division have to be courteous. Alright, you guys don't brag about each other. The matter of the saltpeter mine has already been known to me in Lordly, and it has also been reported to the state capital and even the holy capital. Pang Qianming waved his hand, and suddenly his face straightened as he gently droned. Ningyang County Magistrate Su should listen to the seal. Su should be in. When Suing heard this, his heart stirred and he hurriedly stepped forward to arch and bow. Since he took office, Ningyang County Magistrate Suing has loved the people like a son, first eradicating the Green Wolf Gang, then capturing and killing the everlasting heaven demons and evil demons. By order of Her Highness the 3rd Princess, Suing has been appointed as the head of the Jinfu Division and the Ningyang Pacifier, with military power. Qin here, my humble servant thanks Her Highness the 3rd Princess for her great favor. Suing heart slightly excited. I did not expect to Wing Taiyue really talk the talk. What he said did not use a few days will directly give 1,000 households. This is the 5th grade, higher than yourself as a magistrate. What the hell is a pacifier though? According to the name of the Daxia official title, the pacification ambassador is only the 7th grade. Generally where there are victims, the state capital will be sealed a pacification ambassador and then go out to inspect and pacify the victims. Congratulations to Lord Su. Congratulations to Lord Su, directly leaping to become 1,000 household. From now on, you and I will be colleagues. Pang Qianming smiled faintly. Before he came, he received an order from the young master of the division to promote Suing directly to the position of 1,000 household of the Jinfu division. Originally, there was still some inward confusion, but once he heard that it was the 3rd princess who had spoken, he was instantly clear in his mind. Of course, with Su Ying's current credits, 1,000 households is a bit low. You know, Just one saltpeter mine would be enough to exchange for a rank of a 4th grade town envoy. The saltpeter mine will be guarded by this official, and Lord Su can have your men back. Suing slightly arched his hand and smiled. Thank you, Lord Pang. The three of you have traveled a long way. Why don't my humble servants set up a banquet at Drunken Immortal House tonight to receive you? No need. The saltpeter mine is a matter of great importance. This official has to do it personally. If there is any mistake, you and I will not be able to protect our heads. Peng Qianming waved his hand, rejecting it outright, and laughed again. When Lord Su travels to the state capital in the future, this official will properly show you the local customs within the state capital. The girls there are better than those at 100 Flower House. Thank you, my lord. In this way, Suing, besides being the magistrate of Ningyang County, was also a member of the Jinfu division. Next, Suing gave Peng Qianming a full account of how he discovered the saltpeter mine, including a series of things such as the Stone family and Inshan Jun, as well as the barbarians. Hearing the end, even Peng Qianming's face couldn't help but grow heavy. We have also received news about the Shi family's matter and have begun to investigate. However, this matter is a bit difficult, so there is no need for Lord Su to be in a hurry. In that case, thank you, Lord Pang. Lord Su is polite. After a few more moments of conversation, Suing found a government official to lead them directly to where the saltpeter mine was located. At the same time, he summoned Li Shan and his father and daughter and asked them to step up their patrols inside and outside the city during this period of time. Early the next morning, before Suing woke up from his cultivation, he heard Li Shan walking quickly and solemnly. My lord, the Shi family is here, along with Morong Yen, the son of the governor of Qingzhou. The son of the governor of Qingzhou? When Suing heard this, his face was solemn, then he quickly walked towards the outside. Chapter 52, I think you're not far from death. Governor of Qingzhou, the head of the officials of the 4 counties of Qingzhou, with unimaginable power. There are 36 counties in the 9 states of Daxia, and each county has a county governor, and each state has a governor in addition to the state king. The king of the state is in charge of military power, while the governor is the same as its literal meaning. The governor of the Qingzhou local military affairs, food and wages as well as the governor's affairs, is one of the 9 highest-ranking feudal ministers of Daxia. Even the king of the state and the commander of the Jinfu division had to be courteous when they met. The name of the governor of Qingzhou is Morong Fuhai, and it is rumored that he was a subordinate minister of the current Shenwu emperor when he was young, so he is quite favored by him. In the first year of Shenwu, Emperor Shenwu ascended to the 9th 5 years, and Morong Fuhai, who had followed him all the way, was then directly appointed as the governor of Qingzhou. In the past 20 years, the governors of the other 8 states have changed more or less. Morong Fuhai, on the other hand, has always been firm to the core, and no one has shaken his great position. It can be said to be a royal favor. Suing did not expect that the Shi family had actually invited the governor's son here. Cluck! Stepping on the thick snow, Suing soon arrived at the county office lobby. Before he even walked in, he saw a young man in a gorgeous brocade coat sitting in the upper seat with a big horse. Beside him, there were 2 middle-aged and a brocade-clad old man. Lord Su is so powerful. Those who don't know would think you're a first-grade governor. The brocade-clothed youth was clearly Morong Yen, the son of the governor, about 26 or 27 years old, with a face like a crown of jade and a flashy breath. When he saw Suing walking slowly, he suddenly raised his head and showed a sneer on his face. My humble servant, Suing, meet Mr. Morong. I'm sorry for not knowing about your son's visit. Suing arched his hand expressionlessly. Then without any nonsense, he directly opened the door and asked, I don't know what is so important that Mr. Morong came all the way here? This is Shi Dian's 5th uncle, Shi Holin. The meaning of my lord's visit is obvious. Release Shi Dian. His tone was flippant, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. Suing nodded expressionlessly. If Sir Morong asks, naturally. Ha ha, I told you. How can a mere 7th grade magistrate dare to mess with my Shi family? Kid, I heard that you not only injured Shi Dian, but also killed his men. So you want to arrest and release them? How can it be that easy? Later on, if you kneel down in front of Shi Dian and then whip yourself 100 times, perhaps I can spare your life. The one who spoke was the black-faced middle-aged man in brocade robes, the 5th oldest member of the Shi family, Shi Holin. At this moment, he looked at Suing, full of cold smiles and sneers. Release the people. Yes, I wonder if Mr. Morong has a handwritten document from the Governor General? What? Morong Yan's face changed, thinking he had heard wrong. Even the other few people were looking at Suing with unfavorable gazes. With the governor, the king of Qingzhou, and the Lord Commander of the Jinfu Division's handwritten documents, this official will naturally release them. But you guys don't have it? I release your mom's people? At the end of his words, Su-ying swept a glance at several people with an icy expression. Kid, you dare to insult my lord? Morong Yen stood up in a mischievous manner, his body's aura radiating like a ferocious tiger that chose to devour others. At the same time, the middle-aged and the old man beside him narrowed their eyes, and his shocking aura immediately enveloped Su-ying. Su-ying's heart was slightly moved. The 10,000 trials indestructible golden body was running, and the pressure around his body suddenly loosened. Shi Dian injured people on the street, ignoring the laws of the land, and he also collaborated with his men with the intention of attacking and killing the court officials. On top of that, this official even suspects him of colluding with the demon race. I'll release him, do you guys dare to either? At the end of his words, the corner of Su-ying's mouth hooked up, revealing a disdainful smile. Are you kidding me? If it was the old days, of course I'd have to let go. But now, no one comes and puts it away. Damn it! You dare to slander my Shi family. Shi Huolin roared angrily, his eyes spewing fire like a savage bear about to go berserk. Su-ying laughed coldly, gave him a disdainful look, and said indifferently, this official is not slandering, he is planting evidence on the spot. You are an unofficial and unofficial pariah. How dare you rant in front of this official? Do you believe that this official will directly capture you now and punish you for the crime of attacking and killing a court official with the intention of plotting a rebellion? Swish! As soon as he said this, Shi Huolin's face suddenly changed, first colluding with the demon race, and now directly intending to conspire against them? If I let you go on, will my family be raided and destroyed tomorrow? What? You want to strike? Striking out at the county office is considered an everlasting heavenly demon. Ah, good. It seems that the Shi family is not only colluding with the demon race, but also with the everlasting heavenly demons. This official sees that you are not far from death. Damn it! You dare to slander me! I'll waste you! Shi Huolin shouted angrily, true qi surging around his body. His clothes and hair were windless, itching to strike Su-ying to death immediately. Okay. Morong Yen frowned slightly and said coldly, Su-ying, I'll ask you one more time. Are you releasing him or not? No release. Su-ying's face was expressionless, and he answered directly and dryly, Mr. Morong, if the governor himself comes, this official will naturally release him obediently. But you? When he said that, he shook his head slightly, his meaning unmistakable. You're not good enough. Bold. How dare you insult his excellency? As soon as the words fell, the old man beside Morong Yen suddenly snorted coldly, his figure flashed, and his large hand fell down towards Su-ying's forehead like a millstone. It's a small skill. How dare you show off? Su-ying coldly smiled as he flipped his palm and directly blasted forward. Snap! The two of them had their hands facing each other, and their berserk true chi spread out like a tidal wave. And wherever they passed, the tables and chairs and benches in the lobby were directly blown to smithereens. Click! The ground under Su-ying's feet cracked rapidly, then spread outward like a spider web. You! Tongxian realm perfection! Impossible! The brocade-clothed old man's face suddenly changed when he felt the raging true chi coming from his arm. He was an expert at the 8th level of the Tongxian realm, but he was unexpectedly no match for Su-ying. Then there's only one possibility. The harmless-looking teenager in front of him was a Tongxian realm perfection. Bang! With a muffled sound, the brocade-clothed old man directly flew backwards, his back ruthlessly hitting the wall. Then he spat out blood and fell. In just one move, the brocade-clothed old man was seriously injured, and Shi Huolin, Morong Yen, and the other person immediately looked shocked beyond belief. I see, to have such cultivation at such a young age. No wonder you are so arrogant and cocky, but you dare to strike in front of me. You really don't know the heights of heaven. Morong Yen looked deeply at Su-ying and coldly said, so what if I strike out in front of you? Respect you as the governor's son. That's why this official was courteous at first. Not respect you as the governor's son. Who do you think you are? I'm not your father. Why should I spoil you? If you don't like it, you can also take a shot at this official. I'll let you have 3 moves. If I don't beat you to death, I am your own father. This sentence was like a slap in the face of Morong Yen. His chi and blood churned around his body, and his white handsome face began to redden as he looked at Su-ying and gritted his teeth. How dare you insult me like this? He's the son of the governor. Who wouldn't be courteous to him in Qingzhou? But Su-ying, a 7th grade magistrate, dared to insult himself 3 times? How can I swallow this? Insult your mother. Su-ying looked at him and said disdainfully, this official is the 7th grade county magistrate appointed by His Majesty, as well as the 5th grade Qianhu of the Jinfu division and the 7th grade pacification envoy. How dare you few unofficial and unprofessional pariahs order and threaten this official? Who the hell are you? Come on people, Subordinate. Li Shan and the others with 110 constables in Yamen had long been divided around, standing by. On top of that, there's the oldest of the 4 ghosts of Western Hunan. Each of them was staring at Morong Yen and the others with an unpleasant expression. This official suspects that these people are remnants of the former dynasty. Directly take them down for this official. If there is any resistance, it will be regarded as plotting against the government, and they will be beheaded on the spot. Yes, the crowd answered with a roar, and the sound traveled for miles, shaking Morong Yen and the others. They did not doubt for a second that Suing really dared to behead them all. Thinking of this, Morong Yan's face was embarrassed beyond measure. He looked at Suing with a gloomy gaze and coldly said, "Surnamed Su, do you really want to make things difficult for this Gonzi?" Chapter 53, I am robbing. When the Shi family learned that Shi Dian was being held in the Ningyang prison, they immediately sent someone to find Morong Yen, the son of the governor of Qingzhou. Morong Yen agreed readily because of the power behind the Shi family. Originally, according to their plan, Morong Yen came directly to Ningyang, and could definitely force Suing to release him directly. At that time, the Shi family will then operate a little. Suing, the county magistrate, slowly play dead. In this way, not only did he avenge Shi Dian but also preserved the reputation of the Shi family. It can be a double whammy. But who admitted that Suing was so tough after coming here? Not only did he not release the man, but even Morong Yen, the governor's son, was not in the least bit concerned. Mr. Morong, you don't think this official really dares to kill you, do you? Suing laughed out loud and got up and came to sit down behind the iron case. He leaned back slightly, his eyes looking disdainfully at the several people. You are the son of the governor, although you have no official position, but your father is my top boss. Do not look at the face of the monk to look at the face of the Buddha. Do not worry, this official will not make things difficult for you. Speaking here, Su Ying's fingers gently tapped on the desktop with a playful smile on his face. At this moment, it seemed as if he was the son of the imposing and lofty governor, while Morong Yen seemed to have become a county magistrate who was at the mercy of others. What the hell do you want? Morong Yen only felt deep shame inside at this time, but there was no way. There were not enough manpower, and together they were no match for Su Ying. You are the son of the governor. Your status is honored. This official is only a 5th grade Jinfu Division 1000 household, 7th grade county magistrate and pacification envoy. Although I will not make things difficult for you, but, speaking here, Suing slowly got up, his face changed, coldly looked at Morong Yen. You destroyed the county office public hall. Death penalty can be waived. Living crime is hard to forgive. I have this floor. All of them are green jade, as well as the tables, chairs and benches are all of excellent ironwood. This official also do not ask you for more. Just give 10,000 taels of gold. In addition, you condoned your subordinates to attack this official, causing this official to suffer great physical and mental trauma. Mental damage fee, plus 10,000 taels. A mere 20,000 taels of gold should be nothing to Mr. Morong, right? At the end of his words, Suing looked at him with a smirk. What? 20,000 taels of gold? Surname Su, why don't you go rob? Morong Yen was furious when he heard this. What green jade flooring and extreme ironwood are clearly the most ordinary things. Besides, 20,000 taels of gold would be 200,000 pieces of white silver. Such a huge sum of money. Even if he was the son of the governor, he could not take it out. Mr. Morong misunderstood. This official is just robbing. Suing snapped his fingers and laughed coldly. No good. No, then people stay. This official does not believe that there is no official bigger than the governor. Snap. As he spoke, he directly pressed the jade pendant onto the table. Morong Yan's eyes glanced over and he was immediately shaken, only to see the jade plate is clearly engraved with the word sunrise. He stood in place, his face struggling, his eyes hesitant, and only after a long time did he clench his teeth and stare at Suing with a deadly stare. 20,000 taels. I don't have it. This gentleman only has 8,000 taels of gold tickets on him. 8,000 taels? Are you sending a beggar? Suing let out a cold laugh and raised his head to look at him. Eventually his gaze landed on his thumb and faintly said, the inked jade trigger on Mr. Morong's hand is not bad. What? Morong Yan's face froze as he looked at his jade trigger finger before he jerked his head up, his eyes spitting fire. Are you a magistrate or a robber? But when he thought of the jade tablet on the table, his mind cleared and he calmed down once again. This is a trigger finger made of void jade. It has space inside and is worth a fortune. Suing, this eunuch can give it to you, but you have to be able to afford it as well. Suing glanced at him and said indifferently, this official has been single for 20 years and has amazing arm strength, not to mention your district void jade, even your head. This official can also hold it. Though playing dumb, the threat was unmistakable. Very well, Suing, not only did you insult me, but you also dared to blackmail this prince. Even if you have the backing of the third princess, this prince will make sure that you are duly punished. I planted myself today, but that won't necessarily be the case tomorrow. Let's go. After saying that, with a cold snort, he dropped the ink jade trigger finger and directly led the people away. When Li Shan saw this, his gaze looked at him. Suing nodded his head slightly in a gesture, and the crowd parted at once. Soon, the figures of Morong Yen and the others disappeared outside the gate. My lord, letting them go so easily. When we get back to the state capital, what if this kid asks his old man to fix you? Li Shan said with a worried face, a governor of a state with unimaginable power. Suing was only a 7th grade magistrate, and was like an ant in front of the governor. No harm done. If the governor of Qingzhou is as stupid as Morong Yen, then it's the end of the road for him as a governor. Suing sneered at the corner of his mouth. Your honor is right. This Morong Yen, as the governor's son, dared to attack and kill the court officials. Plus that Stone family because of the saltpeter mine is still unclear until now. It's fine if this matter doesn't go out of Qingzhou. If it spreads to the sacred capital, it's not unlikely that the governor of Qingzhou will have to be blamed for this. Exactly. Suing looked at Zheng Liang with a slight smile and an appreciative look on his face. If you are a big governor, you still have the commander of the Jinfu division and the king of the state among the states. It was important to realize that the state king of each state was almost always a member of the Dixia's royal family, either a brother of Emperor Shenwu or an uncle from his previous generation. You, a foreigner, even if you are no longer a minister from the dragon, are now joining with outsiders to suppress the third princess's people. Plus the Shi family is backed by the fourth prince, and the commander of the Jinyuan army. At this point it is joining forces with the governor. Want to do what? Rebellion or power? Alright, break it up. Suing waved his hand and waited for Zhang Liang and Li Shan to leave, and with a movement in his heart, he summoned the system once again. Since today is the 16th day of the first month, he still has one more check-in opportunity unused. This sign-up opportunity is special. It's a gift from the system. After all, the 15th moon is full. System, I need to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the county office and obtaining the art of right and left combat. Left-right combat. Zhou Badong practiced hard for more than 10 years in a cave on Peach Blossom Island, and realized that the left hand draws a square, and the right hand draws a circle to practice the art of left-right combat. This art can be used to attack opponents with different techniques in the left and right hands, making the opponents defenseless. Listening to the system prompt, Su Ying's heart burst with joy, like shocking toad power. Right and left stance is a jutsu for the use of stances. System, direct cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the left-right mutual combat technique. The current realm is the first level. You can spend 100 cultivation value to improve the current realm. Immediately afterward, Suing felt a stream of axioms about the right and left hand moves flow into his mind. With a thought, he executed the powerful Vajra fingers with his left hand and the dragon subduing 18 palms with his right hand. It was a wonderful distraction. In the following days, Ningyang County had a few rare days of peace. In addition to practicing every day, Suing went to the 100 Flowers building to investigate the case, and in the meantime, he followed the Little Lady of Flowers to learn the craft of flower arrangement. The days can be said to be well spent and enjoyable. It wasn't until half a month later, early in the morning, Suing was woken up directly by the excited voice of the Red Iron Taoist. My lord, it is not to be, it is not to be. As soon as the words fell, the Red Iron Taoist ran straight over holding a blackened iron object. When Suing took a look, his eyes instantly shrank, and he quickly stepped forward in surprise. Elder actually created it so quickly. It was the legendary Five Thunders Divine Machine. Chapter 54, Opening the Spirit of Heaven, Meeting the Gods. Bang, 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 bang bang, ignition, pulling the trigger. 5 crisp sounds came out in quick succession, and all 5 steel balls were shot at the far wall. Each steel ball, set deep into the middle of the wall. Good baby, dang good baby. Taoist Red Iron looked at the 5 Thunder God Machine in Su Ying's hands, his eyes filled with admiration. He really couldn't figure out how on earth Suing had invented such a thing. At first, when he was building it, he was a little confused as to what exactly the purpose of the thing was, but when it was all assembled, it directly overturned his perception. Pulling the trigger, the mechanism collided, igniting the gunpowder, which exploded into an impact that propelled the steel ball. The Red Iron Taoist just built it and began to test it. Within 30 feet, a shot to the vitals is enough to shoot a Hotian perfection expert. How long does it take to make one? Suing asked, caressing the still slightly warm barrel in his hand somewhat lovingly. This cross-generational product is destined to bring sweeping changes to the world. Back to my lord. 3 days. But the specifications required for this kind of steel are extremely high, and I don't have much here. And with the lack of manpower, it's really a bit slow if I'm on my own. I'll figure out how to deal with the steel. As for manpower, Senior can select amongst the constables. By the way, I said I'd recommend a disciple for you. Someone come, go and call Zhang Hu here. Yes, my lord. A magistrate received the order and immediately hurriedly ran towards the large prison. Not long after, Zhang Hu jogged all the way to the courtyard, first looking at the red iron Taoist, then looking at Su Ying, arching his hand and saying, "My humble servant sees your excellency. I don't know what is the important thing that your excellency has summoned my servant to come here for." He was interrogating the prisoners in the main prison, but unfortunately none of them could hold up to the 5-company Jedi invented by Su Ying, and was about to find someone else to try again, when he didn't expect that the magistrate would find himself. "How many layers of the golden bell shield have you cultivated to?" Su Ying looked Zhang Hu up and down and asked with a smile. "Back to my lord. The 5th floor. Well, not bad." After saying that, his gaze turned to Taoist Red Iron, Senior. "Do you think this disciple is alright? He was originally the head of a cell amongst the dungeon. His ancestors fought demons and made meritorious achievements. He cultivated the golden body skill in the beginning, and now he is a golden bell." Golden bell mask? One of the divine powers of the Great Forest Temple? The Red Iron old man sniffed. His face showed astonishment, and after thinking about it, he came to Zhang Hu again and pinched the bones of his arm. "The root bones are good, and with the golden bell mask on the side, it's enough to cultivate the old man's iron refining hands. This disciple, I'll take it." The Red Iron Taoist laughed in satisfaction. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the iron refining hands, and if one wanted to cultivate to the ultimate realm, one had to suffer great pain. Many people are overwhelmed and have to give up halfway through the program. So much so that the Red Iron Taoist has not had many disciples to this day. Although Zhang Hu was a bit old, but after all, his foundation was still there. Plus he was already at the 5th level of the Golden Bell Mask, which was enough to cultivate the iron refining hand. Su Ying smiled faintly and looked at Zhang Hu and said, "Zhang Hu, why don't you quickly pay your respects to your master? Elder Red Tai is a heavenly Yuan realm expert. It's a blessing for you to be able to worship him as your master." "Ha? Tian Yuan realm?" Zhang Hu's eyes were shocked, and without saying anything, he directly fell to his knees, thumping his head 3 times in a row, while shouting, "Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance." "Ah, the Tian Yuan realm. I didn't expect that Lord Su's mother-in-law hadn't set herself up, but she had even found herself a heavenly Yuan realm master first. Lord Su is so good to himself. In the future, you should not go to the prison, and follow the Red Iron Taoist well. In addition, this official will appoint you as a small flag officer under his staff, and you may personally choose 5 of his men among the constables and jailers." "A minor flag officer? The town's governor?" Zhang Hu's eyes were wide, only feeling like he was dreaming. "From a lowly jailbird, you've made the leap to become a small flag of the Jinfu division? This is a dream. A good thing you can't find by picking a lantern." "Thank you, Your Excellency. I will go through fire and water in the future." "Thank you, Your Honor." Becoming a minor flag officer was simply more exciting than becoming a disciple of the Red Iron Taoist, because it meant that from now on Zhang Hu had completely left the bottom and entered the middle. Don't look at just a small flag officer in the district, but put outside the general county magistrate also dare not provoke. For each of the minor flag officers, represented by the Jinfu division, after Taoist Red Iron led Zhang Hu away, Su Ying played with the 5 Thunder God machine in his hand. This thing would be an absolute killer if it could be manufactured in bulk. By the time the 700 trap battalions and black-clothed arrows were all assembled, who the hell would dare to clamor in front of them? After having breakfast, Su Ying had been practicing in the courtyard. Every now and then a low frog's cry could be heard from the sheriff's officers coming and going. Quack, quack. Every sound that fell was like thunder, taking in the mind, waiting for Su Ying to compress the true chi in his body almost. Then he slowly got up and looked at the sky. It was already late afternoon evening. The snow stopped. A fiery red haze slowly swept across the sky, reflecting the pale silver moon, very gorgeous and pleasing to the eye. After thinking about it, Su Ying came to the location of the old man ghost, and he saw that he had drunk his face red and was beating the wine soundly. "Ha, why are you running here? The wine hasn't been brewed yet. The Yu family ordered 5,000 pounds first, and this is only 3,000 pounds. The old man ghost opened his eyes, looked at Su Ying arriving and waved his hand and said, when he returned from the Falling Cloud mountain range, Old Man Ghost resumed his life of brewing and drinking once again. During that time, the The Yu family sent someone once to deliver a batch of medicinal herbs. On top of that, pre-ordered the immortal drink that will be on sale in a month. It's not the wine. Suing waved his hand, picked up a pot and directly slapped open the sealing clay, fiercely poured the mouth, felt the throat hot and dry heat in the body, could not help but laugh. I'd like to ask Elder a question. Oh, what's the problem? Cultivation? Old man Ghost sniffed and immediately became interested. All along, in his perception, Suing was a unique genius in practicing martial arts. It was as if all the martial arts had no difficulty at all in his eyes. I didn't realize he had questions for himself. I would like to ask Senior, if I were to break through the heavenly Yuan realm, which acupoint would I need to open first? Ha ha, so that's the problem. I thought you kid knew. The old man Ghost laughed out loud under his breath and poured a mouthful of wine, burping slightly before saying, when a martial artist cultivates, Tian Yuan is a huge watershed, and only when they reach this realm can they be considered true martial aptitude. The reason why Tian Yuan realm martial artists can undergo a qualitative change is because of the opening of the acupoints in their bodies. After a pause, the ghost old man laughed again. The human body is a great treasure, and the acupoints contain endless potential. The more orifices you open, the stronger your astral energy will be, and the more terrifying your strength will be. Your body is incomparably strong, and you cultivate a heavenly ranked divine skill, so I suggest that you choose your first acupoint at the ancestral orifice in the center of your eyebrow. Ancestral orifice of the eyebrow? Suing frowned slightly. That's right, the ancestral orifice, also known as the heavenly spirit orifice, is the king of all orifices, and only by opening this orifice can one implicate other orifices around the body. Many people, including the old man, the first choice is other orifices, such as the bottom of the foot Yongquan and so on. But you are different. You can choose the ancestral orifice in the center of the eyebrows. What about the benefits? Suing asked. First, opening the ancestral orifice allows you to maximize your own potential. Secondly, opening the heavenly spirit and seeing the gods. While opening the heavenly spirit orifice, there will be an infusion of heaven and earth vital energy into your body, and at this time your body will be cleansed once more. Lastly, the heavenly spirit contains the power of the spirit, which allows you to comprehend the fist intent more quickly. What is the fist of intent? Suing asked with a frown. It feels like a new world has opened up. There's no need to rush. However, the ghost old man did not answer. Instead he shook his head and laughed. You are currently not at this point. When you open your ancestral orifices, it will not be too late for the old man to tell you. Otherwise giving it to you ahead of time will only cause you to have a disturbed mind and not be able to do the perfect unity of body and spirit. Okay. Suing nodded and finished the altar of wine, directly patting his ass and walking away. After leaving the county office and turning a few streets, in a short while, he arrived at the 100 Flowers house. Going up to the top floor and arriving at Lin Xianer's boudoir, Suing found that the flower girl was reading a book. Seeing Suing enter, Lin Xianer's face froze, then a moving smile appeared on her pretty face. My lord, you are here. I haven't seen you in a few days, but my slave has missed you. Chapter 55, Flame Hand Knife. Xingzhou Prefecture, the Shi family. In a large courtyard covering hundreds of acres, inside a compartment in the southwest corner, Shi Huolei, the contemporary head of the Shi family, looked at Shi Huolin with an incomparably gloomy face. The news of Shi Dian's arrest had already reached the Shi family here. I didn't realize that the governor's son went ahead and didn't fish the man out either. Big brother, what should we do? Shi Dian was there with a map. Now that mine has been discovered, and Peng Xianming of the Jinfu division is personally leading a guard. Rubbish. Why didn't you tell me when you let Shi Dian go? This punk, he's not good enough to accomplish anything. Why did you let him go? Shi Huolei was furious. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he looked at Shi Huolin. This is all. Shi Huolin looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the side, and ultimately had not yet said anything. Fire thunder, although Diener is mischievous, he is still young after all, and even if he does something wrong, an education would be good. He shouldn't be locked up in a prison. I've heard that Suing is so unscrupulous because of the third princess's tiger skin. Now he dares to brazenly shit and piss on our Shi family's head. What should we do in the future? Can any random cat or dog ignore the majesty of our Shi family? The beautiful woman's name was Qin Fong, and she was Shi Huolei's hair wife, possessing an extremely high status in the Shi family. It is said that the reason why the Shi family jumped to become one of the three major families in Qingzhou in just 20 to 30 years. Qin Fong's credit is deeply indispensable. I've already made up my mind on this matter, so there's no need for the lady to say more. Fire Forest, since that brat doesn't know any better, let's proceed directly with the plan. Yes, big brother, 100 Flowers building. Suing relied on the soft embrace of the flower leader's young lady. Feeling her heavy bosom, he couldn't help but squint his eyes comfortably. The young lady's delicate jade hand was as soft as water, gently pressing the sides between Su Ying's eyebrows. Skillful and soothing. Your Excellency seems to be a bit tired these past few days. Why don't you stay here with your slave for a few more days? Or let your slave serve you well. One day is enough. Suing waved his hand and laughed. This official is busy with public affairs and has a lot of work to do. So if he is hanging out in the flower bushes, it will inevitably have some bad influence when it gets out. The flower maiden lowered her charming and sentimental pretty face, gazed at him, and laughed softly. Although my slave is in the 100 Flower House, I have heard of what your lordship has done. And nowadays your lordship can be said to be a great lord of the blue sky in the hearts of the people. It's just a false name. This official is a man of integrity, loves the people like a son, and regards fame and fortune like dirt, which is all that should be done. LOL. Then Xiener can thank Lord Su properly on behalf of the people of Ningyang. Speaking, Lin Xiener pretty face flushed with bright peach blush, full of shyness and timidity, a look of letting the king pick. Suing laughed, suddenly rolled over and sat up. The following grams, accompanied by a few dainty laughs, ushered in between gradually into a good situation. The next day, the sun came up. Until noon, Suing Fong slowly woke up, bid farewell to the flower girl, find the right direction straight toward the drunken immortal building. After a night of intense fighting, my stomach was rumbling with hunger. After leaving the 100 Flowers building, the cold wind was blowing and the snow was deep. Because of the cold weather, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets in the middle of the day. The store assistant knew Lord Su's menu and started preparing it straight away as soon as he saw him come in. Tiger skin and bear paw, 8 treasures medicinal soup, steamed fish, altar smothered tiger meat, 1 horned devil's trotters, and 3 green vegetables, a big pot of rice. When the dishes were finished, Suing didn't hesitate and began to wind up sweeping them up. His internal organs were like a giant digestive machine, digesting every bite of his meal in its entirety, along with the silk of qi and blood power integrating into his body. Suing couldn't help but burp with satisfaction. Lord Su, is there anything else you need? Xiao Er saw that Suing finished eating so quickly, and immediately asked with a smile. Nope, that's good enough. Remember to ask Zhang Liang for money. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's our good fortune that Lord Su can come to our drunken immortal house. This Lord Su eats tens of taels of silver every time he comes, and most importantly, not as much of a bully as others. People are paid directly. Come on, just keep it all together and ask for it at the county office when you have time. After saying that, Suing patted his butt and directly got up and left. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the county office, Suing saw a magistrate watching from the gate. Seeing him coming, he hurriedly jogged to his heels and arched his hand, saying, I pay my respects to your excellency. There is a yellow-robed monk at the county office, saying that he is looking for your excellency to discuss important matters. A yellow-robed monk? Suing frowned. There was no recognized monk in his memory. Where? Parlor. Check it out. After saying that, Suing quickly stepped forward. In a short while, it came to the side room. Raising his eyes, he saw a tall monk in yellow monk's clothes sitting on a chair with half-smiled eyes. What do you want with this official? Poor monk Dalpa. Pay my respects to Lord Su. My master entrusted me to ask you a question. Dare I ask when Lord Su is going to release him? The yellow-robed monk Dalpa opened his eyes, folded his hands, and said slowly, Who is your master? Who do you want me to release? Suing leaned back in his chair and asked indifferently. My master's great name. The little monk dares not say more. As for releasing him, Lord Su should have a number in his heart. As he spoke, the yellow-robed monk Darpa pulled a beautifully thread-bound booklet from his sleeve. Suing glanced slightly, only to see that the booklet was wrapped in golden silk threads around its circumference, and it was covered with exquisite patterns. It looks extremely sophisticated. This is the tantric sect's best technique, the flame hand blade, middle grade of the earth order. Please accept it with a smile, Lord Su. After saying that, he gently placed the booklet on the table, while then folded his hands, took a few steps back, and slowly turned around to leave. My lord, this stinking monk doesn't look like he's from the Central Plains? Li Qiushan, who was on the side, looked at Dalba's back and asked with a frown. No, it should be from the western side. Suing shook his head, got up and pinched up the booklet to look through it. It was indeed the tantric sect's absolute art of flame handblade, but unfortunately, there were only the first 3 layers of the district. The last 3 layers should have been intentionally intercepted, just waiting for Suing to release them before offering them with both hands. Sure enough, Suing flipped through a few more pages, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Li Qiushan, who was on the side, was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong, my lord? What have you discovered? Check it out." After saying that, he handed the booklet in his hand to Li Xiushang. She looked astonished and carefully flipped through the pages. The first few pages recorded the cultivation method for the first 3 layers of the flame handblade, yet it was followed by a blank, but these pages were bulging, like they were laminated. Thinking of this, Li Xiushang continued to look through it, and a golden light came into her eyes. Surprisingly, it was a golden ticket. She blushed and proceeded to flip back, only to see that every other page, a golden ticket was clipped to it. The denomination of each one is 1,000 taels, 10 in total. That's 100,000 taels of silver. My lord, what is this? Li Xiushang froze. It's just a gift. It's the same virtue as Lu Wu back then. 100,000 taels, plus a flame blade technique of the middle grade of the earth rank. Suing put his hands behind his back and smiled coldly. When this official receives the money and releases the people, the subsequent spells will be offered again. And what does the lord mean? Li Xiushang asked. Money, I want, but the man, no. Li Xiushang sniffed and directly froze. Suddenly, she thought of something else and looked at Suing and asked, "But what if your excellency receives the money and doesn't release the people, and they go directly to denounce your excellency for accepting bribes? Denunciation?" Suing snorted coldly, his face showing disdain, without evidence. Who are they going to denounce? Besides, this is the gold and silver that this official got from killing the barbarians. How can we say that it's accepting bribes? Keep these golden tickets. Consider it as my food expenses from now on. You can cultivate the flame blade if you're interested. After saying that, Suing directly turned around and left. Meals? Li Xiushang looked at the booklet in her hand, her beautiful eyes wide. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the front, and the generation is getting darker and darker. Chapter 56, Is there any law left? Outside of the city, on Lok Ha Mountain, inside a dilapidated mountain god temple, Dalbar glanced around to the left and right, realizing no one was following him, before pushing the door and walking right in. In the courtyard, apart from a withered well, there were half a person's height of withered yellow weeds, while inside the temple, there stood a middle-aged monk, a naked barbarian man, and apart from that, there was also a man with his hands behind his back, with a slender figure, triangular eyes, and a snake-like appearance. "Master, the flaming handblade has been delivered." Dalpa folded his hands and came to the middle-aged monk and said respectfully, "What did he say?" The middle-aged monk was named Kong Guba, Dalpa's master, with a slim figure and a muddy aura emanating from all around him. Back to master. That Lord Su collected the money and doesn't seem to be ready to release him. Jie, I know, that kid is insatiable. Alone copied out 2 million taels, you only 100,000 taels. People can look at it? That snake-like man's mouth let out a strange, oozing laugh that was truly like a viper. Dozens of brothers under my command died in his hands, and I vow not to be a man without this revenge. In my opinion, we don't need to hesitate. Directly attack the county office and kill him. The one who spoke was the barbarian big man. His voice was like a tiger, deafening, and he exuded a ferocious aura all over his body. There's no need to rush. The snake-like man spoke again and sneered. My 2 senior brothers, they also died by his hands. I came this time to bring it back to the everlasting sky. My father suspects that this brat has a great secret on him. He was Ghost Yuan Su, the son of the everlasting heavenly serpent demon Venerable, who had been ordered to come this time to take Suing away. This was because they suspected that Su Ying's body was probably hiding a shocking secret about the former Great Zhou dynasty. But won't that delay the Shi family's commission to save the people? Kong Guba frowned slightly, his face somewhat unhappy. The 3 of us have received benefits. What is the Shi family? If they didn't have an imperial concubine, would they be worthy? Ghost Yuan Su smiled coldly. I'll go to Ningyang City first to ask around for information. You guys wait for me for a few days for now. If you want to rob a prison, you can't rely on just the 3 of us. If we want to play this time, let's play a big one. After saying that, Ghost Yuan Wu's body shape turned around, and surprisingly, he really turned into a pitch-black python and swam away. Quack, quack. Inside the small courtyard, a frog's song came from time to time. Suing lay on the ground and looked ahead. With each frog's song falling, his true chi emanated like a tidal wave, pushing the stone table away hard. Ha, my lord, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? Li Xiushang walked in with the rice and looked at Su Ying's strange posture and asked in confusion. Toadstool. Suing smiled faintly and collected himself to stand up. After these few days of cultivation, the surprising toad strength had almost reached the state of perfection, And then Suing was surprised to realize that the main thing of this mastery was to cultivate his spiritual power. Of course, before reaching the heavenly yuan and opening the ancestral orifices, it was still a bit nebulous to speak of spiritual power. However, Suing could clearly sense that his spirit was becoming condensed and powerful. Your father went to the 100 Flowers house to investigate the case again? Suing took a few bites and suddenly looked up and asked. I haven't seen much of Li Shan in the past few days. I don't know what this old boy has gone to do again. Li Qiushan sniffed. Then her pretty face reddened. Did not go to the 100 Flowers house. Yesterday I heard that there was a murder at the pier of the Wujiang River ferry. My father took people to check it out. And after the murderer was recaptured, today under interrogation, it was found that there was someone who smuggled it. Smuggling? Suing frowned and said curiously. Smuggling what? In the past, the Green Wolf gang controlled the Ningyan docks and smuggled all kinds of goods from time to time. Smuggling, in simpler terms, means that you don't have to file a tax return and you make as much money as you sell. Extremely violent. Salt and iron. What? Suing slapped the table and stood up. Damn. How dare someone dare to rob the business that this official wants to do not dry. At first, Sure Diane's map said it was a salt mine, and according to Su Ying's conception, since they didn't report it to the court, it should be smuggling private salt. Originally, Suing was also prepared to do a big deal of salt and iron, but I didn't expect to finally find out that that thing was actually a saltpeter mine. There was no choice but to report it to the state capital. But now someone dares to smuggle salt and iron in their own territory? Is there any law? Is there still a law? When did it happen? Did you get the man? Li Qiushan sniffed, lowered her head, pinched the corner of her coat, and said nah. Originally, I wanted to report to your lordship that day, but my father said that you went to the 100 Flowers house to drink tea, and then his excellency didn't come back until noon again. Su should hear. Look a stiff, dry cough. In fact, this official that day just mood some depressed. Alas, men, there are always so many days every month. The mood is not good when. Let's go. We also go to the pier to see. I haven't been there yet. After saying that, Suing rested his chopsticks on the plate, got up on his own, and walked outward in a graceful manner. When he came to the entrance of the county office, there were already constables preparing the carriage. Suing waved his hand. The magistrate who drove the car directly got off the car and moved a stool. Then he turned to look at Li Qiusheng and laughed. We won't ride a horse today. Let's go by car. Also good. Your excellency is a county magistrate. How can you parade the streets on horseback every day? Li Qiusheng nodded and entered the car with her long sword in hand. She saw Suing sitting outside, holding the reins in one hand and the whip in the other, and immediately asked in confusion, Do you drive, my lord? Suing sniffed, his face froze, and he immediately waved his hands. No open. How can this official drive? When he finished, he also got into the car and sat down. Immediately, accompanied by a shout, the carriage traveled quickly towards the Wujiang Pier. Wujiang River Pier. A large ship coming from all over Qingzhou was unloading its cargo in a hurry. A big, stout man in rough linen clothes was carrying a piece of cut black rock to the big boat. Prepare for transportation to the county. There were also flotillas of boats loaded with rice, flour and grain that were unloading their cargoes in rows. These are food bought from the county and state capitals. On top of that, there was a need for the people to come and go. Some were preparing to take a boat to the county, while others came directly from the county to Ningyang. The whole pier looked so lively from afar. Be quick with your hands. These stones must be loaded onto the ship before nightfall. And you guys, unload faster. In a huge warehouse by the dock, a big man in a green coat holding a whip was yelling. Boss, Zhang Dog was taken away by Li Shan yesterday. He won't say anything more, right? Beside the big man, a swarthy fellow moved slightly closer and asked in a low voice. Won't. Chang Dog knows the consequences of talking too much. The big man's face was grim as he laughed. If he dares to say one more word, he will surely die. Besides, 2/3 of the goods have already been shipped anyway, so it doesn't matter if he says it or not. Without evidence, no one can do anything to us. What the boss said. Suddenly, a boy came running from the distance with a grave expression. Boss, it's bad. Li Shan is here, with 110 constables. What? Li Shan? The big man's face sank, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. You, go inform Master Huang San, and tell him that the county constable is here. You, go and call the people. Call all of our people. Yes, boss. Yes. After saying that, the big man directly got up and went up to walk quickly. Chapter 57, Barbarian Iron. In a few moments, the sound of clattering footsteps came into his ears, and the big man raised his eyes to look at them, only to see Li Shan riding a high horse, followed by 110 constables and magistrates who were raging. Many even held shackles and other objects of torture in their hands. Phew! With a clear cry, Li Shan pulled back on the reins, his cold eyes looking towards where the warehouse was. With that, he angrily shouted, "Everyone, stand still and don't move. All suspend loading and unloading. Who is Huang Dahong? Get out here immediately." The voice, empowered by the internal force, carried for miles. "What? Why? We've got some catching up to do." "That's right, you'll have to pay for the delay in loading the ship. What are these constables doing here for no reason? Wasn't it just someone who died yesterday?" "That's right, people die every day at the docks, and I haven't seen them come once." Many merchants and people were talking and looking at Li Shan with puzzled faces. I am. Heretic Huang Dahong greets lordly. "I don't know what is it that your excellency has come for." The big man guarding the warehouse had no choice but to step forward. After all, his name was so well known at the docks that even if he didn't come forward himself, someone would come forward to identify him. Li Shan glanced at him and coldly said, "You are Huang Dahong? Very well. This official has received a tip-off that your Huang family's big ship is suspected of smuggling salt and iron. All of you squat down and hold your heads. Follow me back to investigate. If there is any resistance, shoot on sight." Huang Dahong's face changed when he heard this. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lordly, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here? Our Huang family has always been law-abiding, and we are still in the dartboard business, never smuggling salt and iron. Not to mention that my Huang family's second master is also the commander of the county's city guards. How is it possible to smuggle salt and iron? The implication is that we have connections and backers and they are big. You're just a small county lieutenant. Think carefully before you move us." Ha! When Li Shan heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly revealed a disdainful sneer. "Commander of the city guard? Isn't it just a 5th grade? My lord is still a 5th-ranking household in the Jinfu division. Cut the crap. Come on, take them away from me. And those people, don't spare a single one." "Your Excellency." "Wait, you say we smuggle salt and iron. What evidence do you have?" "Arresting people indiscriminately without evidence. Believe it or not, the grass people will sue directly to the state capital." Huang Dahong cried out under his breath. "Evidence?" Li Shan coldly smiled, between words, directly rolled over and dismounted, looked at Huang Dahong, coldly laughed. "Yesterday, you condoned subordinates and people fighting, and finally killed the person. The murderer is named Zhang Dog, is your beloved, followed you for more than 10 years. This official thought that it was just an ordinary homicide, but in the prison to enjoy the wearing of embroidered shoes, playing the pipa, and other one-stop service. This person finally, in order to live and to take credit for his crimes, he directly shook out your smuggling of salt and iron." As he spoke, he swished and drew out the long knife in his hand, and without saying a word, he directly slashed at the black stone slab next to him. This knife was fast and accurate, that could split even a wall, but when it landed on the stone floor, it shocked the park sword and broke it with a click. When the crowd raised their eyes, they saw that the stone slabs directly shattered, revealing something dark within. Iron plate. This turned out to be poured iron plates. The outside is wrapped in black rock slabs that hide the iron plates inside. Several of the porters who were within striking distance of the entry broke into a fit of rage. "Gone Lin motherfucker. Surprisingly, it's an iron plate." I said, "Why is it so heavy?" "That's right, I've carried countless slabs of black rock, and the biggest ones didn't weigh this much." "Son of a bitch, harboring trouble. No way. Raise the money. We have to raise the money." When Huang Dahong saw this, his forehead was immediately covered in cold sweat, his eyes fluttered, and his face was filled with panic. He was confident that Zhang Dog would not betray him, but he did not expect that he had just gone and not long before he spoke directly to the bottom. As expected, the first rule of betrayal is to betray one's brother. No way. Never get captured. Getting into the brig is not far from death. Huang Dahong's eyes darted around, and in a moment, he thought of a way to deal with it. "Try to catch me. Dream on." As soon as the words fell, he suddenly erupted the true chi around his body, and with a single step of his feet, his entire body was like a cheetah rushing out, directly rushing towards the Wujiang River. He's going to jump into the Wu River and escape. When Li Shan saw this, he snorted coldly, and with a little bit of his foot, he also traveled at speed. Yet it was still a step too late. Huang Dahong flung out a handful of silver rays without looking back. Concealed weapons. Li Shan's face was shocked. Half of his plain sword was waved, only to hear a clanking and clanging sound. Although he had knocked down all the hidden weapons, he had also affected his own speed. Poof! Huang Dahong directly fell into the river, and with a jerk, the person disappeared like a fish. Damn it! Li Shan was furious. It was so hard to be able to capture the person, but he didn't expect that he would still escape. Don't worry, there's no running away. Just at this moment, a leisurely voice into the ears, Li Shan heard the words of great joy. Before turning around, we'll see a burst of ghostly figure directly from the side of the paddle, instantly fell into the middle of the Wujiang River. Huang Dahong was still relieved inwardly and was about to escape through the water, but he didn't expect a figure to suddenly stand in front of him. Standing in the middle of the river like a water ghost, 10 or so meters away in front of him, he was looking at him with his hands clasped over his shoulders and a cold smile on his face. Huang Dahong's face was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost, and his body turned around, about to turn around. However, in the next moment, Suing was seen instantly coming to him like a swordfish, flexing his finger. A golden finger force directly pierced through his abdomen. Dantian Chi Si like an arrow, and then he grabbed him by the shoulders with one hand and rushed straight out of the water. Wow! The surface of the Wujiang River was like a light rain, and when Li Shan raised his eyes, he saw Suing carrying Huang Dahong, who had just escaped, treading water. His feet dotted down on the water in succession, splashing a wave of water, like a spider treading water, floating and flowing. Bang! Huang Dahong was directly thrown to the shore by Suing, only to see a thumb-sized bloody movement on his abdomen, dripping wet like a dead dog that had just been salvaged. Thank you, Your Excellency. If it wasn't for Your Excellency's timely arrival, this guy would have escaped. As Li Shan looked at Huang Dahong, he couldn't help but feel relieved inwardly and arched his hand towards Suing. No harm done. Just catch it. Suing waved his hand, and between the movement of his true chi, he dried all the water vapor around him. Bring all of the Huang family back to the prison for proper interrogation. From now on, the Wujiang ferry will never be opened without this official's approval. Lieutenant Li, take the men and count the loot. Yes, my lord. Li Shan arched his hand, and then led his men to rush into the Huang family's large ships and warehouses to start counting. My lord, this is fine iron, a good material for building weapons, and it's also been hardened for the first time. Li Qiushang picked up a piece of iron plate and looked at it carefully before saying towards Suing, this kind of iron can only be produced south of the Lakha mountain where the barbarians are located. Although it is not enough to build the gang-breaking crossbow, the weapon that is built is quite a bit better than the normal ones. Oh, barbarians produce? When Suing heard this, he was immediately moved in his heart and looked at it, and sure enough, it was a bit different from the locally produced iron ore. While the local iron ore is black with a yellowish tinge, the slab in front of us is glowing dark. It seems that the Huang family and the demon barbarians have colluded as well. Suing smiled coldly. Li Qiushang's beautiful eyes shrunk as she sniffed. She knows that usually Suing reveals this kind of look. Then it is not 100,000 tales can be solved. Chapter 58, Unable to carry the weight. When everyone left, a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure, an 8-character beard, and a brocade robe walked over with a gloomy face. Third Master, what should we do now? Zhang Dog has already confessed in the prison, and now the others and Huang Dahong have been taken away again. There's no guarantee that they'll still confess all of them in the jail, a henchman said with a worried face. People were taken and now the docks are closed. In this way, every day that passes is a great loss. Damn it! Damn it! Huang Third Master face gloomy incomparable, looking at the back of those constables left, eyes flaming, almost gnashing teeth. District to 7th grade magistrate, dared to move our Huang family things, he's really tired of it, should be killed. After saying that, a palm fell and directly slapped the ironwood next to him into smithereens. Third Master, what should we do now? Now the human evidence and material evidence are all there. If it is spread to the county, we can. He didn't go on to say more, but the implication was unmistakable. If the matter of them smuggling salt and iron reached the county, not only would the Huang family not be able to protect them, they would even be implicated. Salt and iron, such things have always been prohibited. As long as someone is found to be smuggling salt and iron, regardless of the severity of the crime, it is almost always a capital offense, because it's a major lifeline for the court's tax revenue, and because of the different regions where the demon barbarians are located. Salt and iron have long been listed as priority goods. Although the human race and the demon barbarians had a deep hatred, it didn't prevent the two from doing business with each other. Daxia has the salt tea grain elixir, all kinds of silk, porcelain, jade and so on that they need, and the barbarians de Rome have the war horses that Daxia needs, all kinds of iron or refined gold. Even the 10,000 demon kingdom in the western region sent people to exchange information with Great Xia from time to time. Of course, it has to be in one of the specific towns along the border. Therefore, especially the salt, has almost become one of the bargaining chips of Daxia to restrain the demon barbarians. Even the Sher family can find someone, can't we? Go, contact Kong Guba and tell him that I'm willing to offer 10 3 Jiao Jade precious pills plus 10,000 taels of gold for him to make a move. Third Master Huang pondered in place for a while, his face grim, his eyes full of killing intent. On top of that, go to the Mile sect and the Flower Room sect to find a few more jungle outlaws to come over and join forces with Kong Wan, and directly slaughter him. Yes, the other beloved henchman immediately led the order to leave. Ningyang County Yamen Jail. Suing stood outside the door, looking at the 110 workers who were pouring iron and water slabs. He couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. Originally, it was prepared to be directly recast, but after the Red Iron Taoist's instruction, it cost a great deal of money to refine the iron and then pour it together with the stone slabs. So much for being exceptionally sturdy. It was enough to block the full force of a Tongshan realm expert. Unlike before, there was no repair for more than 10 years, and any random remaining member of the Acacia sect could be blasted with a palm and almost collapsed. My lord, my name is Su Biao. I'm Tiger's second in command, and I'm in charge here after he's gone. The one who spoke was a 27 or 88-year-old youth, dressed in jailer's clothes, with a somewhat thin figure, who came to Suing and bowed and smiled. Suing sniffed, nodded, and smiled. Is the business skillful? By business, of course, he meant embroidered shoes, lute playing, fire cupping, mercury dunking and lynching. Su Biao face froze, immediately confidently smiled, back to the words of the adults. You these 5 penalties, absolutely subtle horror incomparable. General prisoners, hard bones can adhere to a maximum of 3. Soft one will be directly recited. As for more than 4, there is currently no. Since Tiger left, my humble servant daily drills, already know it by heart. That's good. Suing smiled faintly and walked straight towards the large prison. Su Biao raised his chin and immediately a jailer moved a chair for him to sit down with a big horse. From whom, my lord? Su Biao was happy to hear that a dozen more prisoners had been captured today, because the people currently held in the brig, one or the other, have been used by him almost exclusively. Simply joyful. Let's start with Huang Dahong, playing the pipa directly. Yes, my lord. Su Biao sniffed and rubbed his hands together excitedly, then drank. Come on, bring the prisoners, play the lute. Yes, as Su Biao let out a long cry, especially when he heard the 3 words playing the pipa. The crowd of prisoners instantly knew what he was going to do. Their bodies subconsciously trembled, and their eyes were filled with horror. Begin. Watching Huang Dahong being dragged over, Suing was expressionless and coldly spat out a few words. Yes, my lord. As he spoke, Su Biao drew out his slender sharp knife, pressed his 3 fingers on Huang Dahong's waist, mapped out his ribs, and pressed the first layer of ribs. Without saying anything, directly inserted. Aha! Along with a miserable scream, Huang Dahong's face almost twisted up. He could clearly feel that the tip of the knife was almost going to pierce his internal organs. His own innate realm expert, strong body, if there is true chi, can easily resist. But the key is, as long as you come into the prison, the first thing is to directly abolish the cultivation. Turned out to be worse than the average strong man. So how do you carry it? Can't carry it at all. Dog officer, you tortured me to make a confession. You shall not die. You shall not die. Huang Dahong screamed angrily, his face almost twisting up in pain, but Suing was blind to it. Insulting a court official is an additional offense. You're dead, I said. As soon as the words fell, one of the jailers directly stepped forward and turned the sheath of his knife towards Huang Dahong's mouth and viciously swiped it. After a few strokes, it caused his mouth to break and blood to flow. Pull them all out one by one, starting with playing the lute. Suing tapped his fingers expressionlessly, and without looking back, he sneered towards Su Biao. Yes, my lord. With that, all the people captured from the ferry terminal were all dragged out one by one. Suing looked at them coldly and said indifferently, ever since this official invented the 5 consecutive moves, there has never been a single person who could last until the end. You guys are lucky to have fallen into my hands. Oh yeah, where is that human criminal called Zhang Dog? Back to your honor. Next door, pull him out. Yes, my lord. Su Biao waved his hand, and in a moment, 2 jailers walked out dragging Zhang Dog, whose feet were almost bloody and rotten. Great, lord, I've confessed everything. No, don't torture me again Zhang Dog cloaked hair, pale, cracked lips, waist wrapped in bandages, feet hard from the soles of the feet to pull down a layer of skin, simply miserable. He looked at the crowd, thinking that he would have to do it again, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Even his body couldn't help but tremble. When the people took a look, they were terrified inside and their faces showed fear. This nifty, change me, all recruited do not be afraid, You confessed to the crime is not bad, although you have committed a murder. But you can hang on in time to identify Huang Dahong and others. It is also considered to be a merit, so this official will let you turn to be a tainted witness. And when it comes to sentencing, this official will think about it, and exempt you from the death penalty, and sent to fill up the army. Suing said with a bland smile, "Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Dog's eyes immediately widened in disbelief and joy. Much thanks, my lord." Then, he kowtowed to Suing, almost as if he had met his own father. This scene, in the eyes of the other inmates, suddenly floated inside. "No need to thank you. This is what you deserve. Someone come, give him a qi and blood elixir, and something to eat, plus a chicken leg." In a moment, a jailer came in with a hot meal. When Zhang Dog saw this, his eyes immediately glowed, and like a hungry wolf, he ambled to the ground and ate it by grabbing it directly with his hands. He had stayed all day and all night, and was cold and hungry. Coupled with the loss of blood, he was subjected to the torture of playing the lute and wearing embroidered shoes. Early this morning will be their own ancestors' 18 generations, as well as their own 3-year-old bedwetting, 5-year-old peeping at the widow bathing, 9-year-old stealing chickens and dogs, 12-year-old robbery of 10 coins, 16 years old to eat the king's dinner, 18-year-old kill not to pay, all confessed one by one. Okay, start. Suing waved his hand with some impatience, his gaze sweeping over these prisoners one by one. Suddenly, he smiled playfully. "As long as you confess, this official can consider letting you and Zhang Dog turn as tainted witnesses and make a merit out of your crimes. It's just that I don't know who will be the next lucky one." Chapter 59, You'll Never Have a Chance. At these words, the crowd of inmates were heatedly shocked, and then each one of them scrambled for an answer. "Your Honor, I want to be a tainted witness. Me, my lord. I'll go first. I'm Huang Dahong's brother-in-law. I know all about him. My lord, I am the brother of Huang Dahong's youngest wife, and I know it. I suspect that Huang Dahong is colluding with the remnants of the former dynasty." "Ah, my lord, you must believe me." Shouts were heard, scrambling to be the first, fearing that they would be late and someone else would snatch their chance to be a tainted witness. "Men, take them one by one to the cell and give them statements." Yes, Su Biao and the others could be said to have immense respect for Suing. "If we interrogate them one by one, I don't know how long we will interrogate them. But now, surprisingly, all of them are willing to recruit. Your Excellency's tactic of attacking the heart is really tried and true. I respect it." Li Qiushan on the side was filled with incredulity, and from the bottom of her heart, she was filled with admiration. "Miss Li is flattered." Suing smiled, did not say anything, and circled around the dungeon again, came to the cell where Shi Dian was being held, lifted his chin, and instantly a magistrate woke him up by patting him up. "Dog officer, you shall not die. My Shi family will definitely not let you go. You're dead." He came to the iron railing and grabbed it with both hands, staring at Suing with a deadly stare. At this moment, where was he still arrogant and domineering when he first arrived at Ningyang City? Cloaked and crazy, Suing glanced at him and said indifferently, "Shi Holian and Murongyan are here." "Murongyan? Fifth uncle?" When Shi Dian heard this, his face first froze, and then his eyes blossomed into a brilliant light. "Ha ha ha, surnamed Su, you're dead. You are finally dead. Since my fifth uncle and Murongyan are here, what else do you have to say? Are you going to let me go?" No, let me tell you, I'm really not leaving, unless you kneel down and beg me. I'm not going out." At the end of his words, his face gradually became hideous, and the slightest hint of killing intent surfaced under his eyes. Since childhood, he has been highly favored, and if he has the slightest dissatisfaction during the weekdays, he can beat and kill the servants and attendants at will, especially after his sister became the imperial consort. It intensified his arrogance. But now what? He was actually imprisoned directly inside the dungeon by a small magistrate. This was a great humiliation for Shi Dian, who had always been high and mighty. Inside the dungeon, he was constantly thinking about when he was going to get out, then return what he had suffered, tenfold and 100-fold, to Suing. Now, at last, he had waited. "Are you wondering how you're going to torture this officer to death properly when you get out?" Suing cocked his head and surveyed him with a smile. "Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance. Su Biao, I am here. What did you do? I see that Mr. Shi is still alive and full of energy, isn't he? Did you cut corners on him?" When Su Biao heard this, his face showed fear, and he hurriedly bowed and stepped forward, arching his hand and saying, "Back to your excellency. This matter was a mistake on the part of my humble servant. Please don't worry, your excellency. My humble servant will surely entertain this Duke Shi properly." "Well, that's good. Remember, Keep him alive. Don't play dead so soon. After saying that, with a flick of his sleeves, he directly turned around and left. What? Surname Su? You let me go. Why don't you let me go? Old me is the third son of the Sure family. If you dare to do this to me, I'll go out and plunge your family into oblivion. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was viciously kicked to the ground by a magistrate. Immediately, there was a burst of miserable screams like killing pigs came. Host, Suing. Realm, Tongxian Realm Perfection. Skills, North Underworld Divine Power, complete. Powerful Vajra Fingers, complete. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, 4th level. Cannot be upgraded. 10,000 Sinkings of the Unbreakable Golden Body, 2nd level. Cannot be upgraded. Surprising Toad Strength, complete. Cultivation Value, 2243. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. Returning to the courtyard, Suing opened his attribute panel. The cultivation value was depleted a bit, but for now, it wasn't a big problem. The fused dragon subduing 18 palms also had 9 layers, currently at the 4th layer, and each layer upgraded would cost 1,000 cultivation points. However, Suing could also increase his proficiency by relying on his own cultivation, so there's no must spend. The big head that ate the cultivation value was still the 10,000 searches undying golden body. Other than that, it was the Dragon Fall 18 palms, which was fused with the world-shaking dragon fist. The third princess is a divine dragon. Only she looks for me, but I can't find her. If I could, and have her capture a Dharma phase realm demon for me to kill, wouldn't my cultivation value directly explode? Suing cupped his chin, thinking of the third princess's marvelous body and stunning face in his mind. The corner of his mouth smiled, and his eyes gradually became somewhat perverted. My lord, Lord Pang is here. Suddenly, a magistrate's voice came from outside, pulling Su Ying's gradually perverted thoughts back. Peng Qianming? What's he doing here all of a sudden? With this thought, Suing directly got up, pushed the door out, and quickly walked towards the lobby. Not long after, they saw Peng Qianming and Lu Dahui and the others standing in the lobby in a dusty state. My humble servant, Suing, meet Lord Pang. Suing slightly arched his hand to salute, and with a sweep of his gaze, he looked at the dozen or so Jinfu division experts standing in the middle of the lobby, and immediately frowned. My lord, you're not guarding the saltpeter mines anymore? This mine is a matter of great importance. According to reason, the court should have sent troops to guard it long ago, prevent the demon barbarians from joining forces to seize it. But from the very beginning, only Peng Qianming and a dozen or so people from the Jinfu division were sent. It's just a little out of character. Doesn't the court pay attention to the saltpeter mines? Apparently not. Thinking of this, Suing couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If salt mines and iron mines are still just important materials, then saltpeter mines are strategic and important materials. With this, the Dasha Ministry of Public Works would be able to make more things like Heavenly Thunderbolts and Divine Fire Cannons. Don't worry, Lord Su, we are also acting under orders. As for why we are no longer needed, you will know later. Seeing that Peng Qianming was so confident, he didn't say much at that moment, but just nodded and beckoned. Men, go to Drunken Immortal House to get a few tables of top-quality banquets, and don't bother with the wine. Have them send them immediately. Yes, my lord. The Yaman led the order and went away, hearing a group of people from the Jinfu division slightly side-eyeing them. This Su is really stingy. I can't believe you won't give us a drink? In the past few days, he had slept and eaten in the falling Cloud Mountain range, and his mouth had faded out from eating wild beasts. I can't believe you won't give us a drink? It is simply outrageous. But Peng Qianming did not say anything, and no one dared to say more, but could only wait up quietly. About half an hour later, just as the crowd was having a chat, a thunderous rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. Su Ying's heart stirred and he raised his eyes to look, only to see that there were suddenly dark clouds above Ningyang City, stretching for hundreds of miles, not being able to see the end at a glance. In the midst of the dark clouds, crackling and snapping, a lightning bolt like a dragon twisted and bloomed in it. At this time, Peng Qianming, who had been sitting in his chair in an old and relaxed manner, also rose up with his eyes open, looked at the sky, and muttered, "It's finally here." Chapter 60, The Divine Might of the Dharma Phase. Along with the dark clouds that enveloped the sky over Ningyang City becoming thicker and thicker, the crackling lightning within them stretched on and on. At this moment, Suing only felt that a force of heaven and earth enveloped him, causing his heart to chill, his chi and blood to stagnate, and he couldn't bring up half the courage to resist. Not only himself, but others as well. Each one of them looked pale, as if they had encountered a heavenly terror. Only Peng Qianming had his hands behind his back and looked at the sky with a grave expression. In the middle of the day, the dark clouds unexpectedly moved forward and strangely began to move, like a war fortress suspended in the sky. In a short while, he arrived over the falling cloud mountain range. Lord Pang? Su-ying felt the pressure around him suddenly decrease, and immediately asked tentatively towards Peng Qianming beside him. Peng Qianming sniffed and said indifferently, "The imperial court sent an expert of the Dharma phase realm to take the saltpeter vein away." "I see. What? Dharma phase realm? Take it away?" When Su-ying heard this, his heart and mind shook violently, and his gaze was shocked beyond measure as he asked, "How do I collect?" "You'll see later." Having said that, direct silence. Su-ying heard, hastily looked, only to see the sky among the dark clouds. Suddenly fell 100 miles long thunder giant hand. This giant hand was covered in electricity, and just as it fell, it pressed down a mountain range dozens of miles in circumference and dropped half a meter hard. The mountain peaks in the ground were as fragile as tofu, instantly cracking, and a heavenly tree directly exploded into pieces. Terrifying might, simply like a god descending to the world. This is the thunder and lightning heavenly monarch among the 9 young division masters of the Jinfu division, and its condensed Dharma phase is the thunder god Dharma phase. Therefore, it can manipulate thunder and lightning. Peng Qianming explained in a timely manner from the sidelines. Thunderbolt? Su-ying's face was dumbfounded. That's a saltpeter mine? Isn't lightning a little too dangerous? That's flammable and explosive and dangerous. Dangerous? Peng Qianming looked at him faintly, then directly turned his head expressionlessly. The look was as if he was looking at an ignorant idiot. When Su-ying saw this, he couldn't help but look embarrassed. Well, was overthinking it. Rumble. Right at this moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from heaven and earth, and Su-ying felt that the entire earth was trembling. Immediately after that, he saw that big hand of lightning directly drilling into the ground, as if fishing for fish in the water. He rigidly grabbed the tens of miles of saltpeter vein directly. Rumble. The ground trembled as if a great earthquake had occurred, and as if artillery shells were bombarding the mountains. Thereupon, a scene of unparalleled horror appeared, only to see that the large hand directly grasped the mineral vein in his hand. In this instant, Su-ying could even see that the mineral vein was like a giant dragon. As it slowly rose up between, it was even shaking, as if it was going to fall down to earth. However, under the infinite lightning package, it unexpectedly did not fall by half. That giant hand of thunder, as if it had boundless greatness, grabbed it in its hands and dropped it into the midst of the roiling dark clouds. A few moments later, the vein disappeared amongst the clouds, rushing hugely to the east of the sky. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth once again regained a clear. The pressure on all the cognizant bodies also suddenly loosened. This is nothing. A Dharma phase realm expert's magic power is limitless, and their magical powers are so vast that a single palm can shatter a star hundreds of thousands of miles away in the starry sky, a mere vein of or in the district. Between Su-ying's shock, Peng Qianming's laughter slowly came. Until this moment, Su-ying only felt that his 3 views had been completely subverted. He had seen third Princess Wen Taiyue instantly arrive across 1,000 miles of emptiness once upon a time, and he had already felt an overwhelming sense of shock within his heart. But it's nothing compared to that. The main reason was that the scene that was really happening in front of me was just too shocking and horrible. The saltpeter mine is a matter of great importance. The court won't sit back and do nothing. We alone can't hold it down. So the best way is to directly uproot it and bring it back to the holy capital. In this way, the Ministry of Public Works will have enough resources. So it is. Su-ying nodded his head, calming the excited and shocked feelings inside. The crowd waited for a few moments before Drunken Immortal House's meals were finally sent over. 2 whole big tables full of all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. You go to the old man ghost in the backyard and bring 20 jars of immortal drunkenness. Yes, my lord. As the magistrate turned to leave, Peng Qianming, who was on the side, smiled slightly and said, "This official has heard of drunken immortal brew, but this is the first time I've heard of immortal drunk. Could it be a new wine that has recently been released?" Jinfu see these knife-head-licking blood people always love wine, especially Peng Qianming. I don't know how many fine wines to drink, but to say that the favorite, or drunken fairy wine. Su-ying shook his head slightly and smiled confidently. Not really, this wine is personally brewed by my humble servant. You will know after you taste it later. Peng Qianming smiled at his words. The rest of the Jinfu division was inwardly disdainful. Are you bragging? You're a magistrate and you know how to make wine? Why don't you say you still know how to farm? Just as the crowd was thinking, the magistrate finally returned with a few people. 10 men, each holding 2 large altars. My lord, the wine is here. Distribute an altar to each person. Yes, my lord. Lord Peng, this is the immortal drunkenness brewed by my humble servant. Please taste it. Su-ying laughed. Good thing too. It was better to have wine than nothing. so Peng Qianming nodded and directly slapped the ceiling clay open. A mellow, unmistakable aroma of wine hit his face. Peng Qianming took a deep sniff, and immediately his face froze. What a mellow wine aroma! This is still colorless and transparent? He couldn't wait to pour himself a large bowl and looked at the transparent and colorless liquid in the bowl. The drunken immortal brew was a pale yellow color, yet the wine was as clear and transparent as water. Most importantly, this wine was sweet and refreshing, more than several times higher than the drunken immortal brew. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and directly opened the altar in front of them. The lobby was filled with the aroma of mellow wine. Wow, that smells like booze. It's worthy of being immortal drunk. I feel like the flood of power in my body has awakened. Peng, your mom? Isn't it just gluttony? The crowd murmured, unable to hold back the succession of admiration in their mouths. This is the immortal drunkenness. 1 or 2 under the belly. Body fever. Half a catty drink, such as soaking in a hot spring. 1 altar to drink. The Dharma realm attack came. And do not hide. Watching the crowd being attracted by the immortal drunk in front of him, Suing lightly opened his mouth and laughed. With that, the crowd no longer hesitated and began to pick up the porcelain bowls in front of them and carefully took a sip. White wine is spicy and exciting in the mouth. However, when it falls into the stomach, it is extraordinarily mellow and refreshing. When the wine vapor spread throughout the body, it actually induced the qi and blood to run automatically, soothing the body to the extreme. Good wine, when it's really good. Compared to it, what kind of drunken immortal brew is all garbage? Peng Qianming looked at the bowl of wine, his eyes blossoming with a brilliant light. He had drunk countless wines, but it was the first time he had drunk such a good wine. After saying that, he even directly picked up the altar and gulped it down. A moment, an altar into the belly. Peng Qianming only feel hot, the whole person as a fire rebirth. An unprecedented pain swept the whole body. Good wine. This official drink countless wine. In addition to the drunken immortal brew general wine cannot see. I did not expect the wine brewed by Lord Su to be so good. Well, Lord Peng is right. This kind of wine is also the first time for this official to brew. These are just the districts sealing the altar for 3 years. There are still 6 years, 9 years, 16 years, and 20 years. Suing nodded, a faint smile always hanging on his face. And 20 years? When Peng Qianming heard this, his eyes lit up and he asked with a look of anticipation. Then I wonder about the 20 years? 10 taels a pot of gold. After saying that, Suing directly stretched out her snow-white jade-like palm towards Peng Qianming. Just 20 altars, 10 taels of silver per altar. Small business, no credit. Sincere favor 200 taels. Peng Qianming sniffed and his face stiffened. You big shot. So you're waiting for me here. Chapter 61, Black Water Basilisk. In the end, Peng Qianming gave 100 taels of gold while taking away 200 jars of immortal drunkenness. The extra 20 altars were considered an extra gift from Suing. He believed that as long as Peng Qianming returned to the county, after promoting this wine for free, in the future, his own immortal drunkenness would definitely be sold to the point of bursting in Jinfu Sea. The matter of the saltpeter mine had always been a heavy stone weighing on Su Ying's heart. Now that the entire vein had been removed, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Well, have a good night's sleep at the 100 Flowers. In the evening, Su should come to the flower girl early this. A few days have not seen the little lady more charming and attractive. The temperament, in particular, gave it a very different feel. My lord, this is the ginseng tea that my slave has prepared for you. Lin Xianer brought the tea in front of Suing and smiled softly. Her hands rested on her fragrant cheeks and her gaze was fixed on Suing, which seemed to contain infinite joyful love. Today suddenly dark clouds. The slave family thought that another change in the weather. So I prepared a fox fur coat for the lord, and so on the lord will wear up later to see if it is appropriate. Suing sniffed, his heart moved slightly, and smiled. As long as it's made by you, no matter what is appropriate. Lin Xianer stood up and sat on him with the hem of her skirt, wrapping her arms around his neck with a flirtatious smile. It's good that your lordship likes it. Feeling the tightness and smoothness on his thighs, Suing sipped his tea and frowned slightly. This little lady wrapped around his neck, her hips even slightly twisted, her face containing spring, a slave in the mode of teasing and seducing you. Don't move. If you do I'll have to review my flower arranging skills again. Suing patted her arse. Then, within a few minutes, the maids guarding the door heard a intermittent gasp. About an hour, Suing slowly got up, looking at the flower girl who had been destroyed by himself. He couldn't help but have a touch of pity appear under his eyes. It's really falling to pieces. More wind and rain. Is this the time to leave, my lord? Won't you spend the night here tonight? Lin Xianer leaned against the bed, the silk cotton quilt covering most of it. revealing her snow-white neck. I was going to sleep well here, but with you, I can't always control myself. Suing shook his head and put his clothes back on, just in time to get up and leave, when suddenly his ears twitched and a shriek came. Demons! Demon! Lin Xianer also frowned slightly as she sat up and looked outside, puzzled. Where did the demon come from? Stay here and don't move. I'll go check it out first. Su Ying's face sank and he directly pushed the door to leave, looking around, only to see that the sound was coming from the opposite compartment. With a thought, he stepped forward at once. Only a group of several people rushed out of it in panic. What's going on? He took hold of one of the 100 Flower House girls and asked in a deep voice. You, back to Lord Su. Sister Ruhua unexpectedly gave birth to a demon. Ma, scared us to death. That's right, how could a good person suddenly get pregnant, and give birth to a demon? Another girl in a pink dress patted her heavy breasts with an air of trepidation. Demons? Suing frowned slightly. What demon? Snake. It's a snake covered in pitch black. It burrowed straight out of Sister Ruhua's stomach. Snakes? Suing was shocked in his heart and directly squeezed through the crowd and walked in. When he entered the room, he realized that there was a woman lying on the bed with a pale face, white eyes, and without an inch of her body, who was already lifeless, and in her abdomen, there was a bloody hole the size of a fist. Su, Lord Su. Greetings, Lord Su. The pimp dressed in red saw Suing come in and hurriedly bowed and saluted. The other girls also saluted. Be excused. What's going on? Where is the demon? Suing waved his hand and asked. Back to my lord's words. That demon just drilled out of Ruwawa's stomach, and then in the blink of an eye, it actually drilled back in. We didn't dare to go over there, and we didn't expect Lord Su to come. In the stomach? Su Ying's heart fluttered. His eyes surfaced with a touch of clear spirit, and his gaze turned to land on Miss Ruhua's corpse, only to see that in her belly, there was a small, pitch-black snake, which was constantly devouring her internal organs between swims. In only a few moments, it gnawed its organs and bowels to pieces, and the body of that little black snake grew rapidly. Sinner! Su Ying's tiger's eyes glared as he angrily shouted out, and then took a step out, instantly arriving in front of Ruhua's bed. With that, he clenched his fingers into a claw and landed on top of Ruwawa's wound, while a strong and overwhelming power of absorption emanated from his palm. Fizzle! The little black snake sensed the crisis and tried to escape without saying a word. However, in the next moment, it felt that its body was out of control, and then it was slowly pulled out. The small snake twisted frantically under the wrapping of the true chi, but it was unable to escape Su Ying's palm no matter what. When the several girls on the side saw this, they immediately lost their colors in fear. Pimp, immediately go to the county office and call Li Xiushan here. Just say that this official has something to find her. Yes, I'll call someone forward. After saying that, he busily went out and summoned a guard from 100 Flower House, ordering him to go to the county office to look for Li Xiushan. Did anything strange happen to Kisame before she died? Who did she receive most recently? Su Ying's gaze swept, landing on the crowd like a hawk and wolf. Back to my lord. My slave knows some. The one who spoke was a tall woman dressed in blue, only to see her gently raise her hand and say, Sister Ruhua received a man dressed in black with a strange appearance last night. This morning, suddenly feeling unwell, she declined to see the guest. After that, she locked herself in her room. Just now, when Mom came to call the door, Sister Ruhua never made a sound, so we sensed something was wrong and came in directly. Weird? How weird? Suing asked. Back to my lord. My slave feels that man is a snake, because he looks like a snake. She spoke though herself and the others felt self-contradictory, but Suing could understand what she meant, because some people look like this. Sima Yi, for example, has an eagle's eye and a wolf's footsteps, and his eyes can look after their own backs. It means that Sima Yi has sharp eyes like an eagle, and at the same time has the unusual appearance of a wolf-gu. When he walks forward to review, his body cannot turn, like a wolf flexible peeping. I see what you mean. Much. Thank you, my lord. Suing nodded. With that, his eyes carefully stared at the small black snake in his hand, which was no longer writhing, but had been directly pierced through its head by his own true chi and died. This snake is covered in black, with a golden thread on its back. Its head is like a triangular branding iron, and although its body is small, its fangs visible to the naked eye are like shrunken miniature daggers. Li Xiushang is very knowledgeable. I wonder if she recognizes this kind of snake. Suing was just thinking, when suddenly his ears twitched and a sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The next thing he saw was Li Xiushan walking up with her sword. Your Honor. Li Xiushan had wanted to give Suing a greeting as soon as she entered the door, but out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the snake in his hand, and was immediately stunned and blurted out, "Blackwater basilisk? No. 62 Princess save me." The Blackwater Xian snake was an ancient foreign species, and even amongst the demon race, it was an extremely high-level demon. Legend has it that the Blackwater Xian snake can directly evolve through cultivation, and to a certain extent it can even evolve into a Blackwater Xian Jiao. When I was in the Qingzhou Martial Arts Academy, I had read about the introduction of the Blackwater basilisk snake in the Martial Arts Academy's hidden scripture cabinet. This clan in the past years out of the demon Great Saint, at the same time in the territory of the Great Summer raging chaos, devouring millions of people in 18 cities in a row. And later on the great ancestor sent out the experts under his command to kill it. But now there are still people who say that among the 12 venerable masters of the everlasting heaven, the serpent demon venerable masters in their own body is the Blackwater basilisk snake. Li Qiushan looked at the corpse of the Blackwater Xian snake, and then seemed to think of something, suddenly frowned and said, "However, the snake demon venerable is an expert of the Dharma realm. It's not possible for him to come to Ningyang City all of a sudden. Could it be his children and grandchildren? It should be possible." Suing nodded with a grave expression on his face. He had long heard of the snake demon venerable's great name many times, and at the same time, his two major disciples, Ghost Yuanhua and Ghost Yuanji had both fallen into his hands, so this time, it was highly likely that venerable snake demon had also sent someone. "Miss Li, please take care of the body and leave the rest to me." "Don't worry, my lord." After Suing finished, he waved his hand, signaling the crowd to disperse. Immediately, the eye of Tony operated and instantly captured the greenish-black sinister aura on the Blackwater Xian snake's body. Late at night, 30 miles outside of Ningyang City, at the corner of Laka Mountain, inside a dilapidated mountain god temple, there was suddenly a burst of extremely bizarre hissing sounds. It was accompanied by a murderous scream, only to see a huge black serpentine shadow raise its head and swallow a wild boar weighing thousands of pounds directly in one bite. And then, the black giant snake shrunk in size and directly transformed into a narrow man dressed in black. He stuck out his forked tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, squinting his eyes and looking a bit unimpressed. "Indeed, it is still the mundane world that is free and easy, and when this is over, I will tell my father that I will not go back." However, as soon as he spoke, his face suddenly changed, and his body violently turned backward, and he saw a person with his hands behind his back, dressed in blue clothes, looking at him coldly. "You are the son of the serpent demon venerable one?" The person who came was clearly Suing, who had tracked him down with his eye of Tony, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent as he looked at the black-clothed man in front of him. "Ghost Yuan Su, who are you?" Ghost Yuan Su smiled coldly, his eyes full of vigilance. Suing looked at him and said indifferently, "This officer, Ningyang County Magistrate Suing. There is a snake drilled inside a girl in 100 Flowers house. I think it is your sinful seed." "What? You are Suing, the magistrate of Ningyang County?" Ghost Yuan Su face froze, and then suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. "So it is you ah." This male also thought that Suing is who? It turns out to be a brat. Really get all the effort. "We are still discussing how to lure you out of the county capture. Did not expect that you will run out by yourself." "You guys?" Suing frowned slightly. "That means you have other accomplices?" "Humph, this is not something you should know. Kid, since you're here, then this eunuch won't be polite, and capturing you back will be a great achievement." As soon as the words fell, Ghost Yuan Su's feet pointed, and his body twisted like a python, arriving in front of Suing in an instant. He had a black fan in his hand at some point. The paper fan wrapped by the black demonic chi was like a sharp sword, stabbing Suing straight in the chest. Ding! A soft sound came from the fan, and the fan landed directly on Su Ying's chest. The powerful force exploded, causing Su Ying's true chi around his body to tremble. The tiles under his feet were like being blown up by a hurricane, bursting into pieces before they could fall. He had a head and coldly stared at Ghost Yuan Su. "Fancy." Ghost Yuan Su's pupils shrank, and his body instantly exploded back, his face full of incredulity. However, the next moment, a deafening sound could be heard. Anon roars. Immediately after that, a golden dragon shape rushed out. Berserk true chi swept across the earth, lifting a hard layer of the weed-covered stone slabs in the small courtyard. Ghost Yuan Su's face was shocked. The folding fan was opened and continuously fanned, and the demonic chi was like a sharp sword rushing out from the fan surface, shattering the stone slabs with the fan. However, the remaining force still shook him backward in stirrups, and his body slammed backward, directly shattering the walls of the mountain god temple. "How dare you come to this official's territory to spread your wildness, even if you're an earthling?" As soon as the words fell, Su Ying's figure fell at a rapid speed, and the 18 palms of the descending dragon slapped directly towards Ghost Yuan Su, carrying unparalleled speed and berserk power. As a condensed Dan realm demon race, his cultivation was comparable to the Tongxian realm among the human race. It was even more powerful than the human race to a certain extent based on its body alone. But the problem now was that he was not Su Ying's opponent at all, and he was being suppressed in every move. At this moment, Su Ying's palms were like two gigantic dragons, circling around each other, and between the articulations of his moves, it was as dense as a raging storm. Quack! Suddenly, a low and clear-toned roar snapped out. In an instant, it was like a bolt from the blue exploding in Ghost Yuan Su's ears. Immediately after that, he was shocked to realize that his entire body's demonic aura froze directly with that odd chirp. His mind trembled and his body lurched as if he had entered the middle of sticky mud. Snap! The palm slapped hard against his chest. It was as if the mountain walls were crumbling. The sternum was instantly shattered and broken. The palm force penetrated through his body, and a mist of blood sprayed out behind him. At the same time, his body looked like it had been hit by 10 high-speed carriages, and his entire body was directly blasted backwards. Before the person landed, he was spewing blood from his mouth in midair. Da-da-da-da! Su Ying's figure walked slowly, coldly looking at Ghost Yuan Su with disdain. I thought the son of the snake demon Venerable One was so powerful, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. You collapsed before I even put forth any effort. Pust! As soon as the words fell, a mouthful of black blood sprayed out of Ghost Yuan's mouth once again. His narrow eyes stared at Su Ying dead on, which were filled with shocked anger and hatred. Never would I have thought that Su Ying's strength would be so strong. At the same realm, he was surprisingly not a match for him at all. It simply turned his perception upside down. Say it, your purpose of coming to Ningyang City, and your accomplices. Confess from leniency, resist if you. Snap! With a flash of his body, Su Ying's figure landed in front of Ghost Yuan Su like a ghost, and then the big hand lifted and fell, pressing directly on the top of his head. This official has yet to try the demon race's essence blood chi, so why don't we start with you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a violent force of absorption surged out from Su Ying's palm. The northern darkness swallowed the sky. In an instant, a hard whimper escaped Ghost Yuan Su's mouth. He only felt that his demonic Dan was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, and even the chi and blood around his body kept surging outward, following Su Ying's palm. His arm, it entered his body. In less than a few breaths, the demonic pills that he had worked so hard for countless years to condense were trickled down by Su Ying. It was originally a metaphysical black color, but now it was covered with cracks and had turned gray. Wasted, totally wasted. His whole body cultivation, completely wasted. Fei true chi, not bad. Su Ying narrowed his eyes, feeling the true chi in his body rising. It seemed that he could break through Tian Yuan at any time, and immediately, his palm shook, wanting to completely scrap the demon Dan of Ghost Yuanization. Who dares to hurt my son? However, right at this moment, a voice like a loud bell came from the void. Immediately afterward, a pressure that was like the heavens and earth collapsing poured down, accompanied by a black demonic chi that was 10,000 feet long. Su Ying only felt that his entire person was almost going to be squeezed and exploded. Hey, kid, you're dead. Later, I will eat you and my cultivation will come back. Ghost Yuan Su, whose face was tens of years old, stared at Su Ying with a cold smile. This is a trace of my father's true spirit left in my body. As long as I am in danger, I can make him split across the border to come. You really are dead. Su should hear, face as gloomy as water. At this moment, he only felt that his entire body pressure cannot move, stagnant around the body chi and blood. The true chi frozen, can only watch that black demonic chi will be pierced through his own brow. A mere demon, how dare you act recklessly? Right at this moment, a voice that was cold to the core came, and Su Ying only felt a warmth in his arms. He subconsciously looked down, only to see that the jade tablet he had been keeping close to him was actually blossoming with a silver light. Immediately after that, silver light shot out and collided with the black demonic aura, only to hear a loud boom, and the black night that shrouded heaven and earth looked like it had been instantly broken open. And then Su Ying saw that, in the sky above the sunset cloud mountain, at some point in time, there stood a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, with a bit of gold on his eyebrows, and a domineering aura all over his body. However, he did not look at himself more than once at this time, but instead looked at the opposite side of the void with a heavy face. Only after a long time did the party coldly spit out a few words. It's you, Princess Chaiyang. When Su Ying heard this, he was instantly overjoyed and fiercely shouted towards the distant void. Princess, help me. Chapter 63, True Spirit Dharma Body. As soon as the words fell, only the endless curtain of darkness was directly broken open. a flash of piercing light surfaced in the sky, and immediately afterward, a marvelous and incomparable stunning figure stepped out from it. It was clearly Princess Wen Taiyue of Chaoyang, who had not been seen for a long time, only to see that she was still in a black gauze skirt, black silk masked, her eyes indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. Venerable snake demon, if you don't stay in your nest of snakes, how dare you come to my great xia to act recklessly? Looking for death? The voice was clear and cold, full of coldness. As soon as the words fell, Wen Taiyue pointed out with a finger. Zip! At that moment, 1,000 feet of silver light shot out directly from her fingertips. It cut through the void like a pike, reflecting the sky as if it were a white sun, and instantly arrived in front of the snake demon Venerable's detachment. Princess Chaoyang, back then, I didn't kill you because you had Ji Wuye by your side, but now that you're alone, you dare to fight with this father? Venerable snake demon sneered and took a step forward, similarly slapping out his palm. Surprisingly, it was also the great hand seal of the underworld. Hundreds of feet of handprints collided with the silver-colored pike, instantly erupting with unparalleled might. The black and white true chi collided together, like the beginning of chaos, except for the mountain god temple below where Suing was. The mountains in a 100-mile radius all looked like they had encountered a shocking earthquake, and they directly collapsed and shattered inch by inch. Suing looked at the void from afar and his gaze directly froze. In just a few short days, first it was the Thunderbolt Heavenly Monarch, one of the 9 young division masters, and now it was the snake demon Venerable and the third princess, Wen Taiyue. The Dharma realm, terrifying as it was, it's just not common sense. You, Dharma phase realm, you actually condensed the Dharma phase as well. Venerable snake demon was shocked and angry. He had lived for 1,000 years before he was able to condense his snake magic phase, but now Wen Taiyue, a 25 or 26-year-old woman, had even reached the Dharma realm? He had literally lived to a dog's death for the past 1,000 years and might as well have run headlong into the ground. Ong roar! Wen Taiyue didn't reply, only looking at Venerable Snake Demon with indifference in her eyes. Suddenly, she raised her hand, clenched her fist, and blasted out. An extremely simple stance, but it contained endless punching intent. Along with a roar came a golden dragon of hundreds of feet drilling out of her arm, twisting and roaring as if it had traveled through the void to land on the snake demon Venerable. Winning Tianji's world-shaking dragon fist? Venerable Snake Demon was shocked and furious, his eyes almost spitting fire. Seeing the golden dragon roaring, he once again shouted angrily before taking a step across the room, drumming up the mana around him and once again blasting out with a palm. Below, Suing desperately operated the 10,000 evil undying golden body. 2 major Dharma phase realm experts were bombarding each other. Although they were only detached, the strength of the pressure was so strong that it directly pressed people to gasp for air, suffocating them. Knock, knock, knock. Suing could even clearly hear his own heartbeat. It was as if 100 miles in every direction were enveloped under an unrivaled killing machine. He even had a feeling that as long as he moved, the thunderous power of destruction would pour over his body and blast him to pieces. Suddenly, a shocking scream came. Wen Taiyue, you are a member of the royal family, but you are practicing devilry. No, my true spirit Dharma body. Another miserable scream came from the sky, and then the sky returned to calm. At the same time, Suing only felt that the pressure around him suddenly lightened, and when he raised his eyes again, he only saw the figure of Wen Taiyue floating down like a fairy coming from the moon palace. Her figure was somewhat illusory and didn't look as real as that, yet even so, there was an ineffable beauty in the moonlight. Thank you, princess, for saving my life. Suing got up and went forward, coming to bow in front of Wen Taiyue. Well, it's genuine. Without her coming in time, she would have died herself. No need. After a pause, Wen Taiyue looked at Suing, his eyes indifferent. Your cultivation has already reached its limit, but it seems that the 10,000 evil indestructible golden body has not yet been refined to the 4th layer. It should be because of that mastery of yours. In my opinion, it's not much worse than the 10,000 transformations longevity technique. Manifestation longevity technique? Su Ying's face froze, knowing that this was one of the 3 great divine powers of the former dynasty. The great perpetual star and dipper chi refining technique, the 10,000 transformations longevity technique, and his own 10,000 tribulations indestructible golden body. 10,000 flowers eternal life art cultivation is the power of the soul. Its axiom is said to be assimilated. In fact, it is the meaning of devouring. Heaven and earth have the spirit of things have the power of the soul. This art is to devour all the spirit of the powerful itself. Of course, your martial arts is not bad, not only can draw other people's essence, chi and blood and even power, and can even devour the divine soul. That is to say, my North Underworld divine power is actually a lot stronger. But I'm just not good enough at practicing it yet, Suing secretly said in his heart. But think about it, Win Taiyue is a supreme expert of the Dharma phase realm. His own performance of the North Underworld divine power compared to it is simply the difference between the clouds and mud. When he reached the Dharma phase realm and cast it again, I'm afraid it would be no better than that. That serpent demon venerable's bilocation? Suing asked tentatively. Swallowed by me. Win Taiyue said expressionlessly. This doppelganger is one of his 9 true spirit Dharma bodies, and after swallowing it, it allowed me to further my cultivation. After a pause, her gaze landed on the jade token in Su Ying's arms. The jade token can still be used twice. If you encounter danger in the future, as long as you stimulate it with your true chi, I will come when I sense it. After saying that, he stepped on his feet and took a step of 1,000 feet. His body rose and fell, and instantly disappeared. Immortals? Monsters? Suing shook his head and looked at the back of Win Taiyue's departure. He couldn't help but be slightly touched inwardly. That's a soft meal that brings tears to your eyes. The serpent demon venerable one was swallowed by a true spirit detachment. He should have suffered a heavy blow, and he shouldn't come back in a short period of time. Suing cupped his chin and pondered slightly in his heart. But what this guy just meant is that he still has accomplices? His eyes turned and landed on Ghost Yuan Su, only to see that he had already fainted. Suing thought about it and fed him a chi and blood elixir, while standing in place waiting for him to wake up and ask. At the same time, beyond the 10,000 feet high sky, between the darkness shrouded, from afar, a chaotic color, and in the middle of the 10,000 miles of cloud sea, there was a huge and incomparable black palace floating. This palace seemed like the jade capital in the sky, surrounded by the stars of the circumference. Suddenly, a staggering figure fell to the ground. One could only see a man wearing a black robe with a bit of golden flame on his brow enter the middle of the great hall with quick steps. My subordinates see the sect master. Venerable snake demon fell to his knees and worshipped with a loud voice, his figure not daring to move. After a few moments, a black-purple cloud suddenly arose out of thin air in the sky above the great hall, and a voice with an endless air of majesty and royalty emanated from it. Snake demon, you're actually injured. Back to sect leader. It was done by the great summer sunrise princess Win Taiyue. He remained on his knees, not even daring to raise his head for a moment. Sunrise? She's actually grown to such an extent? Immediately, Venerable Snake Demon told all of his before and after encounters, without any details. Sect leader. The saltpeter mine was moved to the sacred capital by the Thunderbolt Heavenly King, and that county magistrate Suing was the one who started it all in the first place. My subordinate thinks that the secret of the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body is in his body. Silent, solemn, only after a long time, until the snake demon venerable one's body was covered in cold sweat, did that voice filled with endless majesty slowly come out. This seat knows. Yes, your holiness. After the snake demon honored one finished, he couldn't help but feel relieved inwardly, and then he got up and backed out with a bent waist. When he was gone, the door closed with a loud bang, and it was a while before a slightly teasing voice came from inside. Winning Tianji, just how long can you hold on? This seat, wait and see. As soon as the words fell, it was as if the void was completely silent. Chapter 64, The Storm is Coming, Divide and Eat. It is said that the great Zhou of the former dynasty was a Taoist god state. In those days, martial artists had a lowly status and were called crude martial artists. Cultivators, on the other hand, have a high status, can fly to the sky to escape the earth, and eliminate demons and devils, so they are highly worshipped by the world. Until the year of the Great Weekend, Emperor Yu was so despotic and tyrannical in appointing treacherous sycophants that the people of the world had no hope of survival. Coupled with the fact that the big families and clans hold the economic lifelines of the world, the people have long been in deep water and suffering. Immediately, all over the group of heroes rose up. Just less than 20 years, the kingdom of 800 years of the Great Zhou will be in a beacon of fire in the collapse of silence. It was at that time that the great ancestor of Dasha came into being and settled the world with the supreme martial arts, dividing the 9 states, cutting down mountains and breaking down temples, and abolishing obscene sacrifices. As for the clan cultivators during the Great Zhou, they either submitted or were directly destroyed by the 100,000 Dragon Sparrow Divine Guards breaking through the mountains. As a result, the mountain god temples and land temples all over the world directly collapsed, and there was no longer any incense flourishing in the past. Inside the mountain god temple, Suing cupped his chin and looked at the strange mountain god statue that was collapsed on the ground with a double-horned head, and a trace of reminiscence surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Cultivators of that era, flying in the sky, flying thousands of miles a day with a sword, towards the East China Sea by the twilight of the Kangwu. It can be described as light and strange. But now, it's all fucked up. Where is your everlasting heaven's main rudder? How many snake sons does your father have besides you? Who is your mother? How many other accomplices do you have? Suing looked at the collapsed ghost Yuan Su and asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course, you can choose not to answer, but your father won't come to your rescue either. If you have a hard mouth, you can try the absolute 5 consecutive moves invented by this official. It's guaranteed to make you want to die. When you die, this official will also beat you back to your original form, then bring you back to Ningyang and cook you into a snake soup. Ghost Yuan Su was a true bloodline pure black water Xian snake. Although his cultivation was abolished, his body was still there, which contained a huge power of qi and blood. So Suyu was ready to waste and utilize, first force to ask, then kill, and then give the people of the trap camp to eat to enhance the cultivation. Is it cruel? Seems a bit, but compared to the Blackwater basilisk of the past, it was nothing more than that. People eat cattle, sheep and pigs, all kinds of livestock beasts, demonic beasts. The demon race can naturally eat people, but it's just the cycle of heaven. Ho ho, kid, you'll never get anything out of me. I won't say anything. Ghost Yuan Su stared at Suing dead on, his eyes filled with endless anger and hatred. How could he not expect that he would fall into Su Ying's hands when he first arrived? Never mind, it seems you don't want to talk about it either. In that case, it's better to just go to hell. After saying that, Suing raised his hand, and sharp true qi emerged from his fingertips, about to point towards the center of Ghost Yuan Su's eyebrows. Ghost Yuan Su was furious. He didn't expect Suing to not even symbolically force the issue and even directly strike. Stop, I said, feeling the stabbing pain coming from his brow. Ghost Yuan Su could no longer hold back the immense pressure of death. Dalpa and I are both people invited by the Sher family, and on top of that there's Ghost Knight from the Barbarian clan. We had wanted to lure you out first, and then the barbarians and the experts of the 3 evil sects would attack the county office. As Ghost Yuan Su spoke, Suing listened quietly. That is to say, the barbarians would have someone come to attack Ningyang City? But the question is, who are you, with your big faces? Suing looked at Ghost Yuan Su and asked with a frown. In other words, they went to call for someone, leaving only you in Ningyang City to spy for information? Nice. When are you going to rob the prison? 3 days later. Boo. As soon as the words fell, Suing flexed his fingers and directly flicked Ghost Yuan Su's head to pieces. Not giving him a chance to say more than a word. Anyway, he already knows all he needs to know. As for what everlasting sky rudder, and other key information, Ghost Yuan Su didn't know any of it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the black water basilisk and gaining cultivation value, 1,800 points. Listening to the system's prompt, a hint of joy crossed Su Ying's eyes. With a few hundred more points to go, one's 10,000 evil undying golden body would be able to raise another layer. He had felt that his cultivation had reached its peak. It is like a dam that has reached its limit, and if it is not released, the dam may collapse. Although his head was popped, his body was still there after all, and a moment later, Ghost Yuan Su's corpse transformed into a giant python that was several feet long, covered in pitch-black scales that were the thickness of a water bucket. It looked extremely terrifying. I don't know how the trapping camp has been practicing at Bear Paw Peak. Just in time, it's time for them to take the field. Thinking like this, Suing grabbed the giant python weighing thousands of pounds and left the mountain god temple, speeding towards Bear Paw Peak. In a few moments, he came to the top of the Bear Paw Peak, and with a thought, the martial arts field automatically surfaced, and Suing saw that the trap battalion fierce soldier-in-chief Gao Shun were practicing in it. Seeing Suing come in, Gao Shun hurriedly got up and came to him to arch his hand and respectfully salute. My lord Gao Shun, see you, my lord. Suing glanced at him and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Gao Shun was at the perfection of the innate realm when he first came here, and at this time, after cultivating in the martial arts arena for such a long period of time, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Tongxian realm. As for the other 700 trapped battalion generals, the highest cultivation level already had the 6th level of the innate realm, and the least had just broken through the innate. Not bad. With you people, this official is completely relieved. This is the corpse of the Blackwater Xian snake, so you all divide it and eat it. After eating it, follow this official to Ningyang City to station it. Thank you, my lord. Gao Shun once again arched his hand and then said in a loud voice, Men, skin this snake and cook it directly. Yes. Suing looked around, only to see that the military discipline was strict, and everyone was either practicing or engaging in sparring. Shun will be more than 700 soldiers, numbered as 1,000 people. Armor and fighting equipment are well trained and neat. Every attack is not broken. Called the capture of the Chen camp. Trap battalion belongs to the heavy infantry. They hold a long spear, large square blunt. Arm has a crossbow, in addition to the waist, but also curved sword. More restrained ordinary infantry, light cavalry, and even heavy cavalry. When everyone had eaten and drank their fill, Suing waved his hand and put away the martial arts arena. Then he descended the Bear Paw Peak and returned to Ningyang City. The current known news was that the barbarian expert Ghostly would bring people to attack the county office in 3 days. In addition to that, there was also the remnants of the harmonious sect, Dalba. As for whether or not everlasting heaven had anyone coming, Suing did not know at the moment. As soon as he returned to the county office, Suing rushed to the prison without stopping, and when he saw Shi Dian again, he found that he was already dying. Feed him a few qi and blood pills and hang on for dear life. Don't let him die so quickly. Yes, my lord. In addition, the dungeon is strictly on standby these days, and no one is allowed to come in without this official's order. Yes, my lord. After the explanation, Suing came to the lobby and directly summoned the crowd. Not long after, Li Shan, Zhang Liang, Li Qiuxing and all the constables on duty were all in place one by one. Seeing that the people had arrived, Suing did not talk nonsense and directly said, "This official has received news that in 3 days there will be barbarian experts and people from the 3 major evil sects coming to Ningyang City to rescue Shi Dian. So during this period, patrols and guards will be strengthened, especially at the entry points into the city, where they will be closely scrutinized, and the curfew will begin after nightfall. Ms. Li, subordinate, you go and inform Wang Shida, the city guard commander, and tell him to come and see me immediately." "Yes, my lord." After saying that, Li Qiuxin's figure flashed and directly left the county office, speeding towards the camp where the city guards were located. Chapter 65, Bargaining. Most of the Ningyang city guards numbered 3,000, but since the last battle with the demon race in Qingzhou, there hadn't been too many battles. On weekdays, these city guards were not subject to the control of the county office, so since Suing took office, there had been no interactions with the commander of the city guards at all. Inside the camp, Li Qiuxin stood with her sword, staring at the middle-aged man in armor in front of her, frowning. "Lord Wang, Lord Su has orders for you to meet him at the county office immediately." Wang Shida sniffed and played with the wine cup in his hand for a long time before sneering. "Miss Li, are you mistaken? This commander is only subject to the control of Qingzhou Prefecture. How can he order me as a mere county magistrate?" Li Qiuxin lightly looked at him and sneered. "I think Lord Wang still doesn't know that Lord Su is not only the 7th grade county magistrate, but also the Ningyang pacifier. In addition to that, he is also the 5th grade Qianhu of the Jinfu division. And even though your lordship is the commander of the city guards, he is only the 6th grade Qianhong of a mere district, whereas the officials and military battalions of all over the world are under the control of the Jinfu division. So how dare you disobey the orders?" "What? The 1000th member of the Jinfu division?" Wang Shida's face was shocked when he heard this, and a hint of shock flashed under his eyes. He didn't put Suing, a yellow-haired boy, in his eyes at all, but at this moment, when he heard what Li Qiuxin said, his heart turned inward. Jinfu Si has a special status, although the section of the local government and military camps, but that was before. Now, although they are also afraid of the Jinfu division, they do not have the same extreme majesty as in the past. But the essence of the Jinfu division's control of officials and barracks around the country is still there. If Su should really Jinfu division 5,000 households, he really should listen to its transfer orders. "Good, Miss Li, lead the way in front. I will go forward to pay my respects to Lord Su." Li Qiuxin sniffed and nodded, before turning around and walking out of the camp towards the outside. "Commander, are you really going?" Beside Wang Shida, a Siwei in armor looked at Li Qiuxin's back as she left and said in a low voice, "I heard that Suing is ruthless and insatiable. As soon as he took office, he first accepted the county lieutenant Lu Wu, and then uprooted the Qinggu gang and the Lu family and copied countless amounts of silver. He definitely didn't have good intentions when he invited you this time. Alas, I cannot know, but this son heard that there is the Jinfu division Peng Qianning as a backer. If I do not go, is not to give him face, it is not likely that he will be in the future to participate in my book." Wang Shida waved his hand, called up a few personal guards, and went out of the camp, followed by a fast horse toward the county office. As soon as I entered the door, I saw that Suing was sitting at the top of the hall with a big horse. Wang Shida quickly stepped forward, and before he reached the front, he arched his hand and smiled. "Ha ha, my humble servant, Ningyang City Guard Commander Wang Shida. Meet Lord Su. So it's Lord Wang. Why are you running to me in your spare time again?" Suing raised his eyes and asked nonchalantly. When he said this, Wang Shida's face froze. What the hell? Didn't you ask me to come? But then, his face changed, and he hurriedly smiled. The next official's military affairs are busy. There has been no time to come to visit the adults. This is not. Heard that the adults have time today. This is in a hurry to rush to. I hope that Su adults connotations. 10,000 hope to forgive. In that case, Lord Wang will take a seat. Suing smiled, turned to the magistrate at the side and said, come to a pot of wine. Wine. The Yaman's face was stunned, but he still nodded his head in a hurry and said, yes, my lord. After saying that, he directly ran towards the back hall and carried an altar of immortal drunkenness in no time. What does Lord Su mean by that? Wang Shida face slightly gloomy up. As the saying goes, the visitor is a guest, not directly on the tea, but on the wine. What's wrong with a headbreaker? Lord Wang has misunderstood. This official has just recently brewed a batch of good wine. I would like to ask you to taste it, and if you feel it's not bad, the city guard's wine can be purchased from me in the future. Large quantity discount. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the magistrate immediately poured a bowl for each of the three. Wang Shida sniffed. His face was a little hesitant. Although they are city guards, they do not prohibit alcohol on weekdays. After all, more than 3,000 people had to be fed and watered, and each year the expenses were enormous, and therein lies the booze item. There is a saying that wine strengthens the courage of heroes, indicating that wine has the function of boosting the spirits, especially in military camps. There is a drinking and bracing ceremony before going out to battle, in order to motivate the soldiers' fighting spirit to strengthen the army's prestige. When soldiers drank the bracing wine, they were often so demoralized that they dared to charge into battle and kill the enemy bravely. For this reason, armies drink a bracing drink for their soldiers before they go out to war. In addition to this, there is also the 3-day routine, the wine of reward, and so on. Lord Wang, please put, how about a taste of my official's drink? Suing stared at him and smiled slightly. Wang Shida, this person he has long inquired about, although there is a general talent, but timid hesitation, ancestry because of following the king of Qingzhou to break the eastern desert demons when the merits, so only into the ranks. Subsequently, this person relied on various nepotism, little by little climbed to the present position of Ningyang City Guard Commander. Good, Lord Su is so kind. If this official doesn't drink it, won't he be looking down on people? Wang Shida gritted his teeth and without saying anything picked up the porcelain bowl and directly dried it in one mouthful. When the wine went down, his throat was surprisingly hot, and then his body was hot, as if he was soaking in the middle of a hot spring. This wine, in the middle of the day. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes looked at the porcelain bowl in his hands with some surprise, and shocked. This wine has strength, and it is so mellow and sweet. It's not at all worse than drunken immortal brew. No, better than drunken immortal brew. What the commander said is good. It's really the first time we've seen such a good wine. Dare I ask Lord Su what this wine is called? One of Wang Shida's guards also lit up, then looked at Suing with an expectant face. This is immortal drunk. After saying that, Suing waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for the several people to be so agitated. So let's sit down first. Seeing this, the yaman on the side once again poured wine and filled it up for Wang Shida's several people. Lord Su, as soon as you started your term, this official was indeed unable to come. After all, the city guards have traditionally not dealt with the county office. If I were to come, I would not avoid attracting the attention of others. Since Lord Su is so forthcoming, then this official won't beat around the bush. May I ask Lord Su, what is it that you are looking for me for this time? Wang Shida took another sip, knowing that Su Fei had no malicious intent towards him, and immediately inwardly sighed with relief. Yesterday this official captured a demon from the everlasting sky and forced out of his mouth that in 3 days there are barbarians and demons from the 3 major evil cults who want to hijack the county office jail. Suing knocked on the desktop, his face as heavy as a watercourse. What this official means is, does Lord Wang want to transfer the city guards into the city in the recent days? Of course, only responsible for daily patrols, so as to avoid all sorts of commotion after an incident. As for the rest, there is no need for Lord Wang to care more. What? Demon barbarians? When Wang Shida heard this, he stood up with a pang, stared at Suing, and asked in a deep voice, is this true, Lord Su? Is the source of information reliable? Suing looked at Wang Shida and said noncommittally, could it be that this official called Lord Wang here for no reason just to tease you? Wang Shida's face was a little cloudy when he heard this. Without military orders, the general city guards could not act rashly unless Ningyang City was in a state of war. Otherwise, transferring troops at will is considered treason. Suing could see Wang Shida's inner worry. and immediately smiled. Lord Wang, don't worry, after this matter is over, I guarantee that not only will you be fine, but you will also be able to leave this place, and may be able to head to the state capital. When Wang Shida heard this, his face hesitated slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, a ghostly light flashed in his gaze as he said in a deep voice, 1,000 men. I can transfer 1,000 men to Lord Su. 1,000? Suing smiled faintly and slapped his Jinfu Division's 5th rank 1,000 household token on the table. Plus this? Wang Shida looked at it and his gaze narrowed slightly. I didn't realize that it was really the 1,000 households of the Jinfu Division. The town hall? Wang Shida pondered slightly, thinking for a moment before speaking. 2,000. 2,000? Not enough. Suing shook his head, once again pulling out a jade tablet and placing it on the desktop, looking at Wang Shida and smiling faintly. What if, on top of that? Chapter 66, Wind Magic. Law-abiding good citizen. On the table, a round white jade token bloomed with a faint multicolored light under the sunlight. Wang Shida looked at it and his face first froze, then he got up violently, his pupils shrinking violently into a vertical line as he said in shock, the third princess pro order? And then, with a sweep of his body, he fell directly to his knees. My humble servant Wang Shida, I pay my respects to your highness the third princess. Get up, Lord Wang, this is just the third princess token, it's not like she came herself. Suing waved his hand, unconcerned, that's easy for you to say. Wang Shida secretly slandered in his mind, what if I don't kneel down and you talk behind my back? Thank you Lord Su, since Lord Su has a personal order from the princess, I will immediately return to the camp and order all the soldiers and horses to patrol each place. Please rest assured, Lord Su. In that case, I will trouble Lord Wang. After Wang Shida left, Suing got up and came to the backyard, and before he walked in he heard a burst of clanking iron sounds. Ha, Lord Su, what brings you here? When the bare-chested Zhang who saw Suing come in and wiped the sweat from his forehead, he immediately went forward and asked with a smile, where is Elder Akatsuki? Suing asked as he looked inside with his hands behind his back. It's in there. I'll call. Zhang who was about to turn around when he saw Taoist Red Iron walk out. He was tanned and glistening, and his arms were as muscular and gnarled as dragons. Senior, how is the 5 Thunder Divine Machine being built? Suing asked with a smile. Originally, there was almost no iron ore left, but the last time a batch was seized, Li Shan sent it directly to me. I have to say, the quality of barbarian fine iron is just good. Whether it's to build a weapon or a 5 Thunders Divine Machine, it's quite a bit better than the previous grade. As he spoke, the Red Iron Taoist returned to the warehouse, and a few moments later, walked out holding a 5 Thunders Divine Machine. Suing took it and looked back and forth from left to right. It was the same 5 barrels, but it looked more durable than the one he had built in the beginning. How many are there so far? Taoist Red Iron laughed and said, even though I have an apprentice to help with the fight, there are only about 50 of them at the moment. 50? Suing frowned. Although this speed was already fast, it was still a bit less compared to the number of Black Clothes Arrow Squad and Trap Battalion, but 50 would be more than enough for now. With that, he summoned Black One and ordered him to distribute the 5 Thunder God Machine and equip 50 people first. The amount of fine iron smuggled by Huang Dahong was enormous, amounting to 10,000 pounds, but compared to the private salt he sold, the profit was nothing. So when Li Shan came back from the seizure that day, Suing only kept the necessary evidence, and then the rest was directly filled into the Red Iron Taoist's coffers. Do a good job. And when this official gives you a sister-in-law next year, after patting Zhang Hu on the shoulder and saying some more words of encouragement, Suing then left and returned to his own courtyard. System, sign in at the end of the month. Ding! With a soft thud. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the prefectural office and obtaining the Wind Sentry technique. Wind art, when there is no more profit and loss in your heart, and you are unable to be selfless, the chi of life can be connected with the chi of nature and become a part of nature. So you are the mountain, the sea, and the emptiness, and when you move your mind, you will be floating, as if you were vibrating your clothes to walk on the wind, not knowing that the wind is riding on me, not knowing that I am riding on the wind, and you will be independent of the world, with an uninterrupted chi. Suing had a liking in his eyes, and he did not expect to be able to royal wind technique. Wouldn't I be able to just fly then? With a thought, Suing directly chose to cultivate. Immediately afterward, all of the axioms about the wind control technique flowed through his mind. Go out and try. With this thought, Suing walked out of the room, and with a movement of his mind, he only saw the flow of true chi around his body, like a spring breeze. With that, his entire body floated up, his speed going fast and slow with the rotation of his mind, his entire body floating like an immortal. It's really subtle. Like a bird, you can fly at will. Su-ying was overjoyed in his heart. Traveling in the air was the unique skill of Tian Yuan realm martial artists, because only by condensing the 100 orifices could one drive the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, allowing the body to break free of the earth and fly freely. However, he himself had not yet reached heavenly Yuan yet, and he could already be extremely powerful as he could ride on the wind. Looking at the attribute interface, there were still a few hundred cultivation values left to raise the third layer of the 10,000 searches indestructible golden body again. Su-ying gave up the idea of continuing to cultivate. Cultivation is impossible to cultivate. Not in this lifetime. Just add straight points. The weather is getting warmer and the spring breeze is warm. The next day, early in the morning, Su-ying had just finished washing and dressing up, and before he had time to eat breakfast, Li Xiushan's voice came from outside. My lord, a man named Huang Sanhai sent an invitation early in the morning, wanting to ask to see your lord. Su-ying sniffed, got up and opened the door, took the hot gold worship invitation and couldn't help but sneer. So it's someone from the Huang family. Tell him to wait in the side hall. I'm on my way. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Li Xiushan got up and left. Su-ying pondered for a moment and immediately got up and walked towards the side hall. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a yellow coat with a fat body. Behind him stood two grey-clad servants, each carrying a sandalwood box in each hand. My humble servant, Huang Sanhai, meet Lord Su. Lord Su is indeed a young man of great talent, and at today's sight, his name is true to his word. When he saw Su-ying come in, Huang Sanhai immediately got up and bowed. Master Huang doesn't have to be polite. Please have a seat. Su-ying came to the main seat and sat down, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop as he asked with a smile. I wonder what Master Huang came to see this official early in the morning for. Huang Sanhai sniffed and waved his hand, and the two grey-clothed servants immediately placed the sandalwood box in their hands on the tabletop. I'm not going to hide it from Lord Su. A few days ago something happened at my Huang family's ferry terminal that was unpleasant for your honor. When I heard about it, I immediately rushed back from the county. Only after some inquiries did I learn that it was Huang Dahong who was selling salt. After a pause, Huang Sanhai's face showed anger, violently slammed the table. In vain I have so much trust in this guy on weekdays. I did not expect him to be lucrative. To do this kind of illegal hooks, it means that the smuggling of salt and iron is all done by Huang Dahong, and I, Huang Sanhai, have nothing to do with it. When Su-ying heard this, he secretly sneered in his heart, but he still looked as normal and said lightly, so what does Master Huang mean by coming here this time? I heard that your excellency has been working hard lately, so I rushed to the 100 Herb Pavilion to purchase a few Sanjiaoyuan pills to honor your excellency. On top of that, I also brought 1,000 taels of gold to give to all the constable brothers for tea. Without them, there would be no peace in our Ningyang city. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do business here with peace of mind. Lord Su must not excuse himself. Huang Sanhai spoke with a face full of righteousness, a look of a loving businessman and a law-abiding good citizen. Su-ying heard, slightly glanced at him, coldly laughed. Huang family smuggling salt and iron. Human evidence and material evidence is there. Master Huang said that there is no relationship with you. How can this official not believe it? It's just like the pimp of 100 Flower House saying that she is a yellow flower girl. This sentence fell on Huang Sanhai's ears, instantly causing his old face to blush. 2,000 taels. Huang Sanhai took a look at Su-ying's behavior and immediately got up and smiled. I don't know what your honor thinks. Su-ying's eyes widened, staring at Huang Sanhai, sneering. Master Huang, this official is a 7th grade county magistrate, as well as the imperial court's appointed pacification envoy. 3,000. Huang Sanhai hurriedly said. Su-ying finger knocked the desktop, face blandly said. Monk His Majesty fancy, not long ago just promoted to the Jinfu Division 5th grade 1,000 households, have the right to lead the troops. Huang Sanhai's face was dumbfounded, and he immediately gritted his teeth and said, 5,000. Su-ying smiled coldly, glanced at him, folded his hands together, and arched his hands slightly towards the top, not to hide from Master Huang. This official has heard that what the third princess hates the most is those who smuggle salt and iron, kill people, and scavenge the people's fat and wealth. The third princess? Huang Sanhai's face froze. Then he squeezed out 2 words through his teeth. 10,000. Su-ying laughed coldly and hummed lightly. This betrays this official's conscience, as well as his morals. 20,000. Lord Su, it can't be more. 20,000 taels is already the limit of the strawman. Huang Sanhai gritted his teeth, his face reddened, and looked at Su-ying with a pleading face. Finally, Su-ying's face changed and surfaced with a full smile. Well, enough is enough. This official has 2 sleeves and is not an insatiable person. I didn't expect Master Huang to be so sympathetic to the official's livelihood. The contribution you have made to the Ningyan County Magistrate's office will be remembered by the people of Ningyang. Huang Sanhai. Immediately afterward, Suing and Huang Sanhai talked some more. A few moments later, the hosts and guests are happy. Suing and Huang Sanhai are reluctant to say goodbye to each other. Chapter 67, I'll stop when I've earned $30 million. Ferry, dock. Inside a huge warehouse, Huang Sanhai entered a secret room with a gloomy face. Damn it! Abominable! A mere magistrate is so insatiable. 20,000 taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver. How dare he? He's not afraid of breaking his own teeth. Huang Sanhai roared angrily as soon as he entered it, viciously slapped a side table and chair into pieces. He had wanted to take someone to the county office to find out what Suing was saying, but he didn't expect to be hard blackmailed for 20,000 taels. Is this a court official or a robber? We won't wait for those people from the barbarian race. We'll take direct action tonight. I don't believe that so many of you guys combined still can't get rid of Amir Suing. Huang Sanhai looked at the 5 people in front of him, his face grimacing as endless killing opportunities surfaced under his eyes. Don't worry, Master Huang. Since you spent such a large price to invite us here, this matter will naturally be done. Just rest assured that after tonight, that what's-her-name Suing will cease to exist. An old man dressed in black but with white hair smiled coldly. Not bad. I have long wanted to meet this Suing. I heard that he also has a small concubine in the 100 Flowers house. Wait to get him killed. I want to taste the taste of that little lady. Another old man wearing white clothes but with dark hair had lecherous eyes and couldn't help but lick his lips as he spoke. These 2 were called the Black and White Twins, the outer sect elders of the Mile High sect in the past. Since the destruction of the Maitreya sect, he has been hiding in the Jianghu incognito, doing some assassin's work. Other than that, the other 3 people in the chamber were each 3 strangely dressed people. A crippled man on crutches, a Taoist man blinded in his right eye holding a duster, and a one-armed middle-aged man with a tiger-headed sword. These 3 were experts of the Flower Room sect. Together they are known as the 3 monsters of the earth. All 5 of them were experts at the 8th or 9th level of the Tanshan realm, and they were well versed in the way of combining attacks, joining forces to be extremely powerful. One could even fight hard against an ordinary heavenly Yuan realm. In order to kill Suing, Huang Sanhai could be said to have put in a lot of effort in hiring these people. However, compared to the business of salt and iron, these are nothing at all. Huang Sanhai was just a side branch of the Huang family, and in order to get to the top, he directly did the salt and iron business in Ningyang City. This matter was simply unknown to the Huang family in Qingzhou. That's why it's so bold. In the county office, Suing ate his breakfast and practiced the wind control technique for a while in the courtyard, waiting until the afternoon, before changing his clothes and walking towards the outside in faith. The cheap folk houses in the southwestern slums have been pretty much built, and now that the weather is gradually warming up, Suing has taken back the kanji hut. Later on, Zhang Liang suggested that there were countless wastelands around Ningyang, so he simply let these people go straight ahead to cultivate them. The grain grown is purchased by the county office at market price and then used to brew immortal drunkenness. In this way, it can be a triple whammy. As a county magistrate, he naturally had to pay more attention to the livelihood of the grassroots. My lord, Huang Sanhai smuggles salt and iron. Does this matter have anything to do with the Huang family in the state capital? Behind her, Li Qiushan carried her sword and frowned. If the Huang family doesn't know, then Huang Sanhai's guts are too big, right? When Suing heard this, he paused and gently smiled. I wonder if Miss Li has ever heard of a saying. Li Qiushan shook her head slightly, puzzled. Please show me, my lord. When the profit reaches 10%, some people are foolhardy. When profits reach 50%, some people dare to be desperate. When the profit reaches 100%, they dare to trample on all the laws of the earth. And when the profit reaches 300%, they are not even afraid to involve their 9 families. After a pause, Suing continued. What Huang Sanhai did the Huang family obviously doesn't know. As the 3 great families of Qingzhou, standing for hundreds of years, and total overview of the business of Qingzhou dartboard escorts, they know that salt and iron are highly profitable. Could it be that the Yu family and the Shi family don't know? With the heritage and vision of such a 100-year-old family, they won't give up their long-term business for a momentary profit. That is to say, the Huang family in Qingzhou actually doesn't know. It's just Huang Sanhai smuggling privately? Suing nodded. You have a good point. And what is your honor going to do next? In the same old way, money, this official wants, but the people, do not release. Huang Sanhai will definitely not let this go. This official is waiting for him. Then he will be caught in a net. When enough evidence is captured, This official will give the Huang family and the Shi family a shocking melon, so that they can eat enough at once. Li Qiushan sniffed. Her pretty face froze. But your lordship, you received money after all. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Su Ying glanced at her and faintly said, this official will stop when he earns enough 30 million taels. After saying that, with his hands behind his back, he continued to walk forward slowly. At the same time, I secretly added the word gold in my heart. Li Qiusheng stood still, savoring what Su Ying had just said. For a moment, her beautiful eyes lit up and she followed suit. It was not until the evening when Su Ying's inspection ended that Li Qiusheng returned to the county office. As for himself, he went straight to the 100 Flowers building, and as soon as he entered, he saw 6 dancing prostitutes dancing in the spacious chamber of the first floor hall, their slender savage waists swinging in style under their light gauze skirts. Seeing Su Ying come in, the old bod immediately brightened up and hurriedly walked over with a warm face. Yo, why is Lord Su free to come today? Quickly please come in, quickly please come in. Xinger, quickly go inform Miss Siener that Lord Su is here. Yes. After saying that, a little maid hurriedly ran towards the upper floors. Lord Su, what about what happened to Ruohua last time? Did you catch the murderer? The old bot shook her round fan and twisted her plump buttocks as she looked at Su Ying and asked with a smile. Caught. The murderer has been killed by this official. Don't worry. Yo, that's really thanks to Lord Su. Today we have a new batch of wine on the 100 Flowers building. Later your honor can taste it. It's called Immortal Drunkenness. It's much better than that drunken immortal brew. Is that so? Then later on, this official will have a few more drinks with Miss Siener. After saying that, he got up and headed straight for the top floor. Inside the compartment, Su Ying leaned into the arms of one of the maids and let her pinch her legs while the other maid rubbed her shoulders. Lin Siener wore a long veiled dress and concentrated on playing the Yao Qin in front of her. Occasionally, she raised her head and looked at Su Ying with flirtatious eyes. After the song, the maids rolled out of the room in a sensible manner, and the flower leader's young lady rose up with a flourish and came to Su Ying, thanking him. Your Excellency, just now, my slave heard from someone that the murderer who brutalized Sister Ruohua has been caught. Thank you, Your Excellency, for avenging Sister Ruohua's death. It's all what this officer should do. Your Excellency has always been humble and courteous, and loves the people like a son. It is a blessing to all the sisters to be able to make decisions for people like us. Speaking of this, Lin Siener's face looked a bit sultry. Born poor, and is a flower house in the people. The status of the lowly, dead people. The government will not care much. Yet Su Ying was able to catch the murderer in just a few days. And such behavior was simply like a mountain of a man within the flower girl's heart. Aren't you happy? Su Ying sipped his wine and looked at Lin Siener and asked, where is it? My lord can come. My slave can't wait to be happy. Speaking, she turned slightly to sit on top of Su Ying's thighs, her snow-white lotus root arms hooked around Su Ying's neck, her eyes charming, taking in the heart, her red lips seductive, exhaling like orchids. Thereupon, shouting aloud, late at night, fearful of being questioned, shy and joyful. It was already late at night when he came out of the 100 Flower house, and Su Ying politely declined Lin Siener's request to spend the night. After all, the situation has been a bit off these past few days, and it would be bad if he were to linger in the flower house in case he delayed the big event. So after the song, Su Ying thought twice and was still ready to return to the county office. Along the Wujiang River, even late at night, the sound of silk and bamboo still came to my ears. Suddenly, his heart stirred and he raised his eyes, only to see that dozens of feet away in front of him, a blind old Taoist, holding a floating dust, was coldly staring at himself. Chapter 68, Late Night Siege. Finally entering the heavenly Yuan realm. Bang, bang, bang. 4 muffled sounds. Su Ying raised his eyes and saw that 4 more people had fallen around him. Black and white old men, a cripple and a one-armed swordsman. You are the magistrate of Ningyang County, Su Ying? The black-haired old man clasped his hands on his shoulders and asked coldly, who are you? Su Ying looked at the several people and faintly asked. The 2 old men are the black and white twin fiends. These 3 are the 3 monsters of the earth fiend. The black-haired old man stared at Su Ying and sneered. Someone paid for your life. Suffer death. Su Ying smiled coldly, attacking and killing imperial officials in broad daylight. Are you tired of living? Kid, are you blind? It's a long dark night now. It's just right to kill you. The blind old Taoist spoke coldly. Su Ying raised his eyes, stared at him, and faintly said, didn't your mother give you more pig brains when she gave birth to you? Speaking out of turn, do you know who I am? As soon as the words fell, the blind old Taoist unexpectedly struck out directly. He shook the duster in his hand, and the white silk threads were suddenly like poisonous snakes coming out of their holes, snaking and twisting towards Su Ying. Do you know who I am? Su Ying's mind moved. Ling Bo Wei steps was executed. His feet stepped on the 8 trigrams orientation. His body was a ghost, and he instantly came to the blind old Taoist's front. Anan roars, accompanied by a shocking dragon's roar. The arcane golden palm landed directly on its back. Click! With a crunching sound, the blind old Taoist was directly slapped by the violent and domineering palm force, and his tendons were broken, and his entire body rushed forward, spraying blood from his mouth. Immediately afterward, Su Ying raised his eyes to the remaining few people and sneered, "Doesn't he know that I know martial arts? Is he usually this brave? Seek death together." Hearing Su Ying's mocking words, a few people immediately became furious. As soon as the words fell, several people no longer paid attention to the severely injured blind old Taoist, and without saying a word, they directly joined hands to attack and kill towards Su Ying, especially the black and white twin fiends. They came from the same school and practiced the fiery hand and cold ice palm of the Mile High sect. The two of them flashed, instantly blasting towards Su Ying from the left and right. The fiery red palm print carried a scorching aura as it directly slapped at Su Ying's chest. The cold ice chi, on the other hand, carried a piercing cold to Su Ying's back. The moment the duo struck out, they contained endless killing opportunities. At the same time, the cripple and the one-armed swordsman among the 3 monsters of the Earth's Fiend also both slashed towards Su Ying's forehead. The 4 attacks were instantly approaching. Su Ying could not avoid it and could not retreat. However, right at this moment, accompanied by a heaven-shaking dragon roar rang out. Time seems to slow down. The corner of Su Ying's mouth curled up slightly, and as his true chi revolved around his body, he saw a golden dragon shadow suddenly rise up behind him. Immediately after that, his entire body rushed up into the sky. Flying dragon! Shocked for 100 miles, 2 berserk palms rushed out one after another. Su Ying first forced the black and white twin fiends back, and then dang 2 sounds, bouncing the Xian iron cane and the tiger head sword away. Before they could react, the ground shook violently, only to see Su Ying's body shimmering with golden light as he took a step out, instantly appearing in front of the one-armed swordsman, his golden hand falling down with a loud bang. The large Xianjin hand carried a berserk and incomparable true chi, accompanied by a heaven-shaking dragon's roar, making it impossible for people to dodge. This was the killing move of the world-shaking dragon fist after fusion. This palm will be able to open mountains and crack rocks. When the large Xianjin hand landed on top of the long sword, directly slapping the one-armed swordsman into spitting blood and flying backwards. At the same time, the black and white twin fiends once again attacked, the fiery hand and cold ice true chi slapping towards Su Ying's face. He turned around violently and slapped his hands out. 2 crunching sounds were heard as Su Ying's hands and the black and white twin fiends collided together at once. The golden true chi collided with the fiery cold ice chi, instantly sending the cripple flying backwards. The splendor visible to the naked eye spread out on the ground, shaking the surface of the Wujiang River with a loud explosion, as if dozens of torpedoes had been thrown in. The ground was cracking, the stones exploding into pieces, instantly indenting a large pit over a meter deep and 4 meters wide. A fierce hurricane instantly condensed and appeared around the 3 of them, scraping up countless smoke and stone chips between rotations. At the same time, the cripple and the knife-wielding man looked at each other and spared their serious injuries to fly directly, slashing towards Su Ying's back one after the other. When the walking stick and the tiger's head greatsword landed on Su Ying's head and back at almost the same time, accompanied by 2 flood bell-like sounds, fire splashed everywhere, and the 2 of them unexpectedly shocked the household account to crack. What? How? The cripple and the one-armed swordsman were shocked beyond belief, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Both of them were experts at the 8th level of the Tongxian realm, and when the 2 of them joined forces, they could even blast through the city gates with a full strike. But when it fell hard on Su Ying, it was surprisingly useless. This is unbelievable. Even the black and white twins on the opposite side of the room who were competing with Su Ying in terms of true chi were shocked, looking at Su Ying with an incredulous face, nearly losing their minds. Is this fucking human? Is this a monster? How could it be so outrageous? The 4 were simply scared out of their wits. Did you not inquire about this official's cultivation before you came? How dare you come along to deliver food? You're really tired of living. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying's palm moved, and the northern underworld divine power revolved, and a terrifying absorbing force was immediately sent into the 2 of them. What? Impossible. My true chi. Bloodthirsty demonic skill. This is bloodthirsty demonic skill. Not good. Big brother, retreat quickly. The black and white twins were shocked and angry. At this moment, the true chi in their bodies was like a flood that had opened the gates, directly tilting as if it was pouring, and all of it entered Su Ying's body in one brain. At the same time, Su Ying's power rose. It's over. Old me is a Tanshan realm perfection. I'm afraid I can't suppress it now, Su Ying secretly said in his heart. The black and white twin fiends were both experts at the 9th level of the Tanshan realm, and their combined power was extremely profound. Now that it had been sucked up by him to a trickle, even if he compressed it with the amazing toad power again, he couldn't suppress it at the moment. Since you can't suppress it, break it for me. Boo! With a crunching sound, Su Ying only felt that a film in his body instantly broke open. Immediately afterward, the berserk and incomparable true chi instantly had a place to vent, and instantly flowed into his limbs and surrounding meridians. On the contrary, the black and white double death. One face like an old crone, black hair turns white hair becomes gray, skin is wrinkled as tree bark. It's miserable. Not good. This kid has actually broken through. Quickly go. We're no match for him. Seeing this, the three monsters of the earth fiend had a shocked face and were scared out of their wits. Where is this coming to kill? It's almost as if they're here to deliver the food. This is simply a demon. At the thought, one turned and fled with a shriek. Trying to run? Su Ying sneered. With that, he shook the black and white twins off, and then turned around and reached out directly towards them. The two of you also have good internal strength. Since you're here, let's all fulfill me. North Underworld Divine Kung Fu of Sucking Kung Fu in Space. Only to see Su Ying's 5 fingers forming a claw, true chi surging in his palm. An irresistible and terrifying suction force attacked the two, taking away the work of others to moisturize one's own meridians. What? My body. Not good. As soon as that terrifying suction ripped through them, the two of them were instantly scared out of their wits. Their bodies were taken in midair by Su Ying, and the Northern Underworld divine power was in operation. The overbearing and incomparable power of absorption instantly sucked the true chi in the two of them through the air. A moment later, the two will be limp, no longer struggle, and become the same fate as the black and white double demon. Bang bang! Accompanied by 2 light sounds, the two people like a dead dog landed on the ground. More air in and less air out. It looks like they can't live. The 3rd level of the Tian Yuan realm. Flying speed of improvement. Su Ying stood in place and breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the rushing true chi in his body, a hint of delight appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh yeah, and you? With a turn of his eyes, Su Ying directly looked at the blind old Taoist who was half dead not far away. The figure moved, came to its heel, big hand fell, directly pressed on the top of its head. Since you're going to suck it, let's do it once and for all. After a long time, when Su Ying's cultivation reached the 4th level of the Tian Yuan realm, he finally slowly collected and rose. A thought, only to see the blind old Taoist has died. Only the black and white double demon and the 2 monsters of the earth are still lingering. A signal was sent, and in a short while, a dozen or so patrolling magistrates arrived quickly. We greet you, my lord. Be excused. These 4 people are evil cult demons. Immediately escort them back to the prison and hand them over to Su Biao for interrogation. Yes, my lord. Several yamen arched their hands in obeisance, and then they were about to go forward. And wait. Su Ying waved his hand, and then quickly stepped forward under the uncomprehending gazes of several magistrates, and groped for a while on several people. In the middle of the day, he looked at a few volumes and a few bags in his hands before waving his hand in satisfaction. Take it away. Yes, my lord. Waiting for the yamen to bring back the 4 people, Su Ying also no longer hesitate. Directly body-shaped flash, rushed into mid-air, toward the county government office speed line. Chapter 69, Refining Chi to Become the Big Dipper. Passing through 100 orifices. As soon as Su Ying entered the county office, he immediately transmitted his voice to Old Man Ghost and Red Iron Taoist. I'd like to trouble you 2 seniors to protect me. I'm going to be enlightened. As soon as the words fell, 2 silhouettes immediately rushed out from the left and right courtyards. The ghost old man looked at Su Ying with a shocked face, as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened. Marred, how in the world did you kid cultivate? A few days gone, directly the 4th layer of the Tian Yuan realm? Your father is winning Tianji? Su Ying's face darkened. This Nima, why did he curse the moment they met? This isn't the time to talk more. I'll close the door first. As soon as the words fell, Su Ying directly rushed into his room, the door of which was tightly closed. At the same time, his brow was parched, as if pressed hard by a fiery red iron. It throbbed slightly between his eyes, like something was about to come out. Old Man Ghost said that the first acupoint should preferably be the heavenly spirit orifice. Since that's the case, then I'll open the heavenly spirit first. Thinking like this, Su Ying no longer hesitated and directly operated the 10,000 tribulations indestructible golden body. And at once, the furious and incomparable true chi converged towards the center of his eyebrows. The golden true chi visible to the naked eye converged in Su Ying's brow like a small snake. At the same time, Su Ying's qi and blood rushed up around his body like a great river, roaring, causing his body to blossom with arcane gold color. Immediately afterward, the blood qi fused with the true qi, carrying an unrivaled momentum as it impacted towards the heavenly spiritual orifice in the center of the brow. At once, a sharp pain came from Su Ying's brow. He only felt that his brow felt like it had been split open hard by a giant axe. Ouch! Endless pain came, and Su Ying only felt that his head was about to split open. Boo! Suddenly, a soft sound came, and Su Ying instantly felt his mind lighten. Immediately afterward, the furious sizzling aura instantly dissipated. Boo hoo hoo hoo! Boo boo boo! Another series of sounds came, and the acupoints in Su Ying's body were opened one after another. Tian Ling, Yang Quan, Shi Hai, Guan Zhong, Tian Shu, connect the 15 orifices. If word got out, it would be enough to shock the world. Along with the condensation of the acupoints, the true qi in Su Ying's body was also rushing like a torrential river. A few moments later, a trace of colorful flowing astral energy formed within his dantian. This is the Big Dipper. If true qi is like water, then astral qi is steel, indestructible and equally indestructible. With the astral aura added, a martial artist's body, and even a single move, could be strengthened in a radical way. Why was it difficult to kill Tian Yuan realm martial artists? It was because every time he made a move, the first thing he had to do was to spread his astral energy all around his body, so much so that he was invulnerable to swords and guns, and could even withstand most of the means of attack. For example, the 5 Thunder God Machine, with a round of flurry, might be able to kill a Tongxian realm martial artist inadvertently. However, when facing the heavenly Yuan realm, it couldn't even shoot through the astral aura, let alone cause much damage. Demons, simply demonic. Elder Red Iron was filled with admiration as he listened to the ringing in the room. This, even Old Man Ghost was surprisingly unable to come up with any suitable adjectives at this moment. The Tian Yuan realm was a step for martial artists to ascend to the next level, and the biggest hurdle was the condensation of acupoints. There were billions of martial artists under the sky, but 99% of them would be stuck at the step of passing through the orifices. Eventually his lifespan was exhausted and he died with regret. But how old is Su Ying? Not only did it pass through the acupoints, but it even condensed 15 of them at once. If word got out, the world would be shocked. It was only after a long time that the Red Iron Taoist opened his mouth and slowly spat out a few words. This kid can't really be Wen Tianji's illegitimate son, right? The ghost old man's face froze before he nodded heavily. It's possible. Other than that, they really couldn't find a reason as to why Su Ying could be so demonic. Inside the room, it was accompanied by Su Ying reaching the 4th level of the heavenly Yuan realm and penetrating the 15 orifices. His proficiency in the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body and other martial arts had also risen. The former, in particular, had directly crossed over 5,000 cultivation values and reached the 3rd level. He stood still, slowly exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air and clenching his fists. Immediately, a power like a volcanic eruption gushed out from the depths of the flesh and blood, 10 times as much as before. Brush! Picking up the one-armed swordsman's tiger-headed sword and dropping it hard towards his arm, only a loud clang was heard, and a gaping hole appeared in the tiger's head greatsword as it was directly shaken. On the contrary, Su Ying's arm was only left with a slowly dissipating white mark, surprisingly not damaged at all. Divine power is infinite, and the Vajra is indestructible. My cultivation has increased by more than 10 times. When the 10,000 trials indestructible golden body reaches the 4th layer, and then refines those 2 Jiaolong essence bloods, won't I be invincible? Thinking of this, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Su Ying's face. Host, Su Ying. Realm, 4th level of the Tian Yuan realm, 15 orifices. Skills, North Underworld Divine Power, complete. Powerful Vajra Fingers, complete. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, 6th level. Cannot be upgraded. 10,000 Searches of the Unbreakable Golden Body, 3rd level. Cannot be upgraded. Surprising Toad Strength, complete. Cultivation Value, 4673. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. It's not bad, as long as I continue to open up. Oh no! Continue to steadily cultivate one step at a time. In the future, the Dharma phase and even the martial saint realm can be refined. Thinking of this, Su Ying retrieved his thoughts and pushed open the door of the room and walked out directly. Outside the door, when Taoist Red Iron and Old Man Ghost saw Su Ying come out, they hurriedly came to him. The ghost old man looked Su Ying up and down, and subconsciously stretched out his fingers and knocked towards Su Ying's arm. Dang it! 2 crunching sounds came as if Su Ying looked like a little golden man. Unbelievable! Truly unbelievable! What kind of heaven stage divine skill are you cultivating that is so perverse? Old Man Ghost looked up with a face full of shock towards Suing and asked. Taoist Red Iron thought for a moment and mused. It should be the 10,000 Tribulations Indestructible Golden Body, or the Xian Huang Indestructible Body. Well, of course, it could also be the Dragon Sparrow Heaven Suppressing Skill of the Great Xia Imperial family. After all, this kid might be Wen Tiangui's illegitimate son. Only these are the only Jedi disciplines in the world that can cultivate the body to such a perverse level. Su Ying's heart stirred, not realizing that the Red Iron Taoist had almost guessed it. With a slight smile, he changed the topic and asked, "May I ask, Senior, which of these 3 techniques is more powerful?" "Not 3, but 5. Taoist Red Iron shook his head, explaining with a smile, "The 10,000 Tribulations Indestructible Golden Body, the Xianhuang Indestructible Dharma Body, the Dragon Sparrow Heaven Suppressing Skill, the 9 Spectres Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, and the Buddhist Sect's Great Potential to King Ming Immovable Fundamental Law. Of course, in my opinion, it's still the 10,000 Evil Undying Golden Body that's a bit more powerful." After a pause, Taoist Red Iron laughed again. The 10,000 Thunders Indestructible Golden Body is one of the 3 great Jedis of the Great Zhou Imperial family of the previous dynasty. The Xianhuang Indestructible Dharma Body is the Xianhuang Sect's Town Jedi, and the 9 Spectres Dragon Elephant Refining Technique is said by some to be a Jedi from Hell, but the specifics are unknown. As for the Dragon Sparrow Heaven Suppressing Technique is the Great Xia Imperial family's town school. All of them are legendary heavenly ranked Dharma doors. Guru. Ghost Old Man poured a mouth of wine, laughed. The world body refining techniques countless, but only these are considered to be more powerful. Of course, there are other masterpieces we do not know, but the same as my Red Iron's point of view, a serious comparison, or the 10,000 Thunders Indestructible Golden Body is the most powerful. So it is. Suing nodded and smiled. Today's big day, why don't we have a drink? Ha ha, good. Celebrate your achievement of Heavenly Yuan. Walk. After saying that, the 3 of them were going to walk towards the Old Man Ghost's brewery. Just then, however, a rush of footsteps suddenly came. The 3 of them raised their eyes and saw Li Shan running and screaming at the same time. My lord, something big is wrong. The barbarians have sent 3,000 experts towards Ningyang City are coming at a rapid pace. Chapter 70, Attack of the Barbarians. It turned out that after the barbarian expert Ghostly returned to his tribe, he directly brought 3,000 tribesmen all the way through the Lakha mountain range and burned and looted the townships belonging to Ningyang City. Now it was not far from reaching Ningyang City. 2 seniors, you look after the prison and the county court. The black-clothed arrow team. Subordinate. 50 men will stay at the county office, and 50 men will follow this official forward to the city gates. Gao Shun. Suing shouted angrily towards the sky, and immediately, a large man with a straight figure and a large sword descended from the sky. The last general is here. Pass on my order. All the people of the trap camp all gather at the city gate and go out to fight. We can't let these barbarians enter the city. Yes. After saying that, Gao Shan directly left and gathered all 700 trap camp generals, each wearing armor and holding long swords and round shields, with a ferocious aura. Lieutenant Li, you and Miss Li will each lead constables in Yamen to patrol the city, while informing Wang Shida to send men to guard the remaining 3 city gates. If there is any gathering of rioters, kill without pardon. Yes, my lord. After commanding one by one, Suing casually got a long sword from the Red Iron Taoist, and then flew towards the city gates with a gloomy face. When he arrived, he saw that the city gates were already full of people standing above them. Suing leaped to the top of the city tower, and with his extreme vision, the eye of Tony seemed to be able to pierce through the black curtain, and then he saw that dozens of miles away, a large group of dark barbarians were running towards Ningyang City at a fast pace. Everyone, listen to my orders. Black-clad arrow team, 2 rounds of flanking fire. Trap battalion, follow me into battle and exterminate the barbarians. Kill the barbarians. Kill the barbarians. Kill the barbarians. 708 martial artists shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky and breaking the waves, and a powerful and incomparable aura rushed straight into the clouds and moon. This is the trap camp. There's death in the trap. The others who were at the county office in the distance, hearing this sound, could not help but feel their blood surge within them. So did Suing, who finally understood why there was still an army in the high martial world, because in front of the spirit of thousands of martial artists, under the influence of the vastness of the majestic masculinity converging into a mass, being in the middle of it, the whole person's essence and 10,000 people's blood and chi become one, the spirit resonates, and the thinking becomes incomparably agile. In this case, it will give a feeling of invincible courage and invincibility. Rumble, the footsteps of 3,000 people fell, causing the earth to tremble slightly. in the middle of the mountains and forests. It was as if countless ferocious and incomparable beasts were gathering and running. Everyone, hold your breath. The eyes were dead set on the mountains in the distance. Suddenly, the lookouts at the top of the citadel spotted enemy tracks. Blow the whistle in your hand. Beep. Enemy tracks detected. Visual 5 miles. At once the bowstrings of the giant crossbows on the citadel collapsed, and sharp arrows were loaded onto the bows. Suing raised his eyes and looked, only to see a tall, bare-breasted barbarian man covered in green tattoos was looking towards the city gates with a bloodthirsty face. Suing smiled coldly, waved his hand and shouted angrily, "Kill for me! Not a single one will be left behind." As soon as the words left his mouth, he carried his long sword and leapt down from the city gate first. "Brothers, kill for me! Kill all the men of Dacia and rob all their women! Kill for me! Kill all the motherfuckers!" In the distance, a fierce-faced barbarian man waved a large sword, murderous, his mouth swearing obscenities. At the same time, Gao Shun gave an order, and the 700 trap battalions also came out from the city gate to form a formation behind Suing. "Brothers, the time to test everyone has come. Everyone, all of you, kill for me! Kill all these dog barbarians!" Gao Shun shouted angrily in a low voice, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Swear to die in battle for the Lord! Swear to die in battle for the Lord! Swear to die in battle for the Lord! 4 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles, 500 meters, 300 meters, release!" Accompanied by Ghost One's furious shout, the giant crossbow above the citadel directly emitted a sharp crashing sound. Whoosh! A black shadow crossed from mid-air, and crossbow arrows as thick as an arm passed directly into the middle of the barbarian tribe's 3,000 troops. Aha! Accompanied by a howl of misery, the crossbow bolt pierced 3 or 5 people straight through. Swish swish swish! Another burst of giant crossbows shot out, like scythes in the hands of the god of death, taking away each and every fresh life. Not good! Divine arrow crossbow! Everyone, don't hesitate, charge me! Ghostly's eyes were shocked when he saw the black crowd on the city wall. Just then, however, he suddenly saw a single blackened muzzle pointed right at him. Bang! 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 With the sound of firecrackers exploding, the mouth of the 5 Thunder God machine exploded with fiery sparks, and dozens of steel balls whistled out, as swift as lightning, shooting straight at the barbarians 100 meters away. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Hundreds of noises came in a row, and the air was thick with the smell of saltpeter. Only one round of flanking shots killed hundreds of barbarians. Ghostly's heart jumped as he watched, and a bloodthirsty light blossomed in his eyes as he raised his eyes to see a blue-shirted young man holding a long sword staring coldly at him. Behind them, there were hundreds of people clad in armor and holding long swords and round shields. "Brothers, charge for me! Kill all these people and we can break through the city." Seeing the barbarian experts getting closer and closer, Suing raised his sword and shouted furiously, "Kill for me!" In an instant, the 700 trap battalion generals behind Suing directly rushed out and killed towards the barbarians. At the same time, Suing also stomped his feet, and the whole person rushed up to the sky, and then landed in the middle of the crowd of barbarians in front of him. As soon as he landed, his long sword was waved, and the brilliant blade chi was like a silver pike, directly splitting the body of each barbarian expert in two. Put. Although Suing did not know any sword techniques, chopping was the simplest instinct, coupled with the fact that he had just broken through the heavenly yuan and had cultivated the 3rd layer of the 10,000 tribulation indestructible golden body. It felt like there was an inexhaustible amount of berserk power to use within his body. On top of that, the speed of the astral energy nourishment of the heavenly ranked divine power was incredibly fast, so there was no need to worry about the astral energy being depleted, and it could be released at will. The moves were simple and brutal, and with the addition of the astral aura, in just a few moments, Suing had killed dozens of people. "Hu Yun, you 3 quickly stop him. After I kill this Fong, I will come back to help you." While Ghostly was fighting Gao Shun furiously, he looked over to Su Ying's side. However, when he saw that he had killed dozens of people in a moment, he immediately let out a cry of rage. As soon as the words fell, the 3 barbarian hulks flew up in the air and instantly landed around Suing. Dang it! 3 loud bangs came as the long sword, giant axe, and big gun landed directly on Su Ying's head, back, and shoulders. Instantly, 3 flooding bell-like sounds came out. A few shards of iron, with bursts of sparks, bounced in all directions. Their weapons were actually chipped off a few notches. No way! Vajra unbreakable body. Retreat! The 3 people's faces all changed, shocked on the spot. Late! Suing coldly smiled, lifting his left and right, directly grabbing the huge axe in front of him, and crushing it with the force of his 5 fingers, and then with a suction of his palm, the man directly and involuntarily pushed himself horizontally towards himself. Bang! Suing threw out a punch that landed directly on his chest. Click! The tendons were broken, and the clothes on his back all crumbled directly into pieces. By the time Suing withdrew his fist, a huge bloody hole had broken open in this person's chest, and then with a sweep of his long blade, he chopped off another person's head directly. His body then flashed and he blasted out with a palm. The arcane golden palm pierced through the void and landed directly on its back, slapping it to spit out blood and flew backwards, and it directly died of gas after landing. Immediately, Suing held the long sword, once again like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, rushed into the crowd of barbarians. Chapter 71, Beheading Ghostly Knight, Secret Artist. On top of the city wall, Li Shan and the others looked at Suing, who was fighting with the barbarians below. All of them gripped the hilt of their swords tightly with both hands, and their eyes were so hot that they could not wait for themselves to jump straight down to charge and kill as well. However, seeing that Suing led that measly 700 people to actually kill the barbarians' 3,000 elites and discarded their armor, he immediately dispelled his inner thoughts. The warriors of the trapped frontier battalion were 3 by 3, back to back, holding their shields and long swords, and decimating one barbarian after another. They went down there hastily, but they lost more than they gained. Although the barbarians were naturally strong, and at the same level were quite a bit stronger than the human race, they were nothing to the trapped battalion. First of all, they were all in the innate realm. Secondly, they know how to combine attacks. 3 by 3, 27 people in a group, in a 9-palace orientation, like a propeller, harvesting the lives of the barbarian experts. Gao Shun, the 4 ghosts of Xiangxi, blockade their rear, make sure not to let a single person go. In the middle of the field, Suing cut down dozens more people in the blink of an eye while shouting at Gao Shun, "Yes, Lord!" At the same time, Ghost Knight watched his men around him fall to the ground and die one after another, and was suddenly shocked and angry. With that, he forced Gao Shun back with a slash and ran towards Suing, jumping without saying a word. "Brat! You killed so many of my brothers. I'm going to skin you to the bone." Ghostly clenched his teeth. His face was hideous to the extreme, staring at Suing dead on, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. "Didn't your mother teach you not to speak with arrogance?" Suing laughed coldly, the long knife in his hand raised, shaking and pointing at Ghostly. "Unfortunately, you don't have the chance to go home and eat milk. You seek death." Ghostly was furious. His body's true chi violently erupted around him, and he swept in like a black dragon. When he was about 10 feet away from Suing, he bent his legs and his whole body directly rose up to the sky. The big sword in his hand swung up and slashed down fiercely towards Suing. Black true chi covered the body of the blade, and the air was cleaved to break through a ripple visible to the naked eye. With this slash, Ghostly exploded to the limit. When, with a loud bang, Suing crossed the long sword in his hand in front of his body, instantly parrying Ghostly's great sword. Boom! The berserk mountain-like power fell, directly causing Su Ying's body to lurch around, and then the ground fluctuated like a tidal wave. The sand and stones were shattered into pieces, and a hideous crack spread out. "What? No way!" Ghostly was shocked and angry, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. His slash could have split a Vajra elephant in half, but when it fell on Suing, it didn't damage him at all, especially the long knife in his hand. In the golden true chi. No, the Big Dipper. He was actually in the heavenly Yuan realm. Thinking of this, Ghostly was shocked, and without saying a word, he drew his sword and then directly retreated explosively. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Only a cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Ying's mouth, followed by a golden fist that seemed to pierce through space and time, instantly landing in front of Ghostly's chest. When the loud bells resounded throughout the room, and the sound carried for miles, deafening the ears. The protective true chi around Ghostly's body was instantly collapsed by Su Ying's punch. His entire body flew directly backwards, knocking a large swath of barbarian experts into pieces. Before the person landed on the ground, he sprayed blood from his mouth. "Is that all you've got?" Suing laughed coldly, and as soon as his words fell, his figure leaped out like a cheetah, leaving only a residual shadow in its place. Instantly appeared in front of Ghostly Knight. Quack! A toad roared like thunder. Frightened Toad Regent, with Ghostly at the center. The hearts and minds of the barbarian experts in a dozens of meters radius trembled, and their bodies almost stuttered. And then, the long knife in Su Ying's hand erupted into a golden blade gas that was more than 10 feet long. Put! Put! A muffled sound came. The golden blade gas swept away, as if the autumn wind swept away the leaves in general. A large block of barbarians in front of them all cut off, although Ghostly was seriously injured. But after all, his cultivation was still there. Seeing the golden blade chi attacking, he directly blocked it with his long blade horizontally. Bam! With a loud bang, his entire body was directly shaken back dozens of meters hard, arms trembling, blood pouring from Tiger's mouth. Kid, you killed so many of my brothers. When I return to the tribe, I'll have the high priest come and personally take your life. Seeing more and more people dying around him, Ghost Knight looked simply jealous. Immediately afterward, he dragged his long sword, puffed up his surrounding true chi, and turned around to flee without saying a word. Unfortunately, he had just run tens of meters when a silhouette flashed before his eyes. Immediately, a large golden hand fell out of thin air and directly pressed the top of his head. Trying to run? How is that possible? Once the words fell, the North Underworld divine power operated. The ghostly's entire body was taken in by a huge sucking force, and his figure stood still. In a moment, the true chi in his body was sucked up to a trickle, and then Su Ying's palm astral energy shocked, directly shattered his head. After killing Ghostly, Su Ying carried his sword and flew back once again. The crowd of barbarian experts had already been killed. Many of them didn't even have the courage to continue fighting, and without saying a word, they directly ran towards the falling cloud mountain. Unfortunately, Gao Shun has long blocked all the retreats. Congratulations my lord! Congratulations my lord! Killing so many barbarians is definitely a great achievement. Seeing Su Ying jumping onto the city wall in one step, Zhang Liang hurriedly arched his hand and said, Your Excellency's divine power is overwhelming, and the barbarians in the district are naturally not a problem. Li Shan also had a look of amazement on his face. How long has it been since Su Ying came to Ningyang County? He had already reached such a level, and was simply an exceptional talent that was rare to see in 10,000 years, and at such a young age, he is already a 5th-ranked 1,000 households in the Jinfu division. Thinking of this, Li Shan's gaze slightly looked at Li Qiushan on the side, only to see the beautiful eyes of this Li Qiushan staring at Su Ying, wanting to open her mouth to speak, but slightly hesitant. There was a sigh of relief. That elm! Congratulations, my lord! Li Qiushan slightly arched her hand and faintly smiled. I'm flattered. Su Ying threw the long sword in his hand to Zhang Liang and was about to open his mouth, when suddenly his ears twitched and he hastily raised his eyes towards where the county office jail was located, only to see a burst of astral fluctuations coming from there unexpectedly. No good. Someone's robbing the prison. As soon as the words fell, he gently pointed his foot, and the whole person was like a harrier eagle rushing up to the sky, directly flying on the wind, traveling towards the county office prison at a fast pace. When Su Ying arrived at the prison, he saw that the originally repaired wall was broken for the most part, and he was furious. Damn it, you're robbing a prison. What are you doing blasting the walls of the prison? But by the time Su Ying arrived, the figure had already left. Elders, are you alright? Su Ying shook his head and looked at Old Man Ghost and Taoist Red Iron on the side. No harm done. Old Man Ghost dunked his breath, stood up and waved his hand, helplessly saying, I really don't know why your brat has offended so many experts. It's fortunate that only one barbarian secret artist came just now. If it was two, the two of us would have to explain ourselves here today. The Red Iron Taoist at the side also had a grave expression on his face as he nodded and said in a deep voice, although that person just now was black-clothed and masked, his body's acupoints were mixed as one inside and outside, and his astral energy was not only indestructible, but also highly poisonous. She should be an expert at the 8th level of the Tian Yuan realm. At the same time, she also knows the barbarian witchcraft, so she should be a legendary secret artist. Secret artist? Su Ying's face froze and he frowned. What's that? Chapter 72, The Secret of the Stone Dictionary. Legend has it that the barbarians and the demons were in the middle of the 100,000 mountains in the past. Even in ancient times, the barbarian and demon races were still the rulers of this land. They bred humanoids as a blood meal for countless years. Later on, the human race rose up and changed their destiny against the heavens, gradually driving the demon race to thousands of mountains and rivers, while the barbarians were driven into the 100,000 great mountains and the northern realm of misery. The barbarians were born martial artists. Their chi and blood were strong at birth, and they practiced barbarian martial arts by leaps and bounds. Human martial artists at the same stage were not half a Star Wars compared to the barbarians. In addition to martial artists, the barbarians had also left behind a lot of arts since the ancient times, and these people who practiced secret arts were the secret arts masters of the barbarians. These people can use the parasites to drive away jackals, wolves, tigers and even poisonous insects and beasts. A highly cultivated secret artist can even use compulsion to kill people in an invisible way. Golden silkworm compulsion, snake compulsion, scorpion compulsion, centipede compulsion. and gecko compulsion are the compulsion mostly used by secret artists. Among them, the golden silkworm compulsion is the king of all parasites. If there are golden silkworm parasites in your body, you can cultivate an incorruptible body, at the same time not afraid of the world's poison. As the ghost old man spoke, he poured another mouthful of wine and smashed his mouth. That guy should have come to rescue someone. Unfortunately, he didn't expect a Ningyang County Yaman's prison to have 2 Tianyuan realms of me and red iron. Just now you came a step late, otherwise you could have left him behind. So it is. Suing nodded. His heart understood. Then he looked in the direction of the large prison. His face sank, and he directly walked in. My humble servant sees your honor. As soon as he entered, Su Biao quickly stepped forward and arched his hand in greeting. Is Shurden dead yet? Back to my lord. Not yet. Where are his 3 men? Still there, too. Bring the 3 of them to me. Yes, my lord. With these words, Su Biao arched his hand and left, and moments later, he brought over Shur Dian's guards, Ada and Asan and Asi. Suing looked at Ada, ignoring the aside Asan and Asi. He sat on the chair with a big horse, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop. After a long time, only the eye cold as a knife to look at Ada asked, this official asked you for the last time, Shur Dian body, in the end, what other secrets? Ada's face froze, a hint of panic flashed under his eyes, looked at Suing, and said breathlessly, there aren't any secrets on the 3rd young master. We've already told you all you can know. During this period of time, they were locked up in the prison of Ningyang County, suffering inhuman torture day after day. Every time I pressed the issue, my mouth was dry before I gave up. Nope. Suing gently shook his head and looked at Ada with a smile. What's wrong? Da looked up with a blank face. What you just said is not correct. You said, what I can know. I have told this official all. What about what this official cannot know? Why don't you say so? Boom. At his words, Ada shuddered, and a hint of panic flashed under his eyes. It was a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief and said faintly, I don't know what you're talking about. Very well, then this official asks you a question. 1 + 1 equals how many? 2. Although Ada did not understand what Suing meant, he still subconsciously replied, congratulations, right answer. Suing smiled faintly, flexed his fingers and a finger force went through Ada's throat. He covered his throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. 4. Why? Because you know too much. Suing sneered and waved his hand, and Su Biao immediately sent someone to drag the body away. With that, his gaze turned and landed on San, who was on the side. When? Su Ying's fingers were still gently tapping on the ironwood tabletop, but the sound of each fall seemed to penetrate deep into the heart. It was only after a long time that San raised his head and said, his eyes lifeless, Dog officer, I won't say anything. My elder brother and second brother died in your hands. You don't want to get from my mouth. So, 1 + 1 equals what? San's face froze and he was about to open his mouth, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the blood left behind by Day, and immediately paused. 1 + 1. What does that equal? When? The sound of fingers tapping on the desktop fell like a hypnotic Sanskrit sound, straight into the soul. Just a few strokes caused San to fall into a bit of a frenzy inside, and after a few more strokes, he couldn't take it anymore. 3. 1 + 1 equals 3. Suing shook his head inside. It's 2. Not even knowing this, living is a waste of air. As the words fell, he flexed his finger and a finger force shot out directly. This one was even worse, popping San's head right off and exploding it. Red and white, splattered in all directions, landing all over the face of Asi, who was on the sidelines. This official's patience is limited. I'll only ask you one thing. What exactly is the secret on Shurdian's body? As soon as the words left his mouth, Suing looked at Asi indifferently. He wasn't in a hurry because he could clearly see For's slightly flustered face covered by his loose hair. His eyes, hesitating. Inside, he's struggling. As long as you say it word for word, this official promises you that he can keep your dog's life. Of course, the premise is that your answer can satisfy this official. For sniffed. His teeth clenched as if he was inwardly stopping himself from speaking. But Suing killed 2 of his brothers one after another in the blink of an eye. Such ferocity was simply unheard of. In the middle of the day, Asi almost bit his lip through before making a difficult decision. The 3rd young master's fiancé is a secret artist of the barbarian race. This time, I came to Ningyang City to meet with my barbarian fiancé under the arrangement of the First Lady, and at the same time, to hand over the location of the salt mine to the barbarians. When he finished speaking, it was as if 1,000 pounds had finally been lifted from within Asi. Suing sniffed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And then, You have more than that in mind, don't you? The third young master killed someone in King Zufufu, a purveyor who sells her art and not her body. Originally, with the Shi family's power, this was nothing at all. But, when the third young master was married to someone, he was put under a compulsion. When the first lady wanted to lift it, she had to take out something of equal value in exchange. So the Shi family directly took out the exact location of the salt mine and gave the barbarians the opportunity to exchange for lifting the compulsion from Shi Dian's body. Suing thought for a moment and then said, "Who is that barbarian secret artist? Have you guys ever seen it?" Ah Si shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Before we could meet, we fell into the hands of your honor." They had intended to lift the parasites and return to the state capital immediately. Who would have thought that on the first day they came to Ningyang City, they would have been made to go to the prison by Suing? Nope. Suddenly, Suing shook his head again, looked at Ah Si, and sneered. "It's still not right. How can Shi Dian, a waste of space, be married to a barbarian secret artist? What value does he have that would make the barbarian clan pay such a great price to save him?" "So, you're lying." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ying's gaze was suddenly like an ice-cold blade as it once again landed on Ah Si. The latter sniffed and his body subconsciously shuddered. It was only after a long time that a few words slowly came out of his mouth. Because the third young master is just a tripod, a cauldron?" Suing was shocked in his heart, but still asked with his face as normal. "Whose tripod?" Chapter 73, the fourth level of divine power. Whose tripod? Su should not know, for doesn't know either. Even Ishidian himself didn't know. It was just that what Suing couldn't figure out was, what qualifications did Shi Dian have to become someone else's cauldron when he was just a waste? After inquiring again, Suing got up and left the prison, returning to his room with a head full of doubts. First of all, it is certain that the Shi family must have colluded with the demon race, the barbarian race, the everlasting heaven, and even one or two of the three major cults. What can be concluded now is that the barbarians bore the brunt of the blow. It was because Shi Dian was married to a secret artist among the barbarians. Secondly, whose cauldron is Shi Dian really? What exactly is his role? With Shi Dian's character and qualities, it was impossible for him to become the cauldron of a barbarian secret artist. Unless, of course, he's just a vessel for keeping the parasites? Finally, what is the unseen secret between the Shi family and the barbarians? Suing pressed on, not believing that there was only Shi Dian among them. Perhaps there are other secrets and keys that you don't know about. Host, Suing. Realm, 4th level of the Tian Yuan realm, 15 orifices. Skills, North Underworld Divine Power, complete. Powerful Vajra Fingers, complete. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, 6th level. Cannot be upgraded. 10,000 Searches of the Unbreakable Golden Body, 3rd level. Cannot be upgraded. Surprising Toad Strength, complete. Cultivation Value, 5373. Current tasks, none. Talent, Eye of the Spectre. Retracting his thoughts, Suing looked at his attribute panel. The cultivation value had reached 5,000 points. You can upgrade the 10,000 Searches Unbreakable Golden Body now. It was currently the 3rd layer, and as long as it rose one more layer, it would be able to refine the Augur Dragon's essence blood. System, upgrade the 10,000 Evil Indestructible Golden Body. Ding, a soft thud. Consumes 5,000 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the 10,000 Searches Indestructible Golden Body to the current realm, the 4th level, and may spend 5,000 cultivation values to upgrade the current realm, accompanied by a loud prompt. Suing only felt a volcanic eruption of power surging within him. His entire skin was red as a red-hot prawn. The chi and blood around his body rushed, roaring like a river in his body. Click, click, click. His tendons and bones were crumbling. His chi and blood were tumbling, and it seemed as if a small snake was swimming back and forth beneath his skin visible to the naked eye. A few moments later, Suing could only feel the pores around his body opening up, and layer upon layer of wasted blood that had been stagnating in his body was expelled. Between the bone marrow, drops of golden blood were growing. Bang, bang, bang. A crisp ringing sound came from within Su Ying's body, as the 10,000 Tribulation Indestructible Golden Body was raised to the 4th layer. The acupoints in his body were also rushed open one after another like firecrackers. 16, 17, 18, 22 pieces, 23 pieces, 24 pieces, 30 pieces. It was unknown how long it took. Suing felt as if his entire being had been torn into billions of pieces and then reorganized all over again before he slowly opened his eyes. Dang it! He slightly clenched his fists, and his arms collided, and there was a golden iron clashing sound. With a thought, Su Ying's entire body unexpectedly directly transformed into a golden stream of light that traveled back and forth within the room. it's fast as hell. After a few moments, Suing stopped and stood in place with his eyes slightly closed to look inward, only to see that at this point, he had already condensed 36 acupoints. The skin around his body was as if it was made of gold and iron. A faint golden color was present on his muscles, and his blood had also turned into a metaphysical gold color. Even the bones were covered in a light golden, immortal glow. Although he had only raised one layer, his body had undergone a qualitative change. Defense had increased by more than 10 times, and strength had increased by more than 10 times. It's really worthy of being a heavenly ranked divine skill. According to this cultivation speed, the future of martial saints and human immortals can be expected. Thinking of this, Suing couldn't help but have a color of delight emerge under his eyes. The next day, just as the sky dawned, before Suing had the chance to wash and dress, he heard a trotting footstep from outside. Your Excellency, Lord Peng of the Jinfu Division is here. Peng chiming? Suing frowned slightly and returned. Got it. Just say that this official will be there soon. Yes, my lord. After saying that, the magistrate directly turned around and left. Suing also quickly got dressed and washed up before walking quickly towards the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Peng Qianming walking around with his hands behind his back with a somewhat anxious face. When he saw Suing striding towards him, he immediately took the initiative to step forward and asked, Lord Su, how are the casualties? There were almost no casualties. Suing shook his head and laughed. We are very well prepared. All of the incoming barbarians will all be killed. Good, good, good. A great feat. This is definitely a great feat. As Peng Qianming spoke, he gestured for Suing to sit down, and then said, this official received the news last night, and immediately hoofed it from the county, and when I came to the outside of the city, I realized that the corpses were all over the place, this time so anxious to inquire. I didn't expect Lord Su to win a big victory. Lord Peng is too kind. I wonder who this is. As he spoke, Su Ying's gaze turned to the two people behind Peng Qianming. One of them he recognized. It was Cheng Xinhu who had followed him last time, while the other was a sword-wielding youth with a cold face and arrogant eyes. Since Suing came in, he surprisingly did not even look at him. Look, this official forgot to introduce. Come. Huang Jiang, this is Ningyang County Magistrate, Suing, and also the 5th-ranked Xinhu of our Jinfu Division. After saying that, he looked at Suing again and introduced. This is Huang Jiang, the newly promoted 100th tenant of the Jinfu Division, and a capable general under this official's command. So it's Huang Baihu. Meet Lord Su. Huang Jiang slightly arched his hand and said nonchalantly, dare I ask Lord Su, when will my Huang family's goods be released by Lord Su, and the people of my Huang family? I heard that Lord Su arrested the Huang family's people without any evidence, but I also asked Lord Su to give my official an explanation. When Suing heard this, his face instantly turned slightly gloomy as he sat in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop. Only after a long time did he look at Huang Jiang with a face full of disdain. Explanation? What does this official need to explain to you? Huang Dahong's smuggling and trafficking of salt and iron is already a capital offense of plagiarizing and exterminating his family. This official thought that this matter had nothing to do with the Huang family in the state capital. Now it seems, is very much related. What? Smuggling and selling salt and iron? Huang Jiang was shocked at his words, then angrily said, Lord Su, you are slandering. Slander your mother. Suing snorted and said disdainfully, the human and material evidence is here, that Huang Dahong was harboring barbarian fine iron in the Haigang Rock, and selling private salt to the barbarians. The county lieutenant of this county, Li Shan, brought people to arrest him on the spot. What? Still want to argue? You, surnamed Su, how dare you insult my mother? Huang Zhang's anger erupted as he stared at Suing dead in the face and shouted angrily, I want to duel with you. A duel? Su Ying's face froze when he heard this. Then he raised an eyebrow and looked at Peng Qianming. Lord Peng, are all your men so middle-aged? Chapter 74. Because this officer will not lose. Su Ying's gaze turned and landed on Peng Qianming, who was old and calm on the side. I only saw that this Ye was sipping tea in an old-fashioned manner, and it seemed that he sensed his gaze, and immediately transmitted his voice. Huang Zheng, this kid is a genius of the young generation of the Huang family, was recommended by his uncle to enter the Jinfu Division, usually arrogant, who is not in the eyes. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Su adults coaching a one, or let him know what is called the sky outside of the people? Su should. So that's what you're up to. What? You don't dare? Humph. I thought how you got your 1,000 households, but it turns out it's just by connections. Huang Jiang snorted, his eyes filled with arrogance. There were many such people who relied on relationships to get to the top, and in his opinion, all of them were the assholes of Daxia. He was different. Besides relying on his connections, he was a martial arts genius himself. I wonder what Mr. Huang's cultivation level is? Suing thought about it and asked tentatively, my cultivation? Huang Zhang's face froze, and immediately said proudly, I'm not talented. I was lucky enough to break through the first layer of the Tongshan realm this month ago. Su should. Li Shan, Zhang Liang. Li Qiushan on the side even snorted and laughed, waiting for Suing to dryly cough before her face straightened and she continued to stand. Our Lord Su is still a year younger than you, and he's all in the Tian Yuan realm. You're only at the first level of the Tongshan realm. What are you so proud of? Do you dare or not? Forget it if you don't dare. Huang Jiang frowned, his tone aggressive. Suing nodded and smiled. In that case, then this official will accept, but since it's a competition, it's natural to have a bit of a lottery. What will you compare with me? Colorful? Huang Jiang's face froze, and after a moment, he clenched his teeth and directly pulled out a stack of gold tickets from his arms, amounting to 1,000 taels. Then, his gaze turned and landed on Suing as he proudly said, what about you? I don't need to. Suing shook his head slightly, then his eyes smiled coldly. Because this official will not lose. Let's do it right here. If I am knocked back one step by you, it will be counted as a win for you. As he spoke, Suing got up and came to stand in the hall on a cloud. Arrogant. Huang Jian was furious, and the long sword in his hand pressed violently, directly plunging into the hard ground. Li Qiusheng looked at him, and then looked at the golden ticket Huang Jiang income in his arms. The bottom of his eyes are full of pity. How dare you destroy even Lord Su's floor? Even Pang Qianming, who was on the side, had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Come on, this officer is standing still. Seek death. Huang Jian was furious, his true qi rushing around his body like a giant wave. This is the Huang family's best skill, the sea-covering divine fist. A punch was thrown out like an ocean wave, one wave higher than the other, containing 9 levels of strength. The sea is heaving. Huang Jiang shouted angrily, and the water blue true qi flowed above his fist. Immediately after that, he took a step forward, and his sandbag-sized blue fist landed directly in front of Su Ying's chest like a cannonball. Amazing speed, power, and a direct hit to the air. This punch was at least 30 to 50,000 pounds of force. However, in the face of this punch, Su Ying's face was calm and he did not even frown. When a loud, incomparably loud bell rang out, instantly spreading throughout the county courthouse. Then a hurricane swirled around the two of them, and with them as the center, the floor under their feet cracked and spread under the walls around them. Immediately afterward, Huang Jiang only felt a violent and extreme recoil force coming from him. His arms shook tremendously, and then his surrounding true qi instantly collapsed. The whole person scuffed and fell backward, and with each step back, he stepped on a 3-inch deep footprint on the verdant stone ground. He kept withdrawing 20 meters to the edge of the hall before he managed to settle down. How is that possible? Huang Jian's face changed drastically, showing disbelief. My full force punch actually couldn't even knock you back half a step? Those present also sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked and appalled. Even Pang Qianming, who was on the side, stood up with a shocked face. Vajra is unbreakable. Divine power is infinite. This kid deserves to be in the heavenly Yuan realm, doesn't he? He was secretly shocked. How long has it only been? He's actually already at the heavenly Yuan realm? What kind of demon is this? Mr. Huang, didn't you have milk before you went out? The fist is surprisingly soft. You threw a punch, and now, it's my turn. As soon as the words fell, Suing took one step and instantly arrived in front of Huang Jiang. Lord Su, have mercy. Pang Qianming was shocked and hastily drank, seeing that Su Ying's fist was about to blast Huang Jiang's head to pieces, but it still stopped an inch in front of his body. However, even so, the strong astral aura fluctuations still cut through the side of Huang Jiang's face. Since Lord Peng has spoken, then this official will leave you alive. But this floor? This official here are all the best green jade floor. A piece of it costs 1,000 taels. Miss Li, you count it. How many pieces Duke Huang has broken? Yes, my lord. Then, Li Xiushang actually went ahead and counted how many floors had been destroyed. After a long time, she came to Suing with an expressionless face, arching her hand and saying, back to your excellency, counting the piece inserted by Mr. Huang's long sword. There are a total of 56 pieces. 56? You can't have checked wrongly, can you? This official thought it was 108. Suing frowned, then his face turned to Huang Jiang, said lightly, Huang Gongzi, 56 pieces, that's 56,000 taels. This official is fair and just, to give you to erase the zero, even if 55,000 taels, plus the 2,000 taels of gold that you lost to me, add it all together. You give me 8,000 taels of gold on the line. Autumn Lee. It's still Lord Su who can do the math. What? Huang Jiang sniffed and burst into a rage. Lord Su, I'm willing to gamble, but a piece of this floor is only 20 or 30 large coins. You opened your mouth for 1,000 taels. Do you think I'm stupid? Are you smart? Su Ying laughed coldly and looked at Huang Jiang disdainfully. Just say whether you give it or not. If you don't, this official will immediately report to the state capital Jinfu division, saying that you intend to attack and kill an imperial official. And not only that, but you also destroy the public property of the county office. Seeing this, Peng Qianming, who was on the side, immediately got up and laughed. Lord Su is a really interesting person. In this case, Huang Jiang, willing to bet. Lord Su said 8,000 taels, then 8,000 taels. You're not that far off anyway. Huang Jiang looked at Peng Qianming with a difficult face. But, Lord Peng, he is clearly blackmailing. Peng Qianming glanced at him with a slightly impatient look. Huang Jiang, if it wasn't for Lord Su's mercy just now, would you still be standing here now? But I didn't bring this much. No harm done. Su Ying waved his hand generously and laughed. People in the world, it is inevitable that there are some shy times. Don't worry, this official is not an unreasonable person. So, later you write a note. When this official has time, then go to the state capital to ask for it. Crowd. Alright, just do what Lord Su says. Peng Qianming waved his hand, and the matter was considered to be over for the time being, and then, with a straight face, he pulled out a palm-sized golden scroll from his sleeve. After opening it, the party read with a straight face, Su Ying, the magistrate of Ningyang County, receives the decree. Chapter 75, The Jinfu Envoy, Bone-Shattering Poem. When Su Ying heard this, his face straightened and he hurriedly arched his hand. Ningyang County Magistrate, Su Ying, received the decree. With that, Peng Qianming's voice slowly recited. Su Ying, the magistrate of Ningyang County. Since taking office, he has done a great deal of work in eliminating bullies and arresting everlasting heaven and evil demons. Reward him with 10,000 taels of gold and a baronetcy. Speaking here, Peng Qianming paused for a moment. Continued, in addition to this, Su Ying discovered the saltpeter vein and blocked the demon barbarians from attacking outside. In order to show his merit, he was promoted to the 4th grade of the Jinfu division. Ningyang Jinfu Envoy, with the right to lead the troops. I am hereby authorized to lead the troops. As soon as the words fell, the crowd on the side suddenly looked shocked and raised their heads incredulously. In particular, Huang Jiang, who was on the side, was shaken. 4. The 4th rank of the town's governor, envoy, a whole grade higher than his uncle. Even Zhang Liang and the others had their eyes widened to the extreme, filled with disbelief. Not long ago was just a 5th-ranked Xianhu, now directly 4th-ranked Jinfu Envoy, the same level as Peng Qianming. This promotion speed, it's faster than riding a rocket. Lord Su, accept the decree. I accept the decree, and thank your majesty for your great favor. Su Ying bowed solemnly and bowed deeply. The 4th rank of the town's governor is rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. What honor is this? How old is so young? At the age of 20, he had already been rewarded by the one in sacred capital. It doesn't take much thought to realize that the future is definitely promising. Lord Peng. This, even Su Ying himself was somewhat in disbelief at this moment. He thought that the 5th rank of 1,000 households was already the top at the moment. Who'd have thought there'd be another baronet plus the town's governor? Isn't this on par with Peng Chiming? Lord Su, you deserve it. Peng Qianming smiled faintly and sent the golden scroll into Su Ying's hands. Smiling, you have more than that to your credit. But you are still a 7th grade county magistrate today. Jinfu Envoy is already the biggest position that can be given at the moment. When you have more experience, your future will be boundless. After saying that, Peng Qianming did not move his voice again. This is the intention of the 3rd princess and the one from the Eastern Palace. Do a good job and don't let the 3rd princess down. I've become the town's ambassador. So what's next for His Excellency? Su Ying looked up and asked with a puzzled expression. Peng Qianming's face froze, then suddenly said, Oh, you said this official This official, just like you, has also been upgraded, ahem, and was already a deputy commander before coming. Su should. Lord Su, do a good job. When you arrive at the county, this official has a niece to introduce to you to recognize. Patting Su Ying's shoulder, Peng Qianming continued with a smile. Ningyang County has a special status, and this place still needs to be guarded by Lord Su. In addition to the 300 constables that Lord Su asked for at the beginning, now that Lord Su is the Jinfu Envoy, he can recruit and expand by 5,000 people. Of course, the state government will allocate additional funds for the expenses. In addition to eating, Lord Su, as the Ningyang Jinfu envoy, has the right to be allotted 1,000 households, but of course, there are only 5. As for the candidates, this official will not interfere. Lord Su can make his own decision. Many thanks to Lord Peng. Suing sniffed and inwardly sighed in relief. With a quota of 5,000 men, Suing believed that with a little training, he could become a strong army. Come on, serve your lords. Yes, my lord. Oh yes, this time this official came. There is also the intention to order a batch of immortal drunkenness from Lord Su. How much? 10,000 jars. What? 10,000? Su Ying's face froze, and he immediately frowned. Isn't what Lord Pang wants too much? I don't have much stock here either. Peng Qianming smiled faintly and said, please rest assured, Lord Su, the silver that should be given, not a single penny will be missing. This is what Lord Commander requested. Alright then, within 3 days, this official will have the immortal drunk ready. Send it to the county immediately. So be it. After waiting for the crowd to finish, Suing thought about it and still asked drunken immortal house to get a good meal on the table. After all, Peng Qianming came to a trip, and was promoted and sent money. Not properly entertained some cannot be said. During the banquet, the people pushed the cups and exchanged the glasses. The wine over 3 rounds of food over 5 flavors. Peng Qianming before leading people to leave. Only after the crowd left did Li Shan, Zhang Liang and Li Xiushan come over one by one to congratulate them. Congratulations, Lord Su. Congratulations, Lord Baron. Lord Su is simply a bright light on my life's path. Alright, sit down. Suing raised his hand, signaling the crowd to take their seats for a moment before he said, pass on this official's order that Gao Shun, Ghost 1, Black 1, and Li Qiushang are the 1,000 households of the Jinfu division, and that the candidates are to select 1,000 people each from among the slum refugees, then hand them over to Gao Shun for unified training. Yes, Zhang Liang hurriedly arched his hand and said, in addition to this, a recruitment order was issued, and the Ningyang County Yamen went on a recruitment spree to recruit talents, with a quota of 3, regardless of cultivation level, as long as they are skillful. Yes, my lord. Zhang Liang wrote them down one by one, and then stamped the official seal to carry them out. Li Shan, you immediately go to the prison and ask Su Biao how the interrogation of those 4 people went. When you find the murderer, immediately lead the 4 ghosts of Shangxi and the black-clothed arrow team to go and apprehend him without further notice. Li Shan sniffed and solemnly arched his hand. Yes, my lord. After instructing a few people, Suing once again got up and returned to his compartment, and with a thought, a few bags and books landed on the desktop. It was still something that he had obtained by apprehending the black and white twins and the 3 monsters of the earth. After a few bags were opened, they were all pills and golden tickets. It added up to thousands of taels, a small fortune, fiery hand, cold ice palm, tiger beheading divine sword, heavenly crippling 8 abductions, and bone transforming cotton palm? Ha, there's even the bone transforming sheep palm? The bone transforming sheep palm was the Taoist's mastery in the beginning. Unfortunately, this guy was seriously injured by Su Ying's palm before he had the chance to perform it. The fiery hand and the cold ice palm are the martial arts of the black and white twins. 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 cold and 1 hot. The fiery hand could be cultivated to the extreme to send out flames from the palm, while the cold ice palm could condense extremely icy cold qi. These 2 martial arts, by themselves, were of the top grade of the Xian rank, but after combining them, they were the Herculean cold ice and fiery flame, which was of the lower grade of the earth rank, and was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, the black and white twins had average qualifications, and the 2 of them could only separate and cultivate 1 door each. As for the tiger beheading divine sword and the 8 heavenly crippling abductions, they were nothing more than that, and Suing couldn't even look at them. The tiger beheading divine sword can be given to Gao Shun's trap camp to practice, but unfortunately, there is no profound internal martial arts method. Suing shook his head as his gaze turned and landed on the cold ice palm, fiery hand and bone transforming sheep palm. The black and white twins were unable to cultivate the cold ice flame palm, but Suing naturally could. But what interested him the most was this bone transforming sheep palm. This door palm law outside the soft inside, is an extremely difficult to practice. The Yin poisonous kung fu, was hit by the bones of the sheep palm began to be as unaware, but 2 hours after the palm hair, the whole body skeleton will be as soft as a sheep, everywhere inch broken, viscera rupture, miserable, and then there is no cure. Cultivate the bone transforming sheep palm. Ding, a soft thud. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bone transforming sheep palm, the first level of the current realm, and can spend 100 cultivation value to improve the current realm. Cultivate the cold ice fiery palm. Ding, a soft thud. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cold ice flame palm, the first level of the current realm. You can spend 300 cultivation values to improve the current realm. Looking at the 2 extra martial arts and the attribute interface, Suing couldn't help but show a hint of joy under his eyes. A few moments later, Suing came to the outside of the courtyard, and with a thought, his palms transformed into countless shadows, as if they were soft and feeble, and then instantly landed on the stone table beside him. Pust! A muffled sound, hard black rock table as tofu was instantly penetrated, and then the flow of true chi turned the whole stone table clattered into a meal of broken pieces. Sure is powerful, sure is insidious. Suing looked at his palm, only to see that it was already afternoon, and immediately went out of the courtyard, came to the kitchen, ate and drank enough, and was about to go out, when he saw Li Shan hurriedly walking over. My lord, Huang Sanhai, ran away. Chapter 76, only 99 streets away. Although Huang Sanhai was a side branch of the Huang family, he was in control of most of the Huang family's escort and dark business in Ningyang City and even along the entire Wujiang River. If not, Huang Sanhai would not have been so bold as to dare to smuggle salt and iron. Because of the Huang family's power, coupled with the fact that the second master of the Huang family is the county city guard commander, the Huang family's merchant ships are usually released directly. But coincidentally, Li Shan caught a murderer, which then led to the case of Huang Sanhai smuggling salt and iron. But now, Huang Sanhai even ran away. The 2 Earth Fiends and the Black and White Double Fiends have both confessed that it was Huang Sanhai who invited them to attack your excellency. My humble servant went to the location where Huang Sanhai had traded with them and found that they had already left the building. In addition to this, my humble servant also found a secret room in the warehouse at the pier, in which thousands of pounds of private salt and 10,000 pounds of fine iron were stored. All of them were not taken away in time. Li Shan's face was a bit gloomy, not realizing that the first time he supervised such a big case, he let the murderer run away directly. Suing slightly frowned, a long time, before waving his hand, not caring. Run away, run away, run away from the monk cannot run away from the temple. You immediately go to the county to report this matter in person to Li Feng Li Tajian. In addition, let Zhang Liang again write a folding, will be the Huang family's affairs written clearly, and then personally bring it to the past. Yes, my lord. After Li Shan finished speaking, he arched his hand and left. Suing stood in place. A color of contemplation surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Huang Sanhai should know that I have captured the Black and White Twin Fiends and others back. That's why he escaped in advance. But the city gates are guarded by daily patrols, so his only way is to follow the water of the Wujiang River to escape. Shaking his head, Suing sighed, feeling that he was a bit careless. He should have apprehended Huang Sanhai at the same time he captured the Black and White Twins. Experts above the innate realm cannot breathe for an hour. Huang Sanhai's own cultivation is extremely high. He wanted to borrow water to escape. It was easy. Plus, after a few days, this guy is afraid that he doesn't know where he's gone. My lord, Miss Lin Sienna from the 100 Flowers House sent an invitation saying that the 100 Flowers House is holding a Ningyang Poetry Festival today, and asking your lordship to go and participate. Suddenly, a magistrate walked in quickly with an invitation. Suing took it and unfolded it, and immediately nodded. Go tell that person that this official will be there tonight. Yes, my lord. After saying that, the magistrate directly turned around and walked out. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, the governor's mansion, inside a compartment in the back garden, Morong Yen stood inside the courtyard with a gloomy face. In front of him was a beautiful woman in palace makeup, about 36 or 37. Pop! The beautiful woman looked at Morong Yen and without saying anything directly slapped him hard. Waste! As the governor's son even went to Ningyang City to fish for someone, not to mention that he didn't get it. He was even humiliated by a small magistrate. You finished disgracing the governor's office, no? The beautiful woman was none other than Governor Morong Fuhai's hairy original wife, Lin Pingyin. She looked like she was in her 40s, despite her charm and snow-white skin. Suing, it's all that Suing. I swear that I will definitely break him into pieces. Morong Yan gritted his teeth, his expression incomparably sinister. Snap! As soon as his words left his mouth, however, he was slapped hard again. Waste! Only talking big. Lin Pingyan's face was as cold as a knife, staring at Morong Yan, hating the iron and saying, with you, how can you break Suing into pieces? Do you know that he is now a 4th grade Jinfu envoy? Only 3 grades lower than your father. What about you? No official, no position, also have the face to compare with others? When Morong Yan heard this, he immediately looked shocked, not caring about the fiery pain on his side face. He hurriedly asked, what, 4th grade Jinfu envoy? Impossible. What was father thinking? Why did you give him a higher rank? Humph, not more than a few days after you returned, Ningyang City was attacked by the barbarians. That Suing brought people to drive 3,000 barbarians to extinction. Not only that, but before that, he reported an entire saltpeter mine. Lin Pingyan stared at him and laughed coldly. Look at what people are doing. What are you doing? Based on that saltpeter mine alone, the 4th grade Jinfu envoy is already low. Moreover, it was still the Thunderbolt Heavenly Monarch among the 9 young division masters who personally moved the nitrate mine away. This shows that Suing is already deep in the gazes of the higher-ups in the Jinfu division. Then we can't just promote him to Jinfu envoy, can we? How old is he? He's only a 7th grade magistrate. Doesn't father know about this? Morong Yen still asked with some reluctance. He had just been humiliated by Suing to return to Qingzhou. Who knew that he had just left in the front foot, and someone else had been promoted in the back foot? What the hell is this? What do you know? Lin Pingyan sat down in front of the round table with the assistance of 2 maids, and said in a cold voice, "Of course your father knows." But he still stamped the governor's great seal even though he knew. Do you know what this means? Morong Yen shook his head with a puzzled look on his face. Waste. Lin Pingyan looked at Morong Yen with some dislike, and only after a long time, sighed and explained in a nice voice. This proves that behind Suing stands a person that even your father can't afford to offend. Do you know now? But you are still ignorant enough to want to go seek revenge again. Morong Yen was the 3rd son of Governor Morong Fu Hai. Morong Fu, the eldest son, is a first-class martial arts genius, and Morong Yener, the 2nd daughter, is a first-class talented woman in Qingzhou, who excels in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. As for Morong Yen, oh, it's okay not to talk about it, but even if Morong Yen is no longer a fighter, he is still the son of the governor, her Lin Pingyan's closest flesh and blood, her favorite son. Then what should we do now? This bad breath, my child can't swallow it by any means. Don't worry, I've found a way out for you. Mother, what way out? Morong Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had been in trouble countless times since he was a child, but in the end, they were all defused by Lin Pingyan. I heard that the daughter of the king of Qingzhou will return from the sacred capital in a few days, so you can gradually approach to curry favor, and the king of Qingzhou has recently intended to select a son-in-law for him. Having said that, Lin Pingyan did not continue to say much. If this was the case and Morong Yen still didn't understand, then he could really just go and die. Did you say win, baby? Morong Yan's eyes lit up, and a delicate and eloquent young girl suddenly appeared in his mind. Nice. After a pause, Lin Pingfong continued. You helped the Shi family to get someone this time. In order to make the Shi family and the 4th imperial consort owe you a favor, but you must remember that this kind of thing must never be done again in the future. Your father's biggest bottom line is that he does not actively participate in the royal family's disputes, and if you get into trouble because of this again, no one can save you. Morong Yen took a deep breath and deeply worshipped. Yes, child knows. Thank you for mother's enlightenment. Aha, go on. Lin Pingyan waved his hand, and Morong Yen then turned to leave. Ningyang, 100 Flowers House. Suing leaned against the soft and broad bosom of the flower leader's young lady, squinted his eyes, and cozily ate the snow-white dragon's eye that had just been peeled. Today is the annual Ningyang Poetry Festival. After all, in a few days will be the spring examination ceremony. So many talented people in Ningyang City would like to take this opportunity to exchange their own learning. However, it was noisy outside. Plus Suing had always disliked this kind of party, so he had to come alone to find the flower girl to chat and relieve his boredom. A good poetry meeting, but to be held at the flower house? I don't know what those old men at the county school are thinking. Won't your lordship go out and get together? Lin Xianer peeled another one and put it into Su Ying's mouth, laughing lightly. I won't go and make a fool of myself. Let them play slowly. How nice it is to have you here, with you around. This official is the happiest man in the world. Lin Xianer sniffed, immediately giggled, laughing, her slender jade finger gently pointing at Su Ying lips, charming eyes like silk. Dazed, Su Adultsnet will say some good words to coax slaves happy. You don't like it? The slave's favorite. I've heard that your excellency is a new scholar, appointed by his majesty. I think the talent is countless times higher than these. Your honor does not go. Naturally disdain. That's not true. Su Ying waved his hand and laughed. With this official's talent and learning, before can throw them 100 streets, but now the official business is busy, but fell the time to read books. Now it can only dump 99 streets. It's funny how Lord Su talks. Flower girl was amused, very happy, looking at Su Ying, that queen mother chased to feed handsome face, even the beautiful eyes a little confused, could not help but bend down on the top of a peck, leaving a shallow lipstick. Miss Xianer, you're a bit proactive today. Su Ying raised his eyes and looked at the flower girl, smiling badly. This official happens to have some new tricks. Why don't we try them tonight? When Lin Xianer heard this, her pretty face suddenly turned red, her forehead slightly drooping as she shyly said, "What is the pattern?" Once these words came out, Suing immediately felt that his body was not lacking and was filled with endless motivation. He only stood up and came to the window, looking out at the sparkling river, and then tapped the edge of the window to look at Lin Xianer. "Here, you lie down on your back and we'll look out together." When the flower girl heard this, her face froze, and then she instantly understood what Suing meant. Her pretty face was red through and through, her eyebrows contained spring. She stood up and walked forward in a graceful manner, and when she stood still, she turned her head slightly and looked at Suing, and said in a dazed manner, "My lord, have mercy on the slave." Suing nodded. That night, the two watched the scenery until the dawn. Chapter 77 Time Phalanx System Upgrade. The next morning, Suing left the 100 Flowers house early, casually found a stall to sit down, and ate a few large meat buns before slowly walking towards the county office. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw a row of a dozen or so horse-drawn carriages being unloaded. He was puzzled in his mind, and when he quickly stepped forward, he saw that all these carriages were the Yu family's convoy. "My lord, Miss Yu Mingxian of the Yu family has arrived and is waiting in the hall at this time." "I know." Suing had just taken a few steps when he suddenly looked up and asked, "What are these wagons filled with?" The magistrate returned. "I heard Miss Yu say that they were all medicinal herbs. Just now Elder Ghost came out to have a look." "So it is." Suing nodded, and then entered the county office with his hands behind his back. Not long after, he just arrived at the door of the hall. He saw that Yu Luanxian was sitting on the left side to gently sip tea. She wore a fox fur coat, appearing to have snow-white skin, eyes like apricots, and her lips were dotted with vermilion rouge, matching her sensible aura. Beautiful but not too mature. "So it's Miss Yu's great visit. This official saw magpies flying around yesterday. It's really a happy event." Suing laughed and stepped into the hall. "Lu Vianxian has met Lord Su." Yu Miaoxian rose slightly and bowed in greeting, and the gray-clothed old man behind her also arched his hand. "There's no need to be polite. Miss Yu, please take a seat." Suing raised his hand and sat down by himself, only to see that on the table beside Yu Luanxian, there was a thick stack of account books. On top of that, not far from her feet, there were several tin boxes. Suing smiled faintly and said, "Miss Yu, how is this official's immortal drunk sold in the state capital?" "Excellent." Yu Luviaxian put the tea light down, patted the side of the ledger. "These are the sales details of the recent month, roughly all here. The net profit totaled 130,000 taels. After deducting the expenses, there are 98,000 taels, due to the first-time cooperation, specially to send more 8,000 taels to adults, this time specially to send to adults." Suing was slightly surprised. That is to say, in 1 month, this official has earned nearly 50,000 taels. "Nice." Yu Luviaxian nodded. "Adults' immortal drunkenness has completely taken the state capital by storm. Whether it's the officials, businessmen, dignitaries, or the commoners are all scrambling to be the first to buy it. Unfortunately, the batch of immortal drunk sent to the state capital by adults last time has already been sold out." She looked at Suing and blinked her beautiful eyes, while inwardly she was a little glad that the business of immortal drunkenness was taken by the Yu family. In just 1 month, the business of the Yu family has gone up to a new level, especially this immortal drunk. In addition to Qingzhou, the next door to the western state, Yuzhou are scrambling to buy. By now it is in short supply. It's a good thing. Suing nodded and said with a slight contemplation, "I will send someone to accompany you back to the state capital and build a brewery directly in Qingzhou." In addition, besides immortal drunkenness, this official also has broken jade burnt and green fire brewed wine here, all of which can accompany Miss Yu to the state capital. Broken jade roast? Green fire brew? When Yu Miaxian heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Immortal drunk market has been completely opened. If there is broken jade burn and green fire brew, the more Luvia Xian believe, the future soon. The surrounding several states of liquor business is going to be all the more family hold. At that time, the Shi and Huang families would only be able to look at the face of the Yu family. In that case, I'll go back and prepare. Good thing too. Suing got up and looked outside, just after breakfast time, so he smiled and said, "Miss Yu went back so early, wouldn't it be a bit of a run? Why don't you stay for a couple of days, and this official will take you to enjoy some of Ningyan's local customs?" "No." Yu Luanxian looked at Suing, smiled and said, "Su adult's kindness Luanxian heart, wait for the next time there is an opportunity to come back to pay homage to adults." After saying that, he turned around and walked straight out. Suing didn't stay either. He just looked at the tin box on the ground and his heart moved. With a flick of his fingers, an astral energy instantly lifted the lid, instantly revealing the white silver inside. 50,000 taels a month. That's 600,000 a year. And that's with demand outstripping supply. Suing cupped his chin, a hint of contemplation appearing in the bottom of his eyes as he prepared to increase his winemaking efforts. After all, there is still a huge gap from his small goal of $30 million. Ding! A soft thud. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the prefectural office and obtaining a primary time acceleration spell. Elementary time acceleration phalanx can be put into use in advanced maneuvering arenas with a current scale of 1 to 10. When Suing saw this, he was immediately delighted in his eyes. Surprisingly, it's such an anticlimactic treasure. Surprisingly, it could increase the flow of time within the advanced martial arts arena by 10 times. In other words, 1 day had passed outside and 10 days had passed inside. This is like a sleepy pillow. I was worried about how quickly the 5,000 new recruits would be trained. Suing was overjoyed in his heart and immediately summoned Gao Shan and had him install the time acceleration spell formation into the martial arts arena. On top of that, he also handed him the cultivation method of the tiger beheading divine sword. In this way, his own 5,000 private army could grow by leaps and bounds into a powerful fighting force. Ding! Detecting that the host's cultivation has reached a qualitative breakthrough, the system automatically upgrades. Current progress 1%. Estimated upgrade time, 3 hours. 3 hours? That's about 6 hours. And by mid-afternoon, the system will be upgraded. I wonder what brand new features the upgraded system could have. Su Ying's heart was filled with the color of anticipation. After having lunch, Suing carried his hands behind his back and slowly arrived at the residence of Old Man Ghost and Taoist Red Iron. Due to the tenfold increase in demand for Immortal Drunk, Old Man Ghost could be said to have been busy lately. Even the brewing staff has increased to over 180. The Red Iron Taoist had not been idle, and had been building the 5 Thunder God machine for the Black Clothes Arrow team. And in addition to that, the armor and knives of the trapping camp were also being built in a tight schedule. TSK, this Yu family is really generous, sending herbs worth 10,000 gold in one go. Old Man Ghost leaned back in his recliner, looking at the crowds of people coming and going to carry large boxes, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. I say your kid is really good at doing business, letting the Yu family provide you with medicinal herbs, then letting people help you sell them, and split the money 50-50 when you make it. How come I haven't encountered such a good thing before? Elder is too kind. It's not all because of you that we can brew good wine. Suing laughed and came to sit down in front of the Old Man Ghost. Unfortunately, although these herbs are precious, there are no real treasures. If only we could get a dragon killed. Brewing wine with its essence blood would sell for 100,000 gold a jar. Speaking of this, a hint of longing appeared in the Old Man Ghost's cloudy eyes. Dragons? Suing frowned. What? You don't believe me? Old me has seen a true dragon before, but this thing has already disappeared for thousands of years, and there are only a handful of augur dragons among the current demon race. Shin. Suing hastily nodded his head, thinking that this official had often been served by a one-stop shop in the past, so how could he still not believe it? But the Old Man Ghost's words were a reminder. Currently, his own cultivation level was already at the 4th level of the Tian Yuan realm, with more than 30 acupoints opened. However, the augur essence blood that the third princess had given herself hadn't been refined yet. What do you want with me, kid? Seeing that Suing did not speak for a long time, the ghost old man immediately opened his mouth and asked. As expected, nothing can be hidden from senior. After a pause, Suing arched his hand. The late generation has come this time to ask senior how to condense fist intent.